Damn elevator. Bai Caicai stood inside the elevator, furiously stamping her feet and pressing the buttons with all her might. Yet the elevator remained motionless. Frustrated, she pulled out her phone. Damn it, no signal. It truly felt as though the heavens were unresponsive and the earth indifferent. Dejected, Bai Caicai squatted down. She was utterly alone in the elevator, occasionally hearing the ominous creaking sounds, as if the elevator were on the verge of collapse under an unbearable weight. Damn it, I should have checked the almanac before leaving today. Bai Caicai muttered under her breath, trying to bolster her courage. Soon after, she lost consciousness. A gentle drizzle fell from the sky. When Bai Caicai awoke, she felt a chill on her face. As she reached up to touch it, she realized her face was damp from the rain. However, Bai Caicai was perplexed. Waving her tiny hands in front of her, she wondered why they seemed so diminutive. She instinctively touched her face again, sensing that it had also shrunk. Not willing to accept this surreal situation, she pinched her cheek hard. It hurt. Where am I? Bai Caicai pondered, glancing around. Towering green mountains flanked her. With a few acres of square ponds nestled between them, it appeared to be her hometown, Wufeng Village. Big sister, what's wrong? A boy of 7 or 8 tugged at her sleeve, concern evident in his voice. Sister? Is that what you call yourself? She pondered, despite not having a younger brother. Even if she did, he had drowned at the tender age of 7. Bai Caicai turned her gaze toward the young boy before her, clad in a pristine white shirt and corduroy overalls. The little fellow appeared quite spirited. However, a strange sensation washed over Bai Caicai as she felt a flicker of familiarity with the boy. She had encountered him before, but the memory eluded her grasp. She stood there, somewhat dazed, staring at the child as distant recollections began to resurface. Mao Mao, is your sister really silly? A nearby boy nudged the one named Mao Mao, gesturing with his mouth toward Bai Caicai. The boy known as Mao Mao displayed his displeasure, glaring at the other child with indignation. Don't speak nonsense. You're the silly one. My grandmother said that my sister merely lost her spirit when she tumbled down the stairs. Tomorrow, we shall summon the town's shaman to help her recover. The name Mao Mao was a source of profound sorrow for Bai Caicai, a pain shared by her entire family. Mao Mao was her younger brother, who had tragically drowned when Bai Caicai was 11 and he was merely 7. This calamity marked the onset of a series of nightmares for their family. There were countless moments when Bai Caicai mused upon the possibilities if only Mao Mao had not perished, if the ensuing tragedies had not occurred perhaps. She would have enjoyed a life akin to that of most, blessed with an ordinary, joyful, and complete family. Yet there are no ifs in this world. However, at this moment, a scene that had frequently appeared in her dreams materialized vividly before her eyes. The visage of her younger brother, once somewhat forgotten due to her reluctance to contemplate it, now surged forth with life. Mao Mao stood right before Bai Caicai, a look of concern etched across his face. Mao Mao, Bai Caicai called out cautiously, fearing that this might be a dream and that elevating her voice might cause him to vanish. Sister, are you better? Mao Mao, upon hearing his sister call him, nodded joyfully, for she had not spoken for 2 days. Mao Mao, Bai Caicai continued to call, as if she could never tire of it. A sound erupted from the side as a boy began to laugh, pointing at Bai Caicai. Mao Mao, you said your sister isn't silly? Just look at her foolish expression. He scrambled to his feet, vigorously brushing off the dust from his trousers, and glared fiercely at Mao Mao. Your sister is a fool. She'll end up just like the madwoman at the end of the town. You're the madwoman. You're the madwoman. Mao Mao, hearing the boy insult his sister, sprang up like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, hopping in anger and repeatedly scolding while pushing the boy with his small arms. You little rascal, I see your sister isn't mad, you're the one who's gone mad. The boy, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Mao Mao's persistence, forcefully shoved him away, shouting in exasperation. Mao Mao stumbled back several paces, his heels striking a stone, leading to a comical tumble into the nearby pond, splashing water everywhere. Bai Caicai's garments were thoroughly soaked by the splashes of water, the frigid liquid jolting her into a state of awareness. As she witnessed Mao Mao plunge into the depths, memories surged forth in her mindies. It was during this very summer that she had lost her younger brother. The loss of Mao Mao had caused her mother to blame her grandmother for failing to look after him, leading to a heated argument that ultimately resulted in her grandmother suffering a stroke and passing away within 2 years. Following her grandmother's departure, the relationship between her parents deteriorated completely, culminating in their inevitable divorce. With these thoughts weighing heavily on her, Bai Caicai disregarded everything and leapt into the pond. Whether it be a dream or a mirage, she resolved that tragedy must not repeat itself. Mao Mao, you must not come to harm, Bai Caicai silently implored, plunging beneath the surface, and at last she grasped the submerged Mao Mao. She clutched the collar of his shirt, dragging him upwards. In the water, buoyancy aided her ascent. Yet upon breaking the surface, the task of bringing Mao Mao to shore was an arduous endeavor for her 11-year-old frame. "Gaofei, what are you standing there for? Come and lend a hand," Bai Caicai shouted, wiping the water from her face and directing her frustration at the pale, dazed boy standing on the bank. Gaofei, the son of the Gao family in the village. "Hold on, you idiot!" Bai Caicai couldn't help but curse. The strength of her small body was insufficient, and Mao Mao's weight in the water was overwhelming. "Come, grab hold of this." At that moment, a voice with a distinct accent resonated, followed by a bamboo pole extending before Bai Caicai. She hastily grasped it, only to feel herself, along with Mao Mao, being lifted from the water and landing on the shore. She stumbled, but fortunately, someone caught her just in time to prevent her from falling. "You little girl, you are fortunate that I happened to pass by. It was quite perilous, just now had things gone awry. Both you and your brother could have met with disaster. In the future, you must refrain from playing near the pond." The words came from an elderly woman, her face etched with wrinkles and her hair a shimmering silver. Bai Caicai had a vivid memory of this grandmother, for she was a legend in Baoling Town. She had often heard her father recount tales about her, claiming that she was born during the Xiantong era and had once been a prominent figure in the Qin gang. After experiencing numerous ups and downs, she settled in Baoling Town, living to the remarkable age of 100. When she passed away, the entire town mourned her with unprecedented grandeur, as it was said that attending the funeral of such an elderly woman could bring good fortune. "Thank you, Granny Hu," Bai Caicai expressed her gratitude, cradling Mao Mao in her arms. She proceeded to press on his abdomen and pinch his acupoint, ultimately resorting to artificial respiration. After a considerable time, Mao Mao expelled a deluge of water and let out a wail. "All right, Mao Mao, it's all over now." Bai Caicai gently patted his back. It is often said that the elderly possess profound wisdom. Could it be that she discerned her rebirth? Bai Caicai pondered. At that moment, a gust of wind blew by, prompting Bai Caicai to sneeze several times. Soon after, Mao Mao, too, began to sneeze. They were truly at risk of catching a chill. Bai Caicai promptly took Mao Mao's hand and hurried home. Upon entering the house, Grandma, who was feeding the pigs, was startled. "Caicai, Mao Mao, what has happened?" Observing the drenched siblings, she stood there for a moment, noting the 2 deep puddles on the floor. "I fell into the pond, and my sisters saved me," Mao Mao pouted. Upon hearing that her grandchildren had fallen into the pond, Grandma's face turned pale, and she anxiously examined them both. "Don't worry, Grandma. I will take my brother inside to change clothes, otherwise he might catch a cold," Bai Caicai reassured her, while Mao Mao continued to sneeze incessantly. "Yes, yes, how forgetful of me," Grandma replied, taking one child by each hand and leading them into the house, eager to find clothes to help them change. "Grandma, I can change by myself," Bai Caicai said, feeling a bit embarrassed at the thought of her grandmother assisting her, despite her 27 years of maturity. "Grandma, I can change by myself too," Mao Mao chimed in mischievously, grabbing his clothes and darting into the inner room, wearing a shy expression that was undeniably endearing. Bai Caicai couldn't help but laugh at his antics. It was truly wonderful to have him alive. After changing clothes, Bai Caicai saw Grandma, seated on a small bamboo chair by the door. She walked over, crouched down, and naturally began to massage Grandma's legs. Reflecting on her past life, she recalled how, after Mao Mao drowned, their mother, in her grief, had a tumultuous argument with Grandma, blaming her for not taking proper care of her brother and insisting that Mao Mao should not have been allowed to play during the summer. The death of Mao Mao plunged Grandma into deep despair, compounded by her overwhelming guilt. Under this dual burden, she could no longer bear the weight and suffer stroke, ultimately lingering for 2 years before passing away. Now, my younger brother is fine, and it seems that Grandma's tragedy will not repeat itself. However, Bai Caicai reflects that it would be prudent to take Grandma for a medical checkup, for after the stroke, the family discovered that she had high blood pressure, a fact previously unknown to them all. "Child, are you feeling better?" Grandma Bai asked with a bright smile, gently patting Bai Caicai's head. Just days ago, Bai Caicai had fallen down the stairs and had been left in a daze, which had greatly alarmed her grandmother. "Yes, Grandma, I was startled when Mao Mao fell into the water, but now I am back to normal," Bai Caicai replied, echoing her grandmother's tone. Indeed, sometimes unconventional methods are necessary. Last year, a boy named Zhuang from the Zhang family fell off a wall and hit the back of his head, leaving him dazed. Later, they called a local shaman who struck the back of his head with a brick, and he recovered, Grandma Bai murmured. Upon hearing this, Bai Caicai was momentarily stunned, recalling that Mao Mao had mentioned Grandma's intention to invite a shaman to dispel her fright. A wave of trepidation washed over her. Had that shaman truly been summoned to deliver such a blow? Who knows what might have become of her? Chapter 2. Apology as Grandma Bai prepared dinner. Bai Caicai hurried to the stove to assist in stoking the fire. Grandma Bai cast a curious glance at her granddaughter, pondering to herself how this girl had changed. Typically, she was rather dull-witted. Without prompting, she would remain as still as an abacus bead, only moving when nudged. Yet today, she seemed more aware, and her brows hinted at newfound understanding. This reminded Grandma Bai of the incident where the girl had saved Mao Mao, prompting her to nod approvingly as she stirred the vegetables. It appeared that Bai Caicai was beginning to resemble her older sister. Unbeknownst to her grandmother's contemplations, Bai Caicai, with her impulsive nature and having not tended to a wood stove for many years, inadvertently choked the stove with an excessive amount of firewood. The smoke billowed forth, causing her to cough violently and tears to stream from her eyes as she dashed away from the stove. "Oh dear. One cannot clog a wood stove with so much kindling," Grandma Bai exclaimed, swiftly wiping her hands on her apron as she jogged to the stove. Armed with tongs, she diligently rearranged the wood and removed several logs, tossing them aside into the ash. One must not pile too much wood in the stove at once. It's akin to overindulging. Too much food at one meal will lead to discomfort, she remarked. "I understand," Bai Caicai replied, sticking out her tongue in secret amusement. Finding her grandmother's analogy quite amusing, it dawned on her that a wood stove was much like a human stomach. "Caicai, please recount the incident of your near drowning to me in detail." Earlier, Mama spoke in vague terms, mentioning that it was the boy from the Gao family who caused the trouble. Grandma Bai inquired, continuing to guide Bai Caicai and stoking the fire while keenly probing for more information about the siblings' misadventure. Bai Caicai recounted the events in detail, expressing her relief that Granny who had passed by and saved them. "Which Granny who?" inquired Granny Bai. "The one who resides in town," Bai Caicai replied, hands clasped behind her back, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Mao Mao peering from outside the kitchen. "But all the grannies in town are already in their 90s. How could she have come to our Wufeng village?" Granny Bai rose and moved to the stove, retrieving a thermos while opening a water kettle next to it. The rice was cooked, and the water was boiling. As she spoke, she used a wooden ladle to fill the thermos with hot water. Noticing that Mao Mao was still lingering outside the kitchen, Bai Caicai waved him over. "You little girl, you've only been here a few days. And you already missed your parents," Granny Bai chuckled. Bai Caicai remained silent. Yet her thoughts wandered to the reality that it had been over a decade since she last saw her parents at this age. Furthermore, in the future, Her parents would divorce merely 2 years after Granny Bai's passing, making it even longer since they had all been together. How could she not yearn for them? At that moment, Mau Mau dashed over, propping himself against the doorframe, half of his body leaning in, one leg raised high behind him. He announced to the two inside, "Granny, sister, Gao Fei's mother has brought him over." Perfect timing. I was just about to seek them out for a reckoning. That mischievous A Fei deserves a proper scolding. Granny Bai huffed, tossing her apron onto the stove, and took Bai Caicai and Mau Mau by the hands as they headed out. At this moment, Gao Fei's eyes were swollen and reddened, resembling walnut shells, streaked with tears. One hand rested on his backside, indicating he had endured a rather severe beating. Although Grandma Bai was filled with ire, upon seeing Gao Fei in such a state, she refrained from expressing her anger. Instead, she politely exchanged a few words with Gao Fei's mother, and then gently patted Gao Fei twice to signify the end of the matter. Bai Caicai continued to glare at Gao Fei. While others may be unaware of his past life, she was acutely aware. Some memories are not easily forgotten. "Look, my sister is not a lunatic, is she?" Mau Mau approached Gao Fei, lifting her chin like a proud little rooster. This lad still remembered their previous quarrel. Stealing a glance at Bai Caicai, Gao Fei shook his head. Bai Caicai huffed at him, despite the current circumstances being different from their past, in her eyes. He remained the source of all misfortune, and thus, she could not muster any kindness towards him, though she understood that Gao Fei was not entirely to blame. Recalling that it was Mau Mau who had struck first, the memories of their previous life lingered in Bai Caicai's mind. Some wounds, once inflicted, leave no room for rationale. For now, she found it difficult to let go. "I apologize," I called for help, but by the time I arrived, you had already been rescued by Grandma Hu. Gao Fei said, lowering his head and addressing Bai Caicai. Although she still harbored some resentment, his sincere apology made it difficult for her to retort. She lifted her face to Grandma Bai and said, "It's getting dark, Grandma. I must go round up the chickens." "Go on. Check if there are any eggs in the coop. Gather them for tomorrow to take to Grandma Hu," came the reply. Grandmother Bai remarked. "Oh," Bai Caicai responded, glancing at Mau Mau, who was engrossed in conversation with Gao Fei. "That forgetful fellow. Mau Mau, come along with your sister to collect the eggs." Mau Mau, reluctant, shuffled his feet on the ground. "I want to go to Gao Fei's house." His uncle gave him a pair of roller skates. Bai Caicai recalled her first experience with skating in town, at a rink owned by Gao Fei's uncle. "Go ahead." Fei's uncle even bought him a transformer. "He might let you play with it," Gao Fei's mother interjected, hoping the two children would play together. This way, even if Caicai's parents arrived later, the situation would be less troublesome. "Oh, let's go?" Mau Mau cheered, pulling Gao Fei along as they dashed off. "That rascal," Bai Caicai muttered, stamping her foot in exasperation. Yet feeling helpless, she turned and searched around the chicken coops, retrieving 3 eggs and carefully placing them into the basket where her grandmother usually collected them. Counting the eggs, she found there were 27. "Grandmother, how many eggs shall we send to Granny Hu tomorrow?" Bai Caicai asked her grandmother. "The hens will lay more tomorrow. We have eggs at home, so there's no need to buy any," Grandmother Bai replied sternly. Bai Caicai nodded and then chased the chickens around the yard, causing a commotion. "What's wrong? Haven't you found the car yet? Haven't you reported it to the police station?" Grandmother Bai inquired. "I reported it, but it's difficult to know where to look now." Gao Fei's mother shook her head, her face filled with sorrow. Bai Caicai chased after the chickens nearby, and upon hearing the conversation between Grandma and Gao Fei's mother, a memory from the past suddenly surfaced. Father had a friend, Uncle Li, who worked at the town police station. Father enjoyed a drink or two during the day, and after Mau Mau's departure, he sought solace in alcohol, which only intensified his craving. He often shared a few drinks with Uncle Li. I recall that it was just before the new year when they were drinking together. Bai Caicai overheard Uncle Li mention that prior to the new year, the police station had dismantled a gang involved in stealing motorcycles. This group had been pilfering motorcycles from various villages and hiding them in a cave on Wufeng Mountain, where they would then modify the bikes before selling them. All unbeknownst to the world. Today, while I was out, I saw 2 suspicious individuals pushing a motorcycle up Wufeng Mountain, seemingly heading towards that cave. I wonder where that bike came from. Bai Caicai remarked. Really? Gao Fei's mother exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Regardless of whether it's true or not, I shall go investigate. With that, Gao Fei's mother hurried off with great urgency. Chapter 3. The melon affair. Both grandfather and uncle's expressions were far from cheerful, and Auntie trailed behind, sighing mournfully. As grandfather entered the house, he retrieved his copper pipe from behind the door and settled into a bamboo chair, deftly picking at the tobacco in his pipe. Upon seeing this, Bai Caicai quickly assisted grandfather by lighting the fire paper and handing it to him. Grandfather accepted it nonchalantly, blowing gently on the fire paper until it ignited, lighting the tobacco within his pipe. After taking a few puffs, a look of satisfaction spread across grandfather's face, his eyes narrowing in contentment. The previously stern expression softened considerably, evoking the bliss of a smoke after a hearty meal, reminiscent of the carefree spirit of celestial beings. Bai Caicai squatted beside her grandfather, assisting him in preparing the tobacco for his pipe. This task was foreign to her in her past life. However, in this rebirth, an inexplicable desire stirred within her to partake in it. In these times, aside from the local shaman in Town, it seemed that her grandfather was the sole remaining enthusiast for dry tobacco in the entirety of Ningxian County. This habit of his had spanned several decades, deeply entrenched and unyielding. Her father, uncle, and third uncle frequently urged him to quit smoking or at least switch to cigarettes. But her grandfather consistently dismissed cigarettes as lacking potency and refused to adapt. To accommodate her grandfather's penchant for dry tobacco, the family cultivated a modest plot of tobacco on the hillside by Woofing Mountain, as there were no vendors in the vicinity. As her grandfather savored a few puffs, he cast a sidelong glance at Bai Caicai. This girl had never before assisted him in such matters. Previously, she would keep her distance while he smoked, pinching her nose in dismay, much to his irritation. Old man, your lungs are in poor condition. The town doctor has warned you countless times that you must cease this habit. Bai grandmother lamented, shaking droplets of water from her hands, untying her waistcloth, and approaching to seize the tobacco pipe from her husband. Annoyed, Bai grandfather grunted in protest, pushing her hand away, clutching the tobacco pipe, and stepping outside to continue his smoking ritual at the doorstep. A touch of stubborn masculinity characterized him, as he could not abide his wife's counsel. What has gotten into him today? Is he feeling disgruntled? Bai grandmother murmured, her gaze filled with concern as she watched his retreating figure. Bai Caicai gazed at her grandfather's silhouette, clad in a faded white shirt, his hair flecked with gray. The tendrils of smoke from his pipe mingled with the enveloping darkness, rendering the scene reminiscent of an old black and white photograph. Bai Caicai surmised that her grandfather was grappling with some discontent, for he would not be smoking so pensively otherwise. She recalled from her previous life that after her grandmother's passing, her grandfather often found solace in the doorway, smoking his pipe. Although she was not particularly perceptive at that tender age, such scenes would invariably evoke a sense of unease within her. Her aunt interjected, echoing Bai Caicai's grandmother's concerns. Father is troubled by the situation in the melon field. After a season of hard work, toiling during the day and guarding the fields from mosquitoes at night, do you know what price they offered for the melons today? Just 5 cents a pound. Barely enough to break even. Did they sell? Bai Caicai's grandmother asked, her brow furrowed with worry. It's the weather to blame, her aunt lamented. Since July began, it has rained incessantly, causing melon prices to plummet daily. Bai Caicai's grandmother wore a similarly troubled expression. If we don't sell, what will happen? They'll rot in the fields. Last year's melon prices were decent, but with every family planting melons this spring, the market is flooded, and coupled with this weather, who knows if we can sell the remaining crop? Her grandfather replied in a heavy tone, the pipe in his hand striking the doorstep with a dull thud. Clearly harboring deep frustration. Farmers rely on the whims of nature. Encountering such dreary weather while cultivating melons leaves us helpless. Grandfather, Bai Caicai chimed in. Our teacher mentioned that the summer is bound to be sweltering. Despite the rain now, it could very well be sunny in a couple of days. And when the heat returns, melon prices are likely to rise. Bai Caicai stood by. At that moment she grasped the meaning behind the words of the charcoal seller. Worrying about the low price of charcoal when the weather is cold, while those who cultivate melons hope for increasingly warmer days. As the temperature rises, the melons sell better, and their prices soar. She recalled that in her previous life, after a spell of gloomy rain, a scorching heat wave would follow for over a month, undoubtedly driving up the price of watermelons. One could only hope for such a turn of events. Her uncle entered after a refreshing shower, turning the living room's floor fan to its highest setting, creating a delightful breeze. "Enough of that. Let us eat," he said, bite-sized and brought over the dishes. An old Bai rose to hang his tobacco pipe behind the door. "Look at this child, becoming increasingly unruly. Just the other day, he fell into the pond and still doesn't know how to behave," Bai grandmother grumbled, though she felt quite pleased. Her grandfather had always favored boys, and given her own unappealing disposition in the past, he neither liked nor disliked her, resulting in a rather indifferent relationship. In this new life, she hoped for a positive transformation in their bond. Passing through the bean field, they arrived at the ancient locust tree in front of Gao Fei's house. "Sister, I can skate now," Mao Mao exclaimed, turning around with a smile and rushing towards Bai Caicai. "Be careful," Bai Caicai warned, realizing that the little one had forgotten he was still wearing his skates. Suddenly, Mao Mao lost control. His legs turned inward, propelling him forward with wild, flailing arms, and he lunged towards Bai Caicai. Seeing this, she swiftly opened her arms, embracing the oncoming Mao Mao. With a thud, Bai Caicai landed on the ground. The two of them tumbling together, the force of Mao Mao's momentum causing Bai Caicai to feel a tingling numbness in her backside. "Sister," he chuckled. Mao Mao observed Bai Caicai's disheveled appearance, laughing heartily without a care. Bai Caicai shot him a glare, and the lad, grinning sheepishly, clumsily attempted to rise. However, still clad in his roller skates, he stumbled and ended up kneeling once more against Bai Caicai's leg. Infuriated, Bai Caicai gave Mao Mao a light shove and decisively turned away, leaving him to sit on the ground. "Caicai, Mao Mao, are you all right?" Gao Fei rushed over in a fluster, perpetually a beat behind. "Quickly, take off Mao Mao's roller skates," Bai Caicai gasped, disregarding appearances as she rubbed her sore backside, which was undoubtedly bruised. "Oh," Gao Fei responded, hurriedly unfastening the roller skates from Mao Mao's feet, enabling Bai Caicai to help him sit up. "Sister, does it hurt? Let me massage it for you," Mao Mao grinned, attempting to ingratiate himself. "I'm off to find a vehicle," Gao Fei announced. "I'm going to my grandfather's house for a meal." After a while, Gao Fei finally exclaimed something, turned, shut the door, and dashed away. Bai Caicai found amusement in his almost frantic demeanor. It seemed that since his fall into the water today, he had grown hesitant to face her. Hand in hand with Mao Mao, they strolled homeward, with Mao Mao chattering incessantly about his escapades at Gao Fei's residence. The transformers at Gao Fei's house are so large, unlike the tiny ones at mine. Mao Mao gestured animatedly. "All right, in the future, sister will buy you a bigger one." At Gao Fei's, there's a fishing game. I played for quite a while before managing to catch two. Gao Fei said, "The more you play, the better you get." Implied within those words is a desire to acquire. Otherwise, how could one indulge in the possessions of others so freely? "Very well, henceforth, dear sister shall procure for you as well." Bai Caicai, ever amenable, observed as Mao Mao, mimicking the act of brandishing a firearm, exclaimed, "Does this require purchase too?" Bai Caicai raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Is it not for sale?" Mao Mao continued to count on his fingers. "There's more at Gao Fei's." "Have you no end to your prattling?" Bai Caicai exclaimed, hands firmly planted on her hips. "Indeed. Children possess an innate ability to exploit opportunities without anyone's instruction." With a mischievous grin, Mao Mao, sensing his sister's irritation, stuck out his tongue and made a face before dashing away, calling out as he entered the house, "Grandma, I'm hungry." This rascal had been so engrossed in play at Gao Fei's that he had seemingly forgotten his hunger, Bai Caicai thought, rolling her eyes. Chapter 4. The worrisome Bai Shuwu. Upon entering, Mao Mao was already nestled beside Grandma Bai, eagerly gnawing on a piece of meat from a bone. "Come, Caicai. Sit next to grandfather," beckoned Grandpa Bai. Bai Caicai stood momentarily astonished. Although the Bai family was merely a rural household in Wufeng Village, Baoling Town, they adhered to numerous antiquated customs. many of which had been passed down from their great-grandfather. In the Republican era, he had apprenticed under a master stonecutter, where the bond between teacher and student was of utmost significance, embodying the adage that one day as a teacher equates to a lifetime as a father, emphasizing respect and reverence for one's mentor. The master stonemason yearned for a worthy successor, and thus spent his days observing the young scions of the Bai family. Whomever he deemed promising became his constant companion, for he often asserted that a master should not only impart technical skills but also the principles of integrity and humanity. At that time, he had set his sights on Grandpa Bai, much to the envy of his brothers, and naturally, Grandpa Bai became the master's apprentice. During meals, he stood beside the master, primarily to assist him, yet this position was regarded as the highest honor among the younger generation of the Bai family, filling Grandpa Bai with immense pride. One of Grandpa Bai's most cherished memories was when, during the founding of the nation, he accompanied Grandpa Bai Tai and the master stonemason to carve stone sculptures at Tiananmen. The opportunity to visit Beijing and Tiananmen was a sensational event in the then quaint village of Wufeng, becoming a topic of lively discussion for a long time. In due course, both the master stonemason and Grandpa Bai Tai passed away, and Grandpa Bai felt a pressing obligation to pass on his stone carving skills. However, his brothers showed little interest, and the younger generation, apart from the eldest cousin, lacked patience and resilience. Consequently, Grandpa Bai took the eldest cousin under his wing, teaching him through both words and actions, with the eldest cousin occupying the honored position beside him. Yet, last year, upon the eldest cousin's enlistment, that coveted spot became vacant. The second cousin, seeking amusement, attempted to claim the seat, but was met with Grandpa Bai's stern reprimand, leaving him in a state of frustration. Thus, the Bai family was well aware that those fortunate enough to sit beside Grandpa Bai during mealtime had certainly earned his approval. In her previous life, Bai Caicai had never occupied that esteemed position, which had always been reserved for her elder cousin. "Silly girl, come sit next to Grandpa. Today, you saved Mau Mau. And Grandpa will remember this deed," Auntie Bai remarked, gently patting Bai Caicai's head. "Caicai is commendable. She understands the rules," her uncle added with praise. Meanwhile, Grandma busily served meatballs into the bowls of Caicai and Mau Mau, occasionally reaching out to touch their foreheads, expressing her concern. "I have been so worried these past few days. One moment you tumble down the stairs, the next you fall into the pond. You must give Grandma some peace of mind, otherwise, I might just end up with a heart condition." "Oh, come on. The bad omens don't seem to affect the good ones," Bai Caicai quickly retorted, waving her hands dismissively. "This girl is even more superstitious than I am," Grandma chuckled merrily. "Caicai is merely showing her concern for you," Auntie Bai added with a smile. "By the way, where is Shuawu? We haven't seen him around lately. If he can't focus on his studies, he might as well stay home and learn some farming. Nowadays, the younger generation cannot simply do as they please. If a father cannot manage his son, then I fear you have wasted your years," Grandpa Bai declared, rapping the table as he glanced disapprovingly at the empty seat. Shuwu, the subject of his discourse, was Bai Caicai's second cousin, Bai Shuwu. It is indeed quite lamentable when discussing the Bai surname. Despite the noble intentions behind the name Shuewu, it invariably becomes synonymous with futility when associated with Bai. Father. That lad Shuewu is born under the sign of the monkey. He cannot be easily restrained. Moreover, we have already entered the 1990s. What young man can contentedly remain at home to till the fields? Gao Fei's uncle has opened a skating rink in town and set up several billiard tables, inviting a few youngsters from the village to help manage the place. Shuewu merely tags along to broaden his horizons. Aunt remarked, "What is the point of being a temporary worker? It lacks the stability of a formal position." I refused to partake. Just then, as if summoned by fate, Bai Shuewu appeared from nowhere, rushing to the table, his hands unwashed, and directly snatched a meatball to toss into his mouth. Grandfather Bai, already disinclined towards his cousin Bai Caicai, was infuriated to witness such a lack of decorum from Shuewu. He seized his smoking pipe and rapped it against Shuewu's head. At 16, Bai Shuewu was of average height with slightly long hair, exuding an air of restlessness. complemented by a cheeky grin reminiscent of the local ruffians. Now, with his hands clasped in a mock gesture of supplication, he pleaded, "Grandfather, please temper your ire. If you must strike, do not wield that smoking pipe. It is far more precious than my head, worth 300 yuan. Should you crack my skull? It would be of little consequence, but should you harm that pipe, it would be a considerable loss." Recently, a collector of antiques from the countryside had offered 300 yuan for that very smoking pipe, yet Grandfather Bai steadfastly refused to part with it, claiming it was a treasured heirloom passed down from the stone mason and intended to be cherished for generations. However, in a past life, due to Grandmother Bai's sudden stroke, that smoking pipe was ultimately sold. Bai Caicai, observing from the side, couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that Bai Shuewu's head was deemed less valuable than 300 yuan. Grandfather Bai, with a mix of irritation and amusement, gazed at the child and said, "You, young one, always with your mouth running. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner." Grandmother Bai, chuckling, gave Bai Shuewu a gentle shove. Prompted by his grandmother's push, Bai Shuewu dashed into the kitchen, fetched a bowl of rice, and squeezed himself beside Bai Caicai. "What great deed have you accomplished today, Caicai, to find yourself seated next to grandfather?" he teased, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Bai Caicai ignored him, focusing on her meal. Meanwhile, Mao Mao raised his hand as if in class and declared, "I fell into the pond today, and my sister saved me. Grandfather said I should be credited for it." "You rascal, how could you be so mischievous? I told you not to go near the pond," Bai Shuewu admonished Mao Mao. "It wasn't my fault. It was Gao Fei who pushed me," Mao Mao complained. Bai Caicai kicked him under the table and shot him a glare. This boy, so oblivious to gratitude, had been invited by Gao Fei to play with so many things, yet he showed no appreciation. "You little scoundrel, how dare you push my brother? Tomorrow, I shall strike him with a brick," Bai Shuewu declared. Before his words could settle, a sharp rap from Grandfather Bai's pipe silenced him. "You little rascal, who do you wish to strike? Always calling for violence. At this rate, if you continue this reckless behavior for a few more years, you'll surely bring misfortune upon this family. There's no discussion. Tomorrow, your father will take you to visit your uncle. If you have nothing better to do, you might as well follow him around and learn about sales. Even if there's no profit, it's better than wandering aimlessly. Please, I know what my uncle does. He spends all his time sweet-talking people to sell a few saplings or fruits. I want to do it," Bai Shuewu pouted. "You just wait." Grandfather Bai, exasperated, set down his chopsticks. "Practice martial arts, but do not provoke your grandfather's ire," urged one of the aunts hastily. "Is that true? I have never heard of it," inquired the uncle. In the early 1990s, although economic reforms had progressed to a certain extent, urban residency permits still held considerable allure for those from rural backgrounds. It is indeed true. I have reliable information. If not, why not ask the second uncle? He maintains a good relationship with Uncle Lee from the town police station. This policy regarding the transfer of residency was indeed existent in my previous life, and many from Wufeng village availed themselves of it. However, it appeared that the Bai family did not participate, primarily due to the unfortunate events surrounding the passing of Mao Mao and the stroke suffered by Grandmother Bai. To cover Grandmother Bai's medical expenses, both the Kai family and the uncle's family not only depleted their meager savings, but also accrued significant debts. At that time, the family in the best financial standing was ostensibly the third uncle's. Yet, the third uncle and aunt contributed only a token amount, choosing to disengage thereafter. As the third aunt put it, the Bai family estate was to be inherited by the eldest son, while the responsibilities at Grandfather Bai's horticultural establishment were shouldered by the second son. The third family had nothing to gain from the situation. Additionally, Grandmother Bai's sudden stroke was precipitated by a quarrel with Caicai's mother. Consequently, the third family chose to abstain from involvement, which nearly drove Grandfather Bai to the brink of apoplexy. Caicai's third uncle operated an office supply store in the city, with the capital for this venture being the entirety of Grandfather Bai's life savings. As a stonemason, Grandfather Bai not only contributed labor to the establishment, but was also renowned in the surrounding villages for carving tombstones for various families, thus accumulating a fair amount of savings over the years. At the time of the division of the family estate, Elder Bai inherited the ancestral residence in the family business, while Caicai's father, having supported grandfather Bai, received nothing. Meanwhile, Bai's third uncle, being quite resourceful, was financially aided by grandfather Bai to establish a shop in the city. Grandfather Bai invested the most in this venture, having agreed that both uncle and Caicai's father would each hold a 20% stake. However, as the years passed and financial assessments were made at year's end, the shop consistently reported losses. Consequently, neither uncle nor Caicai's father received any profits. Instead, they were compelled to contribute funds to cover the deficits. In truth, everyone was well aware of the underlying issues concerning the third uncle and his wife. Eventually, both uncle and Caicai's father decided to relinquish their shares entirely. With the current state of affairs, finding employment in the city has become increasingly challenging. My parents have mentioned that many factories are struggling to sustain operations and may even be forced to sell, leaving workers to fend for themselves. Caicai, biting her chopsticks, expressed her belief that rather than assisting second brother in relocating his household registration, it would be wiser for uncle to secure a residential plot of land near the Water Buffalo Ridge. Although the development of the Woofing Mountain Scenic Area will take several years, the provincial road is set to be rerouted next year, conveniently passing through Water Buffalo Ridge. This rerouting will undoubtedly highlight the advantages of Woofing Mountain. What do you know, little girl? Bai Wu retorted, somewhat irritably. Little girl? You're only 5 years older than I am. She shot back. Besides, if you want to understand this matter, just ask my father to calculate how many people at the horticultural farm are receiving basic living allowances. Our family can't even afford to make ends meet. Indeed, Caicai's point is valid. This matter requires careful consideration, grandfather Bai acknowledged with a nod. I suggest that uncle transform the sandy area near Water Buffalo Ridge into residential land. Subsequently, he could establish a quaint farmhouse restaurant, providing a resting place for passing drivers to park and dine. Initially, let cousin heir oversee the establishment. Once profits are accrued, he can then learn to drive, thereby acquiring a valuable skill. Bai Caicai interjected. With a chuckle, Bai Wu clutched his abdomen. You crack me up. What driver would ever stop there for a meal? No investigation, no right to speak, Bai Caicai retorted, glaring at him. So, what have you investigated? Uncle Bai joined the banter. I heard from our teacher that the provincial road is set to be rerouted, passing right in front of Water Buffalo Ridge. Bai Caicai replied. Now is the perfect time to act before the news spreads. A small investment could yield great returns. Once the announcement is made, it will be nigh impossible to convert that land into residential plots without substantial expenditure or assistance. Chapter 5. The Chicken Keeper is a major issue. Caicai's words captured the attention of grandfather Bai. Indeed, the village head had mentioned it before, treating them to a lavish meal in town and even purchasing several stone carvings from their family as gifts. Uncle Bai slapped his forehead in realization. However, no further news had emerged regarding the matter. Could it truly be that a road is to be constructed? Or perhaps the provincial road? Grandfather Bai rhythmically tapped his smoking pipe, pondering the uncertainty. Caicai, which teacher shared this with you? Have your mother inquire further in a few days. Uncle Bai suggested to Bai Caicai. This matter remains elusive. I have not seen which teacher it was. I merely overheard someone making a phone call regarding this issue while passing by the office. The conversation indicated that a decision has been largely made. Yet the road construction is postponed until next year, and for now, the details are withheld. Bai Caicai blinked innocently, employing various tactics to dissuade Grandpa Bai and Uncle from probing into the source of her information. Upon hearing Bai Caicai's words, Grandpa Bai found some credence in them. If the local teachers had indeed been discussing this matter, it would be impossible for there to be no whispers in the town. Brother, what do you think about this? Grandpa Bai sought Uncle Bai's opinion. Perhaps, father, I could take some time to gather some materials and consult the village chief, Uncle Bai suggested, showing signs of interest. However, they needed a plausible reason for the land acquisition. Simply stating it was for housing wouldn't suffice. Who would reside in such a remote area? Proposing a small poultry farm for raising chickens seemed more appropriate, especially since a thicket lay behind it. Bai Caicai chimed in with her idea. Indeed. That is a splendid notion. It is worth exploring, Uncle Bai responded with excitement, while Aunt Bai murmured, what if the provincial road is not constructed? Wouldn't that amount to a waste of money? If the provincial road is indeed not built, then raising chickens is a viable option. After all, that land can only yield sweet potatoes at best, Uncle Bai remarked, somewhat impatiently, as he found his wife's concerns overly cautious. Let it be known that I shall not be responsible for the chicken farming. Bai Shuwu immediately protested, fearing that he might be burdened with the task of raising chickens, which would make him a mere poultry keeper. At this thought, he glared at Bai Caicai with resentment, blaming her for this predicament. Raising chickens has become a lucrative venture. Homegrown eggs are priced at 1 yuan apiece, while home-reared chickens fetch between 20 to 30 yuan per pound. In larger cities, the prices are even steeper. Bai Caicai curled her lips, noting that the figures she mentioned were not reflective of current market values, but rather those projected a decade or so into the future. Surely you jest. Am I so naive as to not comprehend basic arithmetic? I've heard that in our town, eggs are merely 7 or 8 jiao each, and chicken is priced over 2 yuan per pound, Bai Shuwu exclaimed. Just because it's not the case now does not mean it won't be in the future. The profession of a chicken farmer holds great promise, Bai Caicai asserted, swaying her head with conviction, much to Bai Shuwu's chagrin, who was grinding his teeth in frustration. With a cheerful demeanor, he set his bowl down and, having eaten his fill, took a seat on a bamboo chair with a glass of plain water. Listening to the adults engage in conversation, Mao Mao nestled beside her, extolling the virtues of the round dumplings they had that day, expressing a desire to indulge in them daily. This is a treat from Grandma to ease your worries. Such delights cannot be had every day. If you want to savor delicious food, you must earn your own money, Bai Caicai remarked, playfully patting his round belly, which resembled the melons cultivated by their uncle. Indeed. Mao Mao nodded vigorously, casting his gaze towards the corner of the hall where several watermelons were piled, his craving intensifying. Sister, I want to eat watermelon. No way. If you eat watermelon now, you'll wet the bed tonight, Bai Caicai warned with a stern glare. Oh, Mao Mao replied reluctantly, elongating his response. At that moment, the clock in the hall chimed 8, signaling the late hour. It's time to wash up and go to bed. Caicai, I've already prepared the water for you in the kitchen. You and your second brother can fetch more from the well, Grandmother Bai instructed, waving her hand. I want to watch television, Mao Mao protested. How dull that old television is. You should take a trip to the town. Everyone has switched to large color TVs. Bai Shuwu murmured, draping a towel over his shoulder and pulling Mao Mao along into the yard. The Bai family's television was still black and white, having served them for several years. He pondered whether he might devise a way to earn some money to replace it with a color model for his grandparents. This lad would not begin his studies until the second half of the year, thus he was free from the pressures of summer homework. Bai Caicai took the book handed to her and discovered it was indeed her summer homework notebook. As expected, it was pristine, devoid of any markings. She realized that during her earlier years of schooling, she had been quite careless, but it was only after Mao Mao's incident that she had begun to take her studies seriously. No matter, this is nothing, I will write it now, Bai Caicai proclaimed as she took the notebook, turned on the desk lamp, and began to diligently write. At first, she struggled to recall certain formulas and had to look them up, which slowed her down. However, as she found her rhythm, her pen danced gracefully across the pages. Caicai, why aren't you asleep yet? My grandma's head peeked in from outside. With a smile, she remarked, you silly girl, cramming at the last minute. It's time to rest. You've been feeling dizzy these past few days. Your mother won't mind if you don't finish everything. It's all right, Grandma. I must complete this. Bai Caicai replied, and before long, she had finished her work. After tidying up a few personal items and placing them in her backpack, she finally lay down to sleep. Mao Mao, nestled on the small bed beside her, was already snoring softly. Once the light was extinguished, darkness enveloped the room, yet Caicai found herself unable to drift off. It was still not yet 10 o'clock, far too early for someone like her, who typically stayed awake past midnight. Lying in bed, she tossed and turned, contemplating whether her rebirth was genuine or merely a figment of her imagination. Alternatively, if she truly had been reborn, what fate awaited the Bai family? At the very least, the destinies of Mao Mao and Grandma Bai had already shifted, leaving her thoughts in a tumult of confusion. Just as she was lost in this reverie, she was startled awake by a cacophony of barking dogs and the distant roar of motorcycles. Was Brother Ping Jian asleep? There were voices calling from outside the yard. Ping Jian was Bai Caicai's elder uncle, Bai Ping Jian. Who is there? Oh, it's Guiqing. Is there something you need? Have you found your vehicle? The gate creaked open. It's nothing. I was just passing by and noticed your light was on, so I thought to greet you. I did find my vehicle. Thanks to your Caicai. If he hadn't spotted someone dragging a car towards Woofing Mountain, I might still be searching for it. The speaker was Gao Fei's father, Gao Guiqing. Oh, I hadn't heard Caicai mention anything about it, Uncle Bai replied, his voice tinged with curiosity. Ah, this is quite a significant matter. Uncle Bai remarked. It's just a coincidence, really. But do refrain from spreading the word that Caicai provided the lead. If any culprits slip through the cracks, it might cause trouble for him. Grandma Bai cautioned from the side. Understood, came Gao Guiqing's voice before the gate creaked shut once more. Don't worry, Mom. Tomorrow I'll take Caicai and the others to town. Even if word gets out, they won't be able to trace it back to Caicai, Uncle Bai assured her. After a flurry of noise, the village returned to its serene state. Tomorrow, she would reunite with her parents, and from now on, they would all be together, Bai Caicai mused, gradually drifting off to sleep. A new book requires everyone's support. Click, recommend, and collect. Chapter 6, Father and Mother Ballingtown boasts a history of over 800 years. Legend has it that Zhu Yuanzhang, before his rise to prominence, once sought meals here. Thus, at the end of Ballingtown, there stands a renowned beggar's temple where the town's Shigong resides. And the staff dormitory of the horticultural facility is located to the east of this temple. Early in the morning, Uncle Bai, accompanied by Bai Caicai and Mao Mao, hurried towards Ballingtown on a village's tricycle. The incident of capturing the car theft gang had spread by dawn, and the passengers were abuzz with discussions about it. Bai Caicai secretly delighted in the fact that she had played a part in this. Oh, Mao Mao has indeed settled down. Ha ha, Mao. At that moment, a little girl in the same vehicle pointed at Mao Mao and chuckled. Mao Mao shot her a displeased glance, then began to wriggle closer to Caicai, whispering in her ear, Sister, I will be starting school next semester. Please don't call me Mao Mao anymore. Everyone will call me Mao then, which doesn't sound pleasant. The passengers in the vehicle chuckled at the exchange between the siblings. Before long, they arrived in Ballingtown. As everyone disembarked, Uncle Bai took Mao Mao by the hand while Bai Caicai carried a basket of eggs, following closely behind them towards the staff dormitory of the horticultural facility. The dormitory is an old structure, a 4-story building, with its walls adorned by climbing ivy. Bai Caicai's home is on the 3rd floor to the left, along a corridor that houses 4 families side by side. The interconnected rooms of the front and rear, with the kitchen extending into the corridor. The balcony at the back transformed into a small room for Bai Caicai and Mao Mao, while the central room naturally belonged to the parents, and the outer space served as the living and dining area. Clothes were typically hung on the bamboo rods outside for drying, while larger items or quilts were taken to the platform on the 4th floor, where every household had erected their own drying racks. A sudden thought struck Caicai, her face turning pale as dread filled her mind. Was it possible that with a mere flutter of her butterfly wings, Mao Mao had come to life, while her father faced misfortune? Upon hearing Aunt Wang's words, Mao Mao burst into tears. Aunt Wang, in her frankness, had unintentionally alarmed the child. For Mao Mao's father had merely suffered a leg injury, a minor mishap, and her overly dramatic tone had frightened the little one. At that moment, Aunt Shou from room 203, who was busy with her rice, leaned out to observe the commotion. Do not panic, do not panic. It is entirely my fault for speaking so carelessly. There is nothing serious, just a leg injury. Aunt Wang's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, realizing her words may have been too severe. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Cai Cai's home was the first on the left. At this moment, Zhou Ping was crouched by the door, plucking leaves. Mother, Caicai called out cautiously, her voice tinged with tension. Zhou Ping, dressed in a knitted short-sleeved top and loose pants, with simple plastic sandals on her feet, appeared remarkably unadorned, yet refreshingly bright. In those days, her mother's demeanor was always cheerful, exhibiting a certain practicality, unlike the mother remembered later, whose smile carried a hint of bitterness. Bai Caicai tugged at Zhou Ping's sleeve, leaning against her side, her body twisting like spun sugar. "Elder brother is here, quickly. Let us go inside." Inside, Bai Pinkong hopped in on one leg. "Pinkong, your family, no need for formality," he said as Bai Dabai hurriedly assisted him. And the two settled at the small square table in the hall. "Father, Aunt Wang said you had an accident. It startled me." Mao Mao joyfully bounded to Bai Pinkong's side, lifting her small face to complain. Bai Pinkong lightly patted Mao Mao's head, saying, "You little rascal, already crying?" Mao Mao's concern for her father was evident. She was merely worried. Yet Bai Caicai stood at the door, persistently tugging at Zhou Ping's hem. At that moment, she poked her head into the room to defend Mao Mao. "How can you speak like that? Is that how you talk to father?" Zhou Ping shot a glare at Caicai. Bai Caicai grinned mischievously, squatting down to help Zhou Ping wash vegetables, her tiny form intentionally pressing against Zhou Ping, creating an air of intimacy. "Yesterday, Caicai saved Mao Mao." Bai Dabai began, recounting the entire incident. Although time had passed, Zhou Ping's face still paled in fear as she pulled Mao Mao and Caicai before her, examining them closely, while Bai Pinkong hopped over, affectionately ruffling their hair. At this thought, Bai Caicai's eyes brimmed with tears, and she stretched her slender arms to embrace her father and mother's waists. "Our family must always be safe and happy together, forever united." MHM. Caicai's sentiments were lost on Mao Mao, but having everyone together was what he cherished, and he nodded vigorously, squeezing into the trio. Zhou Ping, feeling a twinge of melancholy, was at a loss as to why she found herself speaking so tenderly to her daughter, her eyes misting slightly. Only Bai Pinkong, caught in a blend of amusement and exasperation, remarked, all right, there's no harm done." Everyone's eyes looked like those of startled rabbits. "Making a fool of your elder brother." He then playfully tapped Bai Caicai on the head, adding, "Caicai, you've made your father proud." Zhou Ping, with a hint of annoyance, pinched by Dad's waist, retorting, "How can you be so carefree?" "Carefree? I'm merely concerned that your gentle spirit might unleash a flood upon us," Bai Pinkong jested, while Bai Uncle stifled his laughter, his face betraying an inner struggle. Meanwhile, Bai Caicai and Mao Mao laughed heartily, unconcerned. "You're quite the jester." Zhou Ping glared at Bai Pinkong, her words sharp yet her hands tenderly guiding him to sit. Bai Caicai stifled a chuckle, recognizing her mother's tough exterior belied a softer heart. "Nevertheless, I must head to town." "Caicai, I heard from your teacher that the provincial road is set to be rerouted, passing through our water buffalo ridge. I intend to request that the sandy plot there be converted into residential land. I consulted the village chief this morning, and he advised me to inquire at the town office," my uncle explained. "Which teacher mentioned this?" "I wasn't aware of any such plans," Zhou Ping questioned Caicai, who also taught at the town's primary school. Surely she would have heard of it if it were true. As Caicai busied herself sorting eggs, having accidentally broken 3 during the journey, she noted, "I don't know. I overheard a phone conversation outside my office." The fabrications were becoming increasingly seamless. The matter of the detour may indeed hold some truth. Last week, during my visit to the Provincial Agricultural Academy, I overheard discussions regarding the League Group's plans to establish a leisure resort at Water Buffalo Ridge. It seems unlikely that they would venture into such a remote area without a reason related to the proposed detour. After all, who would frequent that desolate place otherwise? Upon hearing his younger brother express similar sentiments, Uncle Bai Pinkong could no longer remain seated. "I shall take my leave. The sooner this matter is resolved, the better. Even if the detour falls through, establishing a small poultry farm could prove beneficial." With urban dwellers becoming increasingly discerning about their food, they now prefer home-raised eggs and chickens. "Indeed," Uncle Bai responded, hastily departing. Bai Caicai was aware that, in later years, the League Group not only developed the Water Buffalo Ridge Leisure Resort, but also collaborated with the county government to enhance the scenic area of Wufing Mountain. It is said that they have connections in the capital. Chapter 7. Mr. Su of the Town After Lunch, by Pinkong, hindered by his leg injury, was confined to the house. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping took Caicai and Mao Mao to visit Granny Hu. Granny Hu was somewhat reclusive and not particularly fond of socializing. After a brief period of awkward silence with Zhou Ping, Caicai, and Mao Mao, the visit grew uncomfortable, and they had no choice but to take their leave. As she stepped outside, Bai Caicai gazed at the somewhat hunched figure of Granny Hu. In her previous life, Granny Hu had lived alone in Baoling Town until her demise. However, shortly after her passing, a man from Hong Kong arrived, revealing to the townsfolk that he was Granny Hu's son. During the Japanese invasion of China, Granny Hu had been separated from her family and subsequently found herself in Baoling Town. This revelation spread throughout the town, particularly because Chen Mingyang, a jeweler from Hong Kong, learned of the townspeople's efforts to arrange Granny Hu's funeral. He generously donated funds to establish a nursing home in her honor, an event that had significant impact at the time. Reflecting on this, Bai Caicai inquired, "Granny Hu, were you called Hu Yuqin? How do you know?" Granny Hu's eyes widened, a hint of confusion mingling with her fading clarity as she fixed her gaze upon Bai Caicai. The name Hu Yuqin had long been abandoned. Now, she was known merely as Hu Xiaodi. Not long ago, when I was in the city with my father, I overheard someone asking about a Hu Yuqin on the bus. They even had a photograph, which seemed to be from her youth. I thought it resembled you a little, Bai Caicai explained. Who was inquiring about me? Granny Hu asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. I don't know, but I heard him mention that his surname was Chun, Bai Caicai replied. Chun. Granny Hu trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Could it be that old man is still alive? Granny Hu, are you all right? Zhou Ping, who was beside her, asked with concern. I'm fine, Caicai. Please tell me, do you know where they are? Granny Hu pressed cautiously. I don't know, Bai Caicai responded. Bai Caicai shook her head and remarked, however, I have heard from others that they seem to be associated with the Hong Kong Chin's Jewelry Company. Did you hear that clearly? Inquired Granny Hu with confirmation. I did hear clearly. That person even mentioned that if anyone has news about Hu Yuqin in the future, they should call or write to the Hong Kong Chin's Jewelry Company. By the way, it seems they also have a branch in Beijing, so going there would suffice. Bai Caicai elaborated. This information is from later generations, but fortunately, the events were widely circulated at the time, coupled with news reports, so she still remembers. All right, thank you. Granny Hu said, gently patting Bai Caicai's head, her expression laden with emotion. Subsequently, Zhou Ping bid farewell to Granny Hu, accompanied by Bai Caicai and Mao Mao. Why have I never heard you mention this before? Zhou Ping asked Bai Caicai on the road. I didn't think of it at the time. When I saw Granny Hu's face just now, it suddenly reminded me of that photograph, which prompted my question, Bai Caicai explained. She hoped that Granny Hu could reunite with her loved ones. Bai Caicai echoed this sentiment, while Mao Mao nodded emphatically. The individual in question was indeed Su Shigong from the town, who made a living by reading fortunes and feng shui. Look at your home. The door faces the window. This is a harmful configuration. This entire building has negative energy, and what about the painting you have hanging in the living room? When did you hang that? The Taoist asked with an expression that suggested he was leading himself to ruin. In the realm of feng shui, it is considered inauspicious to display images of ferocious beasts within the living quarters, particularly that of an eagle with its head facing inward. This configuration creates an internal malevolence that threatens the lives of the family members, suggesting that demise is imminent. I possess a string of ancient coins, known as the 5 Emperors coins, available for merely 20 yuan. If you hang them above your door, tranquility shall reign in your household. Otherwise, tragedy may befall you. Su Shigong, however, was met with skepticism. What nonsense are you spouting? Leave at once. Zhou Ping initially dismissed the warning, but upon hearing such dire predictions, her indignation flared. How could one claim there would be death when her family was thriving? These charlatans would say anything to sell their wares. I am not speaking in vain. Su Shigong protested, but as he turned to face Bai Caicai and Mao Mao, he faltered, his finger trembling towards Mao Mao, momentarily rendered speechless. Feeling uneasy under Su Shigong's gaze, Mao Mao swiftly retreated behind her father, peeking out and exclaiming, What are you staring at? There are no markings on my face. You are deceiving us, Mao Mao declared. Then turned to Bai Caicai, Sister, do I have any marks on my face? Ignore him. You do not. Bai Caicai replied, shaking her head and scrunching her nose. Such practitioners of superstition often engage in theatrics merely as a ruse to swindle money. Oddly enough, based on the principles of physiognomy, this child should have perished yesterday. Yet here she was, thriving. The words you utter are simply distasteful, Su Shigong remarked. How can you speak in such a manner? Zhou Ping interjected furiously. Caicai, take the broom and chase him away. Upon contemplating this, Bai Caicai quietly approached her mother, tugging at the hem of her sleeve, urging her to bend down and softly whispering in her ear, Mother, do not be upset. Let us purchase those 5 emperor coins. After all, yesterday, Mao Mao nearly encountered a mishap, and father has also faced troubles. As he said, it is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. Acquiring them will bring us peace of mind. Zhou Ping pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Firstly, it is not wise to disregard the words of others. And secondly, as Caicai mentioned, securing a sense of reassurance is worthwhile. She handed 20 yuan to the Su Shigong and received the 5 emperor coins from his hands, subsequently hanging them on the doorframe before waving him off. All right, you may go now. Su Shigong, pleased to have completed a transaction, felt a sense of joy, despite finding Mao Mao's facial features rather peculiar. However, the study of physiognomy is profound and vast. How could one expect to know everything? Thus, although a tinge of regret lingered, he departed with a sense of satisfaction, 20 yuan in hand, ready to indulge in a small drink. As Bai Caicai hung the 5 emperor coins on the doorframe, she remarked cheerfully, Mother, regardless of their efficacy, they look quite lovely here, much like wind chimes. The 20 yuan, however, weighed heavily on Zhou Ping's heart. As her husband earned less than 200 yuan a month, she turned away, heading to wash rice. By evening, Uncle Bai arrived, his face beaming with happiness, signaling that the issue regarding the land had been resolved. Thanks to Caicai, yesterday in the village, she provided crucial information about a car theft, leading the town police to apprehend a gang of thieves last night, marking a significant case. Director Liang of the town police station has been contemplating a transfer to the county, yet he has encountered a rival. This successful operation serves as a commendable achievement, enhancing his prospects. When I visited the town government to discuss this matter today, Director Liang was present. Upon learning that I am Caicai's uncle, he spoke a few kind words on her behalf. Additionally, the town is currently encouraging farmers to engage in sideline businesses. When I mentioned my plans for poultry farming, the town granted a subsidy, all of which is attributable to Caicai's influence. She was the one who suggested the idea of raising chickens. Uncle Bai chuckled. Listening to Uncle Bai praise Caicai, Zhou Ping wore a constant smile. What mother wouldn't be delighted when others speak highly of their daughter? Zhou Ping glanced at Caicai, who was assisting Mao Mao with removing fish bones. Previously, she had thought her daughter too reserved, lazy, and stubborn. However, after a few days apart, she realized Caicai possesses a talent for comforting others and showing compassion. The thought of her desire for the family to always be safe and happy together tugged at her heartstrings, revealing how thoughtful her daughter has become. This realization brought Zhou Ping a slight headache. Chapter 8. The housing issue. That night, as Caicai lay in bed, sleep eluded her. She overheard her parents engaged in conversation. Pankong, as we see Caicai growing older, it is no longer suitable for her to share a room with Mao Mao. Shouldn't we suggest to the authorities to allocate us another room? Zhou Ping remarked. It is unfeasible. The old site is 7 or 8 miles from the town. With the second half of the year approaching, and with Mao Mao set to attend school, the distance raises concerns about her safety during commutes. Furthermore, it presents considerable inconvenience for our work as well. Zhou Ping expressed her dissent, asserting that the old site, situated beyond the citrus orchards of the horticultural area, is simply too far. Bai Pinkong remained silent, lost in thought. Bai Caicai reclined in bed, reminiscing about a previous life when the tragic demise of Mao Mao and her grandmother's stroke overshadowed their circumstances. During that time, her parents were understandably preoccupied, leaving them to reside in their modest home until 2 years later when her parents divorced. Her mother then took her to live in a school dormitory, eventually transitioning to a public teaching position in the county, where they were allocated a 2-bedroom unit. In that past existence, She and her mother had continuously dwelled in that residence. However, the dynamics have shifted, and the matter of housing has resurfaced. Bai Caicai pondered that her mother still held an agricultural household registration, which would allow for the approval of a homestead. If the workplace cannot provide a solution, perhaps constructing a home might be a viable alternative. Yet, this consideration inevitably involves financial implications, although they were not destitute. The cost of erecting a house was a daunting prospect. At that moment, Zhou Ping suggested, why not speak with the management? Didn't Aunt Wang's family next door receive a housing allocation at the beginning of the year? It was a spacious 3-bedroom unit. Surely, she should be vacating that property now. Zhou Ping continued, you know, this matter stirred quite a commotion back when the management pressured Aunt Wang to relinquish her home. She put on quite the performance, even moving her bedding to the factory premises. The director could do nothing but endure, especially since Aunt Wang's brother works for a local enterprise, making it unwise for the factory to offend her. Bai Caicai retorted, somewhat exasperated. This is utterly unreasonable. Aunt Wang has given her house to her son and daughter-in-law while occupying another property herself. I have heard that her son has also received a house from the woodworking factory, which is similar to ours, and he rents it out to others for profit. This family occupies 3 residences. It is profoundly unjust. The more Zhou Ping spoke, the angrier she became. Enough now, let us rest. Such situations are commonplace. What can we do if the management does not intervene? Bai Caicai gently advised. Just a moment, I need to finish reviewing Caicai's homework, Zhou Ping replied. Caicai is quite the sloth. Undoubtedly, there will be large patches of blank pages. However, do not speak ill of her today. My elder brother informed me that Caicai tumbled down the stairs at home. You know how mother is. Upon witnessing her suffer, she cannot help but indulge her. Mother specifically instructed my brother to tell me not to scold Caicai any longer, Bai Caicai remarked. Given this, shouldn't you feel relieved? Why the frown? Bai Caicai queried. Puzzled. As her teacher and mother, how could I be unaware of her academic performance? With her grades, it is impossible for her to have completed this work herself. She must have borrowed it from someone else out of fear of my reprimand. Zhou Ping retorted, her expression reflecting disappointment. This simply cannot stand. I must confront her. At such a tender age, she has already learned the art of deceit. My daughter may struggle academically, but she must uphold honesty in her character, Zhou Ping declared, rising from her seat in indignation. Sit down, sit down. What are you doing? It's late at night, and you still want her to do something? Let her rest. And we can inquire tomorrow instead. This is just your temperament, impatient and fiery, always ready to scold. You treat your students so kindly, yet you show such little patience towards Caicai, Bai Caicai murmured in a lowered voice. Caicai couldn't help but stick her tongue out in the shadows, realizing that perhaps she had overstepped, inadvertently raising her mother's suspicions. Had she known, she would have tempered her enthusiasm. Now, she needed to devise a plan for the following day. After much contemplation, she concluded that it was unnecessary to fret. After all, it was her own doing. If in doubt, she could rely on her teacher to test her. Reflecting on her mother's scrutiny, she recognized that her academic performance had indeed improved, which brought her a sense of quiet joy. Caicai was resolute in her decision, reflecting on the matter that mother had previously mentioned regarding Aunt Wang. Bai Caicai concluded that it would be best to devise a plan to have her relocate. Setting aside other considerations, in her past life, their family had endured numerous tribulations, leaving her parents in a state of distress. Yet, she had taken advantage of the proximity of living next door to eavesdrop and subsequently disseminate a multitude of rumors throughout the entire horticultural estate and indeed, the entire Baling town. This only served to exacerbate her parents' already fragile spirits, as she spread tales of how her mother mistreated her mother-in-law, alleging that she had even struck her, resulting in a stroke. In truth, the events had unfolded quite differently. She had been present at the time, and her mother had merely expressed frustration at her mother-in-law for not properly supervising Mao Mao. Beyond that, there had been no physical altercation, for her mother was not of such disposition. The grandmother's stroke was primarily attributable to hypertension and the immense psychological pressure she endured, rendering the entire incident a mere accident. Nonetheless, Aunt Wang's fabrications would inevitably amplify the situation in her narrative. This was, in fact, one of the contributing factors to her parents' swift divorce. In the latter half of her life, her mother bore the heavy burden of psychological distress due to these events, and the thought of it filled Bai Caicai with sorrow, further fueling her indignation towards Aunt Wang. Yet, how to proceed? Contemplating this, Bai Caicai ultimately could conceive no solution, and unbeknownst to her, she drifted into slumber. The following morning, Bai Caicai was awakened by Zhou Ping's persistent nudging. She had listened at the wall for far too long the previous night and had pondered over many matters, likely falling asleep around 2 or 3 in the morning. Although she was awake now, her eyelids felt impossibly heavy. Turning over, clutching her pillow, she pleaded, "Mother, please allow me to sleep a little longer. No more sleeping. I have something to ask you." Zhou Ping's voice carried a hint of annoyance. "Mom, feel free to ask," Bai Caicai mumbled sleepily. Zhou Ping observed her daughter still lost in slumber and was about to rouse her. However, contemplating the hazy state of her mind, she seized the opportunity to inquire, reasoning that in such a state, her responses would be innocent and unguarded. "Tell me, whose homework did you copy?" Zhou Ping whispered. "You're attempting to extract a confession." Bai Pingkong chuckled, watching the exchange between mother and daughter with amusement. Zhou Ping shot him a disapproving glare. "What do you mean copying? I completed it all on my own." Bai Caicai murmured. "You did it all by yourself? Are you certain you're not deceiving your mother?" Zhou Ping questioned, her expression laced with skepticism. "I am not lying. Mother, if you don't believe me, you may quiz me," Bai Caicai replied, turning over and rubbing her eyes as she sat up. Without having brushed her teeth or washed her face, Bai Caicai lazily completed her exam while sprawled on the bed, handing it to Zhou Ping before slipping into her father's oversized slippers and padding off to wash her face. "What do you think?" Bai Pingkong, now resembling a modern-day Li Taiguai with his cane, approached Zhou Ping. "What a curious turn of events. Why has our daughter's academic performance suddenly improved?" Zhou Ping mused, still somewhat bewildered. "Perhaps she has had a moment of enlightenment," Bai Caicai chimed in, peeking her head around the room towards her parents. "Go wash your face," Zhou Ping admonished, casting a stern glance in her direction. Bai Caicai giggled and called out loudly, "Sister, breakfast is ready. Where's Uncle?" Sitting at the dining table. Bai Caicai noticed the absence of her uncle and inquired. Reflecting on the conversation about housing from the previous evening, she added, "Mom, we could also apply for a plot of land in Wufeng Village to build our own house. Having a yard and a garden would surely be more comfortable than living in this city apartment. My father and I are in town. What purpose would we have in the village to build a house? Who would inhabit it? Furthermore, we lack the financial means to construct a dwelling," remarked Zhou Ping. "This is not a matter to be dismissed lightly. The current state of affairs in the market is increasingly dire. Who can predict what will become of my father in the future?" Bai Caicai retorted, pouting slightly. "You, child, are just looking for trouble early in the morning," Zhou Ping said, exasperated, as she set down her bowl and glared at Bai Caicai. "I am not the one causing a fuss. You are. Is there not a plot of land at the foot of Water Buffalo Ridge? That land, even when offered to others for free, remains uncultivated. It becomes waterlogged in the rain and parched in drought. Have you forgotten why elder brother allocated the homestead? Now, while the news of the road alteration has yet to be announced, we ought to convert that plot into a homestead." Bai Pingkong interjected. "Who can ascertain the truth behind the road alteration? You two grown men should not indulge Caicai's fanciful notions." Zhou Ping felt a twinge of worry in her heart. "Well then, at the end of the month, I must make a trip to Shanghai, passing through the provincial capital. I have a classmate in the Provincial Transportation Bureau. I shall inquire with him when the time comes." "That would be prudent. We shall discuss it further once we have concrete information," Zhou Ping nodded. "Father, you are going to Shanghai? Take me with you." Bai Caicai, munching on a pancake, called out, raising her voice upon hearing her father's words. "You impudent girl. It seems you are itching for trouble," Zhou Ping warned, her face stern as she stood up and picked up a bamboo stick. "Mother, as a teacher, you cannot resort to corporal punishment," Bai Caicai exclaimed, clutching a piece of pancake before dashing outside. Chapter 9. Grandmother's illness nibbling on a piece of pancake. Bai Caicai leaned over the railing of the third-floor corridor, contemplating the necessity of accompanying her father to Shanghai, not for any other reason, but for the sake of the old 8 principles. It is now 1991. Although in her previous life Bai Caicai never engaged in stock trading, she was well aware of the legendary tale of Yang Million, whose story was so remarkable. Yang Million initially rose to prominence through government bonds, but his true fortune was made through the investment in vacuum tubes. Bai Caicai is uncertain about the current price of vacuum tubes, but by May or June of 1992, the value had soared to 200 yuan per 100 yuan face value. Missing such an opportunity would be a disservice to her rebirth. However, she pondered how to get to Shanghai and persuade her father to invest in stocks. This required careful consideration. Caicai, what did Su Shigong say at your house yesterday? At that moment, Aunt Wang from next door approached, lowering her voice and speaking mysteriously. Bai Caicai glanced at her, initially suppressing her expression, as she harbored some discontent towards Aunt Wang and preferred to ignore her. By the way, I heard something about your family's feng shui being unfavorable, Aunt Wang inquired again. Observing Aunt Wang's gossiping demeanor, Bai Caicai suddenly recalled that she was quite superstitious. She remembered how, when Aunt Wang's daughter-in-law struggled to conceive, she had sought out fortune tellers and prayed fervently for a child. Curious about how Aunt Wang would interpret Su Shigong's words, Bai Caicai lowered her voice and said, Aunt Wang, I will tell you, but you must not share this with anyone. All right, I won't say a word. I promise, Aunt Wang replied. Su Shigong mentioned that the feng shui of our apartment building is poor, claiming that the door faces the window, creating a harmful alignment, known as sha, which could inflict serious harm or, at the very least, bring misfortune to the household. Bai Caicai stated. Is that true? Aunt Wang inquired. I cannot ascertain the truth of the matter. However, it is what Master Su has proclaimed. Perhaps you could inquire with him. Nevertheless, this information must not be carelessly disseminated. If it were to be spoken of, everyone would be left in disquiet. Bai Caicai remarked. Is that truly the case? I shall go and ask, she continued, pondering aloud. My son and daughter-in-law have been married for almost a year, yet there has been no sign of a child. Aunt Wang muttered to herself as she slung a basket over her arm and descended the stairs. Observing her demeanor, Bai Caicai surmised that she was indeed heading to seek out Master Su, which brought her a sense of secret delight. Caicai, what are you smiling about? Up to some mischief, are you? Came the voice of Grandma Bai from the stairwell. Grandma, what brings you here? Caicai hurriedly trotted over, thinking to herself that Grandma's arrival was fortuitous. She had been contemplating how to coax Grandma into town so she could check her blood pressure. I heard from your uncle that your father has sustained a leg injury, so I brought a hen from our home to nourish him. This time, the chicken feet are reserved for your father to enjoy. One should consume what one needs to restore one's health, Grandma Bai stated, holding a plump hen that glistened with a golden sheen on its surface. Mother, why have you come all this way? Zhou Ping inquired as she emerged upon hearing the voices. I heard from Ping Jian that Ping Kong has hurt his leg, so I brought a chicken. This weather is too warm to keep it for long, Grandma Bai replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. Bai Caicai quickly fetched a towel to assist Grandma Bai, while the little one, Mao Mao, took up a fan and stood behind her, fanning her gently. Grandma Bai chuckled, her eyes crinkling with joy. Mother, this hen is meant for laying eggs, Bai Ping Kong remarked. We have over a dozen at home. Slaughtering one is inconsequential, Grandma Bai replied. Mother, please take a seat for a moment. I will accompany Ping Kong to the town clinic for a medication change, Zhou Ping suggested as they prepared to depart. All right. Take your time. I will start the stove. The chicken needs to be simmered slowly, Grandma Bai gestured dismissively. Grandma, we can start the stove later. Why not join us at the hospital? Bai Caicai interjected. I won't go. There's no reason for me to, Grandma Bai insisted, shaking her head. Grandma, haven't you been feeling dizzy lately? I've heard that could be a sign of high blood pressure. Let's go to the hospital and check it out, Bai Caicai urged. Mother, why didn't you mention this sooner? Zhou Ping said. I'm fine. You just help Mother, Bai Ping quickly added. It's nothing, really, Grandma Bai continued to shake her head, puzzled, as she had never disclosed her dizziness, not even to her husband. So how could Caicai know? Grandma, let's go. Checking your blood pressure is free, Bai Caicai reassured her, as Mau Mau stepped forward to hold Grandma Bai's hand. Ultimately, Grandma Bai could not resist the insistence of Caicai's family, and they all went to the hospital together. Upon measurement, the results were alarming, a high reading of over 180. It would be best for your mother to stay in the hospital for a couple of days for observation, suggested the doctor. Upon hearing this, Grandma Bai adamantly refused, as hospitalization is considered a grave matter in rural areas. In the following days, Grandma Bai stayed at Caicai's home, occupying Caicai's bed, while Caicai and Mau Mau made do with a makeshift sleeping arrangement in their parents' room. Naturally, it was Caicai who accompanied Grandma Bai to monitor her blood pressure daily. Mao Chao, whose family is moving? Bai Caicai inquired. Thank you, Aunt Zhou, Bai Caicai smiled, pulling a piece of candy from her pocket for Chiu and another for Mau Mau, while several other children looked on eagerly. Bai Caicai simply emptied both the pockets, revealing 2 candies given by the doctors at the town hospital. The surrounding children could only display their disappointment. The director patted his chest, assuring that the house would be allocated to the Bai family without issue. However, many others in the community were in need of housing, similarly cramped as the base, and the decision regarding the house's ownership would require a vote. Aunt Zhou declared that her vote would go to their family. Bai Pinkong began calculating the potential votes they might secure, considering that he was the deputy head of the department, making it highly probable they would obtain the house. The couple felt quite pleased. Indeed, the following day, the results of the vote were announced, and the Bai family joyfully acquired the house. At last, Bai Caicai had a private room, and even Mau Mau had one, though his was not truly his own, as he had to relinquish it whenever family members visited. For now, Grandma Bai shared a room with him, yet this arrangement brought him great joy, and he spent the entire day in that room, tinkering away, losing any inclination to go out and play. In the following 2 days, the family busied themselves with organizing their new space, and by the 3rd day, Bai Caicai moved into his very own room. With adequate housing secured, Zhou Ping lost interest in the housing matter, while Bai Caicai remained mindful of it. Chapter 10, The Matter of Earning Money. Father, what are you doing? Early in the morning, Bai Caicai squatted beside Bai Pinkong, observing him chisel away at a piece of mountain stone, crafting a miniature bonsai stone. Bai Pinkong, whose leg had nearly healed, was preparing to travel to Shanghai in a few days. A botanical garden there required Chinese ficus, and fortuitously, their horticultural facility had a batch available. The director had instructed him to take this order, prompting him to consider bringing along a few pots of ficus bonsai as gifts, simultaneously promoting the ficus from their garden. Additionally, sculpting a bonsai stone was intended to enhance the aesthetic appeal of the ficus. Father, when are you going to Shanghai? Bai Caicai inquired again. Next Monday. Why? Do you truly wish to accompany me? I will be working, and I have no time to attend to you. Besides, your mother would surely disapprove. Be cautious not to incur her wrath, Bai Pinkong replied, patting her on the head. Father, a few days ago, when I accompanied Grandma to the hospital to check her blood pressure, I overheard people there mentioning that there is a stock market in Shanghai where one can make money. Bai Caicai remarked, her face a picture of curiosity. Bai Pinkong had also heard of the stock market. He often traveled to Shanghai several times a year and had encountered this burgeoning phenomenon. However, he had never contemplated participating himself. You silly girl. Why do you listen to such peculiar things? I have heard that it can indeed be quite profitable, but I am not well versed in it, Bai Pinkong stated. It doesn't require extensive knowledge. It's a form of investment. Of course, the risks are considerable. But since the stock market has only recently begun to take shape and the government encourages such investments, I dare say the risks are not insurmountable. How much money do we have? Perhaps we could try a little. After all, one must not put all their eggs in one basket, Bai Caicai asserted. Observing the widened eyes of Bai Pinkong, she quickly added, It's not just me saying this. The people at the health clinic mentioned it. Oh, he replied. Bai Caicai curled her lips in disdain, then turned and entered the house to accompany her grandmother and Mau Mau. She flipped through the 5th grade textbooks for the upcoming semester, which had once belonged to her older cousin Bai Shiwu. They were still new. The 5th grade material posed no challenge for her, and she merely glanced through it before setting it aside. That evening, her grandmother and Mau Mau retired early, Yet Bai Caicai found herself unable to sleep. She pondered the stock market and contemplated how to persuade her father to accept her views. Thus, she padded barefoot to her parents' room, intent on making another attempt at persuasion. "Zhou Ping, tomorrow, withdraw that 6,000 yuan from the house," Bai Caicai declared. "What for?" Zhou Ping inquired suspiciously. "Nowadays, many people are either venturing into the sea or engaging in business. Relying on this meager salary to attain a modest living is quite difficult. I'm heading to Shanghai the day after tomorrow and wish to stay a few extra days to observe the stock market," he explained. "No way. The stock market is far too unreliable," Zhou Ping countered. "That 6,000 yuan has been saved over 7 or 8 years. If we were to lose it, I would be heartbroken." "Not necessarily. The stock market is just beginning to flourish, and the government is currently providing substantial support. Besides, the economy is heating up. I believe this is an opportune moment," Bai Caicai argued. He added, "As the old saying goes, a horse cannot grow fat without grazing at night, and a person cannot become wealthy without unexpected fortune. We are still young and can take the risk. If you've truly made up your mind, then what more can I say?" Zhou Ping replied. "You are my wife, so of course, I need your agreement on everything," Bai Caicai flattered. Soon after, sounds of murmurs emanated from within the room. 2 days later, Bai Caicai prepared to depart in a vehicle provided by the factory. Bai Caicai's aspiration to travel to Shanghai was dashed beneath her mother's bamboo stick. Thus this fellow earnestly urged his father, repeating his entreaties. "Father, if you are to invest in stocks, you must purchase shares of vacuum electronics. I have heard from others that this stock is on an upward trajectory and is expected to rise until May of next year. Your daughter is quite close to you," remarked the driver, Chen Yu, who was known for his mischievous antics, being the sort that would wreak havoc if left unattended for 3 days. Bai Caicai shot a glare at Bai Caicai, who responded with a light-hearted chuckle and waved goodbye to her father. After Bai Caicai's departure, Zhou Ping intended to continue her studies at the county normal school, preparing for the civil service examination transitioning from private to public institutions later in the year. Upon seeing Bai Caicai in her aunt remarked, "Caicai has a knack for predictions. She always speaks with remarkable accuracy. Today, it is indeed sunny, and watermelons are becoming increasingly popular." With that, she busied herself with the task of slicing the fruit. The melons cultivated by her uncle were grown in sandy soil, yielding a sweet, delectable flavor, making them among the finest in the region. After finishing the watermelon, Bai Caicai felt refreshed, while Mao Mao, beside her, rubbed his stomach and then playfully tugged at the tail of the family's little yellow dog, eliciting a series of barks from the creature. "Ah, Caicai has arrived. I was just about to settle accounts with you," said Bai Shiwewu, who entered carrying an axe on his shoulder. Bai Caicai looked at him and smiled, noticing that in just over 10 days, he had become as dark as coal. She teased him, saying, "Second brother, have you started working in the coal mines? Are you still laughing? It was your idea to have my father establish a homestead at Water Buffalo Ridge. He mentioned that it would eventually be my responsibility to manage it. Now, I find myself there daily, leveling the ground. And I have become the subject of ridicule among the townsfolk," Bai Shiwewu exclaimed in frustration. He set down his axe and picked up a slice of melon, swiftly devouring it until only the rind remained. "Humph, you may be annoyed with me now, but you shall thank me later," Bai Caicai remarked. "That land will become invaluable over time." Glancing towards the hazelnut tree in the courtyard, Grandpa was leisurely smoking his pipe, one hand idly toying with a stone as smooth and white as mutton fat, roughly the size of an egg. "Grandpa, what is that? Is it mutton fat, Jade?" Bai Caicai inquired with curiosity as she approached. "Well, as long as your grandmother remembers to take her medicine, all will be well," replied Bai Caicai. She then fixated on the stone in her grandfather's hand, admiring its natural beauty, and remarked, "This stone is lovely as it is, no need for carving." "Indeed. It shall be yours then," Grandpa said, placing the stone into Bai Caicai's hands while observing her with interest. "Would you like to learn stone carving from your grandfather? To become a master sculptor, one must possess both diligence and talent. The fact that you can recognize the stone's potential suggests you have a gift," he thought to himself, contemplating the idea of passing on his knowledge. "Your second uncle had talent as well, though he lacked focus," Hence, his skills remain mediocre. That sounds wonderful. Bai Caicai responded enthusiastically. Bai Caicai responded with delight, acknowledging the immense value of mastering stone carving. In her previous life, just before her demise, she had worked in a jade shop as a jade carver. However, her skills, learned from her father, were only rudimentary, enabling her to carve only less valuable jade materials. At that time, the shop boasted a top-tier carver whose talents were unparalleled, attracting numerous patrons eager to pay for his exquisite craftsmanship. Now, presented with the opportunity to relearn stone carving, Bai Caicai was determined not to let it slip away. A singular skill could lead to boundless possibilities. In the forthcoming world, possessing a specialized skill would prove more advantageous than anything else. Chapter 11. The peculiar dream that evening, after the Bai family had finished dinner. The adults relaxed in the courtyard while the younger ones huddled indoors, engrossed in watching the television adaptation of The Legend of the Condor Heroes featuring the renowned actress Angela Mao. In her previous life, Bai Caicai had watched this version countless times, and although she regarded it as a classic, the excessive viewing had dulled its charm. Nevertheless, Mao Mao and Bai Shuiwu were captivated by the show, with Mao Mao perched on a small stool, his face nearly glued to the screen. Seeing him in such proximity, Bai Caicai tugged at his collar, pulling him back. Move back a bit. Sitting so close will ruin your eyesight. Mao Mao, thoroughly absorbed in the show, bristled at his sister's interruption and retorted, "Sister, you're so annoying. If you behave, I won't bother you. Now, scoot back a little, or I'll turn off the TV." Bai Caicai threatened. With no choice but to comply for the sake of uninterrupted viewing, Mao Mao reluctantly shifted his small bottom back on the stool, all the while casting a defiant glare at Bai Caicai. Bai Shuiwu chuckled at the side, saying, "Mao Mao, grow up quickly and earn some money. Then you can buy your own color television and no longer need to worry about your sister's supervision." Mao Mao nodded in agreement. Bai Caicai wrinkled her nose and remarked, "A color television? By the time Mao Mao grows up, I reckon a significant portion of youth will be devoted to computers, and watching television will seem a chore. By the way, why didn't Binbin and Xiaonan come this summer?" Bai Caicai inquired of Bai Shuiwu. Binbin and Xiaonan were the children of her uncle, a pair of twins who were 2 years younger than Caicai. Observing his expression, she realized he harbored grievances against her uncle and aunt, so she refrained from further discussion. Her uncle was known for his petty calculations, while her aunt, an accountant at her workplace, extended her talent for numbers into every aspect of their household, resulting in both being rather miserly. However, Bai Shuiwu felt agitated by the mention of his uncle and aunt. After staring at the black and white television for a while, he stood up and declared, "This wretched television is utterly dull. I shall go to Gao Fei's house to watch the colors set." "I want to go too. I want to go too." Mao Mao exclaimed excitedly at the prospect of watching the color television. Bai Shuiwu took Mao Mao's hand and turned to ask Caicai, "Are you coming, Caicai?" In the courtyard, their uncle inquired, "Where are you two headed?" "We're going to Gao Fei's house to watch the color television," Mao Mao replied. After the two departed, their aunt remarked, "To be fair, this black and white television cannot compare to a color one. When will we replace ours?" Indeed, the elders' words hold truth. As the children grow, their needs increase, and they must learn to manage their finances wisely, my grandfather commented. Their aunt muttered, "But when one marries, they also desire a color television. Let us wait to purchase it. If we buy it now, it will soon become outdated. And we will need to acquire a new one," remarked Uncle Bai. Aunt Bai fell silent in response. Bai Caicai understood her intentions. Her words were subtly urging Grandpa to contribute financially. Grandpa Bai typically carved small items for others and had managed to save a little. Yet he intended to reserve that money for his old age. Ignoring the idle chatter from the courtyard outside, Bai Caicai lay on her bed, holding a stone the size of an egg, resembling jade in its smoothness, under the light. As she examined it, she noticed that the stone had a slight yellow hue. And despite Grandpa's assertion that it was not jade, citing discrepancies in texture, density, and strength, she found it increasingly captivating. It was no wonder that renowned jade carvers would exhibit more affection towards a fine piece of jade than their own wives. Indeed, a remarkable stone could cast a spell on anyone. Bai Caicai casually placed the stone beneath her pillow and then got up to tuck in Mao Mao with a blanket. "Sister, When will we be able to watch a big color television at home? Mao Mao inquired, her eyes fluttering open. Soon, probably next year, Bai Caicai replied. If father heeds my advice, by May of next year, once we sell our stocks, we should make a decent profit, making the purchase of a color television entirely feasible. Mao Mao giggled foolishly, then closed her eyes again, soon drifting off into a gentle snore. Caicai, come with me to Water Buffalo Ridge early tomorrow, called by Shui Wu. Peering in from the doorway, Bai Caicai smiled at his face, dark as coal, and replied, What would I do at Water Buffalo Ridge? I sought assistance from several individuals. And when the time comes, you can share the fruits of our labor and contribute by providing some service. Furthermore, it wouldn't hurt to help with the weeding during idle moments. After all, this predicament is largely of your own making. And you ought to compensate for the emotional distress I have endured. Bai Shuwu shot a glare. Very well. Observing Bai Shuwu's exasperated demeanor, Bai Caicai chuckled and nodded. Realizing that within their household, Bai Shuwu was the only one she could truly depend on. Subsequently, Bai Caicai closed the door and lay on her bed. Contemplating her father's trip to Shanghai, she lamented the absence of modern mobile phones. Even if they existed, she couldn't afford one. Otherwise, a simple call would suffice to ascertain the situation. Lost in thought, she unknowingly drifted into slumber, forgetting to turn off the light. In her drowsy state, it seemed as though her grandmother entered the room to switch off the light, and soon, Bai Caicai found herself immersed in an extraordinarily long dream. In this dream, she appeared to be seated in a private academy, where a scholarly figure clad in a long gown was imparting lessons on peculiar subjects, the treasures of jade in the earth, the gathering of celestial energies in humanity, and the symbiotic relationship between jade and human beings, suggesting that jade possesses protective properties while humans nurture jade, thus fostering mutual enhancement. Amidst the cosmic balance, humanity embodies the 5 elements, yet an imbalance among them inevitably leads to calamity. Therefore, to nurture jade, one must first nurture humanity. To nurture humanity, the 5 elements must be in harmony. Only then can spiritual energy flourish, and with the flourishing of spiritual energy, jade will possess its essence. Caicai, wake up. We are heading to Water Buffalo Ridge. Someone vigorously shook Bai Caicai. She opened her eyes, feeling a throbbing headache as if her mind had been overworked. Glancing at the outside world, still shrouded in grayness, she murmured, Second brother, why are we up so early? In the summer, one must act promptly. The evenings and mornings are cooler, yet the scorching midday heat can be unbearable. Rising early, Bai Shuwu tugged at Bai Caicai, lowering his voice in fear of waking the sleeping Mao Mao on the small bed. Bai Caicai responded with a nod, shaking her head as she hoisted a grass hoe. Following Bai Shuwu outside, he pushed a bicycle laden with rice bags filled with melons, a jug of water, and several bags of homemade crispy rice. Before long, they arrived at Water Buffalo Ridge, where the sun had just risen over the mountains, glistening dew adorning the grass by the roadside. A few boys, of similar age to Bai Shuwu, wielding hoes, machetes, and axes, called out to him, eager to commence their work, proclaiming that they would finish by day's end and head to the town for ice skating that evening. At this moment, Bai Caicai sat there, lost in thought. After reflecting upon her dreams from the previous night, they became increasingly vivid. The concept of nurturing jade, the jade cultivator, who could transform rough stones into exquisite jade, was it akin to turning stone into gold? How astonishing! Was it true? What was wrong with you? One of the boys, chopping at a tree stump, noticed Bai Caicai's dazed expression and nudged Bai Shuwu. It's nothing. She just hasn't fully awakened yet. She'll be all right soon, Bai Shuwu reassured. Glancing at Bai Caicai, in response, she made a face at them, brandishing her grass hoe, and began removing the grass clippings alongside them. As noon approached, following days of relentless sun, the grass lay scorched and yellowed, while cicadas chirped relentlessly from the trees. In this sweltering heat, it was impossible to work during midday. After laboring in the fields for a while, Bai Shuwu and the others settled in the shade to enjoy watermelon and engage in lively conversation. As the afternoon approached, Shui Wu and his companions decided to venture into town, where a newly opened dance hall awaited their exploration. The speaker, Lu Jipeng, a resident of the same village and a close friend of Bai Shui Wu, expressed his enthusiasm. However, Shui Wu declined the invitation, citing his obligations imposed by his grandfather and father to complete the cultivation of their land this month, leaving him utterly exhausted and bereft of leisure. Bai Shui Wu sat there, chewing on a blade of grass, casting a disgruntled glare at Bai Caicai, who dozed off nearby. It was her mischief that caused his current predicament. Otherwise, he would be enjoying the vibrant life in town instead of laboring tirelessly each day. With a scowl, he shot her a glance. "Did you sneak out last night?" Despite his irritation towards this troublesome sister, he harbored a certain fondness for her. Seeing her so weary, he inquired with concern, "Did you not sleep well?" "I was not accustomed to the unfamiliar bed, and waking up too early did not help," Bai Caicai mumbled in response. She paid little heed to the dream that had troubled her, likely a result of too many novels she had read in a past life. Thus, a group of them set off, bicycles in tow, leaving Water Buffalo Ridge in a cacophony of laughter and chatter, navigating the ridges of the fields like performers in a circus. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Caicai sat behind Bai Shui Wu, her head bobbing like a chicken pecking for grains. Upon reaching the Bai residence, Bai Shui Wu retrieved melons from his family's stock, ensuring each bicycle bore two. The Bai household was abundant in melons, and the others departed in a jovial spirit. However, Bai Caicai, struggling against the heaviness of her eyelids, waved off Bai Nai's attempts to keep her awake and headed straight for her room, muttering, "I'm not eating anymore. I want to sleep." This girl was utterly exhausted. Grandmother Bai shook her head in puzzlement. Meanwhile, Bai Caicai collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber, awakening to find the sun nearly set. She had slept for a remarkable 4 or 5 hours. As she opened her eyes and gazed out the window, the evening sun painted the sky in hues of crimson, while the tall hazelnut tree appeared to be enveloped in a veil of golden silk under its glow. At that moment, Bai Caicai realized her eyes sparkled with clarity, as if she could discern the intricate veins of the leaves. She felt invigorated, her spirits uplifted, causing her to hum a familiar campus folk song from days gone by. "Ajia, you're awake," Grandmother said. "If you don't get up soon, I shall have to spank you." Just then, the door creaked open, and Mau Mau poked her head in, grinning mischievously. "Humph, if anyone gets spanked, it will be your backside," Bai Caicai retorted playfully, engaging in a light-hearted banter with Mau Mau. "How unfair. It's you who indulged in a lazy sleep, so why should I be punished?" Mau Mau pouted. "Caicai, now that you're awake, hurry up and rise. Don't linger in bed. Wash your face and eat something. You haven't had lunch yet," came Grandmother Bai's voice from outside. Bai Caicai instinctively rubbed her belly, which had begun to rumble with hunger. She leapt out of bed, tidying her pillow and blanket. However, just as she set the pillow in place, she paused, suddenly bewildered. Turning to Mau Mau, she asked, "Mau Mau, did you take the stone I left under my pillow?" "Of course not. Why would I take your stone?" Mau Mau replied, scrunching her little face in confusion. "Then where has it disappeared to?" Bai Caicai murmured, recalling vividly placing it there the previous night. She then walked to the door and called out, "Grandfather, Grandmother, have you seen the stone I left under my pillow?" "Did you not see it? Wasn't it meant for you to keep?" Grandfather sat on the doorstep, tapping his pipe. "No, if you desire stones, your grandfather's house is replete with them. You may seek them yourself," Grandmother shouted, wielding a spatula. "This dream seems rather vivid. Could it be that jade cultivators truly exist?" Bai Caicai scratched her head, then, shuffling in her slippers, went to the well to wash her face. Turning, she noticed her grandfather squatting on the threshold, smoking, and approached him, settling beside him. "Jade cultivation. I am familiar with that. It is also known as jade appreciation. Those who collect jade often possess a certain skill. In the past, some of the 8-banner youths, particularly the old BJ, were quite adept at it," Grandfather Bai remarked. "No, I am not referring to that kind of jade cultivation. I mean a specific profession, the jade cultivator, who can transform raw stones into exquisite jade," Bai Caicai replied. "You must be daydreaming. Transforming raw stones into jade is akin to turning stone into gold. Such wonders do not exist in this world," Grandfather Bai chuckled, gently tapping Bai Caicai on the head with his pipe. "Is there truly none?" Bai Caicai clutched her head in contemplation. "Speaking of jade cultivators, your great-grandfather's master did leave behind a book, which contains some legendary tales about jade cultivators, grandfather Bai added. Is that so? Please bring it to me to read. Bai Caicai exclaimed with excitement. No worries, I can consult the dictionary, she said, cradling the book as she entered the house. For her. While writing in traditional characters posed some challenges, reading them presented no difficulty whatsoever. The title of the book is Nurturing Jade, an Unusual Tale, which narrates the stories of jade cultivators during ancient times, encompassing the Red Mountain, Liangzhu, and Longshan jade culture periods. These jade cultivators belong to a clan engaged in ritualistic practices, primarily using the art of jade nurturing to bring prosperity to their kin. This should be a legendary novel. And combined with the dream from last night, it suddenly felt incredibly real to Bai Caicai. Perhaps she should give it a try, after all. Her studies in stone carving also involve working with stone, merging the two. With this thought, Bai Caicai couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Chapter 13. The Return of Father. In the following days, Bai Caicai became utterly engrossed. She unearthed a dark red pebble from her grandfather's room, no larger than the palm of her hand, which she clutched constantly, reciting incantations under her breath. She refused to part with it during meals or sleep, often standing in a daze. What has happened to this child? Grandmother Bai stood in the courtyard, observing Bai Caicai, who sat beneath a hazel tree, lost in thought, and expressed her concerns to grandfather Bai, who was squatting by the door smoking. It's nothing. She is simply entranced, grandfather Bai replied with a knowing nod. He had not anticipated that his granddaughter would enter such a state during her first foray into stone carving. For artisans to master their craft and achieve excellence, one must possess a fervent obsession. As the saying goes, one cannot thrive without a touch of madness. The fact that Caicai was able to connect with the stone in this manner indicated that she had truly immersed herself in it. What's wrong? Why is she so captivated? Grandmother Bai asked, startled and perplexed. Do you understand? This is a positive sign. Grandfather Bai remarked as he rose and gently pulled Grandmother Bai inside. Come, let us not disturb Caicai. Grandfather Bai glanced at Bai Caicai, a skilled artisan, throughout one's lifetime. It is rare to enter such a frenzied state, yet the creations born from this madness are bound to be masterpieces. How many individuals, in their entire existence, manage to produce even a single exquisite piece? This state is elusive and cannot be sought after. Are you truly all right, old man? Grandma Bai asked, her concern evident as she gazed at Caicai. I assure you, there's nothing to worry about, Grandfather Bai replied. The two then stepped inside the house. While Grandfather and Grandma Bai conversed, Bai Caicai listened, yet the words seemed to drift past her. Her entire being was consumed by the stone nestled in her palm, as if it had become an integral part of her. It is time, Bai Caicai murmured to herself. She then opened her hand, examining the smooth pebble, slightly warm with perspiration. She lifted it towards the sunlight, and under its radiant glow, some areas of the stone appeared remarkably luminous, while others remained dim and somber, streaked with fine veins. Drawing upon the knowledge gleaned from her dream that night, she knew she must employ her stone carving techniques to follow the veins and remove the darker, shadowed sections. Afterward, she would nurture it patiently, allowing the stone to gradually transform into jade. Naturally, this process would not be accomplished in a single day. The ancient tomes spoke of an individual who devoted his entire life to cultivating a single piece of jade. Upon nearing death, he requested his family to bury the jade alongside him in a remote desert. Years later, when his family visited to pay their respects, they discovered a lush oasis flourishing in that barren land, vibrant with verdant grass and crystal-clear waters. Apart from his family, no one recognized this jade cultivator. Yet he had gifted the desert wanderers with a sanctuary of purity. Gazing at the intricate veins upon the stone, Bai Caicai picked up the chisel and mallet prepared beside her and began her meticulous carving. She toiled tirelessly throughout the day and into the night. At dawn, as the sun rose and the dew glistened with ethereal light, Bai Caicai finally set down her tools. In that moment, she had yet to examine the fruits of her labor, but she was suddenly beset by a sharp, stinging pain in her fingers. Upon extending her hands for inspection, she was taken aback. Both hands, including her fingers, were marred with numerous cuts, oozing beads of blood, presenting a rather alarming sight. strangely while immersed in her craft. She had felt no pain whatsoever. Grandmother Kai stood at the door, calling out softly. Having visited Bai Caicai several times that morning, she felt a swell of frustration towards her husband for allowing their granddaughter to engage in such stone carving. What happened? How did you get hurt like this? Upon seeing the state of Caicai's hands, grandmother's expression shifted to one of deep concern. She quickly seized Caicai's arm and led her inside, retrieving some ointment for external wounds from the drawer. Having spent a lifetime working with stone, Grandfather Bai was well acquainted with the inevitable injuries that accompanied such artistry. Hence, the household was always stocked with remedies. However, the multitude of Caicai's injuries was alarming. Her hands were nearly entirely wounded. Ultimately, Grandmother Bai decided to wrap both of her hands in gauze, resembling a pair of boxing gloves. Caicai grimaced in discomfort, despite being bandaged. The pain persisted in sharp waves. She shot a glare at her grandmother and waved her gauze-wrapped hands, protesting against her pity with a semblance of indignation. Caicai, where's the stone you carved? Let grandfather take a look. At that moment, Grandfather Bai entered, holding the hand of Mao Mao. Upon seeing Caicai, Mao Mao dashed over, tugging at sight-sized trousers. Sister, Mom and Dad are here. Ah, when did they arrive? Caicai inquired with delight, her mind immediately drifting to thoughts of the stock market. They arrived last night while you were engrossed in carving stones, so I didn't let them disturb you, Grandfather Bai explained, then, with a hint of anticipation, asked, Where are the stones? He was eager to see what Caicai had created in her frenzied state. They're in the house, Caicai replied. Good, although your technique still needs refinement. And the lines are somewhat jagged and discontinuous, the overall impression is remarkably pleasing. Truly, a commendable effort, Caicai, Grandfather Bai nodded, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Sight-size inaugural stone sculpture could be deemed an extraordinary achievement. While such brilliance might be rare in the future, he was confident that with practice, Caicai would surpass his own accomplishments in stone carving, perhaps even reaching the level of the master stonemasons of yore. You have no idea how sight-size hands have fared with stone carving. How can I explain this to Zhou? From now on, Caicai is prohibited from carving stones. Grandfather Bai declared, just as Grandmother Bai erupted in indignation, glaring fiercely at him. Better make a quick exit, interjected by Shui Wu with a mischievous grin. Caicai, resonating with this sentiment, abandoned thoughts of the stone and scampered off with Bai Shui Wu and Mao Mao. In the courtyard, Zhou Ping was washing clothes by the well, while Bai Dad was busy drawing water. Dad, let me help, Caicai offered. Upon catching sight of the water pump, Mao Mao joyfully raced over, for he held a fondness for it above all else, hanging from the pump's lever as he bobbed up and down. Father, how fares the stock market? Bai Caicai interjected, rudely positioning herself between Bai Pingkong and Zhou Ping. Child, why concern yourself with such matters? Bai Pingkong remarked, clearly wishing to change the subject, while Zhou Ping smiled warmly. Observing their expressions, Bai Caicai surmised that her father's investments in the stock market were likely fruitful. With an exuberant wave of her hand, she insisted, I heard the news myself. I deserve to be informed as well. So, father, tell me, have you invested in vacuum electronics? Bai Pingkong jested. Each 100 yuan in face value is worth 460 yuan. As Bai Caicai mentally calculated, envisioning a peak of 2,200 yuan by next year, nearly fivefold, she sighed inwardly, lamenting the family's limited capital, pondering how much more they could have gained otherwise. I won't eat. Let my sister have it all, Mao Mao protested from the side, his discontent palpable. Caicai, what happened to your hand? Zhou Ping inquired, her gaze fixed on the bandaged, swollen appendage. It's nothing. I merely injured it while carving stone. Bai Caicai quickly replied, concealing her hand behind her back. Injured while carving stone. And is it necessary to wrap it up so? Zhou Ping pressed. No need, mother. Bai Caicai insisted, then nudged Mao Mao's heel with her foot. Mao Mao, let's go find Gao Fei to play. Oh, let us go play then. Mao Mao cheered, dashing ahead. These two children, Zhou Ping murmured, a blend of exasperation and affection in her tone. Chapter 14, The Lottery During Dinner. Bai Caicai sat to one side while Zhou Ping, holding a bowl and spoon, fed her mouthful by mouthful. Bai Caicai felt immensely embarrassed. Yet there was little she could do. Her hands were bandaged, rendering her incapable of wielding chopsticks or holding a bowl. Mao Mao, eating with delight, cast amused glances at his elder sister, while Bai Shuwu exchanged knowing winks with him, remarking that some individuals seemed to become increasingly juvenile as time passed. Caicai, infuriated, glared at them both, yet found herself powerless against their antics, leaving the meal devoid of flavor. After painstakingly consuming half a bowl of rice, she shook her head and declared, "Mother, I am full." With that, she firmly closed her mouth, resolutely refusing to eat any further. Zhou Ping stared at her, questioning, "Are you truly full?" "There will be no late-night snack. I am indeed full." Bai Caicai elongated her words. "Come eat. Today I steamed buns. If Caicai gets hungry in the middle of the night, I will steam another bun for her," Bai Grandma interjected. Bai Caicai sat to one side, watching television while listening to the adults converse. "Dad, during my recent trip to Shanghai, I visited a classmate from the transportation department while passing through the provincial capital. From him, I received definitive news that the provincial road will indeed be rerouted through Water Buffalo Ridge. I plan to apply for a residential plot for the piece of land under Zhou Ping's name at the foot of Water Buffalo Ridge," Bai Ping stated. "Yes, that sounds good. You should consult the village head shortly," replied Bai Grandpa. "Father, Grandpa, since this has been confirmed, we should share this news with the village head and secretary. We cannot focus solely on our own affairs. As the ancients said, it is better to enjoy together than to enjoy alone," Bai Caicai interjected suddenly. She recollected her past life, when the provincial road was rerouted to accommodate the establishment of the Li Group. The county designated the area around Wufeng Village and Shui Nyoling as the Shui Nyoling Development Zone. In an instant, Wufeng Village transformed into a hotspot for investment. However, due to the discrepancy in information, some individuals who were privy to the news took advantage of the situation before it became public, amassing land around Wufeng Mountain and Shui Nyoling. The villagers, unaware of the impending changes and influenced by the current household transfer policies, hastily sold their ancestral properties at meager prices, only to regret their decisions once the news broke. Caicai believed it was prudent to disseminate limited information to alert everyone, ensuring that even those who intended to sell could secure a fair price. Caicai was unperturbed by the possibility of the village chief and secretary discovering this matter. After all, such news would also benefit them, fostering a reciprocal relationship that would ensure their land approvals. Indeed, Caicai speaks wisely. We must not be solely self-serving, nodded Grandpa Bai. After dinner, Grandpa Bai set off with Bai Pingkong to meet with the village chief and secretary. "From now on, you are forbidden from learning stone carving from your grandfather," Zhou Ping lamented, holding Bai Caicai's hand. Her eyes reddened with concern. She had not anticipated the severity of her daughter's hand injury. As she gazed at the scars left by the chisels and tools, resentment towards Grandpa Bai welled up within her. "Mother, this is not Grandpa's fault. It is my passion. Look at how beautifully I carved the stones. Moreover, this time it was primarily due to inexperience. Once I become more skilled, I shall not harm my hands again." Bai Caicai gazed at her mother, instinctively wrapping her arms around her neck. In the past, when her grandfather had neglected her, her mother had harbored a deep resentment towards him. Yet now that he had begun to pay her attention, her mother chastised him for being overly stern. Observing her mother's seemingly unreasonable behavior, Bai Caicai understood that it stemmed from a place of pain and nostalgia for her mother's melancholic past. She could not help but feel grateful for her rebirth. For in this new life, Mao Mao was alive, their grandmother was safe, and her parents shared a harmonious bond. With these blessings, Bai Caicai found contentment. Before long, the time for school arrived once again. Bai Caicai was now in the 5th grade, returning to the familiar classroom, to her previous seat, as if she had crossed into another realm. No, not merely as if, but truly as if she had transcended time. Regarding her elementary school classmates, aside from Gao Fei, who lived in the same village and thus remained in her memory, she could recall little else. After the upheaval at home, she had resolved to strive for excellence. Her grades soaring in that final year, culminating in her admission to the county's prestigious first middle school. Remarkably, she was the sole student from her class to achieve this honor, although others also attended the same school. Bai Caicai had become increasingly withdrawn and solitary due to her family's turmoil, resulting in limited interaction with her peers. Consequently, after several years, she found herself devoid of any recollections of her elementary school companions. Thus, since the commencement of the school year, she adhered to the principle that caution is the mother of wisdom, observing more, listening attentively, and speaking less. A month later, she had seamlessly integrated into her new environment, at which point Bai Caicai began to forge connections with her classmates. Xiao Hua, whose real name is Cheng Xiaoqin, is slender and diminutive, which gives her head an exaggeratedly large appearance. Consequently, everyone affectionately nicknames her Little Bean Sprout. However, Cheng Xiaoqin insists that as a girl, she ought to be called Douhua, or tofu flower. Thus, this moniker gradually supplanted her given name among her classmates, to the point where even her family began to call her Xiao Douhua. Xiao Douhua has a father with a notorious penchant for gambling, who invariably loses, leading to significant financial hardship for the family. Ultimately, Xiao Douhua appeared to have completed only a single year of junior high school before dropping out. Regarding lotteries, during the early 1990s, various locations often hosted such events, with a ticket priced at 2 yuan, offering 7 tiers of prizes, the most coveted being a color television and the least being toothpaste. While many ended up with nothing at all, Bai Caicai nodded, expressing her disinterest in lotteries, yet she found the bustling atmosphere of the crowds engaging, a sight that would become rare after the advent of the sports lottery and welfare lottery. When the bell rang for class dismissal, everyone packed their bags and departed the school in small groups. Xiao Douhua tugged at Bai Caicai as they hurried along, their backpacks bouncing behind them. The lottery venue was situated at the entrance of whose courtyard, where they found throngs of people upon their arrival. Nearby, a few elderly men were engrossed in chess and mahjong beneath the shade of several trees, seemingly unaffected by the excitement surrounding the lottery. Noticing the large crowd, Bai Caicai opted to stand aside and wait, while Xiao Douhua, being petite, swiftly maneuvered her way into the throng. Bai Caicai settled beneath a tree, observing the scene. It had been about 2 months since Granny who had gone to Beijing. The 4 elderly men continued their game of mahjong, chatting amicably as they played. No one could have anticipated that Granny who would finally find her kin. After a century, there would be someone to commemorate her. A person diagonally opposite expressed this sentiment. Bai Caicai, listening intently, felt immense joy upon hearing that Granny who had located her son. 10 years later, when Granny who departed from this world, she would not carry any regrets. However, the voice of the speaker sounded oddly familiar to Bai Caicai. Upon closer inspection, she recognized it was Master Su, who had once assessed the feng shui of her home. At that moment, an old man burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, today is not my lucky day," Master Su remarked. "Strange indeed. I calculated my fortune before playing mahjong, and it appeared I would have a slight gain today. Yet, I have been losing consistently. Could it be that my divination was incorrect? Surely not," he mused, exuding confidence in his abilities, and proceeded to calculate once more. "Old fool, how could I forget? The position of the benefactor is vacant. I must find a benefactor to leverage," he thought, realizing he was depending on a benefactor for his drinking money today. With that thought, Master Su began scanning the room, and, upon spotting Bai Caicai, his gaze fixed upon her. Just as he turned to seek out Xiaodua to leave, he unexpectedly pointed at Caicai and said, "You, young lady, come and stand behind me." "What for?" Bai Caicai stared at him in bewilderment. "You carry good fortune. Stand behind me and lend me your luck. In return, I shall treat you to something delightful," Master Su insisted, urging her on. Left with no choice, Bai Caicai reluctantly stepped behind him. Bang! The plump old man across the table had just played a 6 tube when Master Su called out, as he happened to hold 3 6 tubes in his hand. As he spoke, Master Su grabbed the dice and tossed them to Bai Caicai, saying, "Here, you assist me by rolling the dice." It appears that Master Su has truly set his sights on her. Bai Caicai, holding the dice, nonchalantly tossed them onto the table. Master Su, counting the points, revealed his hand and immediately burst into hearty laughter. "A splendid hand. I've won. Hand over the money. Tonight I shall indulge in some fine spirits." Master Su was brimming with pride. However, standing behind him, Bai Caicai felt a surge of astonishment and a hint of excitement. She mused to herself, could it be that she was akin to a game character who had acquired a stroke of luck? Since she had positioned herself behind Master Su, he had consecutively won 4 rounds, with the final hand being an exceptional stroke of fortune, amassing over 30 coins. This old fellow was indeed on a remarkable winning streak. The rotund elder across the table grumbled. He had initially been winning, but after these rounds, not only had he lost all his winnings, but he had also incurred a loss of several coins. Could it truly be that this young girl has brought you good fortune? He inquired, somewhat begrudgingly. Indeed, Master Su replied, spitting out bits of saliva as he counted the winning bills. How do you know she brings luck? Questioned an elder nearby. An old hand like me, who makes a living from this, would know, wouldn't I? This girl is indeed accompanied by a talisman of fortune, Master Su asserted, convinced that he was destined to win today. Oh, what talisman? Come now, young lady, may I have a look? The plump elder asked Bai Caicai with keen interest. Yet, Bai Caicai was taken aback, pondering over the notion of a talisman of fortune. I don't have one, she replied, shaking her head as she glanced at Master Su. It's in your right pocket, Master Su reminded her. In my right pocket? Bai Caicai patted her pocket and discovered something within, the peanut-shaped pebble she had carved. This stone was her constant companion, nurtured daily. Could it be the reason behind her fortune? She revealed the stone, and the others gathered to observe it closely. Was this pebble truly a magical artifact? The rotund elder expressed skepticism. While the carving was commendable, it still resembled an ordinary river pebble. Indeed, this pebble had endured the relentless flow of water, over time developing a unique aura. Furthermore, the artistry of the carving had beautifully encapsulated its inherent energy. Though the craftsmanship fell slightly short, had it been better, I would have triumphed over you all today, Su Shigong remarked. The elderly gentleman gasped in enlightenment at Su Shigong's words. It was then that Bai Caicai comprehended that the lines she had discerned through her jade nurturing technique were, in fact, lines of fortune. Come here, little girl, stand behind the old man, the stout elder urged, eager for Bai Caicai to enhance his luck. This prompted Su Shigong and the other 2 elders to chide him playfully. If that little girl stands behind you, we won't be coming at all. The stout elder could only sigh in regret. At that moment, Su Shigong produced 4 coins from his pile and placed them in Bai Caicai's hand. Here. This is your share of the winnings. I just calculated, and your fortune today looks promising. Why not try for a prize? You might strike it rich. In high spirits. He imparted this lesson, as he usually charged for his readings. Bai Caicai felt a surge of excitement at Su Shigong's words. Caicai, why aren't you going inside to take a look? At that moment, Xiao Douhua emerged from the crowd, her face alight with excitement. Glancing at the money in Bai Caicai's hand, she playfully exclaimed, Caicai, you have money. Why not let me touch a ticket? The grand prize is a 21-inch color television. All right, Bai Caicai nodded, and then handed 2 yuan to Xiao Douhua, saying, Here, you pick one, and I will pick one as well. It's free money after all. Let us indulge a little. Xiao Douhua enthusiastically nodded, her excitement palpable. The 2 of them then squeezed into the throng, making their way to the prize box. Xiao Douhua paid her 2 yuan and selected a ticket. As she scratched it open, she hurriedly checked the prize, and upon discovering she had won a towel, she jumped for joy, exclaiming, Caicai, Caicai, I won a towel. Well, young one, your luck is quite remarkable, chuckled a few adults nearby with benevolent smiles. I haven't scratched mine yet, Bai Caicai replied, using her nail to reveal her own ticket, which turned out to be the ace of hearts, different from Xiao Douhua's. She then looked up at the prize board. In that moment, she too noticed that the first prize corresponded with her ticket, the ace of hearts. Stunned, she was filled with exuberance. Indeed, Su Shigong's prediction had proven accurate. The rewards were astonishing. Hearing about the television prize, others gathered around, remarking on the little girl's good fortune. Even more curious onlookers surrounded Bai Caicai and Xiao Douhua, leading them to the prize stage. The atmosphere surged to a climax. The staff at the prize booth prepared Bai Caicai's reward, while nearby, someone lit a string of firecrackers, creating a lively ruckus. Caicai, This towel is for you," someone said amidst the jubilant chaos. Xiao Douhua handed the towel she had touched to Bai Caicai, saying, "This is yours since you touched it." Bai Caicai replied, "But that is your money." Xiao Douhua insisted, "Just being able to touch the prize is thrilling enough for me." Bai Caicai mimicked the tone of Su Shigong, saying, "That means you are indulging yourself." Upon hearing that, Xiao Douhua joyfully accepted the towel. Subsequently, everyone made their way towards the dormitory at the horticultural center. Although the color television was still en route, the news spread like wildfire. In the afternoon, Zhou Ping, who had no classes, took leave to care for Mao Mao. The little one had initially been quite excited about school, but soon began to resist attending. It took a stern reprimand from Zhou Ping to persuade him to go. However, for the past couple of days, he had been suffering from a cold and fever. Receiving intravenous treatment at the clinic in the morning and resting at home in the afternoon. At this moment, Zhou Ping was washing vegetables in preparation for dinner. "Teacher Zhou, your Caicai is quite lucky. She won a big color television in the lottery," remarked a tenant passing by on the 4th floor. "You may not know yet, but just wait, the television will arrive shortly." With a smile, the person ascended the stairs. "Mom, is there really a color television?" Mao Mao, with keen ears, rushed out upon hearing the conversation. "No," Zhou Ping replied. Just then, Caicai's cheerful voice echoed, "Mom, come quickly, we have a color television at home." Zhou Ping hurried to the staircase and indeed saw Caicai leading a group of people upwards, with one individual at the forefront cradling a color television. Caicai approached her and recounted the incident of winning the television in a lottery. It was then that Zhou Ping realized it was true. Observing the young man delivering the television and the crowd of onlookers, she promptly took out some money and asked someone to purchase some sunflower seeds, candies, and cigarettes. They all shared the spoils, celebrating their good fortune, and soon dispersed cheerfully. Chapter 16. The old man loses his horse gazing at the television. Bai Caicai pondered why the stone she had carved had become a talisman of good fortune. She was momentarily perplexed, sensing that her journey in nurturing Jade was still a long one. Dinner was shared among three, as Bai Ba was absent. He had gone to the county in recent days to address Zhou Ping's transition from a private to a public teaching position. Zhou Ping's qualifications were certainly sufficient, and her examination results were commendable. However, many matters today do not solely hinge on qualifications or good grades. This year, the quotas for converting private teaching positions to public ones in Ning County were particularly limited, resulting in fierce competition. It seemed one must have connections to navigate this challenge. The Bai family had been farmers for generations. Even Bai grandfather was merely a worker, with no ties to the education committee. However, Bai Sanshu, Bai Pingqi's father-in-law, was a retired official from the education committee. Bai Pingkong considered inquiring with his younger brother and sister-in-law to see if Su Yan, his sister-in-law's father, could lend a hand. After all, Zhou Ping had accumulated 13 years of experience as a private teacher and had previously been recognized as an excellent educator. With a little assistance, securing her official status should not pose a significant obstacle. In regard to this matter, the third brother's family found themselves utterly helpless. His sister-in-law, Su Yan, expressed that her father had retired. Once he had departed, so too had the warmth of relationships. There was simply no way around it. Bai Pingkong understood this predicament, yet inadvertently overheard Su Yan telling the third brother that her father's connections were not to be frivolously employed. They were meant for family. In truth, they had never regarded the Bai family as their own. Not long ago, due to a case involving a car theft ring, the chief of the Baoling Town Police Station successfully ascended to the county bureau. Li Jin, who was originally the deputy chief and directly involved in solving the case, naturally stepped into the role of chief with a promotion in rank. Elated, he invited Bai Ba to share a drink. "How could you be in such a state again?" Bai Ba reeked of alcohol upon entering, and Zhou Ping could not help but chide him. Caicai promptly rose, retrieving tea leaves from the canister to brew a strong cup for her father, then returned to her studies. Bai Ba took a seat on the stool, glancing at Mao Mao, who was fixated on the television, and settled down to watch as well. "Father is drunk," Mao Mao remarked, scrunching his little brow and covering his nose against the stench of alcohol. "Is father really drunk? I recall he wasn't intoxicated on the way here. he seemed quite clear-headed. Yet now, everything appears larger and more colorful, Bai Ba mumbled, blinking vigorously. At that moment, Zhou Ping entered with a towel. Tossing it into Bai Ba's hands while playfully scolding him, "It seems you truly are intoxicated." As Mao Mao grinned widely, he exclaimed, "Dad, it's not that the television has transformed into a larger, colorful version. Rather, we have acquired a grand color television that sister won in a lottery, complete with a large red flower." While speaking, Mao Mao pointed at the red flower adorning the television. "Winning a color television in a lottery, haha. Caicai is quite impressive." Bai Ba approached Bai Caicai and affectionately tousled her short hair in commendation. "Mother, I am aware." Bai Caicai couldn't help but roll her eyes subtly. While Mother was admirable in many aspects, her tendency to adopt a teacher-like demeanor was less than favorable. The dynamics between mother and daughter were inherently different from those between teacher and student. Indeed, Caicai must heed teacher Zhou's guidance. Bai Ba winked at Caicai, laden with teasing intent, which provoked Zhou Ping to give him a few playful jabs, though she herself chuckled. Bai Caicai snickered quietly from the sidelines until teacher Zhou cast her a sharp glance. "Caicai, today teacher Xiao praised you in my presence, saying that your academic performance has improved significantly this semester. However, I reviewed your exam paper and noticed several questions left unanswered. You clearly know how to solve them. So why did you leave them blank?" Zhou Ping produced Bai Caicai's midterm examination paper and pointed to the blank spaces, questioning her. The types of questions in those sections were ones Zhou Ping had previously assigned, and Bai Caicai had handled them with great proficiency. It left Zhou Ping momentarily bewildered. She pondered how, despite her straightforward nature, she had given birth to such a peculiar daughter, a circumstance she had anticipated and sought to prevent. Recalling that morning, she found herself in a rather tempting predicament. If Caicai were to genuinely showcase her true abilities, it could very well lead others to question the authenticity of her achievements. Throughout this summer, Caicai's progress had been nothing short of remarkable, leaving even her mother in a state of disbelief, let alone others. "You little rascal," Zhou Ping sighed, shaking her head as she retreated into the inner bedroom. Caicai continued diligently with her homework. Before long, murmurs of conversation floated from the inner room. Bai Caicai perked up her ears, listening intently as her parents seemed to be discussing the formalization of private teachers. The situation was beyond the control of the third family. Lu Yan's father had already retired, and with his departure, communication had grown sparse. "I think we should arrange for a meeting with teacher Xia tomorrow and have her introduce us to the director of the education committee. We could also present a small token of appreciation," Bai Ping Kong suggested. As for the conversation he inadvertently overheard between Lu Yan and the third child, it would remain unspoken, buried in silence. "It's futile. Teacher Xia has already confided in me. Ever since the policy to transition private teachers to public positions was introduced, the director's home has seen a constant stream of visitors, all presenting red envelopes. Our family simply cannot compete with such affluence, and besides, I cannot bring myself to engage in such practices," Zhou Ping remarked gloomily. "What then shall we do?" Bai Ping Kong muttered. For a moment, silence enveloped the inner room, and even Bai Caicai, in the outer room, could sense the oppressive atmosphere within. "In a past life, due to my grandmother's stroke, my mother was unable to focus on the recent transition of private teachers to formal positions. However, despite her preoccupation, she remained concerned about the matter. The process of transitioning these private teachers became quite tumultuous, primarily due to the scarcity of available positions and an incident involving bribery. Ultimately, the matter escalated to the city level, resulting in several officials from the education committee facing disciplinary actions. Consequently, the approval of the private teachers' formalization remained unresolved until the following year when they were finally recognized alongside a second batch. This second batch was established by the county as a means to quell the controversy, stipulating that any teacher with at least 8 years of service would be granted formal status. My mother seized this opportunity to secure her transition. I, Bai Caicai, believe that my parents need not worry about this situation. However, the uncertainty of future developments loomed over us, and I could not voice this sentiment. Mother, what does Sai Weng Shima mean? Bai Caicai suddenly inquired, raising her voice. The meaning of Sai Wang sure ma is. Zhou Ping quickly stepped in to elucidate the phrase for Caicai. Oh, I understand now. It signifies that a temporary loss should not be overly concerning, as it may ultimately lead to a positive outcome. Once Zhou Ping completed her explanation, Bai Caicai nodded in realization. Nonetheless, she decided it was best to adopt this perspective and let events unfold naturally. Chapter 17. The Madwoman. Before long, winter arrived, and unbeknownst to many, the first snowfall in Ballingtown quietly descended, rustling throughout the night. In the morning, Bai Caicai timidly poked her head out from under the covers. Feeling the piercing cold air invade her nostrils, which prompted a series of involuntary sneezes. Caicai, it's time to get up, Zhou Ping called from outside the door. I'm already awake. Bai Caicai called out towards the door. Then, gritting her teeth, she abruptly sat up, swiftly donning her clothes. As she dressed, her mind wandered. How wonderful it was to rise late, to wake naturally from sleep, to count money until her hands ached. Such were the pursuits of life. What are you muttering about so early in the morning? Stop dawdling. Zhou Ping entered, casting a stern glance at Bai Caicai. Bai Caicai wrinkled her nose at her mother and said, Mama, I'm reciting not cold, not cold. I'm employing this method to hypnotize myself, battling against this frigid weather. Indeed, it's a delightful struggle against nature. As she spoke, she clenched her fists, embodying a spirit of resistance. Zhou Ping could not help but chuckle at her mischievous demeanor, remarking, This little rascal has many quirks. With that, she opened the inner door to rouse Mau Mau from slumber. Mama, I want to sleep more, came Mau Mau's protest from within. Soon after, the sound of slaps echoed. There was no doubt that Bai Yang had been punished. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Ping emerged, holding Mau Mau's hand, who was now sobbing with red eyes and a runny nose. Bai Caicai hurriedly took him aside, and they went outside to wash their faces and brush their teeth by the pond. Caicai, you've put stones in your bed again, Zhou Ping said, brandishing a bag of stones before Bai Caicai with a disapproving glare. Bai Caicai instinctively shrank her neck. Realizing she had been caught, she had forgotten to hide them when getting up. Her mother forbade her from playing with stones. As for the matter of nurturing Jade, Bai Caicai found herself unable to explain it to her mother, thus she could only play in secrecy. With a cheerful laugh, Bai Caicai swiftly tucked the bag of stones into her backpack, then took Mau Mau by the hand and headed out, waving goodbye to her parents, or off to school. With that, the two of them darted away in a flash. Sai Cai's enthusiasm was undeniable, and her father, Bai, could only sigh in resignation. Let her be. She's become a little stone fanatic, with stones as her pillow, more stones weighing down her books, and even a set of stone wind chimes hanging by the window. At this rate, she seems intent on replacing all her belongings with stones. What a fine girl she was, now turned into a stone enthusiast. Zhou Ping frowned disapprovingly. To her, excelling in academics was all that mattered. My father often praises her, suggesting that the stone carving skills of our family might flourish through Sai Cai's hands. Bai Pingkong chuckled as he urged Zhou Ping to sit down for breakfast. It's all your father's doing, one old stone enthusiast and one little stone fanatic. Zhou Ping shot Bai Pingkong a sidelong glance, to which he could only shrug in exasperation. As Bai Caicai and Mau Mau stepped outside, the temperature had dropped further. A night of snowfall had rendered the ground exceedingly slippery. Bai Caicai held Mau Mau's hand, carefully navigating their way. The winter morning streets were desolate, with few people around, amplifying the chill in the air. Suddenly, a series of peculiar cries echoed from afar, drawing nearer. It's the town's madwoman, Mau Mau exclaimed in fright. Retreating behind Bai Caicai and stepping on her heels, Bai Caicai gazed at the deranged woman, clad in a tattered cotton coat. The collar flung open to reveal a generous expanse of flesh beneath. On her feet were a pair of black cotton shoes, with the stuffing protruding and her toes visible. Just observing her made Bai Caicai feel cold, yet the woman appeared utterly unfazed, prancing about, singing merrily, puffs of warm breath escaping her lips intermittently. This madwoman did not linger long in Bai Caicai's memory. It seemed she later perished in a watery grave. Beat the madwoman, beat the madwoman. A group of schoolchildren, spotting the lunatic, hurled stones at her. The woman dodged the flying rocks but slipped and fell to the ground, eliciting peals of laughter from the children, who then scampered away, disregarding her plight. Sitting on the icy ground, the madwoman oscillated between laughter and tears. The surface beneath her, a frigid tableau of ice cubes formed from frozen snowflakes. Bai Caicai, unable to resist, approached and bent down, poised to assist the woman to her feet. Suddenly, the stone from her right pocket clattered to the ground, landing atop the madwoman. Bai Caicai hastily retrieved it, only to notice that the woman's manic laughter had ceased. She sat there, expression softened, her gaze momentarily vacant. "Get up, the ground is cold," Bai Caicai urged, helping the madwoman to rise. She picked up the stone sculpture that had rolled away as the woman stood, placing it back in her pocket. At that moment, the madwoman seemed particularly docile. When Bai Caicai encouraged her to stand, she complied, following Bai Caicai to the roadside without a hint of her earlier antics. Then, with great care, Bai Caicai fastened the buttons of her coat, prompting the woman to emit an endearing, foolish giggle. "You must be Teacher Zhou's daughter. Thank you." Granny Wang, observing Caicai assisting her deranged daughter with her collar, hurriedly expressed her gratitude, but tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks as she muttered, "My unfortunate daughter." She then took the hand of the madwoman and departed. Hearing Granny Wang's words, Bai Caicai felt a pang of sorrow. No family fared well under such circumstances. "Sister, let us hurry. We are going to be late," Mao Mao urged eagerly, prompting Bai Caicai to grasp Mao Mao's hand and dash towards the school. After a light snowfall, the sky cleared. It was Sunday, and Bai Caicai enjoyed a rare indulgence in a leisurely slumber. While she was still in a drowsy state, it seemed that visitors had arrived. She quickly got out of bed, tidied herself, and headed to the living room, only to find the town's Master Su there, accompanied by a portly middle-aged man. "What stone?" Bai Pingkong was conversing with the middle-aged man, his expression reflecting some confusion. The two had come early in the morning bearing gifts, solely to inquire about purchasing a stone. "The one your daughter possesses," Master Su remarked. Noticing Bai Caicai peeking from behind the door, he waved at her. "Is it this stone carving?" Bai Caicai retrieved the piece that Master Su deemed fortuitous. It must be the one he referred to. The middle-aged man glanced at Master Su, who nodded in affirmation, prompting the man to say, "Indeed, it is this one." "Wait, have you encountered any issues recently?" Master Su suddenly inquired of Bai Caicai. "No," she replied, shaking her head. "Strange. The spiritual energy of this stone seems to have diminished significantly." Su Shigong muttered to himself and then inquired, "Have you ever allowed patients or peculiar individuals to come into contact with it?" Bai Caicai was about to shake her head when she suddenly recalled that morning, when she bent down just as the stone was about to fall upon that madwoman. She replied, "Does a madwoman count?" "Ah, in that case, it certainly does." Su Shigong responded, visibly relieved. However, his expression soon shifted to one of regret, lamenting the loss of a fine acupressure stone that had now been rendered useless. The middle-aged man, looking anxious, asked, "Is there any use left in this stone?" "No longer," Su Shigong replied. "Let me think of something else for you." The middle-aged man wore a look of disappointment. The two individuals had arrived and departed in a perplexing manner, prompting Zhou Ping to frown in displeasure. What kind of people are these? Meanwhile, Bai Caicai felt she was beginning to grasp the situation. She had long perceived that the stone sculpture had suddenly lost its sharpness, no longer possessing the fluidity it once had, but had been unable to comprehend the reason. Today, upon hearing Su Shigong's words, it was evident that it was due to the madwoman's influence. Chapter 18. The fate of Bai Shuewu after lunch and completing her homework. Her mother went on a home visit, and her father worked overtime. Mao Mao played football in the yard with some friends from the neighborhood. Bai Caicai, however, was perched on the third-floor railing with the stone sculpture in hand, her gaze fixed on the wildly running Mao Mao, while her thoughts wandered to the stone. She vividly remembered that the madwoman had initially been laughing and crying in a frenzy, only to suddenly become docile, yet somewhat dazed. At that moment, she pondered whether the stone she had carved could somehow cure madness. Upon reflecting on this, Bai Caicai could not help but recall a certain passage in the book on jade cultivation, which mentioned a type of jade known as Kongshoyu. It was said that those who wore this jade consistently could nourish their bodies, promoting health and longevity. There was also a fuyunyu, akin to the stone she had previously carved, believed to enhance one's fortunes and luck. Thus, it seemed conceivable that the stone she was nurturing could indeed have healing properties. However, considering her own efforts had been merely serendipitous, how could she cultivate the illustrious Kongshoyu and Fuyunyu as described in the tome? Sister, sister. At that moment, Mao Mao's voice echoed from downstairs. Bai Caicai glanced down and noticed Mao Mao standing alongside her second cousin, Bai Shuewu. When had he arrived? Caicai, come down. We are going ice skating, Bai Shuewu beckoned. As soon as spring arrived and the chicks were available for sale, they would begin raising chickens. As for dining at a quaint farmhouse, the roads had yet to be constructed, making such discussions premature. I shall not go. I must tend to the house. Please take Mao Mao to play, Bai Caicai replied, her mind wholly absorbed in the art of jade cultivation, especially since she was alone at home and needed to watch over it. Very well, Bai Shuewu conceded, leading Mao Mao away. Once they departed, Bai Caicai resolutely moved a chair to the sunlit area on the third floor, basking in the warm rays. She perused the jade cultivation book, settling her thoughts to diligently search for methods to cultivate Kongshoyu and Fuyunyu. Yet, after reading the entire volume, she encountered discussions of other jades, such as Qingxin Yu and Ling Yu, but failed to uncover the desired cultivation techniques. The sun radiated warmth, enveloping Bai Caicai in a comforting embrace, rendering her somewhat drowsy. Yielding to the allure of slumber, she reclined her head against the chair's back, murmuring to herself that a brief nap would be delightful on such a serene day. However, the sunlight streaming onto her face proved to be rather piercing, prompting Bai Caicai to cleverly open her book cover and shield her eyes. As the sunlight filtered through the pages, she suddenly noticed a hidden compartment within the cover. Startled, she straightened her posture and, retrieving a small pencil-sharpening knife, delicately pried it open. From within, she extracted a thin piece of paper, unfolding it to reveal 2 illustrations, each accompanied by annotations. The upper illustration depicted Kongshoyu, while the lower one illustrated Fuyunyu, collectively referred to as Jade Talismans. With this revelation, Bai Caicai grasped the essence of nurturing jade. It was, in fact, through these talismans that one cultivated it. The previously discovered pebble had naturally formed the patterns of the Fuyunyu talisman due to the river's erosion, thus imparting its fortuitous effects when carved. The simplicity of the matter left her exhilarated, prompting her to leap to her feet and hastily dash indoors in search of her carving tools and stone, eager to create her own piece. At that moment, Anzhou hurriedly ascended from the second floor, inquiring about Bai Caicai's parents. Where are your father and mother? She asked, her tone brisk. My mother went for a home visit, and my father is working overtime in the city. Is there something you need, Anzhou? Bai Caicai replied. I have no urgent matters, but your second cousin is in trouble. He has assaulted the son of that mad woman from town, leaving him with a severe head injury. He has already been taken to the police station. What has become of the youth these days, resorting to such brutal fights? Anzhou murmured, it's quite strange. The madwoman's son has always been timid and avoiding trouble. Whenever others provoked him, he would merely retreat. How is it that he suddenly displayed such reckless courage? Anzhou had witnessed the events unfold firsthand. Had it not been for the madwoman's son retaliating with ferocity, the situation would not have escalated to such extremes. However, Bai Caicai paid no heed to Anzhou's musings. Her mind was a tumult of confusion. In her previous life, Bai Shuewu had been imprisoned for injuring someone during a brawl, but that incident occurred years later, certainly not at this moment. And it had not involved the madwoman's son. Why, then, was everything so convoluted now? Determined to find out, Bai Caicai swiftly locked the door and hurried to the town police station. Upon entering, the first sight that met her eyes was Mao Mao, sitting there in a daze, his expression vacant. Mao Mao, Bai Caicai called out, reaching out to take his hand, but Mao Mao flinched in fear. A pang of sorrow pierced Bai Caicai's heart. Caicai is here. It's all right, Mao Mao, don't be scared. At that moment, Director Li emerged from the interrogation room and upon seeing Caicai, approached her. Uncle Li, is the person seriously injured? Bai Caicai inquired. As long as the injured party was not gravely harmed, Bai Shiwewu's predicament would be less severe. It was then that she noticed Mao Mao was wearing different clothing from when he had left home, evidently having been changed by Uncle Li's directive. "Thank you, Uncle Li," Bai Caicai expressed, leading Mao Mao out. Back at home, Bai Caicai's mind remained clouded. She could not comprehend why events that had unfolded years later were suddenly occurring now. The thought filled her with an unsettling anxiety. Mao Mao sat there quietly, while Bai Caicai, noticing the sky darkening, lit the stove to prepare a meal. She sought Ed's several dishes and steamed a savory egg custard, Mao Mao's favorite. The term autism unexpectedly crossed her mind, stirring a sense of unease within her. She pulled a small stool to sit in front of Mao Mao and fed him bite by bite, to which he cooperatively responded. Though the colorful television nearby displayed his beloved cartoon, and he didn't glance at it even once, Bai Caicai's anxiety deepened. What was troubling Mao Mao at this moment? As Zhou Ping entered, she immediately sensed something was amiss. Typically, Mao Mao would come running joyfully. Was he frightened? Bai Caicai spoke with a quivering voice, her heart racing. Mao Mao had been present when her second cousin had gotten into a fight. That ungrateful child. "Let him be. Let him face his own fate," grumbled the elder uncle as he squatted down, his voice raspy. "Brother, this is not the time for such remarks." Bai Ba interjected, attempting to soothe Zhou Ping. "It's all right. Mao Mao is merely scared. A good sleep will set things right." In the following days, Mao Mao remained in a dazed state, and Zhou Ping took him to see a doctor, but with little effect, which left the family in distress. "Mother," Bai Caicai called out, feeling somewhat wronged. She merely thought that carving a piece of jade talisman, as described in the book, might be beneficial for Mao Mao. "What are you doing? Caicai is still just a child. While your heart is anxious, you cannot take it out on her," came the response. At that moment, Grandpa Bai entered with Bai Pingkong. The situation concerning Bai Shiwewu had caused considerable distress within the family. It was one thing to injure someone and compensate financially. After all, wealth is merely a transient possession, easily regained. However, the gravity of Bai Shiwewu's actions, intentionally causing serious harm, had led to the possibility of imprisonment. If he were to serve time, it could irrevocably tarnish his future. The unexpected turn of events concerning Mao Mao had left both elderly individuals in a state of great anxiety. The stakes were high for two families. Should anything unfortunate happen to Mao Mao, Zhou Ping would likely hold the Bai family accountable for a lifetime, jeopardizing the harmony between the two clans. How could Grandpa Bai not be alarmed by this? Zhou Ping glanced at the old man, remaining silent, as she cradled Mao Mao and began to weep. "In my humble opinion, Mao Mao must have been frightened and is under some form of influence. We should summon Master Su from the town to help dispel this affliction," suggested Grandpa Bai. "Is that truly effective?" Zhou Ping inquired, lifting her gaze. As a teacher, she had never placed faith in such matters, yet it was evident that something was amiss with Mao Mao. The worry of a mother can cloud rational judgment, often leading to desperate measures. "Regardless of its efficacy, we should give it a try," Bai Pingkong remarked. "Very well," Zhou Ping acquiesced with a nod. Bai Pingkong then departed to fetch Master Su. Shortly thereafter, Bai Pingkong returned with Master Su, bringing him before Mao Mao. The master observed Mao Mao, and then turned his attention to Bai Caicai, stating, "Mao Mao's destiny is rather fragile. A mere fright can easily lead to malevolent influences. However, with your daughter present, resolving Mao Mao's predicament should be quite manageable." "What does this have to do with Caicai?" Zhou Ping pondered, baffled. She silently questioned whether Master Su lacked the ability and was merely shifting the responsibility onto Caicai. "Isn't your daughter a practitioner of the Yufu sect? During our last encounter with the sculpted stone, I distinctly sensed the ethereal energy of the Jade Talisman sect," Su Shigong remarked with a look of astonishment. He had heard from his mentor that the mason who once resided with the Bai family was indeed a member of the Jade Talisman sect. Therefore, he found it unsurprising that Bai Caicai had become a successor of the sect. In fact, he had once received guidance from the very mason, making him, in a sense, Bai Caicai's master uncle. However, it appeared that the Bai family was unaware of this connection. Su Shigong's words left the entire Bai family in a state of perplexity. Except for Bai Caicai, who recalled the talisman she discovered in the book, realizing that the jade nurturing skills she had acquired were indeed teachings from the Jade Talisman sect. There are protective jade talismans, Su Shigong stated, but I do not know how to use them. I am only familiar with the longevity talisman and the fortune talisman. Bai Caicai replied, in that case, I shall dispel any malevolent energies, while you can safeguard him with the fortune talisman, and all will be well, Su Shigong suggested. He had heard from his master that the inheritance of the Jade Talisman sect was exceedingly challenging, leading to its eventual decline. With many of its teachings scattered far and wide, Bai Caicai was fortunate to possess the longevity talisman and the fortune talisman. Meanwhile, Grandpa Bai, along with Bai Dad and Bai Mom, listened intently to their exchange, their hearts tumultuous with emotion. Once everything was settled, Mao Mao's demeanor appeared considerably more serene, and he fell into a deep slumber. Bai Caicai then recounted the dream she had that night and the mysterious stone that had vanished, explaining that the stone, resembling mutton fat jade, was the spiritual jade of the Jade Talisman sect, and only with its acknowledgement could one inscribe a talisman. Bai Pingong smacked his thigh in realization. I knew it. In our childhood, the stone mason often placed a stone under our pillows while we slept, only to inquire the next day whether we had felt anything or if the stone was still there. When we revealed the stone, the mason's face would fall in disappointment. And now I understand why. Grandpa Bai nodded in sudden enlightenment. Since the stone mason had come to his home, he had been searching for a successor, leaving Bai puzzled. After all, everyone in the Bai family had learned stone carving. However, it turned out he was seeking a successor for jade talismans. Now that Caicai had taken up this path, it provided closure to the stone mason. Grandpa Bai contemplated taking Caicai to the stone mason's grave to pay respects one day. How can this be? Such a fine girl. And now she is becoming akin to Master Su. I am her teacher. I cannot bear such a disgrace. Zhou Ping frowned, her heart troubled. To her, talismans, fortune, and warding off evil were merely the tricks of charlatans. She was more concerned about the path that Bai Caicai would take. She must not follow in the footsteps of Master Su. A good girl should focus on her studies, find a job, fall in love, marry, and lead a simple, happy life. She had heard that those who dabbled in fortune-telling and geomancy seldom found happiness. Caicai, we must not engage in such charlatanry. Let us steer clear of this, Zhou Ping advised Bai Caicai. After all, she was the stone mason's sole disciple. How could she avoid it? Grandpa Bai furrowed his brow in contemplation. Zhou Ping was about to speak further when Bai Pingong tugged at her sleeve. Aware that the old gentleman had a rather irritable temperament, Zhou Ping, being somewhat impulsive, could easily provoke an unpleasant confrontation, which would lead to discord among all present. Caicai, your mother's words are not entirely unfounded. In the past, your stonemason master never divulged any information regarding the Jade Talisman, and we were all oblivious. It stands to reason that the Jade Talisman must harbor certain taboos. Therefore, this matter must remain strictly between us. No one else can be privy to it. Additionally, remember the words of Master Su earlier. Jade possesses the virtues of a gentleman. It must never be sought for profit. Grandfather Bai pulled Bai Caicai closer, his expression stern as he imparted this wisdom. I understand, Grandfather, Bai Caicai nodded. She was acutely aware that such matters must remain concealed. The fundamental principle in rural life is to keep the meat beneath the rice. At that moment, Grandfather Bai rose to his feet. Grandfather, where are you going? Bai Caicai inquired. I intend to visit the Feng family. Since Shui Wu injured their grandson, it is my duty to offer an apology and see if we can secure their forgiveness. Your brother Shui Wu is not yet 16. If we can gain the understanding of the injured party's family, he may avoid criminal repercussions. Grandfather Bai sighed, having long foreseen that Shui Wu's reckless behavior would eventually lead to trouble. Grandfather, I will accompany you, Bai Caicai declared. Chapter 20. The madness of the brain. The lunatic woman resided in 2 solitary cottages at the edge of the town, typically under the care of her mother, Granny Wang. Her siblings showed little inclination to connect with her. However, today, the 2 cottages were brimming with people, with her siblings, who were usually elusive, now crowding in. Mother, I must tell you, you must keep a tight lid on this matter regarding Xiaobei. With such a head injury, who knows what the future holds? It could end up like what happened with our second sister, and this family would be dragged down. And as for our second sister, she will rely on Xiaobei for support in the future. If Xiaobei were to suffer any lasting repercussions, what would become of our second sister's life? Ultimately, all of this will fall upon the Bai family. We cannot let them off the hook. Just fearful that Shan Kai cannot let go, a cold voice interjected. As Bai Caicai entered with her grandfather, she heard a sharp voice echoing within the room. Bai Caicai felt her grandfather's grip on her hand tighten, causing a slight ache. Yet, there was little to be done. Her cousin had indeed acted irrationally. Moreover, Feng Xiaobei was 2 years younger than her cousin. Although both parties were involved in the altercation, the primary blame lay with Bai Shuwu. Consequently, the Bai family had no choice but to accept the situation. The woman who had last spoken was recognizable to Bai Caicai as the one who sold sundries near the school, a rather astute individual who seemed to manipulate situations to her advantage. It was no wonder she excelled in handling affairs from all angles. However, Bai Caicai secretly despised her. During the times when the deranged mother and son faced hardships, none of the family had come forth to offer assistance. At this moment, individuals began to emerge one by one, and Bai Caicai found herself somewhat doubtful. Even if the Bai family acquiesced to their demands and offered money, it remained uncertain how much of that would actually reach the hands of the madwoman. Concerned, Bai Caicai glanced up at her grandfather, whose expression was notably calm, betraying no emotion, save for a heavy cough that resonated through the room. It was only then that everyone turned towards the door. Bai Laudi had arrived. Feng Mingxing, stooping slightly, stepped in and stated nonchalantly that he was the madwoman's father. Upon seeing the head of the Bai family, his countenance revealed a hint of embarrassment, as he was acutely aware that he and his associates were currently devising ways to extract money from the Bai family. How shameful it was! This turmoil was instigated by my family's wayward child. Yet, the young one is no longer a child and lacks understanding. Thus, it falls upon us adults to bear the consequences. Let us discuss this matter and seek a suitable resolution, my grandfather remarked, directing his gaze at Feng Mingxing. Discuss? All that is needed is compensation, shouted Feng's fifth son at Bai grandfather. Bai Xiaowu, taken aback by Bai grandfather's retort, found himself at a loss for words, and in a fit of indignation, clenched his fists, preparing to advance. Bai Caicai swiftly shifted her stance, raising her small fist to shield her grandfather. Xiaowu, what are you doing? This household is not yet under your authority, Feng Mingxing admonished his youngest son, who begrudgingly retreated. Bai Laudi, let us proceed inside to discuss. Feng Mingxing suggested, acknowledging that Bai grandfather was once a formidable figure in the town, thus deserving of respect. Bai grandfather nodded, surveying the disordered room, and gently patted Bai Caicai on the head, saying, Caicai, go play by the door. Bai Caicai understood that such matters were not for her to interrupt, so she nodded. However, her gaze was soon drawn to the door, where a madwoman was staring blankly at a military jeep. She pondered to herself that, if anyone held sway in this situation, it would undoubtedly be that madwoman. Lechang, why don't you join us for the discussion? Feng Mingxing suggested at that moment. Bai Caicai looked over and saw a young man, around 20, with sharply defined features and an unexpected air of maturity for his age. Dressed in military attire with rolled-up sleeves, he held a basin of water, accompanied by a cloth, and approached the military jeep, diligently polishing it. Ah, Brother Bai, let us converse for a moment, Feng Mingxing remarked. Following this, Bai's grandfather and the elder of the Feng family entered the house, with several siblings from the Feng family trailing behind. Bai Caicai, feeling a twinge of anxiety, tugged at her grandfather's sleeve. Caicai, play outside. But do not wander too far, her grandfather cautioned as he turned around. Grandfather, Bai Caicai suddenly grasped his sleeve and beckoned him closer. He bent down, and she whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing her words, Bai's grandfather's eyes brightened. Do you possess confidence? I cannot claim absolute certainty, but I am quite optimistic, Bai Caicai replied. In truth, she felt quite assured, having already tested her theory on the madwoman previously. She simply preferred not to speak too decisively. Hearing her words, Bai's grandfather nodded and turned to Elder Feng, saying, Brother Feng, it is commonly said that a life must be repaid with a life, and debts must be settled, as this is the natural order. Now, before we engage in our discussion, I would like to propose an idea. Would you be open to hearing it? Grandfather Bai remarked. Oh, what an idea, do tell. Grandfather Feng inquired. You are aware that many years ago, a stonemason lived in my home, correct? Grandfather Bai continued. Indeed. He was quite a remarkable individual. Having met the old Shang and traveled to Beijing, Grandfather Feng responded. That is well, for during the turmoil of war, the stonemason once saved an elderly lama from XC. In gratitude for his life-saving act, the lama bestowed upon the stonemason a piece of jade, which had been consecrated. After the stonemason's passing, he left this jade to me, and in his lifetime, he told me that this consecrated jade could cure madness, as those afflicted may become deranged. Thus, I wish to try it. If it can indeed heal your second daughter's affliction, then perhaps this matter can be resolved. Of course, we will still cover the medical expenses. Grandfather Bai explained. Can it truly heal my daughter's madness? Grandfather Feng felt a glimmer of hope. Although he typically paid little attention to his deranged daughter, it was undeniable that she weighed heavily on his heart. What kind of miracle is this? A piece of consecrated jade curing madness? Such superstition, scoffed Brother Feng's wife. We can certainly attempt the cure. Let us try first. If it fails, we shall revert to our original terms. If it succeeds, I trust that Brother Feng will not turn his back on us, Grandfather Bai asserted. We are all from the same village, and the elders of our generation adhered to their word. Very well, let us proceed with the attempt. If it truly works, aside from the medical fees, I shall demand not a single word more from you, and we may even reach an amicable settlement, Grandfather Feng declared. All right, Caicai, please place your jade upon Aunt Feng. Grandfather Bai addressed Bai Caicai, prompting her response. Bai Caicai removed the jade pendant from around her neck and turned towards the madwoman. The madwoman seemed to sense someone approaching, her gaze finally shifting from the jeep, turning her face to regard Caicai. She then broke into a peculiar grin. Since their initial encounter, the spiritual energy derived from the stone sculpture had somewhat mellowed her madness. However, she still exhibited bouts of severe insanity and occasional foolishness, which often went unnoticed by others. Bai Caicai approached gently, taking the madwoman's hand and leading her to a nearby fragrant round tree. This tree, having stood for many years, boasted a robust trunk, and despite the winter chill, its leaves remained vibrantly green, albeit sparse. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled spots of light upon the ground. Bai Caicai adorned the madwoman with the jade, drawing the attention of onlookers, including the soldier who had been polishing the jeep, now leaning against the vehicle while observing the scene. At that moment, the madwoman unexpectedly let out a tremendous yawn. Grandfather, let Aunt Feng have a moment of rest. She will likely feel better upon waking, Bai Caicai suggested. Grandfather Bai turned to Elder Feng. Very well, my dear, take our daughter inside to rest. Elder Feng instructed Granny Wang, who then guided the madwoman indoors. How long must we wait for this charade? Aunt Feng remarked with a disgruntled expression, secretly hoping it would prove ineffective. If it worked, their previous schemes would be thwarted. Even a miraculous elixir requires time to take effect. Bai Caicai could not help but roll her eyes in response. Chapter 21. Relatives of Feng Xiaobei once the madwoman had retired for the night. A peculiar stillness enveloped the room, leaving everyone at a loss for what to do. It seemed that they were left with nothing but the passage of time. Should the madwoman recover, joy would abound. Yet if her condition persisted, discussions could resume later. Bai Caicai and her grandfather were equally anxious to discern the madwoman's fate, but they too had no choice but to wait. The adults in the room wore expressions of varying intensity, each lost in their own thoughts. Bai Caicai, disinterested in unraveling their contemplations, ventured outside and settled beneath the fragrant round tree, observing the soldier, known as Lu Chang, diligently polishing a vehicle. She felt an inexplicable familiarity with him, as though they had crossed paths in a previous life. Yet, despite her musings, the details eluded her. At that moment, Lu Chang finished wiping the car, tossed the dirty rag into a basin, and knelt to scrub it clean. Turning his face, their eyes met, and he flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Little sister, would you like to take a ride? No, thank you, Bai Caicai replied politely, shaking her head. Though her exterior resembled that of a child, Her inner self was decidedly mature, and she felt no thrill at the prospect of a ride. In her past life, as an assistant to a jade sculptor, she had traversed many rugged terrains in search of jade materials. The dizzying sensations from those bumpy journeys had left her with an aversion to car rides, leading her to prefer to avoid them altogether, especially for mere amusement. However, she was quite intrigued by Lu Chang, or rather, by the sudden emergence of the madwoman as a relative. The madwoman had been deranged for over a decade, and now Feng Xiaobei was 14, yet he had never seen his father come to find him, or perhaps he had, but Feng Xiaobei was simply unaware. "Are you sent by Feng Xiaobei's father?" Bai Caicai could not help but inquire, her curiosity igniting fervently. "Then why hasn't his father come? Why hasn't he visited Feng Xiaobei all these years?" Bai Caicai pressed on. "Children should not ask so many questions," Lechang chuckled, reaching out to tousle the hair of the little girl before him. The girl sported a short, fluffy hairstyle, which felt delightful to the touch. Bai Caicai, displeased, swatted his hand away. She despised having her head touched, especially given her current adult mindset. Some things were intolerable. Moreover, Lechang appeared somewhat pompous, treating himself as an elder. Bai Caicai mused to herself that, in terms of psychological age, she held the advantage. In any case, this was merely another of Chen Shimi's tricks. Such melodramas were not uncommon in the past. In her opinion, such a Chen Shimi deserved a few kicks for good measure. Lu Chang observed Bai Caicai's grimace and clenched teeth, suddenly finding the little girl quite amusing, as if she understood everything. "Awake, awake," came the delighted voice of Granny Wang from inside the house. Bai Caicai exclaimed and joyfully dashed into the room. At that moment, the madwoman was seated on the bed, her expression somewhat dazed, yet distinctly different from her usual madness. Her eyes were surprisingly clear. "Dad, Mom," the madwoman called out to Old Master Feng and Granny Wang. Upon hearing this, Granny Wang was overcome with sorrow. It had been many years since she last heard the term mother. Her second daughter had truly recovered. With this thought, she wept, embracing the madwoman. "My unfortunate second daughter. Old woman, this is a joyous occasion. Why do you weep? You'll only provide amusement for the Bai family," admonished Old Master Feng, his face stern, albeit with slightly reddened eyes. The others, too, were filled with exuberance, though a twinge of regret lingered in their hearts. How splendid it would have been had they secured the money first. The sentiments of the Feng brothers and sisters-in-law echoed the saying to gain the foothold and then aspire for more. "Grandfather, let us depart. We shall return tomorrow." Bringing father and uncle along, Bai Caicai tugged at her grandfather's sleeve. Given the current situation of the Feng family, there was little inclination to discuss matters at hand. Moreover, in rural negotiations, a larger group exudes more authority. Just her grandfather and herself would hardly suffice, as the presence of the Feng siblings would surely overshadow them, rendering the negotiations futile. Thus, it was imperative to first establish a formidable presence. Realizing this through his granddaughter's reminder, my grandfather observed the fervent demeanor of the Feng family and turned to Lechang, saying, "I shall not intrude any longer. Later, inform Old Master Feng that I will return tomorrow." "Understood," Lechang nodded, taking a keen interest in Bai Caicai, recognizing her sharp intellect. Unfazed by his gaze, Bai Caicai allowed her grandfather to lead her away from the Feng residence. "Second brother, if your elder brother inquires about this matter, simply state that it is the auspicious jade left by the stonemason. Do not divulge anything more." Grandfather Bai puffed on his pipe, contemplating the extraordinary matter of the Jade Talisman. It was indeed quite remarkable, bordering on the supernatural, and he felt it was somewhat unsettling to discuss. More importantly, such a fortunate occurrence had inexplicably favored the second son's family. If the eldest and youngest were to learn of this, it could stir discontent among the brothers, leading to discord. However, it was essential to recognize that such matters were determined by fate rather than by choice. "I understand," Bai Pinkong nodded. Another pressing issue was the medical expenses, which our family would have to cover. Yesterday, the eldest brother visited the county hospital, and the medical bills had already exceeded 20,000, with projections suggesting it could rise to 30 or 40,000. Our family simply could not afford such sums and would require your financial assistance, as the youngest brother claimed he was unable to manage his funds at the moment. Grandfather Bai added, "He is not truly lacking in funds. He is merely unwilling to part with a single cent." Zhou Ping, standing nearby, wore a displeased expression. It was only right to assist when the eldest brother faced difficulties, yet the youngest brother's family was in a relatively better financial position. Even if they were experiencing cash flow issues, surely they could gather some funds temporarily. Claiming otherwise was merely an excuse. Not to worry. I have made some gains in the stock market. Tomorrow, I shall travel to Shanghai to withdraw the money, Bai Pingkong replied. He quickly gestured to Zhou Ping to refrain from further comments, noting the darkening countenance of the elder. Humph, Grandfather Bai grunted, turning to enter the house and accompany Mao Mao. Zhou Ping, in frustration, squatted down and began to pick up vegetable leaves, venting her irritation. Bai Caicai crouched down, plucking at the vegetable leaves. Pressing against her mother's body, a silent gesture of comfort. She understood well that her grandfather was not truly oblivious, rather. The family finances were entirely in the hands of her aunt. If matters escalated, her uncle would find himself in a difficult position, especially since his family relied on connections with her father-in-law's side in the county. The Bai family had little leverage, which left her grandfather feeling uncertain. In her previous life, it was also the entanglement with her grandmother's affairs that led to her grandfather's disappointment in her uncle. As for the money in the stock market, withdrawing it seemed a reasonable choice, a timely rescue, though it was regrettable to miss out on potential gains. As the market had not yet peaked, that said, she had overheard her father mention that the investment had already doubled. Nonetheless, opportunities to earn would abound in the future. Not to mention, the Bai family had already laid a solid foundation at Water Buffalo Ridge, thus there was little need to lament these losses. Yet, Bai Caicai felt a twinge of concern. What if her father, seeing how easily money could be made in the stock market, became overly engrossed? Such fervor could potentially lead to his downfall, as fate often proved capricious. Hence, compared to her initial apprehension, Bai Caicai now approached the stock market with a certain calmness. Chapter 22. The Thoughts of the Aunt. The next day, Bai Ba took the train to Shanghai. And matters regarding Bai Shuwu were progressing smoothly in discussions with the Feng family. The madwoman had regained her senses, and thus her brothers had no say in the matter. Furthermore, the madwoman expressed profound gratitude to the Bai family for curing her illness. Had she not been unable to provide the funds herself, she might have insisted that the Bai family cover Feng Xiaobei's medical expenses. On that evening, the sky was somewhat overcast, hinting at the possibility of snow. Bai Caicai was escorting Mao Mao home from school, counting the days on her fingers, eagerly anticipating the upcoming winter break. "Yesterday, I scored 100 on the quiz," Mao Mao proudly declared. Indeed, Mao Mao is impressive, but one must not succumb to arrogance. "Stay focused and continue to strive," Bai Caicai replied, emulating her mother's tone. This little one certainly enjoyed showing off. "No, mother is a teacher, thus a parent's signature is required, and father is the parent," Mao Mao asserted. Puffing out her small chest, Bai Caicai chuckled softly. Mao Mao could be quite obstinate. At home, mother was the teacher, and her words were to be followed without question. As for father, he was the parent and could sometimes indulge in a bit of mischief. Upon entering, the enticing aroma of beef wafted through the air, making Bai Caicai and Mao Mao's mouths water. Bai father, Bai grandfather, and Uncle Bai were seated in the living room, sipping on a little wine. While Bai Shuewu nodded off in a corner, Auntie Bai was busy in the kitchen alongside mother. Naturally, this little one received unanimous praise from Bai father, Bai grandfather, and Uncle Bai, causing Mao Mao to strut about like a proud little rooster. Zhou Ping had long grown accustomed to Bai Caicai's precocious demeanor and was fully aware of the household matters, her expression tinged with a hint of concern. "We earned over 10,000, nearly 19,000 altogether. I lent your uncle 15,000 and kept 4,000 as a reserve." Watching mother stir a bowl of stir-fried noodles with bok choy, Bai Caicai quickly snatched a piece of the vegetable and popped it into her mouth. It was delicious. "There's no decorum. Hurry and serve it up," Zhou Ping admonished, giving her a pointed look. Bai Caicai grinned and promptly carried the dish over. "Shuewu, come and eat." Bai Ba called out to Bai Shuewu, who remained seated, appearing as if he were reflecting in silence. "Look at you, such a cowardly sight. Have you lost even the courage to lift your head after making a mistake?" Grandpa Bai rapped the edge of the table with his smoking pipe, visibly agitated. I am sorry, Father. I am sorry, Grandpa. I am sorry, second uncle. Bai Shuewu's eyes reddened, for he was merely 16 years of age. Yet, the children of the Feng family, though younger, had suffered grievous injuries, nearly losing their lives. How could you, a child, resort to such violence? This topic only fueled Grandpa Bai's anger further. I was wrong. I was blinded by rage at that moment. Bai Shuwu reflected, feeling a sense of dread now. His temperament was impulsive by nature, and when egged on by a few friends, he could not restrain himself. Second brother, what is done is done. Focus on managing the shop at Water Buffalo Ridge well in the future. Don't just dream of becoming a 10,000 yuan household. Even a 100,000 yuan household is within reach. Bai Caicai interjected. Haha, that would be thanks to Caicai, Bai Shuewu replied, ruffling Caicai's short hair, treating her words as a form of consolation. Seeing his response, Caicai understood he did not believe her, and she offered no explanation, for there was none to give. They would just have to wait and see. In a decade or so, if nothing else, that house and plot of land could be valued at nearly 1 million. This, Pingkong, Zhou Ping. I must thank you both immensely this time, but I fear that we truly cannot repay that debt anytime soon. Therefore, I am considering offering the land at Water Buffalo Ridge as collateral, and he suddenly stammered. Bai Caicai was taken aback, in her view. Their meager debt could not possibly compare to the value of that land. However, ever since the recent dissolution of the Soviet Union, the Li Group, which had previously promised to invest in a leisure and tourism resort at Water Buffalo Ridge, suddenly fell silent. Consequently, the land prices in that vicinity plummeted. Upon inquiring, he learned that the county had suppressed the Li Group's investment due to the fallout from the Soviet Union's collapse. Rumors also circulated that the provincial road project would be postponed, leading to an inevitable decline in land value. Originally, someone had offered 40,000 for that parcel. Yet when he sought to sell, he found no buyers, even when he lowered the price to 10,000. Pingkong, Su Ping, do not mind your sister-in-law. Since the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the county has stifled the Li Group's investments, rendering that land virtually worthless, Uncle Bai remarked. No wonder Annie wants to use that land to settle her debts, Su Wuxiang's father interjected. This cannot be. If you leave, what will happen to this family? Auntie Bai grew anxious. Brother, do not fret. We will discuss financial matters later. We are family, and there is nothing that cannot be negotiated, Bai Pingkong replied, though his expression was somewhat peculiar. Bai Caicai, sipping beef soup, glanced down to see her mother stepping on her father's foot, and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Realizing why her father's demeanor was off, let us not dwell on such matters today. Let us eat, Old Master Bai declared with a stern face. Thus, a once harmonious meal took on a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Bai Caicai, while considering Auntie's suggestion, hoped her parents would agree. However, she worried that if it came to that, Auntie might deeply regret her decision, fearing that disputes between the two families over the land could ensue, leading to further complications. Chapter 23. Investment After Dinner. Bai's father and mother escorted Grandpa Bai and Uncle's family to the horticultural guest house. Just before leaving, Grandpa Bai presented a heavy fabric bag to Caicai. Caicai, these are a few notebooks left by the stonemason. I passed them on to you. Oh, Caicai responded, a hint of excitement in her voice, for she had many uncertainties regarding the Jade Talismans. Father, why are you giving this to Caicai? It seems those notebooks contain records about feng shui talismans. Uncle Bai inquired, astonished. He recalled that in their youth, the brothers had perused those same notes, which were filled with misleading information regarding feng shui and talismans. He believed that his father was somewhat confused about the appropriateness of such material for a child. It's all right. In addition to feng shui talismans, there are also insights about stone carving within. Caicai possesses a natural talent for stone sculpture. Among the younger generation, she is the only one willing to learn from me. Perhaps, in the future, the legacy of the stonemason's craft will be passed down through her. As he spoke, Grandpa Bai cast a sidelong glance at Aunt Bai, who smiled somewhat sheepishly. In the past, Grandpa Bai had favored his eldest grandson, Bai Shuwen, intending to pass down his stone carving skills to him. However, Aunt Bai had been reluctant. Mastering stone carving was exceedingly arduous, and with the advent of machine-carved stone, the market for hand-carved sculptures was dwindling. Naturally, Aunt Bai was unwilling, yet, given Grandpa Bai's authoritative status in the family, she found it difficult to openly refuse. Coincidentally, when conscription occurred, Aunt Bai sent Bai Shu into the army, leaving Grandpa Bai's hopes unfulfilled, which left him rather displeased. Do not speak. For Caicai possesses an innate talent for stone carving. Her creations are undoubtedly on par with those of Ping Kong. Uncle Bai quickly interjected to alleviate the situation. An old master Bai nodded in agreement. Bai Caicai understood all too well that her skills in stone carving were a direct result of her past life's experiences. Bai Ba and Bai Ma bid farewell to their guests as Bai Caicai and Mao Mao remained at home, with the latter fixated on the television. A true aficionado of the screen. Meanwhile, Bai Caicai perused the 5 volumes of notes from the master stonemason. The initial focus being the method of observing stones within the realm of auspicious energy, akin to how a geomancer assesses the feng shui of a site. However, unlike a geomancer who must consider geographical features to deduce the fortunes and misfortunes, the method of stone observation within the nurturing of jade directly interprets the energy lines and the manifestations of heaviness and lightness to ascertain luck and calamity. This approach is far simpler than that of a geomancer, yet without the jade spirit that Bai Caicai had expended in her dreams. All of this would merely be nonsensical scribbling. Ping Kong, I must tell you, if the eldest family intends to use that land to settle our debts, I shall not acquiesce, came the voice of her mother from outside. Bai Caicai hastily tucked away the stonemason's notes and replaced them with her language textbook. Mindful of her mother's discontent with her studies, it was best not to provoke her. Previously, her mother had warned her to merely feign interest in such matters and not to engage in earnest study. Zhou Ping grew up in the alleys of BJ, having heard numerous tales of geomancers and talisman masters. Regardless of the prowess exhibited by the protagonists in those stories, they ultimately could not escape the predestined misfortunes of life, often leading to solitude and hardship. Naturally, she wished to shield her daughter from such fateful entanglements. It is merely a tale of Bai Caicai's rebirth, which has upended many past perceptions, and she indeed finds herself somewhat ensnared in it. Father, mother, is it cold outside? Upon seeing her parents enter, Bai Caicai hastily moved the fire tub closer to them. Even while seated indoors, she could hear the chilling wind howling outside. Indeed, the wind is biting. It seems we are in for heavy snow in the coming days, Bai Ping remarked, his voice muffled, evidently still pondering the words spoken by Zhou Ping outside. As Zhou Ping stepped into the room, she first inspected the book Bai Caicai was reading. Upon discovering it was a language arts book, she breathed a sigh of relief and admonished Bai Caicai, your utmost priority now is to focus on your studies. The notes from the stonemason can wait for another time. In any case, do not let your attention waver while studying. With the esteemed Bai patriarch backing her, Zhou Ping could not overtly prohibit Bai Caicai from her studies. So she resorted to a strategy of delay. I understand. I will not allow my studies to falter, Bai Caicai responded, engaging in a playful word game. She did not assert that she would not read at present, but merely guaranteed that her academic pursuits would not decline, and then quickly shifted the topic, smiling brightly. Mother, your earlier words were mistaken. If indeed Uncle's family uses that land to settle our family's debts, we would stand to gain immensely. You do know? Zhou Ping glared at her. I am indeed aware of the matter concerning the provincial road. It has undergone meticulous investigation and research, making arbitrary alterations implausible. Furthermore, I have heard that China is vigorously advancing its economy, an endeavor that is akin to an arrow drawn taut, ready to be released. Therefore, China's economic policies shall remain unaffected by the Soviet Union's influence. The investments from the Li Group are merely momentarily subdued. I believe that in a couple of months, the situation will clarify and land prices will soar once again. Moreover, after this period of suppression, they may even rise further. It is unfortunate that our family currently lacks the funds. Otherwise, we could seize the opportunity to purchase the land that others have already acquired, thus reaping significant profits. Bai Caicai spoke in a tone tinged with exaggerated self-satisfaction. Although this diminishes her credibility, it aligns with her youthful identity and serves to present a suggestion to her father. Bai Caicai's words do hold merit. Bai Pingkong observed Zhou Ping and, in light of the recent events in the Shanghai stock market, he has begun to recognize the allure of economic development. Perhaps we should consider a change. Listening to his daughter and Pingkong, Zhou Ping found their reasoning somewhat persuasive. Yet she hesitated. We cannot change. Bai Caicai leaned forward over the table, eagerly positioning herself closer to her parents. Did you not say we would achieve great profits? Why then can we not change? Zhou Ping inquired. Precisely because we are on the verge of great profits that we cannot change, Bai Caicai replied with a cheerful smile, her entire being almost spilling into the firewood basket. Indeed, if it were truly the case, then a change would be out of the question. Bai Ba interjected, if, as Caicai suggests, this comes to pass, then my sister-in-law is bound to regret it. Moreover, we too may be perceived as taking advantage of another's misfortune. While my elder brother may not voice his objections, my sister-in-law will undoubtedly harbor resentment, leading to discord between our families. Thus, it might be wiser not to proceed with the exchange. However, with Auntie now proposing the swap, will our refusal truly bring her comfort? Bai Caicai provocatively inquired. Bai Ba felt a twinge of frustration, fully aware that if they declined to exchange, his sister-in-law would still nurse grievances. He understood her sentiments. The family's debts remained insurmountable, and trading the land would alleviate some of the burdens. Previously, someone had offered 40,000 for that land, and although its value has since diminished in her eyes, it could substantially offset their debts. If they chose not to exchange, it would inevitably seem ungracious. Furthermore, he recognized that in the near term, his elder brother would not be in a position to repay these debts. This time, he had borrowed not only his own funds but also those of others, who would expect repayment first. Additionally, as the two nephews grew older, the need for substantial expenditures on their aging home became pressing. If these debts lingered too long, Zhou Ping would surely object, leading to a very unpleasant situation between the families, which he wished to avoid at all costs. It seemed that borrowing had only compounded their troubles, and the choice between exchange or non-exchange was fraught with complications. Zhou Ping huffed in irritation. Perhaps we should proceed with the exchange, and when land values rise again, we can return it to my brother's family, Bai Ba suggested. Yet, uncle and grandfather will certainly not acquiesce, was the response. As for my elder brother, he will definitely be opposed as well. Bai Caicai and her mother spoke in unison, with Bai Caicai smilingly furrowing her brows at her mother, signifying their shared understanding. Shares? Investment? Precisely, I could utilize that money to invest, thus securing a half stake. If, as previously analyzed, there is indeed a significant surge, our family would reap the rewards justly. Conversely, if the situation deteriorates and the land loses its value, whether I hold a majority or minority share would make little difference. Without the provincial road or the Li group, the land would be unsellable. The quantity of shares held would be inconsequential. Bai Pingkong suddenly slapped his forehead. In preparation for stock trading, he diligently studied stocks and the concept of shares. This method could indeed serve as a solution. Father, mother, I am off to bed, Bai Caicai announced, with her plan to invest in mind, thus averting any potential rift between the two families and laying a financial foundation for her father's new venture after his layoff. Go ahead, Zhou Ping replied, glaring at the television watching Mao Mao. Mao Mao, stop watching TV and go to sleep with your sister. Just a little longer, Mao Mao protested, twisting her body in a playful manner. Off you go. Be careful not to oversleep and get scolded tomorrow, Bai Caicai teased, pulling at Mao Mao, who was glued to the screen, threatening to ruin her eyesight. She then prepared 2 hot water bottles, one for Mao Mao's bed and one for her own. Chapter 24. Acupoint pressure before long. The winter vacation arrived, and the results of the final examinations were released. Mao Mao achieved a remarkable start with perfect scores, while Caicai, adhering to her steady and low-profile strategy, secured a place in the top 10 of her class. In summary, the siblings did not bring shame to Teachers U. However, the issue of private teachers being formalized erupted following the conclusion of the final examinations. It is said that a private teacher from Tangwazi village, Mr. Liu, who has been teaching for over 20 years, has yet to attain formal status. In a moment of desperation, he carried a bag of sweet potatoes to the city to confront high-ranking officials, and, astonishingly, he managed to corner one of them in a restroom, resulting in a rather comical incident. Leaving aside this amusing episode, the matter of private teachers in Ning County eventually garnered the attention of city officials. Moreover, the personnel responsible within the County Education Commission were notably arrogant, openly accepting bribes and red envelopes. This situation was bound to unravel under scrutiny. However, the current state of affairs remains unclear, and thus, Zhou Ping sought to remain in town to gather information. Mother, what more is there to inquire about? After such an uproar, this year will undoubtedly be better than last. In my view, you should focus on your studies and prepare diligently to resolve this major issue. Bai Caicai advised Zhou Ping as they boarded a tractor bound for Wufeng village. Indeed, sight-size perspective is sound. Bai Pingkong supported his daughter. Though he inevitably received a couple of playful jabs from teacher Zhou, much to his amusement, Bai Caicai and Mao Mao cheerfully embarked on their journey to Wufeng village. Aware that numerous family matters awaited them, but convinced that as long as they stood united, no obstacle was insurmountable. Upon arriving at Wufeng village, Grandma Bai was already at the entrance, welcoming them. Mao Mao, like a playful little creature, burrowed into Grandma Bai's embrace, provoking a disdainful glance from Caicai, who felt the child was far too adept at charming others. Grandma, are you taking your medicine every day? Bai Caicai held Grandma Bai's hand, walking and asking questions along the way, which frightened the family terribly. Henceforth, Grandpa Bai acquired a new daily task, reminding Grandma Bai to take her medicine. Upon entering the house, she consumed a soft-boiled egg. By noon, however, Bai Caicai found herself unable to eat. It was a rare, beautiful day, with the sun shining warmly. Bai Caicai set up a stool beneath the hazel tree in the yard and perused the notes of the stonemason, which contained numerous records of jade talismans. She discovered that the engraving techniques documented by the stonemason differed from the jade talisman illustrations she had extracted from the book's inner layers. According to the notes, the authentic jade talismans had been lost to time over a century ago, leaving behind mainly oral traditions passed down through generations. This gradual evolution had significantly diminished the power of the jade talismans, compounded by the issue of discerning worthy recipients. Consequently, the Jade Talisman sect had declined to such an extent that one could no longer find its practitioners in the contemporary realm of sorcery. Sister, Master Su from the town has arrived with a large entourage and is heading to Chicken Rooster Mountain. He is even clad in a Taoist robe. It's quite amusing. At that moment, Mao Mao dashed over, followed by Gao Fei, Binbin, and Xiaonan, who stood at a distance looking rather impatient. Binbin and Xiaonan were both 10 years old, 2 years younger than Caicai. What are they up to? Bai Caicai inquired curiously. Is another child possessed? I heard they are assisting the Sun family in the town with acupuncture to enhance fortune, Gao Fei interjected. Acupuncture to enhance fortune? Bai Caicai asked. Indeed. But I am uncertain about which points to press for what kind of fortune. Isn't acupuncture a martial art from the legend of the Condor heroes? How does it relate to graves? Could it be that Master Su is a martial arts master? Initially, Gao Fei felt somewhat dejected. However, when the conversation turned to martial arts masters, his eyes sparkled with excitement, a sentiment mirrored by Mao Mao. Since the airing of the legend of the Condor heroes, it has ignited a martial arts dream in every boy, each yearning to encounter a martial arts master, acquire profound skills, and thereafter roam the rivers and lakes with confidence. Caicai, are you coming? If so, let us hurry. Xiaonan impatiently stamped her foot from a distance. Exactly, echoed Binbin. Let us go take a look. Bai Caicai rose, grasped Mao Mao's hand, and followed behind Gao Fei and the others, while Xiaonan and Binbin had already dashed ahead. She had perused the stonemason's notes extensively, yet the knowledge contained therein had never been practically applied. Thus, she was eager to witness more firsthand. As a child, she was light and swift, and at that moment, Bai Caicai felt her current physique was vastly superior to the suboptimal condition she would later endure. Back when merely running a few steps would leave her breathless. Before long, they arrived at Chicken Gong Mountain, where a crowd had gathered around the mountainside. With numerous villagers nearby observing the spectacle, Bai Caicai noticed a middle-aged man standing alongside Master Su. Was he not the very individual who had accompanied Master Su to her home months prior to inquire about the sale of fortune stones? Sun Qingyan had now prospered, basking in the glory of his ancestors as well. Whispers circulated among the villagers nearby. Upon hearing such remarks, Bai Caicai found the name Sun Qingyan somewhat familiar. After pondering, she recalled that this Sun Qingyan might indeed be the eminent figure in the construction industry of Ning County, the proprietor of Sun's real estate development company. To Bai Caicai, Sun Qingyan was akin to Yang Baiwan, a name she had heard but never seen. In her previous life, the Sun's real estate was well known in Ning County, and while outsiders might not recognize Sun Qingyan, he was a household name within the county. In Ning County, Sun Qingyan was a legendary figure, a trafficker in the 1980s. He commanded a loyal entourage. In the early 1990s, he abruptly ceased his previous ventures and pivoted to the construction industry. Following the reforms in real estate, he dedicated himself to property development, and by the dawn of the 21st century, Sun Qingyan and his enterprise soared to remarkable heights. Could his success be attributed to the principles of feng shui? Contemplating this, Bai Caicai employed the observation technique to scrutinize the hillside upon which they stood. Before her eyes, the terrain appeared to transform into a solid stone, with a light, ethereal energy ascending to the heavens, while a heavy, murky essence settled into the earth. Numerous streams of clear and obscured energies swirled around like clouds in the atmosphere. Among them, one area stood out, particularly bright and luminous, with a hint of yellowish clarity emerging from a small vortex. Nearby, a meandering mountain stream flowed, which, according to the stonemason's notes, indicated a favorable dragon-embracing water formation. The feng shui was indeed exceptional. At that moment, Master Su produced a Jade Talisman and placed it in the center of the swirling vortex. Instantly, a stream of yellow, ethereal energy coalesced upon the Jade Talisman. Subsequently, Sun Qinghao took the first shovel of earth, thus initiating the process of acupuncture and fortune enhancement. Following this, a series of rituals ensued, and several children, initially captivated, eventually lost interest as they failed to comprehend its significance. Xiaonan and Binbin were particularly apprehensive of Grandpa Bai, both shrinking back and remaining silent at the side. Bai Caicai, with a playful grin, remarked in a half-serious tone, "We are going to witness Master Su assist the Sun family in their fortune-telling, with the auspicious configuration of the dragon embracing the water. Prosperity is surely on the horizon for the Sun family." Haha, Caicai has become quite adept, having perused the stonemason's notes. She now fancies herself a half-feng shui master. Meanwhile, Andy, laughing heartily, clearly jested, "Caicai, can you really discern fortunes? I was pressed down by a ghost last night. You must help me." Xiaonan, her cousin, took this seriously. "Indeed, Caicai, Xiaonan awoke last night, unable to move, and was quite startled. Grandma said it was a ghost pressing her down." Binbin chimed in. "Come, let us investigate your room," Bai Caicai suggested. Chapter 25, The Broken Beam. Xiaonan's room was adjacent to her grandparents'. Their home was indeed quite old. The previous night's rain had left a large water stain on the wall by the window, resembling the size of a book. Bai Caicai cast a glance around the room, noticing that it did not exude any malevolent energy. However, upon observing the ceiling above the bed, she discerned that due to the house's age and previous repairs, a beam had been added from the ceiling to the window. From the middle of this beam emanated a faint, dark energy tinged with a sharpness. Could it be that this beam was the source of the trouble? Bai Caicai recalled that in feng shui, there exists a concept known as the overhead beam curse. Yet, upon further reflection, she deemed this notion flawed. If the entire beam were problematic, the malevolent energy would not be confined to just the center, but would manifest throughout its entirety. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in her mind. In her previous life, due to her grandmother's stroke, her aunt from Shiatsuan had come to visit, staying in this very room. One night, in the dead of night, the ceiling beam had unexpectedly collapsed. Fortunately, her aunt, who was in poor health and often restless at night, was awake at that moment. She heard the ominous creaking of the beam and, terrified, did not dare to sleep. Instead, she sat up, wide-eyed, watching as the beam fell. "I'll go fetch a ladder," Bai Caicai declared, dashing to the woodshed in the backyard to retrieve a pair of A-frame ladders. "Second brother, help me carry it." Upon encountering Bai Shuiwu, Bai Caicai hastily attempted to lift the ladder, which was quite large and intended for rooftop use. However, her strength proved inadequate. "All right, I'll carry it." "Where to?" Bai Shuiwu asked without hesitation as he took over the task. "To the room where Xiaonan and the others are staying," Bai Caicai replied. "Is there a leak in the roof?" Bai Shuiwu inquired as he carried the ladder, aware of the numerous issues that plagued the old house. "No, I believe there is a problem with the ceiling beam," Bai Caicai instructed, casting aside the bedding and positioned the ladder against the bed. Her second brother ascended to investigate the ominous spot she had indicated, which emanated a foreboding aura. Bai Shuiwu climbed to the top of the ladder and scrutinized the beam. In the precise location pointed out by Bai Caicai, he discovered an abundance of powdery debris. A mere pinch sent a cascade of wood shavings tumbling down. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "This is dire. The beam has been hollowed out by termites. If it trembles, it could very well collapse." Upon hearing this, Xiaonan was taken aback and immediately dashed outside, calling out, "Grandfather, grandmother, I refuse to live in this house." Her outcry summoned Bai Yi, Bai Nai, and Annie Bai, who all hurried out. As Bai Yi observed that Bai Caicai and the others had exited, he seized a pole and prodded the beam. To his dismay, the moment the beam was subjected to pressure, it snapped, one half suspended precariously in midair while the other crashed down with a resounding thud, filling the room with a cloud of dust. The younger children outside reacted with startled cries of awe. Indeed, Bai Nai's face turned pale with fear. Had this beam collapsed at night, the consequences for Xiaonan could have been catastrophic, leaving her at a loss on how to account to the third brother's wife. Grandmother Xiaonan, trembling, burrowed into Bai Nai's embrace. "I'm not afraid. Tonight, we'll have osmanthus-flavored pork, my favorite." Bai Nai comforted her, patting her back. "I want some too," piped up Binbin, unwilling to be outdone, followed closely by Mao Mao. Meanwhile, Bai Caicai chuckled to herself, secretly relieved that she had learned from the stonemasons. Had an accident occurred today, Auntie San would undoubtedly have sought retribution from the family, given the old man has considerable worries over his younger sister's affairs. In the evening, Xiaonan and Binbin moved into the room occupied by Caicai and Mao Mao. They lifted the bedboards, creating a long, makeshift sleeping arrangement for the four of them, side by side. Their feet hung out unevenly, and it was needless to say that Caicai had the longest legs, followed by Xiaonan, and lastly, Binbin and Mao Mao. Although Binbin was 2 years older than Mao Mao, he was not significantly taller. The little rascal, Mao Mao, would intentionally shift his small bottom downward while stretching his legs, making it appear as though he and Binbin were of equal height. "Caicai, do you think there are ghosts that cause sleep paralysis in this room?" Xiaonan, still preoccupied with thoughts of sleep paralysis, asked with a hint of trepidation. "Not at all. In fact, sleep paralysis isn't necessarily a bad thing. Today, it served as a reminder for us," Caicai reassured Xiaonan. Although in their previous lives, she and Xiaonan had not interacted much, in this life, Caicai hoped for harmony among everyone. In truth, in their past life, Xiaonan's uncle's family had not fared well either. Due to issues concerning their grandmother, their grandfather had, in a fit of anger, disowned the third uncle, forbidding him from entering their home. The third uncle harbored some resentment towards his wife, and as economic development progressed, the competition in the cultural goods market intensified. Relying solely on retail sales proved insufficient for earning a substantial income, as the bulk of profits came from public supplies. Previously, the third uncle had relied on his wife's connections within the education committee, as well as pathways provided by Site-Size father's horticultural business and other factories. However, as time passed, many employees from those factories either retired or were laid off, leading to the decline of that business sector, while the Education Committee's opportunities were seized by others. Later, Aunt San also lost her job, and ultimately, Uncle San entrusted her with the responsibility of managing the store while he ventured into various towns to procure business for their establishment. Although he managed to earn a modest income, most of it was consumed by social obligations and feasting, and he found himself constantly bowing to others. Life was less than satisfactory. Reflecting on this, Caicai felt a twinge of melancholy. Now that Grandma was well, it seemed unlikely that Uncle San's family would fall out with Grandpa. In a few years, as Uncle San's family encountered some setbacks, they would likely come to understand that sometimes helping others is tantamount to helping oneself. Chapter 26. Sacrificing everything to build a new home in the morning. As the sun cast its warmth, Bai Caicai finally emerged from the cocoon of her blankets, while the others continued to slumber blissfully. The bed was so warm that she lingered, reluctant to rise. Nyang, I heard there has been a stir among the private teachers in the county. Has this matter been resolved? Came the voice of Grandpa Bai from outside. That would be splendid. If my sister-in-law secures a permanent position and puts in some effort, perhaps she could be transferred to the county. Caicai will be entering junior high this year, and it would be ideal if my sister-in-law could also move there, replied Aunt Da with a tone of envy. Transferring to the county is not as simple as you think. Schools there do not accept just anyone. It is all about connections now, a sharp female voice interjected. Indeed, Zhou Ping is correct. If each step is taken with assurance, the path ahead will be smooth. Grandpa Bai concurred with Teacher Zhou's assertion. Consequently, Aunt Da and Aunt San fell silent. Dad, a few villagers will be coming over shortly to help us with the repairs on the house. At that moment, Uncle Bai remarked, Indeed, this house needs repairs. In my opinion, it would be best to demolish it and rebuild. That day was truly perilous, had it not been for Caicai's discovery. The beam might have collapsed in the dead of night, endangering Xiaonan and Binbin. Aunt Bai interjected with a cough, which was soon echoed by several others. Listening to this, Caicai rolled her eyes, recognizing her aunt's overly earnest nature. Perhaps Aunt Bai's sincerity was merely a guise to broach the topic of renovations, hoping to enlist the brothers' assistance to share the financial burden. After all, the Bai family was still in debt. Where would the funds for construction come from? Thus, she used the incident involving Binbin and Xiaonan to emphasize the urgency, compelling Uncle San and Aunt San to take action. It is undeniable that Aunt Bai's reasoning held some merit, yet she was oblivious to Aunt San's true disposition. Aunt San harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Bai family and only visited during the new year out of obligation. With Aunt Bai's remark, Aunt San found an opportunity to voice her grievances. Indeed, as soon as Aunt Bai finished speaking, Aunt San exclaimed, What happened? What happened to Xiaonan and Binbin? It's nothing serious, Grandfather Bai replied. The beam in the room where Xiaonan and Binbin were staying has been infested by pests. Fortunately, Caicai noticed the issue, and I had Xiaonan and Binbin moved to the room shared by Caicai and Mao Mao. He then recounted the events in detail. If the beam is infested, why were Xiaonan and Binbin allowed to stay there? Aunt Sin questioned with an accusatory tone. Didn't Dad say so? We were unaware before. And it was Caicai who discovered it. Uncle San interjected softly, attempting to soothe the situation. Humph. Aunt San let out a cold huff. I shall go check on Xiaonan and Binbin. Bai Caicai sighed, realizing that once again, the family atmosphere had soured. Shortly thereafter, the door creaked open. Aunt San, Bai Caicai greeted as she saw her enter. Aunt San glanced at Caicai, nodded slightly, her expression still grim. Binbin, rise quickly. Your mother has arrived. At that moment, Xiaonan also stirred awake. Upon seeing her mother, her face lit up with joy as she suddenly threw off the blanket covering Binbin. Mao Mao, nestled in the same bed, jumped up in surprise from the sudden chill. What are you doing, Xiaonan? Binbin exclaimed, kicking her in annoyance. Mao Mao hastily escaped the fray and burrowed back under her sister's blanket to continue sleeping. Why are you two making such a racket? Get up quickly. Let your mother see if the beam fell on you, Aunt San said, settling on the edge of the bed and assisting Xiaonan and Binbin in putting on their clothes. Aunt San, Xiaonan and Binbin are perfectly fine. We were all outside and saw it happen. It was Grandpa's novice mistake that caused the beam to fall, and no one was hurt. Bai Caicai interjected. Indeed, indeed. Caicai has an eye for feng shui and noticed the problem early on, Xiaonan responded, her interest piqued by such mysterious matters, her expression brimming with excitement. As Xiaonan and Binbin sensed their mother's ire, they fell silent, quickly dressing and following her out to wash their faces and brush their teeth. Bai Caicai felt a sense of helplessness. Was it merely her overthinking, or did Aunt San's words seem to hint at her? Sister, Aunt San is quite fierce, Mau Mau remarked, peeking out from her blanket, her face reflecting lingering apprehension as she looked at Caicai. Her fierceness is her own concern. It has nothing to do with us. Bai Caicai gently tapped Mau Mau. Rise and shine. Be cautious as mother may come to pull the covers soon. The act of pulling the covers is a well-known tactic to deal with those who linger in slumber. Sister, let me sleep a little longer. Just a moment longer. Last night Bin Bin kept kicking me, and I hardly slept at all, Mau Mau lamented pitifully. Fine, but I shall not take responsibility when mother arrives to pull the covers. Bai Caicai sighed, conceding to her wishes, as it was the festive season. Bai Caicai tucked the covers snugly around Mau Mau before stepping out of the room to wash her face and brush her teeth in the kitchen. From now on, if we do not build a new house, I shall not allow Xiaonin and Bin Bin to visit, Aunt San murmured to Uncle San beneath the eaves outside. What kind of talk is that? You won't come over even for the new year? What would that be like? Uncle San replied sullenly. Why must we always gather at your house for the new year? My home is just as suitable. Let us not forget. If it weren't for my father and brother's assistance, could our shop even be operational? Do you think the little money your father provided would suffice? Everything was resolved with my father's help. Otherwise, you would merely be a lowly worker at a printing factory, barely scraping by. Forget supporting a wife and children. You would struggle to sustain yourself. Even at the very least, our family of 4 constitutes a home. In any case, regarding what my sister-in-law mentioned today, it sends shivers down my spine. I cannot gamble with the lives of Xiaonin and Bin Bin, Aunt San stated sternly. It was merely an accident, rest assured. Nothing will happen in the future. Let us not quarrel. The new year should be celebrated joyfully, Aunt San exclaimed, causing Uncle San to feel somewhat deflated. As he softened his tone in an attempt to persuade her, this year brought unforeseen events, and who knows what surprises next year may hold. Let us discuss this matter later, Aunt San remarked coldly. Uncle San began to adopt a strategy of procrastination. Whatever you choose to say later is your concern. I have made my decision. Having said that, Aunt San turned and left. Uncle San hurried after her. Grandmother, a wave of sorrow washed over Bai Caicai, for she realized her aunt's words had reached her grandmother's ears. She could only imagine the depth of her grandmother's distress at that moment. We must build a house. We will do whatever it takes to construct our home, Grandmother Bai murmured, her lips moving as she spoke. Do not worry, Grandmother. In no time, by next year, we will surely have our new house, Bai Caicai assured her. Thanks to Luo Yin Xianju for the generous support. Chapter 27. Ani in the blink of an eye. The new year arrived. For children, the celebration entailed new clothes, snacks, and red envelopes. But for someone like Caicai, with her current psychological maturity, these material pleasures seemed insignificant. Instead, she cherished the festive atmosphere of the countryside during the new year, amidst the sounds of firecrackers, the calls of cattle, and the barks of dogs. A sense of warmth and liveliness enveloped her. In a mere decade or so, the essence of the new year would fade year by year, and such feelings would be lost forever. Seated beside her father, Bai Caicai couldn't help but note his unfortunate luck in cards. The hand he held was nearly unwatchable. Glancing over at her uncle's hand, she observed that he was just one step away from winning, waiting for someone to make a mistake or for a fortunate draw. As it was White Father's turn to draw and play a card, a fleeting glimmer caught Bai Caicai's eye, revealing the card her father intended to play. A sigh of resignation escaped her lips. Once that card was laid down, Uncle would undoubtedly win. However, a true gentleman observes the game in silence, and thus, despite the turmoil churning within her, Bai Caicai remained reticent. In stark contrast, Mau Mau, lacking such decorum, shouted out, Father, swap that card. If you play it, Uncle will win. Instantly, laughter and playful rebukes erupted around the table. Grandfather, brandishing his pipe, rapped Mau Mau gently on the head. Off you go, stop making a ruckus here. He then gestured toward White Father. That card stays. It must be played as is, accept your fate. With the elder's decree, White Father had no choice but to comply, dutifully laying down the card, which allowed Uncle to triumph effortlessly. Each character in the game was worth merely 2 dimes, and the stakes rarely exceeded a few dozen dollars. The essence of this gathering was not the pursuit of wealth, but the joy of family togetherness. Caicai, Mau Mau, come here, called Zhou Ping, beckoning the two children. Seated beside her were grandmother Bai, auntie, and third aunt. Mau Mau, still nursing his head from the gentle reprimand, felt a twinge of injustice, but quickly scampered over to his mother, exhibiting exemplary obedience. Bai Caicai joined them, and Zhou Ping instructed, "Bring out your red envelope money." The children had collected a substantial sum of lucky money throughout the morning. Observing third aunt counting her own, Bai Caicai noted Mau Mau reluctantly presenting several red packets, ultimately retaining 2 for himself. "Mother, I want to keep some for candy," he protested. "You needn't keep it, dear. It might fall out of your pocket. Let me hold on to it for you, and when you wish to buy candy, you can ask me for it," replied mother, reassuringly. Zhou Ping coaxed, and Mau Mau happily handed over the remaining red envelope. Bai Caicai sighed nearby. "Mau Mau, you were deceived by the teacher last week." "Caicai, yours." Zhou Ping glanced at Caicai's pretentious demeanor, glaring disapprovingly. "Mother, a person of authority cannot be without power for a day, and a lesser person cannot be without money for a day. I am a lesser person, so I shall keep this money for myself." Bai Caicai tightly clutched her pocket, resolutely refusing to part with it. With the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, she found it truly inconvenient to be without money at times. Moreover, given her psychological age, she was simply unaccustomed to asking her parents for funds. "You are indeed troublesome." Zhou Ping had no choice, with the family gathered together. She could not be too forceful. If they were in her own home, bamboo shoots stir-fried with shredded pork would likely be on the table by now. Zhou Ping's expression grew somewhat melancholic as Bai Caicai instinctively reached out to grasp Zhou Ping's hand. Truth be told, with the essence of 2 lifetimes, she regarded her mother as both a parent and a sister. As for her grandmother, she was exceptionally gentle. The older generation adhered to the ancient principles of obedience and virtue. Regarding such matters, all they could do was quietly shed tears, feeling utterly powerless. Only occasionally, when her uncle came to collect antiques, would her grandmother allow him to secretly visit her mother. During those times, her mother was always at her most sorrowful. The following morning, the family of her third uncle and aunt departed. Upon hearing Grandpa Bai's words, her aunt's eyes reddened, and trembling her lips, she finally said after a long pause, "Dad, Mom, I wish to divorce him." He was not overly oppressive, rather. He found himself caught in a difficult position between me and his mother. I was unaware of how it happened, but shortly after marrying into his family, I fell ill. The first 2 years passed relatively well, but since then, my health has deteriorated significantly. Each year, I expend a considerable amount on medical expenses, and his mother incessantly berates me for being wasteful, never offering a kind word. "This existence has become unbearable," my aunt lamented. "What does that great wooden figure say?" inquired Grandfather Bai. "He disapproves," my aunt replied. Grandfather Bai furrowed his brow and after a lengthy pause said, "Well, when he comes, I shall speak with her personally." Chapter 28. The Eastern Wind Overcomes the Western Wind. In her previous life, my aunt seemingly never broached the topic of divorce with the family. Bai Caicai surmised that during that tumultuous period, she must have suppressed her thoughts. Yet, her relationship with her mother-in-law never improved. Bai Caicai speculated that although my aunt had not confided in the family, she had certainly discussed it with her husband, who had likely not consented. Ultimately, they compromised, and my aunt's family relocated from Shatsuan to a dormitory adjacent to the slaughterhouse in town. To be candid, no one desires to inhabit the dormitory by the slaughterhouse. The proximity renders the air thick with a nauseating stench. However, my aunt and her mother-in-law were simply incompatible, leaving her with no alternative. After the move, the relationship between my aunt and her husband improved considerably, yet my aunt's health continued to decline. By the year Bai Caicai entered her final year of high school, my aunt succumbed to her illness. Speaking of the peculiar affliction of my aunt, it is indeed a mystery. Despite numerous consultations with various hospitals, a definitive diagnosis remained elusive. They merely attributed her condition to a weakened constitution, leading to the deterioration of her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Yet, it is baffling to recall that she was in robust health at home not long ago. How could she have become so frail in such a short span of time? This has always been an enigma, leaving one perplexed. Could it truly be a manifestation of deficiency syndrome? Bai Caicai pondered, considering that deficiency syndrome arises from negative influences, while excess syndrome is fundamentally linked to physiological ailments. The talisman she had learned to wield proved remarkably effective against deficiency syndromes, akin to the madwoman in town. However, for excess syndromes, while the health and longevity talisman and the fortune talisman could aid in nurturing one's health, they offered little in terms of actual healing. In summary, if one indeed suffers from an excess syndrome, one must, regrettably, seek remedies from a hospital. Peace, do not be disheartened. If it becomes unbearable, perhaps you should consider living apart from your mother-in-law. Nowadays, more and more people choose to live separately. There is no need to resort to divorce over such matters. You are destined to spend your life with Demu, not with his mother, Zhou Ping advised her aunt. The aunt merely wiped her tears, while Xia Chao nestled beside her, her small face displaying a pitiful expression. In her eyes, there was a dullness that belied her 4 years of age, lacking the usual spark of childhood. Bai Caicai observed her aunt intently from her position, peeling an orange and feeding the segments to Xia Chao, who puffed her cheeks with delight. The little girl beamed at Bai Caicai, her dim eyes transforming into a narrow line, radiating pure joy. Witnessing this brought great happiness to Bai Caicai's heart. Contemplating the state of my aunt's health, an involuntary headache assailed me as I pondered, Bai Pinyin. Is it not synonymous with unease? The Bai family was undoubtedly under immense pressure. However, after scrutinizing my aunt for an extended period, aside from her apparent frailty, she exhibited no signs of being afflicted by any malevolent forces. This suggested that her ailments were indeed genuine. Yet it remained perplexing why numerous hospitals had failed to diagnose her condition. In the evening, my uncle arrived in a state of urgency. "Dad, I haven't done anything to her," Xia Demo mumbled, his head bowed as he crouched beside Grandpa Bai. "Dad, I don't want to separate." "Neither do I wish for your separation," Grandpa Bai replied. "But can you bear to see Pinyin in such distress? She is gravely ill and has yet to find a moment of peace. Do you truly intend to drag her to her demise?" Hiding by the door, I felt the weight of Grandpa's words. "Dad, how can you say such things? I genuinely care for Pinyin," Xia Damu protested, feeling aggrieved. "Very well. You claim to care sincerely and do not wish to part ways. Then tell me, what are your plans moving forward?" Grandpa Bai inquired. I understood that this was the true essence of my grandfather's concern. According to the prior discussions within the Bai family, it was well acknowledged that many rural households faced discord between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. If harmony could not be attained, separation was deemed a viable option. It was often said that distance fosters appreciation. Perhaps, given time, their relationship could mend. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Dama replied, "I will discuss it with Pinyin." "Very well, she is inside. You may go in," Grandpa Bai gestured, permitting him to pass the first hurdle. Subsequently, I led my uncle towards the inner chambers. Then, she carefully led Xiao Chao out, gently closing the door but leaving a small crack, through which Bai Caicai peered. Mao Mao squeezed him beside her. While Zhou Ping stared at her intently, she did not intervene. Granny Bai observed with a smile, their curiosity piqued, yet feeling a touch of embarrassment to eavesdrop. They naturally allowed Caicai to act as a conduit. Inside the room, the two individuals were seated somewhat far from the door, their voices deliberately hushed, making it difficult for Bai Caicai to discern their conversation clearly. She could only infer from their expressions. However, as she focused on the pair, Bai Caicai noticed something quite extraordinary. Previously, she had not perceived any malevolence from her aunt, yet just moments ago, upon her uncle's entrance, she distinctly observed a sharp, ominous aura enveloping her aunt. It was evident that this malevolence penetrated her aunt's being through her bright spirit. Indeed, her aunt's frail condition could now be attributed to this sinister influence. Yet, the origin of this ominous energy surrounding her uncle remained a mystery. Bai Caicai pondered for a moment and comprehended that her uncle by marriage worked in a slaughterhouse, engaged in the grim business of butchering pigs, which naturally imbued him with an aura of death. This ominous energy, referred to as Sha Qi, could potentially be mitigated by a harmonious marital relationship. However, due to the strained rapport between Xia Damu's mother and his aunt, compounded by Xia Damu's filial piety that prevented him from opposing his mother for the sake of his wife, his aunt harbored resentment towards her husband. Yet, her resentment was overshadowed by the malevolent energy emanating from Xia Damu, which exploited her vulnerabilities and adversely affected her vital essence, leading to her lingering illness. Grandfather, shortly, please give these 2 amulets to my aunt and uncle by marriage, urging them to wear them regularly, Bai Caicai whispered to her grandfather. What? Do these items truly have any bearing on their marital harmony? Bai grandfather inquired, a look of skepticism on his face. Certainly, they are love talismans, designed to enhance marital fortune, and most importantly, they will benefit my aunt's health, Bai Caicai affirmed. Health? How can these love talismans possibly cure an ailment? Isn't the longevity talisman more appropriate? My grandfather remained perplexed. The frail health of my aunt is not attributed to her own condition, but rather to my uncle's long-standing occupation of slaughtering pigs, which has imbued him with an aura of malevolence. This dark energy has adversely affected my aunt's well-being, causing her health to deteriorate further. To enhance their marital fortune, the use of a jade talisman could mitigate the negative influence of my uncle's aura on my aunt's health, while simultaneously fortifying her resilience against it. However, this is merely a partial remedy. If my aunt wishes to entirely liberate herself from the burdensome effects of my uncle's dark energy, she must grow stronger, as the villagers say, to be able to stand her ground. Only then can she contain the detrimental aura surrounding my uncle. Once this energy is subdued, it is conceivable that my uncle may become more compliant towards her. Ultimately, it is a matter of one force overpowering another. With a mischievous smile, Bai Caicai clutched the amulet, placed her hands behind her back, and strolled with an air of authority, calling over Grandma Bai to whisper conspiratorially. What did you discuss with your grandfather? As Bai Caicai chuckled, she was suddenly met with a sharp slap on her backside, igniting a sense of indignation. She turned to confront Teacher Zhou, whose face was flushed with anger, and immediately recognized that the slap was deserved. Her grandfather's words must have reached her mother. Hastily, she fled the scene, prompting Teacher Zhou to give chase, leading to a playful pursuit between mother and daughter in the courtyard, until Bai Ping intervened, bringing a semblance of calm. The notion of one force overpowering another, as mentioned by her mother, was indeed a misnomer. It was her father's subtle influence that truly prevailed. Despite her mother's enthusiastic calls, it was invariably her father who reaped the benefits. Chapter 29. The Return of Granny Who Was in a Previous Life. My aunt and uncle deliberated and subsequently relocated to the town, taking up residence in the dormitory of the slaughterhouse. The layout bears a striking resemblance to that of the Bai family, with the 2 adjoining rooms separated by a narrow path, directly opposite a small kitchen. Although an occasional whiff of a strong odor wafts in from the slaughterhouse, one must make do for the time being. However, the health of the younger aunt is fragile, preventing her from working. Currently, with the establishment of a large slaughterhouse in the county, frequent pig collections from the countryside have led to a decline in business for the town slaughterhouse. Consequently, the younger uncle spends half of each month idling. As a result, the family struggles considerably. Ultimately, Bai's father sought out the 3rd son of the Bai family in the county, exchanging some stationery and small toys from his store, enabling the younger aunt to set up a small stall outside the town's primary school to earn a bit of money for essentials. The greatest joy for the younger aunt and uncle, however, is that her health is improving. Previously, she spent most of each month confined to bed, but now, aside from being unable to perform heavy labor, she is fully capable of managing her daily life. It appears that the move was indeed a wise decision. Bai's father, the younger uncle, and Uncle Lee from the town's police station are gathered in the dormitory of the Bai family's horticultural establishment, enjoying a modest drink. Meanwhile, the younger aunt and Zhou Ping are busying themselves in the kitchen. Bai Caicai is teaching Xiao Chao to recite Tang poetry, and after several repetitions of goose, 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 Xiao Chao is nodding along and reciting it quite smoothly. With the new semester already underway, Bai Caicai continues with her steady progress. She managed to rank within the top 5 of her class in the recent unit test. Meanwhile, Mao Mao remains the leader of their class, consistently securing the first position. Oh, Xiao Chao is doing well. Bai's father and uncle Li commend him, and Xiao Chao beams with pride, attributing his success to good teaching. Mao Mao, unwilling to be outdone, patted his little chest and declared that he had begun to lose his baby teeth. Just a couple of days ago, he had lost one of his prominent incisors, causing his speech to whistle and amuse everyone around him. Frustrated with the adults, he glared at Xiao Chao and said, "What are you laughing at? You'll be like this too one day." At that moment, Aunt Zhou's voice echoed from downstairs, calling out for Bai Caicai and teacher Zhou. Zhou Ping hurried out, and shortly after, she returned with 3 guests in tow. "Caicai, look who's here!" Zhou Ping exclaimed joyfully as she entered. Bai Caicai turned around and, to her delight, saw Granny Hu, the very woman who had saved her and Mao Mao during their rebirth days. Bai Pinkong and Director Li also rose to greet the newcomers. Among those accompanying Granny Hu was Yu Yongqing, the director of the town's development office. The Bai residence, already modest in size, became quite crowded with the arrival of several guests, including Xiao Gu's family. Caicai quickly sprang into action, fetching stools and pouring tea, busying herself with great enthusiasm. She wore an embarrassed yet cheerful smile, for in front of her family, she could act with a semblance of maturity. Yet she was keenly aware of her age and demeanor in the presence of outsiders. "This is my granddaughter, Chen Ku," Granny Hu introduced. Beaming with warmth as she embraced Bai Caicai, her expression radiating far more joy than before. Before the new year, Grandma Hu embarked on a journey to Beijing in search of her long-lost relatives. The local government assigned Feng Yu from the office to accompany her. Upon inquiry, they discovered the existence of a Qin jewelry company whose manager possessed some knowledge about the Qin family. He was aware that the family had ventured to the mainland for development, primarily due to the economic liberalization that promised lucrative opportunities. However, a significant motivation for their move was the quest to locate their grandmother, who had been separated from them for many years. Although many believed that this grandmother had likely passed away, Chen Kai, the current head of the family and son of Grandma Hu, could not entirely let go of the hope. Thus, he entrusted a familiar contact with a photograph, seeking information in the places where Grandma Hu had once resided. Upon meeting Grandma Hu, the manager, recognizing her age coincided with that of the lost matriarch, acted promptly and placed a call to Hong Kong. Soon after, Chen Yukai arrived in Beijing with his son, and upon seeing Grandma Hu, he instantly recognized her as his long-lost mother. The poignant reunion was filled with unspoken emotions. Subsequently, they journeyed together to Hong Kong. It was heard that the Chun family had generously contributed to the construction of a school, as the local elementary school was in a state of disrepair. Mr. Bai, representing the entire faculty and student body of the town, expressed their gratitude to the Chen family. After enjoying tea and engaging in conversation for a while, the discussion shifted towards the developmental plans for Baiyang Town. Mr. Bai, mindful of the Li Group and provincial road matters, inquired with Director Yu. Rest assured, following the Southern Tour speech, it is evident to all that development is of paramount importance. The investment from the Li Group has already been approved, and the county's development office is about to commence land exchange for acquisition matters. Additionally, the related affairs concerning the provincial road will soon begin. However, the 2 acres of land beneath Water Buffalo Ridge owned by your family fall within the scope of land acquisition for the development zone, and it is likely to be requisitioned. Nevertheless, compensation will be provided, so you need not worry. As for the plot belonging to your eldest sibling, it is expansive and conveniently located adjacent to the provincial road, not far from the county's development zone. Once the development zone and the provincial road are fully operational, that area will undoubtedly become a valuable asset. Why is another development zone being established? Bai Ba queried, perplexed. Previously, he had only heard about the Li Group's investment in the rerouting of the provincial road, but had never been informed about a development zone. This is a decision made by the county. With the rerouting of the provincial road, the significance of our Baoling town has become apparent, transforming it into a transportation hub for several major cities in the south. Originally, we were not far from these cities, but the obstruction posed by the Wufing mountain range made it feel as though we were cut off from the world. Now, With the provincial road being redirected and the province's decision to construct a tunnel to break through the Woofing Mountains, opportunities for the county have arisen. Consequently, the county has swiftly decided to leverage the favorable winds brought by the Lee Group's establishment to create a development zone around Water Buffalo Ridge. Who knows, in the future, the Water Buffalo Ridge Development Zone might become the economic leader of the entire county. Director Yu elaborated, speaking with conviction about economic matters. Bai Caicai listened intently, recognizing that Director Yu had a keen eye for opportunity. Subsequent events would indeed validate that the Water Buffalo Ridge Development Zone became the economic powerhouse of Ning County. However, she remained unaware of when her father had transformed the 2 acres beneath Water Buffalo Ridge into residential land. Previously, she had refrained from mentioning it, fully cognizant that the area fell within the scope of a development zone, destined for expropriation. Thus, any approval would be futile. Upon hearing Director Yu's words, Bai Caicai felt a wave of relief wash over him. As a stakeholder in the family land, he recognized that the news from Director Yu was indeed favorable for Bai's father. Regardless of the circumstances, the value of the family estate was bound to appreciate. Ah, who carved this stone sculpture? At that moment, Chen Ke held a rectangular stone paperweight, its surface adorned with a design of auspiciousness. Bai Caicai gazed at the stone paperweight, recognizing it as her own handiwork. However, this piece was merely a practice endeavor, devoid of any imbued Jade Talisman skills. She was acutely aware that such talismans should be sparingly displayed before outsiders. Thus, aside from crafting a few auspicious pendants for her family, she had relegated her practice pieces to the depths of her trunk, rarely revealing them. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Zhou Ping inquired, puzzled. Nothing at all. I simply perceive that this carving technique belongs to the northern school of the Qin family's stone sculpting style, Chen Ke replied. His family's jewelry company employed several jade sculptors, enabling him to discern the nuances of various stone carving methodologies. Brother, your discernment is commendable. My grandfather's master bears the surname Qin, and the stone carving skills we have learned indeed trace back to the Qin lineage. This sculpture was carved by Caicai, and her technique still has room for improvement. Bai Caicai spoke with a hint of pride, acknowledging that his daughter was quite diligent in her studies of stone carving, certainly surpassing his own efforts in his youth. Yet, little did Bai fathom the depth of his daughter's experiences across 2 lifetimes. As for Caicai's work, it was commendable, and I had even considered bringing her into my company for a more prominent role. Regrettably, she was still too young. Chen Ke lamented that although his family employed several jade sculptors, they resided in Hong Kong, with the BJ branch also hosting 2 artisans whose techniques were rather eclectic. In industry parlance, they lacked the pedigree of true masters. If only he could secure a Qin-style stone sculptor, it would significantly enhance the reputation of the BJ branch. My aunt is quite skilled. Her craftsmanship surpasses mine, Bai Caicai interjected, wide-eyed. The slaughterhouse was not thriving, and the labor in the fields was beyond her aunt's capabilities. Although she now sold stationery at the school gate to earn a little money, it was hardly a sustainable solution. In her previous life, Bai Caicai had been a jade sculptor, where the remuneration for a proficient artisan was substantial, offering a promising avenue for her aunt. Her aunt possessed a serene disposition, and her skills rivaled those of Bai Caicai's father later on. That would be splendid, Chen Ke remarked, extending a sincere invitation to Bai Pingyan to join him in BJ. He then turned to Xia Demu, saying, you should accompany him. My company is in dire need of personnel. I must confer with him further, Bai Pingyan replied, exchanging a glance with Xia Demu. Both filled with excitement, yet tinged with hesitation. In the early 1990s, working was not as commonplace as it would later become, particularly for Bai's uncle, whose job, while exhausting, was nonetheless a formal one. It is as it should be. Chen Ke nodded. After a few more exchanges, the group bid their farewells. Chapter 30. The essence of Yang Huachen. Once the group departed, the Bai family gathered to engage in a discussion, brainstorming ideas. Securing a legitimate job in Beijing would undoubtedly bring honor to the village. Xia Demu, robust and imposing, spoke in a somewhat gruff voice. However, Damu's position was indeed a formal one, a secure job. Should he venture to Beijing, he would risk losing that stability. Bai Pingyan remarked that for her, Going to Beijing would be an unparalleled opportunity, yet a woman could never truly detach from her home. If she were to venture to Beijing alone, she might as well remain in town selling stationery. In this day and age, the tide of commerce has risen. Many have taken the plunge. Take, for instance, Gao Fei's uncle, who once worked in the mines, extracting coal. We affectionately referred to him as Black Boy. Yet now, observe his transformation. He established a few billiard tables, opened a skating rink and a dance hall, and now leads a prosperous life with a small villa at home. Just the other day, I encountered him in the county. He mentioned plans to purchase a minibus for passenger transport. Look at him, always a step ahead, which is the essence of progress. Recently, during my trips to Shanghai, I noticed that they had long since begun to break free from the confines of their secure jobs. Meanwhile, we here linger in a state of stagnation, capable of dragging this on for several more years. Bai Caicai interjected. Having journeyed to Shanghai several times, Bai's father was no stranger to the world. After witnessing the fluctuations of the stock market, he began to suspect that this half-hearted secure job might not be as advantageous as it seemed. Xiaodamic and Bai Pingyan exchanged glances, and finally, Xiaodamic slammed his palm down on the nearby desk, shattering the glass that had already been cracked. All right, let's head to BJ. Tomorrow I will apply for a leave of absence. With my size, I am surely better than that little black fellow, Xiaodamic declared. What are you saying? We are going to BJ. Why drag Zhang Chong into this? Bai Pingyan's cheeks flushed slightly as he playfully slapped Xiaodamic, chiding him. Zhang Chong is Gao Fei's uncle. Bai Ba and Zhou Ping stifled their laughter, while Bai Caicai observed her father, recognizing his somewhat mischievous nature. She was certain that her father was intentionally bringing up Gao Fei's uncle. In the past, during Bai Pingyan's time in Wufeng village, she was indeed regarded as the belle of the village, attracting many suitors, but the most formidable competitor for Xiaodamic was undoubtedly Zhang Chong, Gao Fei's uncle. Although Zhang Chong lacked Xiaodamic's rugged masculinity, he was sharp-witted. Bai Pingyan believed both men had their merits and wished they could shed their shortcomings and merge their strengths into one. However, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Ultimately, Bai grandfather decisively sided with Xiaodamic, while Zhang Chong returned home defeated. The old man's reasoning stemmed from his concern that Zhang Chong, being overly astute, might lead his granddaughter astray. This judgment was indeed astute. Zhang Chong had accumulated considerable wealth and had numerous romantic entanglements, truly embodying the saying of maintaining a red flag at home while letting colorful flags flutter outside. Fortunately, Bai Pingyan's father was quite understanding, generously providing for the family each month, allowing Zhang Chong the freedom to indulge in his extravagant lifestyle. Only Grandpa managed to accurately predict the first day of the lunar month, but he failed to foresee the 15th. Xiaodamo, being a straightforward individual, faced challenges at home, particularly with a rather formidable grandmother. Ultimately, his younger aunt did not lead a particularly fortunate life and passed away prematurely, resulting in a white-haired person mourning a black-haired one. Now, with Bai Ba bringing up Zhang Chong, Xiaodamo could not afford to back down. Thus, Xiaodamo resolutely made his decision, and the next day, he commenced the necessary arrangements. A month later, he accompanied Hu Popo and Chun Ku to Beijing. On that midday after school, the 5th grade classes participated in a collective labor lesson, heading to the tea hills of Sparrow Ridge outside the town to pick tea. In a previous life, during the tea-picking season, Bai Caicai often assisted her grandfather in harvesting tea. Though she was not an expert, she was familiar with the process. With her hands deftly swaying, she harvested nearly 2 pounds after considerable effort, estimating it to be sufficient for their needs, and decided to stop, resting her basket and gazing at the sky. At that moment, the sky was a brilliant blue, the air exceptionally clear, with distant mountains, verdant trees, white clouds, azure skies, and crystal-clear waters creating an extraordinarily pleasant view. Lost in her reverie, she was suddenly startled as a hand reached into her basket. "Caicai, split your tea leaves with me. I'll take you ice skating later." "No charge," said Gao Fei, as he rummaged through her basket. Caicai shot him a glare. Yet she reminded herself that she was an adult and deemed it unworthy to argue with a child. Moreover, he often brought toys for Mao Mao to play with. So she let it slide. "Fine, Gao Fei, I'll share my tea leaves with you. But you have to come with me later, she replied. Little Dohwa chimed in. All right, let us go together. Gao Fei chuckled and then began to sift through the tea leaves in Little Dohwa's basket as well. Before long, his container was brimming. And only then did he feel satisfied. Bai Caicai had to continue gathering. Caicai, you're about to enter junior high. Which school will you enroll in? Asked Zaiduwa, pressing her for an answer. Yizhong, Bai Caicai replied. For her, the choice of school was inconsequential. Yet Yizhong held a special significance as it was where her dearest friend from her past life, Yang Huaqian, attended. In her previous existence, Bai Caicai's parents' divorce had rendered her somewhat introverted and melancholic, leading her to wander the school as a solitary figure, with only Yang Huaqian as her closest companion. Although they had met in junior high, it was during their university years that their bond truly flourished, ignited from the moment they received their acceptance letters. Naturally, it was Yang Huaqian who took the initiative, given their contrasting personalities. Throughout the 6 years of junior and senior high, they were never in the same class or even the same school, merely familiar faces to one another. Bai Caicai vividly remembers the day she received her acceptance letter. Yang Huaqian had rushed over, clutching her own notification, and upon entering exclaimed, Bai Caicai, hello. From now on, we shall be sisters sharing the same fate. In light of the challenges we will face together over the next 4 years, it is essential that we get to know one another. Let us begin with a shopping trip. Initially taken aback by her boldness, Bai Caicai soon learned that they had both been accepted to the same institution. Ultimately, these two girls, each with distinctly different temperaments, became inseparable. Their 4 years at university almost led others to misconstrue their closeness as something more. I will also apply to Yizhong, Zaiduwa declared. Bai Caicai glanced at her. In her previous life, Xiaodohua indeed attended a school in the first high school, though she only studied for a year before dropping out. Xiaodohua's father squandered all the family's money and fell into debt with loan sharks, having lost a hand in the process. There was no longer any money at home to support her education. Is your father still gambling? Bai Caicai inquired. Yes. If he doesn't gamble, he resorts to violence, Xiaodohua replied bitterly. Bai Caicai pondered for a moment, but found herself at an impasse. No matter how precious the Jade Talisman, it could not alter the nature of a gambler. At that moment, a group of boys nearby were laughing boisterously. Xiaodohua, ever curious, tugged at Bai Caicai to join them. They saw Gao Fei holding a magpie in his hands, barely clinging to life, with many feathers missing and its small eyes drooping. Let us roast it for a meal, one boy suggested. We can't just eat anything. Who knows if this sick creature has diseases? A girl interjected. Then let it go, Xiaodohua chimed in. Gao Fei, unsure of what to do with the magpie, immediately handed it to Bai Caicai upon hearing her words. Bai Caicai felt disheartened. If the magpie were merely possessed, she would have a solution, but clearly, the bloodstains on its feathers indicated it had sustained injuries. Very well, I shall do my best. She decided to fetch some anti-inflammatory medicine. After delivering the herbal remedy to the school, Bai Caicai acquired a bamboo basket to contain the magpie. She prepared the anti-inflammatory medicine, dissolving it in water and placing it beside the bird. After some contemplation, she hung a piece of the health-preserving Jade Talisman on the magpie's claw. Just as she completed her preparations, Gao Fei and Xiaodia called from the courtyard below. Caicai, hurry down, let us go skating. Bai Caicai quickly locked the door and hurried downstairs. 3 individuals ventured to the ice skating rink owned by Uncle Gao Fei. Chapter 31. Ice Skating and Fast Food. In a previous life, Bai Caicai was quite proficient at skating, adept at both forward and backward glidings, and even capable of performing a few intricate steps while donning her skates. However, she had sworn never to skate again after a tragic incident at a university rink where she mistakenly identified someone, leading not only to a heart-wrenching romantic disappointment but also to challenges in her professional life. This forced her to return to her childhood skill of stone carving. Starting as an apprentice in a jade shop, an experience fraught with difficulties and frustrations that were too arduous to recount to others. In this new life, with all things reset, Bai Caicai chose not to dwell on her past. Yet, her enthusiasm for ice skating was significantly diminished. Thus, although she had donned her skates, she felt no desire to glide. Instead, she stood beside the railing, supporting her friend Zayadua, who was eager to try. Unfortunately, Zayadua's sense of balance was quite poor, and her fearfulness did not help. Bai Caicai assisted her in skating a few steps, but the little girl gripped Bai Caicai's hands so tightly that it left bruises. Relax. The more tense you are, the easier it is to fall, Bai Caicai said, bemused. I wish I could relax, but the more I try, the more I can't. Zayadua replied, gripping Bai Caicai's hand even tighter. Why are you two playing like this? Come on, let's play train, called Gaofei as he glided over to them, stopping gracefully in front of the pair on the tips of his right skate. Xiao Dohua observed a group swiftly pulling a train, and at the rear, a person appeared to be in danger of being thrown off due to inertia, their face paling in fear as they shook their head, exclaiming, No, I can't handle this. A fall like that is no laughing matter. Indeed, you go on with your fun. Pay us no mind. We shall remain here and observe, Bai Caicai chuckled, leading Xiao Dohua aside. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past her back, and her foot was caught, causing her to fall unceremoniously to the ground. Xiao Dohua tumbling along with her. Hey, you knocked someone over and didn't even apologize, Bai Caicai exclaimed, rising to her feet and glaring at the fellow in the distance, who was sipping on a sports drink, patting her sore backside from the fall. My apologies, Bai Xiaomei, but perhaps you shouldn't have stood there foolishly in the way. The drinker retorted with a dismissive expression, nearly adding that a good dog should not obstruct the path. How can you speak like that? Gao Fei, accompanied by several boys from their class, joined the fray. Yes, you ought to apologize for bumping into someone. Xiao Dohua seethed with indignation from the sidelines. Upon hearing him refer to her as Bai Xiaomei, Bai Caicai wondered if he recognized her. She scrutinized the boy before her. He was bald, and a vicious scar marked one side of his head, bright red. Alas, fate had brought her face to face with Feng Xiaobei, the very boy her elder brother had nearly fatally injured. At this moment, his gaze bore a sinister intensity. It dawned on Bai Caicai that his previous actions had been deliberate. Regarding the matters of the Feng family, Bai Caicai possessed some knowledge. Feng Xiaobei, having endured relentless bullying since childhood due to a deranged mother, had no choice but to endure in his moments of helplessness, all the while harboring a deep-seated grudge. Presently, the Feng family had attained considerable prominence, with rumors circulating in town that Feng Xiaobei's father hailed from a prestigious family in Beijing, amassing great wealth and intending to whisk Feng Xiaobei and his mother away to enjoy a life of luxury in the capital. However, Feng Xiaobei had suffered greatly at the hands of Bai Xuewu, which fueled his desire for revenge today. Upon reflecting on these matters, Bai Caicai pursed her lips. Given the circumstances, it seemed unnecessary to entangle herself further or involve others. After all, they were merely children. Feng Xiaobei had long since dropped out of school, rendering him less cautious, while they were still elementary students with impending middle school entrance examinations. Any unforeseen incidents could lead to complications. Moreover, as an adult, it would be rather petty to engage in a feud with a troubled youth. Thus, she waved her hand dismissively. Only Gao Fei remained, glaring at Feng Xiaobei. Although Feng Xiaobei was older and bore a somewhat menacing demeanor, Gao Fei stood his ground, for this was his uncle's territory. Gao Fei, leave, Bai Caicai urged, giving him a gentle push, prompting him to huff away. Coward, Feng Xiaobei scoffed as Gao Fei passed by. Bai Caicai couldn't help but shoot him a glare, while a little girl beside her clapped her hands, exclaiming, Caicai, well said. You all. Feng Xiaobei clenched his fists. Caicai, I heard someone say Feng Xiaobei is causing you trouble. At that moment, Bai Xuewu emerged from an unknown direction. The skating rink was bustling with people, and Bai Xuewu had a respectable reputation in town. His companions were well aware that Bai Caicai was his cousin, and they had witnessed the events unfolding at the rink. Upon realizing Bai Xuewu was in town, they promptly informed him, prompting his hurried arrival. However, on his way, he encountered Bai Caicai. I have heard that he intentionally approached you, Bai Xuewu remarked, his brow furrowed. No, it's just a misunderstanding. You had that incident with him. So it's easy for others to misinterpret the situation, Bai Caicai assured, raising her hand in sincere promise. By the way, second brother, what brings you to town? Are you here to buy chicks and ducklings? She inquired, diverting the topic. With the arrival of spring, Bai was preparing to embark on his poultry-raising venture, intending to rear 100 chickens and 50 ducks. What chicks and ducklings? Mother intends to sell that land. The Lee Group is interested in purchasing our land for 80,000. Mother is tempted, believing that selling it would suffice to build a new house for the family. They are currently discussing this with your parents, Bai Shuwu replied, a hint of frustration evident as he scratched his head. He had resolved to focus on developing the land for a parking and dining establishment while raising some chickens and ducks, striving to become a professional poultry farmer. Yet, unforeseen circumstances had arisen, deflating his enthusiasm. She had endeavored to persuade their uncle to convert that land into residential property, not for the sake of a small profit, but to establish a venture that would lead the Bai family to prosperity. What promising business? Bai Shuwu inquired, intrigued. Recently, is there an abundance of people at Water Buffalo Ridge? Bai Caicai inquired, tilting her head. Indeed, there are numerous road workers and the construction sites of the Lee Group, brimming with individuals. Coupled with the development zone's projects, it resembles a sea of humanity, no less than that of the town, Bai Shuwu remarked. But isn't it a significant issue for them, being so remote from both villages and shops, when it comes to meals? Bai Caicai questioned. Indeed. I often hear the workers lamenting about the inconvenience. They must bring their own lunches, as the cafeteria serves food that is akin to swine fodder, Bai Shuwu replied, baring his teeth. That's precisely the point. Your establishment is conveniently close to the construction site. Why not consider opening a fast food restaurant? Bai Caicai suggested. A fast food restaurant? Bai Shuwu asked, bewildered. Bai Caicai, unable to suppress a laugh, realized that in this small locale, a fast food establishment was still a novel concept. She then elaborated on the idea. A fast food venue at the construction site must be economical and substantial, with generous portions of dishes and rice. Avoid those insubstantial offerings that leave one unsatisfied, and the business will undoubtedly thrive. Indeed, this is a lucrative avenue. I shall discuss it with father, Bai Shuwu determined. Having mingled in the town for several years, he had acquired some insight into the profitability of ventures. Upon returning home, it was evident that uncle and his family were engaged in discussions with father and mother regarding the handling of that piece of land, whether to sell it or retain ownership. Bai Pinkong contemplated the stocks of vacuum electronics, recalling a conversation he had yesterday with a friend from Shanghai, who informed him that the price had surged to 200 yuan per 100 shares. This news pained him, as he had sold his shares for less than 1,000 yuan, essentially losing half of his investment, a lesson from past experiences. Consequently, Bai Pinkong was inclined to hold onto his shares rather than sell. However, his mother believed it would be prudent to sell, suggesting that the proceeds could be used to renovate their home. She worried that if they did not renovate, in the future, Xiaonan and Binbin might not visit. Meanwhile, his aunt harbored different sentiments, expressing her discontent with the situation and the behavior of the third son. Bai's uncle furrowed his brow, lamenting their helplessness since the third son was in the county and their family could not assist. The situation relied solely on the Liu family, which understandably caused frustration. Bai's father, wearing a displeased expression, was accustomed to mediating disputes and chose to refrain from further criticism of the third son. In that case, we must sell, the uncle asserted. Bai Caicai promptly nudged Bai Shuwu, reminding him that they had agreed on the road that this idea would be attributed to him. Bai Caicai wished to avoid lengthy explanations, as she was still young and preferred to let Bai Shuwu articulate their thoughts. Father, uncle, I believe we should prepare for both outcomes, Bai Shuwu suggested cautiously. What do you know? Keep your opinions to yourself, Bai's uncle retorted. Eldest brother, the Water Buffalo Ridge area has always been managed by Shuwu. Let's consider his perspective, Bai Pinkong interjected, seeking to alleviate the awkwardness evident on his nephew's face. I believe it would be prudent to postpone the sale of the land for the time being. Recently, the construction site has been bustling with activity, and I have frequently overheard the workers lamenting the inconveniences of mealtimes. Given the advantageous location of my property, I have contemplated establishing a fast food restaurant. It need not be overly elaborate, merely offering decent flavors, generous portions, and affordable prices. I suspect that many workers would patronize it. With a vegetable garden and rice at home, I would only need to purchase additional meat, which would not require a substantial investment. I am curious to see how much profit can be generated. Moreover, the development of Water Buffalo Ridge has only just commenced in the Lee Group. Being such a prominent company is rumored to have a think tank within. It seems improbable that they would engage in unprofitable ventures. I anticipate that the value of Water Buffalo Ridge will appreciate in the future. Thus, opening a fast food establishment could serve as a temporary endeavor while awaiting favorable conditions. After a year, should profits be modest, I could consider selling the property, possibly at a higher price. Having articulated this perspective, Uncle Bai gazed intently at Bai Shuiwu, as if he were a stranger, leaving Bai Shuiwu blushing with embarrassment. Indeed, I find Shuiwu's suggestion to be quite commendable. It is evident that he has given it serious thought. Moreover, entrusting this matter to Shuiwu will prevent him from squandering his time elsewhere. Perhaps, in the future, our family will see him achieve great success, Bai Ba remarked, rising to pat Bai Shuiwu on the shoulder. Bai Shuiwu, feeling a surge of pride as if rejuvenated like a video game character, had never experienced such praise before. He vowed to make a significant mark in his endeavors. Consequently, he declared, "Then I shall not sell it, and this will also provide Shuiwu with something productive to do." The following morning, Bai Caicai awoke and glanced at the nearby parrot, which seemed to exhibit a hint of vitality. She felt a sense of relief. Its survival rested solely upon itself. She thought. In any case, she had done her utmost. After hastily brushing her teeth and washing her face, only Mao Mao continued to circle around the parrot until Zhou Ping tugged her ear, compelling her to reluctantly wash her face. "I shall go too," murmured Bai Caicai, a piece of pancake clutched in her mouth, her words muffled. "You go. There's no class today," Bai Ba interjected. "Today is Sunday," Bai Caicai declared triumphantly, shaking her head, with Mao Mao mimicking her. "Very well, then we shall all go together," Bai Ba decided. The family then boarded a tricycle and journeyed to Wufeng village. Upon entering their home, Bai Caicai hurriedly inquired of her grandfather for a brush and a stack of white paper. She then settled herself behind her father on the bicycle, and together they set off towards Water Buffalo Ridge. This time, the route was no longer desolate. It was alive with the bustling scenes of construction, with numerous private homes being erected. Along the way, they encountered Bai Caicai's great-aunt, who was selling tea eggs from a woven basket. "There are many industrious souls around," remarked Bai Pingkong as he dismounted the bicycle, with Bai Caicai jumping down alongside him. They called out to their great-aunt, who beamed and nodded in response. "Well, it's going quite well. I've sold over 20 already," she said, her eyes squinting into joyful slits, clearly pleased. She then gestured towards another construction site and added, "Kongzi, you all should head to Water Buffalo Ridge. Go quickly, as Jianzi's family left early this morning. I will go sell over there." "Take care, great-aunt," Bai Pingkong replied, before remounting the bicycle and pedaling towards Water Buffalo Ridge, observing the busy crowd along the roadside. Indeed, in light of the current scene, it seems we have made the right choice by pursuing martial arts. The child, Shui Wu, is quite intelligent, yet previously lacked diligence and wandered off the righteous path. Zhou Ping turned to Bai Caicai, who was holding a brush, paper, and ink, and recalled to inquire, "By the way, Caicai, what are you bringing these from home for?" "My second brother is opening his shop today for the first time, and many people are unaware. I plan to ask father to write a large poster, which I will then affix to the outer walls of various construction sites, so that people will know to come and dine with us," Bai Caicai replied. "In my previous life, before a store opened, distributing flyers was essential." Indeed, Zhou acknowledged, advertising is crucial. Bai Ba praised her initiative. Before long, they arrived at the shop at Water Buffalo Ridge. Aunt and Uncle Bai, along with Bai Urge, were bustling with activity. Aunt Bai took the meat brought by Bai Ba and hurried off to wash and prepare it, while Zhou Ping joined in to assist. Meanwhile, Bai Ba rolled up his sleeves to begin crafting the poster, the advertisement. Once completed, he handed it to Bai Caicai for posting. Mao Mao wanted to accompany her, but Bai Caicai refused, cautioning him about the numerous construction sites nearby, which posed significant dangers. Bai Caicai hopped on her mother's old bicycle and sped off. Zhou Ping was taken aback, wondering when this child had learned to ride a bike. This girl has quite the rebellious spirit. She must have picked it up at school. She mused. Bai Pingkong was somewhat accustomed to such surprises, while Mao Mao, frustrated, stomped his feet. Had he known his sister could ride, he would have insisted on joining her, but now it was too late, leaving him to pout. Bai Caicai, feeling disheartened, thought it unreasonable to struggle with riding a bicycle. As her outer thighs throbbed painfully, surely bruised. After stretching her limbs, she reassured herself that there were no other injuries. It is indeed peculiar. There seems to be nothing amiss in this place, yet people continually stumble. One of the workers remarked. Indeed, many have fallen here in recent days, another worker concurred. Bai Caicai found their conversation intriguing and could not help but scrutinize the road surface. The freshly excavated ground was undoubtedly uneven, yet other areas were even more so. And the curve was not particularly sharp. If her fall could be attributed to carelessness, how could so many others also have fallen? Pondering this, Bai Caicai walked halfway up the slope and crouched down to observe her surroundings. Soon, she discerned a gloomy, malevolent energy emanating from the convex side of the bend, directed towards a nearby mountain stream. Conversely, a similar malevolence approached from the stream, the two energies intertwining and clashing violently within the entire bend area. Do you perceive anything? Su Shigong, whose origins were unknown, inquired with a smile as he stood beside Bai Caicai, holding a hoe and two saplings of cypress, nearly the same height as her. There is malevolence on the northern side of the bend, and likewise from the direction of the stream, Bai Caicai pointed. Indeed, the bend is afflicted by a curved knife malevolence, precisely aimed at the stream, while the water below harbors evil water malevolence. The clash of these two forces has transformed the entire bend into a malevolent zone, Su Shigong mused. Stroking his chin, I recall that in a previous life, several serious traffic accidents occurred here, resulting in numerous fatalities, rendering this a hotspot for incidents. Bai Caicai couldn't help but ask, is there a remedy for this? Isn't that precisely why I'm here? Su Shigong gestured towards two cypress trees. In a moment, planting these two trees at the positions where the conflicting energies converge will dispel the negative influences. Come, follow me. Chapter 33. A fortuitous beginning. Bai Caicai followed Su Shigong to the bend in the stream, where he pointed to two spots and began to dig holes, subsequently planting the trees. Before long, the two cypress trees were firmly in the ground. Is this sufficient? Bai Caicai inquired. Take another look, Su Shigong replied, revealing his understanding of the Yufu sect and their unique methods for discerning negative energies. However, Bai Caicai recalled that in her previous life, this location was occupied by a car wash, and accidents had been frequent. Clearly, the two cypress trees had been removed, preventing the disruption of the area's geomantic balance. If someone were to cut down the trees, would that not disturb the feng shui? Bai Caicai tilted her head and asked Su Shigong. Indeed, Su Shigong affirmed. Then, suddenly realizing, he exclaimed, oh yes, this place is undergoing rapid development. If I plant these two trees, they will likely be cut down in a few days, rendering my efforts futile. It seems I must seek out two effective talismans. In these times, they are quite hard to find. Noticing Su Shigong's expression of impending misfortune, Bai Caicai couldn't help but smile. Can the Fuyun talisman also dispel negative energies? Bai Caicai asked. Certainly, a single blessing can suppress 100 calamities. Haven't you heard that before? Su Shigong responded. Bai Caicai was unaware of this, as the stonemason's notes had not mentioned it. However, it seemed to be common knowledge. And naturally, the stonemason would not have recorded such an insight in his notes. Here you go. Bai Caicai retrieved two auspicious jade talismans from her pocket. Due to her passion for jade, she consistently carried various talismans that she had personally carved, all of which were auspicious and longevity jade talismans. As for the other talismans noted in the stonemason's notebook, apart from the marriage talisman, which still retained its efficacy, it was evident that many had been lost through the generations. The potency of the remaining talismans had diminished significantly. For instance, Bai Caicai could effortlessly wield a jade talisman carved from Wufeng mountain stone that possessed the same power as one crafted from Huttian mutton fat jade in the stonemason's notes. The underlying reason for this was the loss of traditional craftsmanship passed down through the ages, likely tied to an ancient artisan's adage, "Teach the apprentice, starve the master." Consequently, each master would inevitably hold back some of their skills when imparting knowledge to their disciples. As time passed, the art either vanished or became unrecognizable. And the same held true for the Jade Talisman craft. The effectiveness of a talisman is contingent upon three factors: the design of the talisman, the skill of the creator, and the quality of the jade. Had Bai Caicai not fortuitously discovered the most primitive designs for the longevity and auspicious jade talismans hidden within the pages of a book, she would have needed to invest significantly in superior jade to create an effective talisman. Bai Caicai speculated that the decline of the jade talisman craft was also related to the exorbitant costs involved, making it unaffordable, unlike other sects, which required merely a piece of yellow paper and a red brush to create their talismans. Their expenses were minimal. However, the Taoist sects faced their own challenges. To craft talismans, one must first cultivate spiritual energy. Without innate talent and decades of dedication, it is impossible to create such symbols. In contrast, the Jade Talisman sect merely requires the ability to absorb the power of jade to produce talismans. As for cultivation, nurturing jade is itself a process of refinement. Humans nurture jade, and jade nurtures humans, each complementing the other. The notes of the master stonemason have remarked that every school of thought has its own advantages and disadvantages. Ultimately, it can be summarized in one word: difficulty, immense difficulty. Consequently, in the eyes of the mundane world, these esoteric practices have become mere illusions, perceived as forms of deception, with practitioners labeled as charlatans engaged in grandstanding. Bai Caicai pondered, indeed, these two jade talismans are well crafted. Master Qin has a worthy successor. Today, I shall demonstrate my skills. Master Su took the fortune stone that Bai Caicai handed him, tugging at a few sparse strands of beard beneath his chin, feigning the demeanor of an esteemed figure, though he appeared more like a quack. Nevertheless, Bai Caicai knew that Master Su possessed genuine talent. As he spoke, Su produced 8 chopsticks from his robe. Positioning them around the malevolent eye, then placed the 2 jade talismans at the respective locations. The scene resembled the acupoint pressing that Bai Caicai had witnessed previously. At that moment, Bai Caicai suddenly perceived that the soil at the malevolent eye seemed to soften, as the 2 jade talismans swiftly sank downward, spinning as they descended. In no time, they vanished beneath the earth, and a layer of faint mist began to rise. To Bai Caicai's astonishment, she watched as 2 freshly planted trees disappeared before her eyes. This, she stammered, pointing in disbelief. This is the legendary wall of ghostly illusions. Once the formation is activated, no one can perceive these 2 trees, and henceforth, regardless of what is constructed, others will instinctively avoid this place. Fear not, for there shall be no trouble. Master Su chuckled, clearly quite pleased with his own handiwork. Bai Caicai gave him a thumbs up, impressed. Indeed, when it comes to formations, the Jade Talisman sect also possesses some, primarily those related to fortune and longevity, mere enhancements of fortune and longevity talismans. However, the true 5-element Jade Talisman formation has been lost to time. Occasionally, Bai Caicai cannot help but ponder whether this 5-element Jade Talisman formation is concealed within the tomes of Jade nurturing and extraordinary peculiarities. According to the records of the stonemason, there are 6 volumes on this subject, yet he possesses only 1, with the whereabouts of the other 5 remaining a mystery. Bai Caicai often muses that it would be splendid to gather all 6 volumes, but such aspirations are merely fanciful thoughts, relying on luck and chance. What can mere mortals achieve? Do not speak of today as events to anyone. In our line of work as practitioners, we must maintain a low profile. It is preferable for others to regard us as charlatans than to elevate us to the status of a deity, for that would invite endless troubles. Master Su cautioned Bai Caicai. Understanding his intent, Bai Caicai nodded in agreement and playfully winked at him. Master Su then chuckled, ruffling Bai Caicai's short hair, and hummed an old tune, swaying as he walked away, embodying the very essence of a mystic. In the blink of an eye, the sun reached its zenith, and the weather began to warm, with those tending to the stove glistening with beads of sweat upon their brows. Before long, 7 or 8 dishes were prepared, all arranged in a row within a wide enamel basin, while freshly steamed rice was housed in a wooden tub, set aside. Just as they completed their bustling preparations, workers arrived at the door. Each vegetarian meal was priced at $2.50, while adding a meat dish increased the cost to $3. The portion of rice was generous enough that one meal sufficed for each worker. Some individuals who had not purchased a meal expressed their dissatisfaction, reminding the proprietor, "Boss, please prepare more tomorrow. With so many workers, you can only serve a few tubs." Thus, Bai Caicai assured them repeatedly that more would be prepared the following day, explaining that today was merely the inaugural opening and they were still gauging demand. Once the crowd dispersed, everyone finally settled down. Bai Caicai plopped down on the ground, exhausted after a day spent collecting bowls and wiping tables. She had been running back and forth, tirelessly swapping out seats, her legs weary from the constant motion. Nevertheless, despite the fatigue, everyone wore expressions of joy. The fast food establishment had enjoyed a successful opening day, a source of immense delight. Mother is tending the shop, while father and I are heading to the town. We still lack many utensils, and our meat supply has run out. We need to purchase some meat and a few vegetables that we do not cultivate at home, Bai Caicai exclaimed, his heart fully invested in the scene before him. Let us also buy a few copper kettles. I noticed many workers filling their containers with hot water after their meals. With the heat of the day, we could offer complimentary hot water as a gesture of goodwill. Bai Caicai remarked that the imitative capacity of the Chinese people is remarkably strong. Observing the thriving business of fast food establishments, astute individuals are bound to take notice. It is believed that before long, several fast food outlets will emerge in this vicinity. Therefore, what the Bai family must do is to captivate the hearts of the patrons with superior service before others can open their doors. Boiling some water is but a trivial task. Such efforts will ensure the longevity of their business. As June arrived, Bai Caicai faced her entrance examination for junior high school with remarkable composure. In contrast, teacher Zhou experienced a wave of anxiety, despite her confidence in her daughter's academic performance. Nevertheless, the hearts of parents are often tumultuous, and one cannot remain serene when the moment approaches. Once the results were announced, Caicai was pleased to find herself enrolled in the prestigious No. 1 middle school, which brought a sigh of relief from teacher Zhou. When Mao Mao's vacation commenced, teacher Zhou promptly packed the two little ones off to Wufeng village, while she remained behind to continue her dedicated efforts in her private school. "Don't worry, mother. This significant matter will certainly be resolved this year," Bai Caicai cheerfully assured her. "How do you know?" Zhou Ping retorted, her expression also betraying a smile. Deep down, she understood that the current circumstances were indeed favorable, and she too felt optimistic about the outcome. With her worries alleviated, Bai Caicai spent her days in the company of her grandfather, wandering around Water Buffalo Ridge. During leisurely moments, she crafted stone sculptures and engaged in observational drawing. A proficient stone carver is, in essence, an artist of great repute. She recalled that the jade carver from the jade shop she once worked in was also a master of traditional Chinese painting. During this summer, Bai Caicai endured the greatest torment while practicing calligraphy. The purpose of honing her calligraphy skills was to strengthen her wrist, and she would suspend a piece of green stone from her wrist during practice. Wasn't that a self-imposed ordeal? Each day of practice left a vivid red mark on her wrist, mingling with perspiration, causing a sharp sting. Alas, in these times, nothing comes easily. Mao Mao, observing from the side, resonated with her plight. Bai Caicai had a peculiar habit. She could not bear to see others revel in comfort while she toiled. Consequently, she enlisted Mao Mao to practice alongside her. However, unlike Bai Caicai, he bore no stone. Her primary aim was to cultivate his concentration, as the little rascal had begun to exhibit signs of hyperactivity. Nevertheless, even in this less strenuous setting, Mao Mao's hands and face became smeared with ink, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Bai Caicai, witnessing his comical appearance, could not help but laugh heartily, bending over in amusement. Afterward, she took him aside to wash his face and hands, changing his clothes before she would relent. Suddenly, the ringing of a bicycle bell echoed as Bai Caicai's second brother rode into the backyard, carrying a large plastic bag and dripping with sweat. His white t-shirt rendered dull and gray from perspiration. "Second brother, what brings you here?" Bai Caicai inquired. Bai Shuwu leaned his bicycle against the side and lifted the bag, prompting Mao Mao to rush over, his eyes sparkling with the hope of treats. However, upon peering inside, he was met with a collection of books, resulting in a dejected expression. "There's ice cream in the fridge. Go help yourself," Bai Urge remarked, giving Mao Mao a playful tap on the back of the head. With a joyful shout, Mao Mao dashed into the house. Bai Caicai perused the books belonging to her elder brother Bai Urge, all of which pertained to poultry farming and fish pond cultivation. Among them was a volume dedicated to the prevention and treatment of chicken diseases. "Elder brother, where did you acquire such an abundance of books?" Bai Caicai inquired. Meanwhile, Mao Mao brought over 3 ice creams, one for each of them. Although these treats did little to quench their thirst, they were refreshing on a sweltering day. "I borrowed them from the agricultural technology station in town," Bai Urge responded. Brother Xian at the station mentioned that there have been recent outbreaks of chicken diseases in some rural areas, and he advised me to be vigilant about prevention. Look. He even provided some disinfectant. As the old saying goes, a family with great wealth cannot afford to have livestock afflicted. If we were to contract chicken disease, I would surely be driven to madness. Bai Shuwu, seated on a nearby stone, savored his ice cream while expressing his frustration, clearly having engaged in a battle against the chicken disease. Of late, Bai Urge had been particularly diligent, frequently visiting the agricultural technology station to ensure the well-being of their chickens and ducks. Uncle Bai often lamented that if Shuwu had displayed such dedication during his school years, he might not have abandoned his studies before completing middle school. The so-called middle school diploma was merely the result of a last-minute examination. This sentiment resonated deeply with Bai Urge. The pond at Shui Niuling was truly distinctive, featuring tiered levels reminiscent of rice terraces, bordered by sturdy stone embankments that exuded the charm of Huizhou's pastoral landscapes. In a former life, this place had become a paradise for fishing enthusiasts. Bai Caicai wholeheartedly endorsed Bai Shuwu's idea, recognizing that in their previous existence, many had underestimated him. Perhaps it was the ordeal he faced that led him to abandon any aspiration for improvement. Now, circumstances have transformed. A single opportunity has the potential to alter a person's destiny. Perhaps it is the burden of debt, coupled with the thriving fast food establishment, that has driven Bai Shuwu to immerse himself fervently in the pursuit of wealth. The fast food restaurant, the sloping hillside in the backyard, along with a small bamboo grove and a square pond, collectively form the embryonic shape of a rural leisure enterprise that Bai Caicai envisions from her past life. Everything is unfolding as she anticipated. Of course, this process must be gradual. There remains several years before the rise of rural leisure establishments, and tourism is not at its peak. Presently, Bai's second brother primarily occupies himself with the promising professions of fast food restaurant owner and poultry farmer. The forthcoming years will witness a period of rapid economic growth and a swift enhancement in people's material living standards, with chickens, ducks, and eggs readily sold in the city. However, upon hearing her second brother mention the avian flu, Bai Caicai recalls that in her previous life, Wufeng village had indeed experienced an outbreak. At that time, due to her grandmother's incapacitation, the family was preoccupied with her care, neglecting the chickens, which subsequently contracted the disease, resulting in the loss of a significant portion of their flock. Back then, with only a dozen chickens, the loss was manageable. But now her second brother's flock comprises nearly 200 chickens and ducks, free-ranging in the bamboo grove. Should an outbreak occur, the loss would be catastrophic. The funds for purchasing the chicks and ducklings were borrowed from the credit cooperative. "Well then, second brother, apply yourself diligently," Bai Caicai advised. She pulled out a cloth bag filled with intricately carved stones, her focus shifting to the task at hand. Indeed, it seems that undertaking any endeavor these days is fraught with difficulty. Bai Urge expressed a sentiment akin to that of Bai Caicai's earlier lament. In recent days, he has diligently toiled like a steadfast workhorse, yet his spirits remain exuberantly high, filled with an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. "Take a breather. Allow me to survey your domain," Bai Caicai cheerfully suggested as she twisted a small stone sculpture nestled in a cloth pouch and wandered into the bamboo garden at the back. Occasionally, she paused to dig a hole and bury a piece of fortune stone, determined to create a formation of auspicious stones. This, she believed, could offer some protection against misfortune. And with fortune comes wealth. If her second brother perseveres, their business is bound to flourish. Although it is said that Jade embodies the virtues of a noble person and one should not overtly seek wealth, she merely sought good fortune, which, in turn, would bring prosperity, not a direct pursuit of riches, but rather a clever sidestep. Chapter 35. By Father's Concerns in the Bamboo Grove of the Backyard. As Bai Caicai meticulously arranged her fortune formation, a sudden cracking sound interrupted her, causing several items to tumble from her grasp onto the muddy ground. What a loss! She lamented, reflecting that had it not been for the piece of icy jade, her endeavor might have faltered. Indeed, the Jade Talisman formation relied heavily on monetary investment. Alas, I hope this fortune proves beneficial. Otherwise, the loss would be truly significant, she murmured, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. Realizing that the energy expended in setting up the formation had been considerable. Sinking into a deep and sweet slumber, she was abruptly roused by her sister, Mao Mao, who shook her awake. "What's the matter?" Bai Caicai mumbled drowsily. Upon hearing that their father was displeased, she sprang up, wide-eyed. "Why is he unhappy? I must go see." Bai Caicai rose and hurried to the front shop, where she spotted Grandma by conversing with Aunt. "You little Caicai, what were you up to last night? You certainly slept long this afternoon, nearly 2 hours. Your father and mother have arrived. They are in the backyard," Grandma Bai said with a smile. Recently, apart from the loans from the credit union, the Bai family had settled most of their debts. And there was hope for a new house, which lifted Grandma Bai's spirits considerably. "Grandma, I spent the entire night helping you with your back. I hardly slept at all, which is why I needed to catch up on my rest," Bai Caicai replied as she approached her grandmother, playfully massaging her back a few times. "You little rascal, when did you ever help me with my back last night?" Grandma Bai questioned in confusion. "Oh, it must have been in my dreams." Even dreaming of massaging can be exhausting. Bai Caicai feigned realization, tapping her forehead before cheerfully adding, "I'm off to see father and mother." With that, she dashed towards the backyard. "That girl," Grandma Bai remarked, pointing at her granddaughter's retreating figure, both amused and exasperated, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. Truly, this granddaughter was becoming increasingly endearing. Aunt, too, chuckled. "Indeed, Caicai is our family's lucky star. If it weren't for her suggestion, who would have thought to convert that piece of land into residential plots? Now, others find it impossible to get approval." "Indeed," Grandma Bai nodded. "Even my hypertension was diagnosed only because this girl insisted I get checked." Bai Caicai reached the backyard, where she found Father Bai and Zhou Ping planting trees. Indeed, Father Bai's countenance appeared rather grim. As he wielded a hoe to till the soil, he gritted his teeth, as though the earth itself were his adversary. "Father, mother, what kind of trees are you planting?" inquired Bai Caicai, crouching closer. "Sugar oranges," Father Bai replied somewhat irritably. He then murmured to Zhou Ping, "Pray tell, how can this newly appointed manager be so autocratic? While sugar oranges are indeed marketable and profitable, this land is utterly unsuitable for their cultivation. The temperature, climate, and sunlight all fall short of the requirements, and the annual precipitation is excessively high. Consequently, we shall not yield quality sugar oranges. The fruit will be scant and sour, rendering them unsellable. Is this not a futile endeavor? And to think they have hastily felled the original honey orange trees. This is nothing short of folly." As he spoke, his brow furrowed in concern, troubled by the prospect of the farm collapsing under such mismanagement. "What can you do? You are merely the deputy head of sales. The technical department has remained silent. Should you be worried about it? They claim that the varieties have been improved. Perhaps it will work out. You are not a technician. So what do you know?" Zhou Ping advised, reminding him that this matter was beyond his jurisdiction. Bai Caicai then grasped the source of her father's vexation. She counted on her fingers and realized that in just over 2 years, the horticultural station would likely become unsustainable, largely due to the introduction of the sugar orange trees. History had shown that Bowling Town was ill-suited for their cultivation, and this attempt was destined for failure. Of course, One could not lay the entirety of the horticultural station's impending downfall at the feet of this single introduction. Rather, it was the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. My father possesses such a temperament, having experienced all of this in a past life. Bai Caicai understands that no matter what her father says, it will have little effect. Father, if the horticultural center closes down in the future and everyone loses their jobs, what do you plan to do? Bai Caicai inquired, feeling it imperative to guide her father at this moment. Lose our jobs? Bai Ba furrowed his brow. Oh, it's akin to the workers in many factories in Shanghai losing their iron rice bowls. Without positions, it simply means being laid off, Bai Caicai clarified, noticing that the term laid off had yet to become commonplace. Laid off indeed seemed appropriate. Bai Ba, having traveled frequently to Shanghai, was somewhat familiar with the circumstances surrounding the factories there, and he accepted the concept of being laid off relatively quickly, though he had not fully come to terms with it. We'll deal with it when the time comes. It's too early to worry now, Bai Pingkeng remarked. After all, he was a deputy factory manager. Could the horticultural center simply shut down without any notice? It's not too late to consider. Who knows? Perhaps in the next couple of years, I believe father can still pursue a path in horticultural greening. Moreover, our family's stone carvings could greatly enhance this endeavor. Besides, father has been engaged in sales for the past few years. He has established connections and knows how to navigate this field, Bai Caicai stated, with a tone of flattery. This was indeed the path Bai Caicai had envisioned for her father, one that seemed perfectly suited for him. More importantly, the subsequent emphasis on urban living environments has created substantial opportunities for the development of horticultural greening. The benefits of the horticultural farm cannot be deemed unsatisfactory. However, a significant portion of the resources is consumed by lavish hospitality or discreetly funneled into private pockets. After all, it belongs to the state, and few seem to care. Coupled with rigid mindsets and outdated technology, these factors primarily contribute to the inability of most factories to sustain operations. Indeed, the adage "better the familiar than the unknown" rings true. Should that day arrive, this path may prove to be quite favorable. Bai Ba nodded in agreement. Caicai sat behind Bai Ergu on his bicycle, while Mao Mao was attended to by Bai Ba, and Zhou Ping rode her own bicycle alone. As the sun set, wisps of smoke curled in the distance, interspersed with the sounds of barking dogs. The surrounding verdant mountains provided a serene backdrop, accompanied by a gentle breeze, creating an atmosphere of indescribable leisure. Chapter 36. The farce of borrowing money. Before long, they arrived home, where the dishes had already begun to be laid out. San Shu and San Ani welcomed everyone to take a seat. This summer, Xiao Nan and Bin Bin did not visit Wufeng village, which caused Bai Nai Nai considerable lament. Due to the sweltering heat, Caicai took Mao Mao for a bath before emerging to sit at the side, savoring her meal. Mao Mao gnawed on a chicken foot, clearly indicating an elevation in the quality of food at the Bai household. Caicai, you are soon to begin middle school in the county, right? Have your living arrangements been made? Why not stay with me? Suggested San Shu Bai Pingliang as he sipped his wine, sitting beside him. Senani Lu Ling pinched his waist and remarked with a frown, Caicai does not need you, her third uncle, to worry about her. Zhou Ping has already made arrangements. I heard from my father that Principal Song from the 4th elementary school has agreed. They are just waiting for Zhou Ping to be officially appointed before transferring her to the county's 4th elementary school. Once that happens, Zhou Ping will be in the county. And she won't need your oversight, will she, Zhou Ping? Lu Ling said, turning to Zhou Ping as she spoke. It was merely a matter without any solid foundation. Zhou Ping's complexion was not particularly good, and she spoke softly. The men from the Bai family couldn't help but frown. Bai Caicai glared at her third aunt in silence, unable to comprehend why everything spoken by this aunt seemed to evoke discomfort. In her previous life, her mother had been transferred to the 4th elementary school after her official appointment. The principal, Song, had originally been the head of the small school in Baoling Town and had long admired Zhou Ping's teaching, expressing her desire to recruit her more than once. However, Zhou Ping had been stuck in a private school and was unable to transfer. For a moment, the only sound in the room was that of drinking. Bai Caicai observed her third aunt pinching her third uncle again. He subtly shook his head at her, while the aunt's brows furrowed in anger, leading her to pinch him harder. Bai Caicai pondered silently, uncertain of what silent game these two were playing. If you have something to say, just say it, the old man said, furrowing his brows. He was well aware of his daughter-in-law's antics, as she was notorious for stirring up trouble. Dad, it's nothing, Bai Pingliang replied, his expression somewhat sullen. How can it be nothing? Our family is facing difficulties. If we don't seek the old man's help, who else can we turn to? However, the third aunt interjected with raised eyebrows. Just speak plainly. The old man's face darkened. Meanwhile, the expression of the eldest aunt soured. Zhou Ping gazed thoughtfully at Lu Ling. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became stagnant. How much do you need? The old man inquired, tapping his tobacco pipe. 50,000. Lu Ling replied. Bai Pingliang hung his head dejectedly. The entire room gasped. Was this not an outrageous demand? Bai Caicai gnawed on her chopsticks, pondering the true meaning behind Aunt San's words. Financial difficulties were plausible. However, in the realm of office supplies, there were typically established channels for procurement. Generally, one would need to provide a deposit, acquire the goods, sell them, and then settle the initial investment. All things considered, a sum of 50,000 was utterly preposterous. 10,000 would suffice. If the connections were strong enough, one might even procure the goods without any upfront payment. 50,000? What a joke. The family was financially strained. They couldn't even muster 10,000, especially with outstanding loans to the credit union. Aunt's face turned ashen as she exclaimed vehemently. The elder sister's remarks might deceive outsiders, but it was ungracious to speak so among family. Not to mention, the store at Shui Nyoling, along with the bamboo grove behind it, had already been appraised by the Li Group at 200,000. Our third branch merely requesting 50,000 was nothing but fair. Lu Ling scoffed. And it was then that the others comprehended the truth. The claim of cash flow issues was merely a guise. The real desire was to seize a share of Bai's fast food business. What a farce. That establishment had nothing to do with your third branch. It belonged to my family, and I had invested considerable effort into managing it. Aunt was livid, gesticulating wildly as she shouted at Lu Ling. The second branch already held a portion of the shares. A painful concession for her, yet they had contributed significantly and invested money into the venture. Although it stung, she had no grounds for complaint. However, the third branch's eagerness to infiltrate the business was simply unacceptable. Why is it that our family is excluded? It appears that the eldest and second have their shares. Yet my family, Pingliang, is left with nothing. This is quite unfair. The land belongs to the Bai family, does it not? As the third of the Bai family, does Pingliang not have any claim? Lu Ling coldly glared at her sister-in-law. Lu Ling, it is essential to speak with reason. When the land was allocated in 83, Pingliang was already employed at the county printing factory, holding an urban household registration. Thus, he had no share in the land distributed to the family. Moreover, the land at Shui Nyoling was not solely ours. It was the Pinkong family who received the news first, which allowed me to seize the opportunity to secure the residential land. Additionally, with Shui Wu's initiative, we opened a fast food restaurant and raised chickens and ducks. Throughout all this, your family did not contribute a single effort. Furthermore, when Shui Wu encountered difficulties, I sought assistance from your family, yet you disregarded our plight entirely. It was the second brother who exhausted his resources to settle Shui Wu's issues. I have yet to repay the second brother's money, which is why I used part of this land as collateral. To be honest, I initially intended to use the entire piece of land to settle the second brother's debt, but he was generous and only requested a portion. Otherwise, I would have no stake in this land myself. If you are here today seeking assistance due to financial difficulties, we are willing to help. However, if it concerns the shop at Shui Nyoling, that is utterly unreasonable, Bai Debo said, his face stern as he fixed his gaze on Bai Pingliang. Bai Pingliang, rendered speechless by his elder brother's words, bore an expression of discontent and tugged at Lu Ling, urging, please, do not say any more. Why not say it? The eldest, don't act as if you're so wronged. That land does not belong solely to you. Our parents have a share as well. It is evident that grandfather shows favoritism. Why should they allocate the entirety of that land share to your family alone? Is Pingliang not their son? Was he merely adopted? What I am contending today is precisely this principle, Lu Ling exclaimed with indignation. As for my share, we can discuss it when I am no longer here. Grandfather Bai stood nearby, his face a stormy shade of blue, while Grandmother Bai trembled with fury. Bai Caicai clutched her grandmother's hand tightly, her heart tumultuous with unexpressed emotions. In her previous life, this piece of land was never approved for development. The village purchased it. And at that time, Grandmother Bai had fallen ill and needed funds for her treatment, leading to its sale. Naturally, this entire situation had been avoided, but unexpectedly. With her stirring the pot, this issue has emerged. What a ridiculous affair this is. Sister Bai, standing to the side, refused to relent. While Zhou Ping's attempts to mediate fell on deaf ears. Are you still arguing for fairness? We preserved our parents' share for them. Father later decided to give it to Shui Wu. Shui Wu invested considerable effort into that land. Our parents allocated their share to him so that he could dedicate himself more wholeheartedly to his work. Speaking of favoritism, Father has been sufficiently partial towards Pingliang. After graduating high school, he showed no desire to work on the farm, so Father arranged for him, at a cost, to secure a position in the county, a stable job. Among the three brothers, only the eldest has never tasted the fruits of public service. Later on, when you claimed that the printing factory was unprofitable and could not support a family, and that you wanted to open a store, Father took all the family's savings, money that was meant for building a new house, and invested it in your store in the county. Ask yourselves honestly, who does Father truly favor? Sister Bai directed a fierce shout at Lu Ling, her hands swinging with increasing vigor. Having long harbored grievances over the Bai family's favoritism towards the younger generation, she was incensed by the audacity of those who remained blissfully unaware of their fortune. The more she contemplated, the more her anger intensified. With a sharp crack, her hand inadvertently struck Lu Ling's face with considerable force. You dare to hit me. Lu Ling gazed at Sister Bai in disbelief, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Having been sheltered by her parents throughout her life, never once having been raised a finger against, she found it utterly intolerable to be struck by a rural woman. In a fit of rage, she raised her right hand and delivered a resounding slap across Sister Bai's face. Sister Bai had not intended to strike Lu Ling. She was momentarily stunned by the impact, ready to apologize, when Lu Ling retaliated with a slap that caught her off guard. This ignited a fire within her, and she lunged at Lu Ling. And soon the two women were engaged in a fierce struggle. Though it may seem lengthy, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As the two women grappled, the men of the Bai family finally reacted. Bai Pingjian and Bai Pingliang each seized one of the women, desperately attempting to pull them apart. Bai Pingkong and Zhou Ping were simultaneously trying to soothe the situation while ushering Caicai and Mao Mao out to the courtyard. Grandfather Bai pounded the table in frustration, while Grandmother Bai attempted to mediate. Yet, both Sister Bai and Lu Ling were blinded by fury, particularly Lu Ling, whose strong-willed nature made her even more incensed when she noticed Bai Pingliang blocking her rather than assisting her. In a fit of rage, she delivered yet another slap to Bai Pingliang's face. In the presence of Lu Ling, Bai Pingliang often felt short of breath. Yet this did not imply that he was devoid of temper. At this moment, his anger flared up as he forcefully flung Lu Ling aside. What do you intend to do? Is this never ending? Lu Ling, caught off guard by Bai Pingliang's sudden motion, stumbled backward, nearly falling over a chair, and ended up sitting on the floor, tears streaming down her face in frustration. Bai Pingliang, this is not over between us. Why must it come to this? We are family. Let us speak calmly. Grandmother Bai grew anxious, chastising Bai Lara and hurriedly helping Lu Ling up. Concerned, she asked, "Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?" No need for false sympathy, Lu Ling retorted furiously, pushing Grandmother Bai with force. The elderly woman, unable to withstand Lu Ling's strength, toppled backward, her head striking heavily against the leg of a fallen stool. She could only emit a muffled grunt before losing consciousness. "Grandma!" Bai Caicai, standing at the door, cried out in alarm. The chaotic room fell silent. "Mom, I didn't mean to," Lu Ling stammered, her face pale as she knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "Old woman. Mom. Grandma. Hurry, call for an ambulance. Grandma has high blood pressure." Bai Caicai stood beside her grandmother, torn between the urge to assist and the fear of doing so, crying out in despair. In her heart, resentment brewed. Was fate truly so relentless? Did certain events have to repeat themselves in such a manner? Although today's incident was instigated by Aunt San, Bai Caicai, possessing knowledge from her previous life and insights gleaned from the stonemason's notes regarding the Tao of Heaven, could not help but ponder that while it was Aunt San who caused the turmoil, could it not also be a manifestation of heavenly providence? Amidst the ensuing chaos, the doctor from the town's medical station arrived. After a hurried examination, he instructed the Bai family to transport the patient to the county hospital immediately. Bai Ba summoned a vehicle from the village. Caicai, stay at home and take care of your brother, Bai Ba and Zhou Ping urged, their eyes filled with urgency. Understood. Bai Caicai replied through clenched teeth, nodding resolutely. She then retrieved several pieces of auspicious jade and a longevity talisman from her possessions, pressing them firmly into her father's hands. Father, Grandma has a longevity talisman. Please ensure it remains with her during the surgery. Additionally, place these near her. They may prove somewhat beneficial. All right, I understand. Bai Pingkong acknowledged, patting the heads of Bai Caicai and Mao Mao before the family departed for the county. As night fell, the Bai household was dimly lit by a single yellowed bulb. Bai Shuawu, Caicai, and Mao Mao busily tidied the disorder that surrounded them, each harboring their own sentiments. Mao Mao's dark eyes shone particularly bright in the faint light, revealing a hint of anxiety. Sister, Grandma will be all right, won't she? Mao Mao inquired, pouting as he moved closer to his sister. Everything will be fine. Grandma will surely be okay, Bai Caicai reassured her younger brother. Tomorrow, we shall also go to the county. Bai Shuwu paced irritably within the confines of his room, his mind troubled by the events of the day, all of which he attributed to his uncle and aunt. How foolish of me, he thought. Caicai was right. We must strive to earn money to treat Grandma's illness. Bai Shuwu gritted his teeth, affirming, yes, we must work hard to earn money. Mao Mao nodded in agreement from the side. Meanwhile, lying in bed, Bai Caicai found herself unable to sleep, her thoughts consumed by the possibility of her grandmother passing away as she had in her previous life. No, it cannot be. There must be a way to change this fate. Hadn't Shuawu's situation also unfolded differently? Through everyone's efforts, the outcome had been entirely transformed. Not only did Shuawu avoid imprisonment, but he also matured significantly after that incident, now conducting himself with remarkable propriety. Thus, although Grandma's situation had arisen, she believed that with determination, the outcome could indeed differ. In pondering this, her thoughts wandered to the Jade Talismans, feeling a deep frustration that the Jade Talisman only showed efficacy against ill conditions, while its effects on tangible ailments were negligible. Bai Caicai gritted her teeth. Nothing was more disheartening than this. However, it would be unjust to claim they were entirely useless. The Kongsho Jade Talisman could enhance bodily functions, thereby improving Grandma's constitution, while the Fuyan Jade Talisman could augment one's fortune, potentially aiding Grandma through her tribulations. Yet, the quality of those talismans was rather ordinary, and she had not possessed them for long, resulting in their spiritual energy being rather limited. How she longed for a piece of superior jade. Bai Caicai's mind was awash with ideas. Alas, the icy jade talisman she had previously owned had shattered during the Fuyun formation. Perhaps I should purchase another piece, she mused to herself. Suddenly, it was dismissed. The ordinary jade stones were not necessarily as effective as the few pieces she nurtured, if there were superior ones. She wondered if they existed in this county. Even if they did, their price would likely be exorbitant. Currently, the funds for her family's medical expenses were scarcely sufficient, let alone the means to purchase jade. With this thought, Bai Caicai exited the room, retrieving her grandfather's smoking pipe and removing the jade mouthpiece. She then perused the stonemason's notes, recalling a method of overlapping jade talismans that could enhance their efficacy. Next, Bai Caicai meticulously cleaned the jade mouthpiece, carving a fortune talisman on its outer layer while employing an inner carving technique for a longevity talisman within. Under the glow of the desk lamp, she immersed herself in her carving, while outside, the chorus of frogs mingled with the sounds of insects, occasionally accompanied by the call of an owl. Strangely, these sounds did not distract her, Instead, they deepened her focus, allowing her to slip into a fervent state reminiscent of her past experiences. Before long, dawn broke, and a night had passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Caicai paused, exhaling deeply as she scrutinized the jade mouthpiece in her hand. Its effect was commendable, comparable to the fortune stone inadvertently consumed by the madwoman. At that moment, the sound of fluttering wings interrupted her thoughts as a mina alighted on the table. Tilting its head, keenly observing the jade mouthpiece in her grasp with eager, blinking eyes. However, this silly bird had the advantage of not needing a cage. It would not fly away but was rather familiar with people. Caicai, wake up, Mau Mau. Bai urge called from outside. Bai Caicai responded, placing the jade mouthpiece into her pocket. Chapter 38. As long as grandmother is fine, come here. Wuxiatsi. Grandfather and grandmother still have 2,000. Take it for now. At that moment, grandfather and grandmother retrieved a small cloth pouch from their pocket and placed it in Shuewu's hands. Grandfather and grandmother, no, you cannot. This money was sent by Ming Tonghua for your living expenses, Bai Shuewu protested. Yes, thank you, grandfather and grandmother. Bai Shuewu expressed his gratitude. What is there to thank? Usually, my Mingzi's family is away, and some of the heavier tasks at home still require your father's assistance. We are all relatives connected by blood. In ordinary times, we may not have much interaction, but in such circumstances, how can we stand idly by? Those with strength lend a hand, and those with less strength contribute what they can. I have also sent someone to notify your third uncle, grandfather and grandmother said, rubbing their eyes. They then took Bai Caicai's hand and reassured her, Caicai, Mau Mau, do not worry. Your grandmother will surely be fine. Caicai and Mau Mau nodded vigorously. Upon reaching the town, the three of them parked their bicycles downstairs at Caicai's house. People in this world, whether they have wealth or fate, is predetermined. I see that the Bai family is simply devoid of fortune. Look, just as they have begun to earn some money, calamity strikes. This indicates that the Bai family cannot withstand wealth. Had they sold the land to my son earlier, this situation would not have occurred. Therefore, one must not be greedy. The Bai family's plight is self-inflicted and deserved. They overheard Aunt Wang's gloating voice as they passed the security guard's booth. Caicai gritted her teeth in anger. Bai Shuewu clenched his fists, and Mau Mau's face darkened with fury. Aunt Wang, perhaps you ought to reconsider your manner of speaking. After all, the Bai family's second son has been your neighbor for several years. Even if you choose not to offer assistance, it is rather unkind to mock them. I recall hearing from Zhou Ping that your son intended to purchase that large plot of land, and for a mere 8,000 yuan, no less. Is that not extortion? To expect them to sell it to your son is nothing short of a fanciful dream. That land, along with the shop, is currently valued at over 100,000 yuan. It is only reasonable that the Bai family refuses to sell. Who is truly being greedy here? Aunt Zhou, who was collecting newspapers in the reception room, felt indignation and retorted against Aunt Wang. What nonsense! At that time, the land was worth precisely that amount. Aunt Wang, fuming, exited the reception area only to find herself face-to-face with the three siblings of the Bai family, each glaring at her with reddened eyes. Bai Shuewu was ready to confront her, but Bai Caicai firmly pulled him back. She had no time to engage with Aunt Wang and shot her a cold glance, saying, I've noticed your daughter-in-law has been unable to conceive. Perhaps it is due to your lack of decorum that this misfortune has befallen her. With that, Bai Caicai tossed her head and urged Bai Urge and Mau Mau to hurry to the county. How can you speak like that? Aunt Wang stammered in disbelief, her anger rendering her speechless. This was not solely an expression of Bai Caicai's irritation. Rather, the concept of virtue was paramount in matters concerning the Jade Talisman. Should a person severely lack virtue, it would undermine the talisman's efficacy. Therefore, even if Aunt Wang were to procure a talisman for her daughter-in-law in hopes of having a child, her lack of decorum would render it ineffective. An hour later, Bai Caicai and her companions arrived at the county hospital. Grandmother resided in the intensive care unit, having undergone surgery the previous night. Though her life was preserved, she lay in a state reminiscent of a vegetative existence. Standing beside the hospital bed, Bai Caicai gazed at her grandmother, who lay inert, while grandfather Bai leaned over, grasping her hand tightly, his expression imbued with an indescribable sorrow. As Bai Caicai observed this poignant scene, tears began to cascade down her cheeks uncontrollably. She grasped the gravity of the situation. In her past life, her grandmother had succumbed to illness born of anxiety, but this time, the severity of her injuries had escalated following a fall, resulting in a more critical condition. Suddenly, Bai Caicai recalled the jade mouthpiece. Hastily, she retrieved it from her pocket and said, "Grandfather, please hang this jade mouthpiece around grandmother's neck. It is one you frequently use, and it is said that couples share a connection. Its quality surpasses that of the previous stone one, and it may provide some benefit to grandmother's condition." Upon hearing this, Grandfather Bai seized the jade mouthpiece as if it were a lifeline, trembling hands carefully fastening it around grandmother's neck. Just then, Uncle San stood at the doorway, hesitant to enter, inquiring about the well-being of the second brother and sister-in-law. "Thankfully, her life has been spared. We now await her awakening to commence physical therapy." Bai Caicai replied, his countenance grave as he regarded Uncle San with disfavor. "Get out. Do not ever show your face before me again. From this moment on, I, Bai Houghton, shall regard you as no son of mine." Grandfather Bai suddenly interjected, rushing over to confront Bai Caicai coldly. "Dad, I recognize my mistakes. Please do not act this way," Bai Caicai pleaded. "Do not call me Dad. From now on, you and I, Bai Houghton, share no ties," came the resolute response. Grandfather Bai trembled, his entire body shaking slightly, startling Bai Caicai, who quickly joined Bai in supporting him. "Caicai, you should step outside for a moment. Let father calm down first," Bai Caicai said, furrowing his brow at the scene, concerned that their father might suffer another episode. He spoke coldly, urging Bai Caicai to leave, harboring anger towards his third brother and sister-in-law. Sighing, Bai Caicai could only depart in silence. Bai Caicai watched his retreating figure, gritting her teeth and glaring, her heart brimming with frustration. However, anger was futile at this moment. The most pressing concern was their grandmother's health. The family could no longer afford to be embroiled in conflict. They needed to unite to save her. This thought led her to recall the events of her past life, where her third uncle and aunt had disappointed Grandfather Bai over financial matters. Grandfather Bai, resolute in his character, had turned his back on them after grandmother's death. Subsequently, her third uncle's business suffered, leaving him in a state of despair, devoid of spirit, while her aunt was filled with regret. During that time, she would often grasp Bai Caicai's hand, pleading for her to speak to grandfather, hoping that he might at least acknowledge her as his third daughter-in-law. Yet, in her previous life, grandmother was irretrievably lost, and grandfather punished her third uncle in this manner, simultaneously inflicting punishment upon himself. If grandfather truly chose to disown her third uncle this time, it would undoubtedly cause him sorrow, but grandfather would also endure his own share of suffering. Bai Caicai vividly remembered visiting grandfather in her past life, often finding him lost in thought, staring at photographs of the three brothers as children. Chapter 39. Professor Gu. That evening, grandmother awakened, and upon regaining consciousness, she was able to speak, albeit with some difficulty. This alone was deemed miraculous by the physicians. Indeed, the operation had been a resounding success, and her remarkable resilience was evident. I had anticipated that she would remain unconscious until at least the following evening, and that it would take a week before she could articulate her thoughts. The attending physician, Dr. Tian, expressed his delight at the unexpected speed of her recovery. "Does this mean my mother will soon be well?" inquired several members of the Bai family with palpable urgency. "Indeed, a good beginning is half the battle won, Dr. Tian replied, though he cautioned them to prepare for the lengthy journey of physical rehabilitation that lay ahead. The Bai family was mentally prepared for this. Recalling that the former secretary of the town had also suffered a stroke and even now remained confined to a wheelchair, they were grateful that grandmother's life had been spared, and they understood that the road to recovery would be gradual. Grandfather Bai gently ruffled Bai Caicai's short hair, fully aware that the efficacy of the Jade Talisman had likely played a significant role in her improvement. Bai Caicai felt a sense of joy, regardless of the circumstances. The current situation was far superior to that of her previous life. However, as the night was still within the observation period, The three brothers of the Bai family remained vigilant in the hospital room. The task of organizing meals fell to Aunt Lu Ling, who was aware that the family bore some resentment towards her. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, she resolved to do her utmost in supporting the family. Seeking the forgiveness of the esteemed elder of the Bai family, Zhou Ping persuaded the elderly Bai to leave, as the school term was about to commence. Caicai was to attend junior high school in the county, and there were numerous preparations required at home. It was impractical for everyone to linger in the hospital, for their presence served little purpose. Early this morning, Mao Mao was roused by Caicai and followed her about, quickly tiring and falling asleep on her mother's back. Upon returning to the dormitory as they ascended the stairs, Aunt Zhou on the second floor heard the commotion and leaned out to inquire about their circumstances. "How is Grandma Mao Mao?" That's good, that's good," Aunt Zhou replied repeatedly. She then proceeded to gossip about Aunt Wang's sharp tongue, but affectionately patted Caicai on the head, saying, "However, Aunt Wang did scold your Caicai, but she took it without a fuss." At this moment, Teacher Zhou's piercing gaze was directed at Caicai. Once home, Mao Mao felt hungry. Teacher Zhou prepared a dough mixture to make dumplings while Bai Caicai assisted by plucking vegetable leaves. Teacher Zhou's eyes remained fixed on Caicai. "Mother, I understand. You are a teacher and must be mindful of your influence. This will be the last time, all right? Just think." Aunt Wang's words were quite infuriating. "And if I didn't give her a taste of her own medicine, it would be unjust to myself." Bai Caicai squeezed close to her mother and saluted like a young team member. "You are quite capable," Zhou Ping remarked, tapping her daughter's forehead. She then retrieved some money from her pocket and pressed it into Bai Caicai's hand, saying, "We are out of soy sauce. Go buy some." "Yes," Bai Caicai replied, taking the money and stepping outside. Instead of departing immediately, she leaned against the door, and sure enough, she heard her mother muttering inside. Aunt Wang's mouth really ought to be stitched up by a surgeon. Bai Caicai, drenched in sweat, hurried down the stairs. Her mother's words were indeed sharp. With the money in hand, she purchased soy sauce from a small shop in town, and as she did so, she was reminded of her past life, the online phenomenon known as the soy sauce party. A wave of nostalgia washed over her as she recalled the early days of the internet, which still had several years to truly flourish. At that moment, from a distance, Su Shigong waved from a bustling food stall, accompanied by an elderly gentleman with silvery hair dressed in a subtly patterned tang suit, exuding an air of refined elegance. The juxtaposition of his scholarly demeanor with Su Shigong's more dubious aura suggested that yet another individual might soon be deceived. "Master, what brings you here?" Bai Caicai approached, gripping the soy sauce bottle. She felt a certain fondness for Su Shigong. At times, she mused that she too belonged to the realm of mystics. After all, with her mastery of jade talismans, if she were to offer someone a piece of jade claiming it would enhance their fortune, they would surely regard her as a charlatan. Su Shigong remained silent, turning his gaze toward the elderly gentleman in the tank suit. "Is this the Kai girl you spoke of?" the old man inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "Indeed, Professor Gu," Su Shigong replied. "Do not be fooled by her youth. She is the direct descendant of the Qin school of stone carving. Although her experience with jade and talismans is relatively brief, she has already acquired a certain level of expertise. If you trust my judgment, entrust your jade to her, and you shall not be disappointed." Professor Gu glanced at Caicai, clearly still hesitant. "If you are concerned, you may first show her your piece of jade," Su Shigong suggested. Professor Gu nodded and carefully took out a piece of jade wrapped in red silk from his pocket, handing it to Bai Caicai. Noticing his cautious demeanor, Bai Caicai understood that the jade must possess significant value. She accepted it delicately. As she held it, the jade felt as smooth and warm as oil, revealing itself to be top-quality mutton fat white jade. More importantly, Bai Caicai sensed a similar aura emanating from the jade as from Professor Gu. There is a saying, one's writing reflects one's character, and the same holds true for jade. A piece of jade that has been cherished over time will embody the essence of its owner. You must have been nurturing this jade for at least 20 years, haven't you? Bai Caicai inquired, referring to the practice of jade appreciation, which many enthusiasts engage in with their hands. Professor Gu's eyes brightened at her words as he turned to Su Shigong, then back to Bai Caicai, replying, "Indeed, I have cherished it for 22 years. By the way, how is your grandmother's health?" Su Shigong interjected. "She underwent surgery and her life was saved, but she is now paralyzed. We will take it slow with her treatment," Bai Caicai replied, confident that with the Jade's protective energy, her grandmother would surely recover. Paralysis is indeed troublesome. I have heard that Dr. Jean at the Jimin Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital has a unique treatment for wind paralysis caused by cardiovascular issues. Perhaps you should consult him. Su Shigong suggested. My uncles have already inquired about him. Those seeking Dr. Jin's treatment are lined up for miles. There is no chance for my grandmother in that case. Bai Caicai remarked that when her grandmother suffered a stroke, her father and uncle sought out the renowned expert in treating wind paralysis, Dr. Jin. It was said that he was the heir to the legendary Jin Sanjin. Unfortunately, Dr. Jin rarely spent time in the city, as he dedicated himself to treating central leaders in the capital. In ancient terms, he was akin to a royal physician. The Kai family had no connections to such esteemed figures. However, Su Shigong gazed at Professor Gu, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Professor Gu, now a shrewd individual, quickly grasped the situation and jestingly reproached Su Shigong, saying, "I see, you old rascal, you've been meandering for this reason all along." He then turned to Bai Caicai and assured her, "Do not worry, my dear Kai, this matter is in my hands." "Thank you, Grandpa Gu," Bai Caicai said, bowing gracefully. "If we can indeed invite Dr. Jin to assist, my grandmother will endure far less suffering." "There's no need for thanks, my dear. Since I have a request, I must show my sincerity," Professor Gu replied with a cheerful demeanor as he carefully wrapped the jade piece and tucked it into his bosom. Bai Caicai stared in surprise, pondering why Professor Gu, who had come seeking the jade talisman, now appeared to dismiss it. Perhaps he doubted his own skills. Nonetheless, she considered that since he had promised to assist her family, she too should demonstrate sincerity. "Rest assured, Grandpa Gu, I can certainly manage the talisman of fortune," Bai Caicai declared, hoping to prove her capabilities as a practitioner of the mystical arts, suggesting that she indeed possessed some expertise in the field. Listening to Caicai, the two elderly gentlemen chuckled softly. Lao Gu was not disbelieving, but rather, we old folks tend to be particular. Have you not seen how one must bow and light incense when seeking a divine sign at the temple? While it may not be necessary for everyday matters, it is still essential to choose an auspicious date. Rest assured, once your grandmother's health shows signs of improvement, Lao Gu will certainly come to seek you out on a propitious day. Su Shigong munched on peanuts, crunching as he spoke. Bai Caicai nodded thoughtfully, recalling that the first page of the stonemason's notes emphasized sincerity and righteousness, for heaven cannot be deceived. In that moment, Bai Caicai realized that her journey along the path of the Jade Talisman was far from over. She instinctively shrank her neck as Mao Mao savored his noodle fish. The broth a pure, unadulterated hue, devoid of soy sauce. A bowl of noodle fish was set aside, clearly intended for her own enjoyment. "Mother, this is actually quite delightful." "There's no need for soy sauce," Bai Caicai remarked as she settled down, first sipping the broth, then drawing a piece of noodle fish into her mouth. It was tender and smooth, carrying a subtle fragrance of egg, making it particularly soft, as Mother had mixed eggs into the flour. Mother's cooking was always exceptional, though she tended to be heavy-handed with the soy sauce, leaving everything tinged red. Bai Caicai mused that perhaps, in this instance, the circumstances were serendipitously aligned. Thus, her mind began to race with ideas on how to ease the tension between her mother and grandfather. However, she knew that solely relying on her and her mother's efforts would not suffice. Her father needed to step up as well. Father must lend his support to Mother. Yet, Bai Caicai felt fortunate that her mother was assertive. Otherwise, if unforeseen troubles were to arise, who could say what would become of her and Mao Mao in this world? "Simply enjoy your meal without overthinking," Zhou Ping remarked, collecting the dishes from Mao Mao, casting an annoyed glare at Caicai. "Be careful, or you might find it hard to digest." Mao Mao, on the side, playfully teased, and when Caicai shot him a disapproving look, the little imp withdrew his neck and scampered off to entertain Xiao He. resolutely continuing his ambitious endeavor of teaching the parrot to speak, though the task was daunting and hope seemed scarce. "Mother, I was pondering about grandmother. Just now. When I went downstairs, I encountered Master Su. He has a friend who knows Dr. Jean from the Municipal G-Min Hospital. He mentioned he could assist in arranging treatment for grandmother under Dr. Jean," Caicai said after finishing the last of the soup. "Really?" Zhou Ping inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Indeed, it is true. I have arranged for them to accompany us to the county tomorrow to discuss grandmother's situation," Caicai replied. "That is wonderful. I will call your father and uncle," Zhou Ping exclaimed, her delight palpable as she prepared to head to the building's reception area. However, Caicai quickly grabbed her sleeve. "Mother, it is quite late. It would be better to discuss this tomorrow." "Indeed, I had forgotten the time," Zhou Ping chuckled, but then suddenly fixed her gaze on Caicai. "Have you once again promised Master Su to create a talisman?" Aware that she could not hide anything from her mother, Caicai nodded and recounted the request from Professor Gu for a talisman for fortune, feeling a sense of admiration for her mother's keen insight. "How can a professor be so superstitious?" Zhou Ping muttered, disapproving of Caicai's engagement with such matters. Yet, concerning grandmother's illness, she pondered the necessity of reciprocity in seeking assistance, ultimately resigning herself to accept the situation. "Stop chatting so much and hurry up to pack your things. After you register tomorrow, you'll be staying in the county," said Zhou Ping, her tone tinged with irritation. "Your cousin Xiaoling from your third uncle's family graduated from university this year and has been assigned to number 1 high school. She has 2 single rooms, so you can stay with her temporarily. Besides, she can keep an eye on your studies." "I don't need anyone to supervise my studies," Bai Caicai protested. She then inquired, how did cousin Xiaoling end up at number 1 high school? Bai Caicai found it puzzling. What had caused this unexpected turn of events? In her previous life, she recalled that cousin Xiaoling had been assigned to Wanshan Township Middle School, which was located in the northernmost part of Ning County and was the poorest township in the region. The school struggled to pay its teachers, and her boyfriend also worked at Wanshan Township Middle School. However, he was quite capable. Somehow, he was transferred from the school to the Wanshan Township government. Later, when the Wufeng Mountain Scenic Area was developed, he was appointed as the director of the district office, gaining a bit of power. It was only then that he managed to have cousin Xiaoling transferred to number 1 high school. But how had she been assigned there now? This required considerable connections. It was also thanks to your father's classmate from the Transportation Bureau who helped. Last year, was he your father in Shanghai buying stocks? After conversing with his classmate, the latter also took out 10,000 yuan for your father to assist in making purchases, resulting in a profit exceeding 20,000. Recently, your cousin was informed about her assignment, which is said to be in Wanshan Township. She declared that should she truly be assigned there, she would plunge into the sea, startling your third uncle, who then scoured for connections. Coincidentally, your father's classmate is currently working in the Provincial Road Bureau, frequently traveling down and well acquainted with several individuals in the county's transportation department. Your father mentioned this to him, and fortuitously, a relative of the deputy director of the county transportation bureau is the vice principal of the county's first high school, who kindly spoke on your cousin's behalf. Your cousin's qualifications are impeccable. As long as someone advocates for her, her placement at the first high school is virtually assured. Zhou Ping mused. So that is how it is. It appears I have indeed flapped my own wings. And what about you, mother? When will you be transferred to the county? Is what Aunt Sin inquired about true? Bai Caicai further pressed. Child, why must you always pry into matters? Zhou Ping, tight-lipped about her own affairs, irritably tapped Bai Caicai's forehead. All right then, let us leave it be. After all, Bai Caicai knows that after the new year this year, next year, mother will indeed be transferred to the county. Sister, I think we should just silence this foolish bird, Mao Mao declared, having unsuccessfully attempted to catch the bird. Finally contemplating the idea of clipping its tongue, the mina suddenly burst from Mao Mao's hands, flapping wildly around the room, causing a fright. Why aren't you going to sleep? If you keep holding on to that bird all day, I shall roast it, Teacher Zhou warned, glaring at Mao Mao, as the siblings and the silly bird scattered in disarray. Chapter 41. A reunion of close friends early the next morning. Teacher Zhou entrusted Mao Mao to Aunt Zhou on the second floor, asking her to assist in taking care of him for the day. Subsequently, she set off with Caicai, burdened with various packages, and met with Master Su and Professor Gu to head to the county town together. Upon learning that Professor Gu could facilitate a connection with Dr. Jean, Grandpa, and the three Bai brothers were filled with excitement, expressing their gratitude profusely. The adults then deliberated on the matter of transferring Grandma Bai to another hospital. Having recently undergone surgery, the doctor advised against an immediate transfer, suggesting a 3-day observation period to ensure there were no adverse reactions before proceeding. Naturally, the Bai family concurred, prompting Professor Gu to depart for the city, with Bai Dad accompanying him to arrange matters. In the afternoon, Zhou pinged to Caicai to register at the first middle school. However, the accommodation did not unfold as anticipated. Instead of staying with her great-aunt, Caicai, at the insistence of her third uncle and third aunt, ended up residing in their home. In the words of her third uncle, Caicai could also assist in tutoring the younger ones, Xiao Nan and Bin Bin. The third uncle's residence was originally a 3-bedroom apartment, situated on the 3rd floor and adjacent to a row of 2-story shop fronts. The rooftop served as a platform, and thus, the residence on the 3rd floor created a small door from one of the windows leading to the platform. They enclosed the other side of the platform, transforming it into a small room, resulting in a total of 4 bedrooms and a living room. This newly constructed room became the dwelling for Bai Caicai. With Grandma's condition showing signs of improvement and having found an expert in treating paralysis, Grandpa Bai's spirits lifted considerably. Although he still regarded his third uncle with little warmth, he refrained from mentioning any disputes regarding their relationship. The third uncle's family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Furthermore, Lu Ling had been exhibiting a commendable attitude recently, and her father had specifically sought the support of Grandpa Bai to speak favorably of his daughter. Naturally, Grandpa Bai would not hold any grudges, taking into account both the monk and the Buddha. 3 days later, Grandma was transferred to the city hospital, and the third aunt accompanied her. Initially, Grandpa Bai intended for the elder aunt to go, but after repeated requests from the third uncle and aunt, and considering that the elder aunt had never left Ning County, she felt a sense of trepidation at the thought of navigating the city. Thus, it was ultimately the third aunt, Lu Ling, who went. Following this event, Grandpa Bai's displeasure towards the third uncle and aunt dissipated entirely. However, Bai Caicai was concerned about the relationship between her family and that of the elder uncle. They were, after all, blood relatives, and matters of finances could become contentious. With the increasing significance of the interests tied to the Shui Nyoling land, her father held a significant share, reaping the benefits. Over time, it was inevitable that the elder aunt would harbor grievances. Although many ideas had originated from Bai Caicai herself, in the face of tangible benefits, such matters could not be openly discussed, leading to potential issues in the long run. Bai Caicai contemplated finding an opportune moment to persuade her father to withdraw from the Shui Nyoling shares, emphasizing the need for their own development. A month swiftly passed. Bai Caicai had been attending school for a month, and just like in her previous life, she was in class 1 of the first year, a distinguished class. Xiao Dohua was in class 3, and Gao Fei was in class 5. Xiao Dohua remained consistent with her past life, while Gao Fei represented a butterfly effect. In her previous life, he had not been admitted to the first high school but had instead attended the middle school in Baoling Town. Xiao Dohua was a boarding student, while Gao Fei resided with his uncle, who had purchased a house in the county and acquired a minibus specifically for the passenger transport route between the county and the town. In the quaint town of Baoling, Uncle Gao Fei has become synonymous with success, evoking envy in countless hearts. On that fateful midday, as Bai Caicai exited her classroom, she chanced upon her cousin Bai Shaoling, who, alongside a female classmate, was assisting the pale-faced Zaidua. The girl supporting Zaidua appeared flushed, and even Bai Shaoling's complexion bore a hint of redness. "It's nothing." The tall girl waved her hand dismissively. The moment Bai Caicai laid eyes on her, a smile instinctively graced her face. Yang Huaqian, her dearest friend from a previous life, was indeed in the same class as Zaidua, though at that moment, they had yet to become acquainted. Given Yang Huaqian's academic prowess, It was entirely plausible for her to have been placed in a prestigious class. However, misfortune struck during the examination period when she fell ill, leading to an unexpected underperformance and her subsequent placement in the third class. Presently, although young Huaqin seemed untroubled, the sight of Zaidua's condition was anything but trivial. Prompting Bai Caicai to follow them, her backpack slung over her shoulder, Bai Shaoling led them directly to her dormitory. Upon witnessing her cousin produce a sanitary pad, Bai Caicai realized that Zaidua was grappling with the arrival of her menstrual cycle, her pallor a result of menstrual cramps. As Bai Shaoling imparted wisdom to Zaidua, she inadvertently conducted a lesson on physiological hygiene for both Bai Caicai and Yang Huaqin. Yang Huaqin's face flushed a deep crimson, while Bai Caicai remained remarkably composed. Unaffected by the discourse, Bai Shaoling, unperturbed, nodded and exited with an aluminum pot in hand. I heard from my cousin that your father is in law enforcement, isn't he? And your mother resides in the countryside. Isn't it true that law enforcement officers are often preoccupied with their cases, leaving little time for family? Does he truly have the time to prepare a meal for you? Bai Caicai retorted, acknowledging that as a teacher, her aunt was well aware of the circumstances surrounding her students' homes. Exactly. I am quite troubled at the moment, and I could use your assistance, young Huaqin. With her forthright demeanor, readily agreed without hesitation. Little Douhua, does it still hurt? Bai Caicai inquired of the girl lying in bed. Douhua's complexion was perpetually pallid, and at that moment, it appeared even more ghastly. Frowning at Bai Caicai and the others, she lamented, it hurts terribly. Observing Douhua's distress, her forehead glistening with perspiration, Bai Caicai pondered for a moment before rummaging through her backpack to retrieve a piece of medicinal jade. She soaked it in hot water to warm it up and then placed it in Douhua's hand. Here, Douhua, hold this stone against your abdomen and rub it. It might prove beneficial. Douhua, desperate for relief, took the jade and began to massage her belly. After about 15 minutes, the pain indeed subsided, leaving only a faint discomfort. And soon after, it vanished entirely. How curious. How can the stone alleviate pain? Douhua asked, a mix of joy and bewilderment in her voice. Yang Huaqin shared her curiosity as well, and together they experienced an epiphany. Douhua rose, and Bai Caicai prepared some warm water for her to wash her hands, advising against cold water for the time being. Douhua remained silent, deep in thought. Is it that your father lost another bet and, in a fit of rage, resorted to violence? Bai Caicai queried, recalling how often such incidents had occurred during their elementary school days. Douhua nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What kind of father behaves like this? Yang Huaqin huffed in annoyance, while Bai Shaoling furrowed her brow, and after a moment of contemplation suggested, let us have a meal. The teacher will find an opportunity to discuss this with your father. Chapter 42. The unfortunate teacher. The physical education instructor, Mr. Su, was a commendable gentleman, possessing a certain charm despite his relatively recent arrival. Although he was new to the school, he had already gained considerable notoriety within the institution and the broader educational system. This notoriety stemmed not only from his admirable character but also from his reputation as a harbinger of misfortune. It seemed that he frequently encountered a series of unfortunate events. A handful of misfortunes might be inconsequential, but when they accumulate, they inevitably pique curiosity. Thus, the tales of his calamities spread like wildfire. At present, Mr. Su found himself beset by a string of misfortunes, yet he also bore an aura of pinkish fortune, indicative of a romantic allure. Initially, Bai Caicai contemplated the possibility of alleviating Mr. Su's misfortunes, as he was one of her favorite teachers. However, upon recognizing the presence of this romantic aura, she understood that his misfortune could not simply be dispelled. In life, it is often the case that one force counterbalances another. Mr. Su's misfortune was effectively suppressing the romantic allure. Should one attempt to remove the misfortunes casually, the ensuing romantic energies might invite further complications. It was perhaps wiser to allow the misfortunes to persist, as they presented minor inconveniences yet remained harmless. Moreover, Mr. Su seemed to have grown accustomed to these sporadic mishaps, perhaps even desensitized to them over time. As the physical education class progressed, Teacher Su began to allow the students a degree of freedom, permitting them to engage in activities of their choice. At this juncture, the lesson seemed to lose its significance, with Teacher Su contentedly observing the students at play, occasionally assisting in retrieving stray balls. Teacher Su possessed a kind disposition, with two classes convened together, coupled with the pride of the elite students. It was only natural that the ordinary class felt a sense of resentment, leading to ongoing minor conflicts. This time, tensions escalated. Boys and girls alike participated in various activities, striding, skipping rope, and basketball drills. Bai Caicai and Yang Huaqian, having recently formed a friendship, exchanged glances before climbing onto the parallel bars at the side, engaging in conversation while observing and sharing their opinions. Your classmate Zhao Duan plays basketball quite well. He has style, remarked Yang Huaqian, her eyes wide as she watched a throng of girls from both classes cheering for Zhao Duan. What is this? Have you taken a liking to him? I must inform you, there are quite a few admirers vying for Zhao Duan's attention, Bai Caicai replied with a smile. Zhao Duan, the class leader, was esteemed not only for his academic prowess, but also for his commendable attributes, attracting considerable attention from the girls around him. While none had yet boldly declared their affections, many found excuses to approach him for help with homework or to borrow items, a demonstration of the universal desire for beauty. That guy? Just a pretty face. I'm not interested, Yang Huaqian retorted candidly. I know, you prefer someone like your father, possessing the physique of Schwarzenegger and the dedication your father embodies. Bai Caicai chuckled, reminiscing about her previous life where Yang Huaqian's boyfriend was a police officer in the capital. Although he lacked the formidable physique of Schwarzenegger, his tenacity in solving cases mirrored that of Yang Huaqian's father. Their relationship was often marked by quarrels, yet they remained inseparable. Before her rebirth, Yang Huaqian had just celebrated her wedding with him. As she often expressed, it was simply her fate. If I hadn't confirmed that we had just met, I would have thought we were childhood friends or even siblings, Yang Huaqian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. She felt as though Bai Caicai could see right through her, articulating her thoughts with uncanny precision. Since childhood, she believed that men should embody the steadfastness of her father. In retrospect, their past bickering seemed rather amusing. Life is filled with joy. It is merely a matter of whether one can uncover it. Absolutely. I sensed an immediate connection with you. Yang Huaqian clapped her hands in agreement. Bai Caicai responded with a playful grin. Naturally, we were great friends in our past life. Yang Huaqian nodded in profound agreement. Hey, Bai Caicai, are you not part of our class? Cheng Ying, the class monitor, glared at Bai Caicai from beneath the parallel bars. Having just lost a step in a recent competition, she was filled with frustration. Bai Caicai glanced at her innocently and replied, I am also working to bring glory to our class. While you engage in physical contests, I am contributing through intellectual ones. You must be joking. Do you think everyone else is blind? Cheng Ying retorted, growing angrier. If that is how you choose to perceive it, I have no objection. After all, that is your affair, not mine. Bai Caicai pursed her lips and engaged in conversation with Yang Huaqian, deliberately ignoring Cheng Ying, relishing the opportunity to provoke her with a hint of mischief. Cheng Ying, upon hearing Bai Caicai's words, became even more incensed, stamping her foot in frustration. Yet she found herself powerless against Bai Caicai. In a huff, she turned and walked away. Disputes among classmates often dwelled at this trivial level. Trivial compared to the struggles one faces in society, akin to the innocence of a blooming flower. Beware of offending her, or you may find yourself friendless in class. Yang Huaqian remarked, observing Cheng Ying's retreating figure. But you are still here, Bai Caicai replied. In life, it suffices to have one or two friends. With that, the two shared a light-hearted laugh. Before long, as the class was about to end, Teacher Su blew his whistle to gather the students and then waved them off, signaling the conclusion of the lesson. Bai Caicai, shouldering her backpack, pushed her bicycle out. Upon reaching the school gate, the air was filled with the cheerful chirping of birds soaring above. Suddenly, a soft exclamation of ouch reached her ears from behind. Turning around, she spotted Teacher Su not far behind, shaking his head in dismay as he brushed bird droppings from his hair, preoccupied with cleaning himself. He failed to notice the step below him and stumbled, falling flat on his face. causing a wave of startled gasps followed by laughter from the surrounding students. Bai Caicai nodded in sympathy. She could ward off her own misfortunes, yet she could not alleviate Teacher Su's plight. Nevertheless, he would persist like a resilient cockroach. Through this streak of bad luck, if he could endure the period of romantic misfortune, brighter days would eventually dawn, and perhaps he would find love. Cheer up, Teacher Su. Bai Caicai thought silently. Chapter 43. The return of Grandma. By a few sisters gathered together, and Bai Caicai exuded an air of leadership, her words definitive and commanding. A stark contrast to their past lives. Xiaonan and Bin Bin were filled with excitement. However, just as they reached the corner of the street, a group of individuals suddenly emerged, with one of them forcefully gripping sight-sized bicycle handlebars, effectively blocking their path. It was Feng Xiaobei, accompanied by two others, all around the age of 14 or 15. Xiaonan and Bin Bin were taken aback and quickly dismounted from their bicycles. Feng Xiaobei, what do you want? Bai Caicai glared at the person before her and stepped off her bicycle, leaving it to fall by the roadside. She stood protectively in front of Xiaonan and Bin Bin, glaring fiercely at Feng Xiaobei, being just elementary school students. Xiaonan and Bin Bin were frightened and clung to the hem of the sight-sized shirt. As for Feng Xiaobei, he had become quite notorious in Baoling Town. Earlier in the year, it was rumored that he would be heading to Kyoto once he recovered from his injuries. Yet, he stubbornly refused to go, seemingly because his father had another family in Kyoto. The details surrounding this matter remained unclear to outsiders. His family could not persuade him to leave, so they had no choice but to allow him to remain in Baoling Town. When the new school year commenced later that year, he was enrolled in the second year of junior high at No. 1 Middle School, where he had previously dropped out. This arrangement was made to ensure he could catch up on his studies. To facilitate his education, his legendary father even purchased a house in the county for him and his mother to reside in. The townsfolk were abuzz with this news, saying that the Lao Feng family had reaped considerable benefits from this situation. However, Bai Caicai had heard from her mother that Feng Xiaobei's father's actions were inappropriate. It is essential to understand that Feng Xiaobei had endured considerable oppression since childhood, leading to an inevitably extreme temperament. His mother had been mentally ill for over a decade, and although she had recovered, she was consumed with guilt regarding her son. Furthermore, with the societal changes, she found herself adapting to many situations, naturally allowing Feng Xiaobei to take the lead. At the tender age of 14 or 15, when rebellion is common, the county offered a world of temptations far more vibrant than the town. With the advent of reform and opening up, dance halls and entertainment venues sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Without strict discipline, Feng Xiaobei was easily led astray. Indeed, as Teacher Zhou had predicted, upon arriving in the county, Feng Xiaobei quickly befriended some local delinquents, frequently skipping classes and getting into fights. Aunt Feng wished to intervene but felt powerless. "Could you lend me some money?" Feng Xiaobei asked, shaking his leg, his demeanor imitating that of a gangster from a Hong Kong film. With his newly grown half-inch hair, he resembled a villain straight out of the screen. Bai Caicai felt both angered and amused. "We're just children. Where would we get money?" she retorted, glaring at him. "Don't try to deceive me. I saw you buying snacks for them at the gate of the elementary school just now. Stop the nonsense and hand it over." Immediately, a short boy beside Feng Xiaobei exposed Bai's sight-sized lie. "You know this is illegal, right? Aren't you afraid I'll tell your mother?" Bai Caicai reached for her backpack, contemplating the wisdom of avoiding immediate conflict. Though she felt unafraid, her concern for Xiaonan and Bin Bin left her somewhat helpless. "My mother cannot control me," Feng Xiaobei shrugged. "Why are you here, cousin?" Feng Xiaobei appeared as startled as a mouse confronted by a cat, leaving his two companions equally perplexed. "Your mother called me to come. Look at you, reduced to the level of fighting with elementary school children for money. You've truly made a name for yourself," Lichang remarked sarcastically, his words stinging and causing Feng Xiaobei to redden with embarrassment. "I was just joking, cousin," Feng Xiaobei retorted, shrinking back. "Apologize." Lichang remained unmoved. All right. "I'm sorry," Feng Xiaobei conceded, unable to escape the situation. He then turned to Bai Caicai with an air of indifference, muttering, "Honestly, children just don't understand. They can't even tell when it's a joke." Bai Caicai found his attitude both amusing and exasperating. Feng Xiaobei was indeed quite incorrigible. "Thank you," she nodded, pulling her bicycle closer, ready to depart with the two little ones, when she was suddenly halted. "By the way, aren't you the little girl from the Bai family?" Lu Chang inquired, finally recognizing her. "Could you take me to meet your grandfather?" Bai Caicai looked at Lu Chang, puzzled by his request. Why did he want to see your grandfather? Suddenly, she recalled the talismanic jade she had given to the madwoman. Could it be related? "My grandfather isn't in the county. He is in Wufan village," Bai Caicai replied. "Oh," Lu Chang nodded in understanding. She complied readily, dragging her bicycle along as she left with Xiaonan and Binbin. Lu Chang also pulled Feng Xiaobei away, and the other two who followed him left in discontent, while the onlookers gradually dispersed. Upon entering the room, they found a gathering of people. Besides the grandparents, their own parents were present, along with Master Su and Professor Gu. Bai Caicai greeted everyone in turn: grandfather, grandmother, Master Su, Professor Gu. Then she approached her grandmother, taking her hand gently. "Grandmother, how is your health?" "I'm well. Quite well. I can walk with the aid of my cane now," replied Grandma Bai, as she picked up the cane resting beside her chair and took a few steps, supported promptly by Bai Ba. All in all, Grandma Bai was doing well. As for her slightly unsteady walking, that would improve with time. To his surprise, it turned out that the Bai family's stone carving technique was inherited from the Northern Qin school. It seemed he had indeed found a skilled sculptor for his piece of jade. Professor Gu conversed with Grandpa Bai, deliberately avoiding mention of any artifacts in front of the others. It sufficed that Kai Girl understood. Grandpa Bai felt compelled to caution, for the jade piece was extraordinarily precious in his eyes, and he considered Bai Caicai still just a child. A misstep could lead to substantial loss. Initially, Bai Sanshu thought that Professor Gu sought to have his old man carve the jade, but was astonished to learn that the elder had entrusted the task to Caicai. He could not help but voice his concern in a hushed tone to Grandpa Bai. "Is Caicai capable of this?" "She surpasses you all," Grandpa Bai retorted, his eyes wide with conviction. "She is more dedicated and possesses greater talent than any of you." His heart was still unsettled, as none of his sons appreciated the art of stone carving. Chapter 44. Returning to town, the four members of the Bai family, alongside Master Su and Professor Gu, filled the jeep to capacity. Bai Caicai and Grandma Bai sat in the front, listening to the three elder gentlemen engaged in conversation behind them. "The ancient site discovered recently must have yielded significant findings. I hear it was uncovered by a sand digger?" Master Su inquired curiously. Professor Gu was originally a grave digger. "That's not a respectable profession," Grandma Bai murmured, her voice tinged with disapproval, as in the eyes of rural elders, grave robbing is considered a deed lacking in virtue. "Grandma, that is not called grave digging. It's referred to as archaeology," Bai Caicai chimed in, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she sat beside her grandmother. Although Grandma typically spoke little, her words were always rich with meaning. "Indeed, old woman, if you don't understand, it's best to remain silent." Professor Gu is an archaeologist. His work is dedicated to the preservation and study of ancient history and culture, Grandpa Bai interjected from the back, casting a stern look at Grandma. All right, no more comments," Grandma Bai replied amiably, pulling Caicai close to her. The two settled into a comfortable silence, continuing to listen to the conversation behind them. Over 4,000 years of transformation, the sea has turned to mulberry fields. Geological studies suggest that this area was once a mountain range in ancient times. I even discovered a fossil within the burial pit, containing a young cicada nymph. Professor Gu narrated, producing a sandalwood box from his bag to show everyone. Under the glow of the car lights, the fossil emanated a gentle yellow hue, with the young cicada nymph clearly discernible within. "Let me take a look." Bai Caicai, filled with curiosity, leaned forward, instinctively employing the method of observing the fate lines. Suddenly, she was startled as an image emerged before her, a scene from an ancient ritual, depicting a row of bloody severed heads. Bai Caicai nearly gasped in horror, steadying herself before continuing to examine the fossil. At that moment, she discerned that this so-called ritual image was manifested through the fate lines, indicating that the lines on the fossil were akin to a talisman. Remarkably, this fossil bore no signs of artificial carving. Instead, the impressions were forcefully etched through the power of thought. Bai Caicai recalled the notes of the stonecutter master, which detailed various talismans in existence. Among them was a particular type known as a thought talisman, wherein the caster projects their intent into a specific space, thereby influencing all surrounding objects. This, in turn, could affect individuals, with the most severe consequence being the manifestation of illusions, while a milder outcome might result in recurrent nightmares. Naturally, such thought spells would weaken over time, eventually dissipating. Kai girl, what's wrong? While others remained oblivious, Su Shigong noticed Bai Caicai's momentary distraction. It's nothing, just a question, ancient grandpa. When you entered the tomb pit, did you feel anything amiss? Perhaps nightmares, or the like? Bai Caicai inquired with intrigue. Based on her earlier observation of the fate lines, the thought spell appeared to be quite potent, and being sealed within the tomb pit, while it might not induce immediate hallucinations, it would likely lead to a night or two of unsettling dreams. How did you discern that? Professor Gu, intrigued, gazed at Bai Caicai and inquired with a smile. This archaeological excavation truly evokes a sense of trepidation. On the very night we entered the tomb, everyone who ventured inside was plagued by nightmares depicting scenes of sacrificial burials. This recurring dream persisted for 3 consecutive nights before gradually dissipating. Hence, the next tomb pit remains untouched for the time being. Although unspoken, a shared apprehension lingers regarding a potential recurrence of such phenomena. Nightmares themselves are not feared. Rather, it is the bizarre nature of this occurrence that raises concerns. To my surprise, Kaya has discerned something unusual. There indeed seems to be some profundity in this matter. While Master Su previously assured us that the fortuitous jade crafted by this young lady is no less potent than the sacred implements blessed by the Xe Lama, Bai Caicai had an immediate insight upon receiving the jade. Recognizing it had been refined for over 2 decades, this certainly signifies some expertise. Yet, a flicker of doubt remained within him. The crafting of sacred artifacts necessitates decades of meticulous honing, unless one possesses the exceptional nature of a reincarnated spiritual child like the Xe living Buddha. Therefore, entrusting the jade to this young girl for handling still left him somewhat anxious. At this moment, however, it appears that this little girl truly possesses considerable skill. I sense a malevolent energy surrounding this, Bai Caicai remarked. Professor Gu responded, it seems that Kaya has some understanding of geomancy as well. Is that not self-evident? What artisan of sacred implements lacks knowledge of geomancy? Without an understanding of the principles of geomancy, how could one craft such artifacts? I have already informed you that the items unearthed from these tombs are imbued with malevolent energy. It is prudent to avoid carrying them on one's person unnecessarily. The more one is exposed to them, even with protective artifacts, the relentless where over time can prove insurmountable. I understand, for I have encased it in a sandalwood box, within which I have also placed 5 ancient coins to dispel negative energies, the esteemed professor remarked. Meanwhile, Bai cast a concerned glance at the professor, displaying a protective instinct. Rest assured, I am well versed in the customs. I have been acquainted with this old mystic for 30 to 40 years, and I have never once compromised your reputation. Let alone that girl, Kai, the professor chided playfully. Indeed, if I did not trust you, I would have ceased our dealings long ago. Su Shigong nodded in agreement. Moreover, if I were to tell others that such a young girl possesses the ability to read feng shui and craft talismans, they would surely think I had lost my senses. I cannot afford to lose face. The professor chuckled as he observed Bai's anxious demeanor. Upon hearing the professor's words, Bai finally felt at ease. Indeed, such matters would hardly be believed if spoken of. At that moment, Bai Caicai's attention was drawn once more to the sandalwood box containing the fossils. Earlier, while examining the fossils, she had noticed that the box emanated a gentle luminescent aura, distinct from the lines of fortune. It was merely an aura, faint in color. She had encountered a similar aura on her grandfather's jade smoking pipe, though the jade pipe's aura was slightly deeper in hue. Why was this so? Why was there no fortune-related aura? Bai Caicai found herself momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend the distinction. She chose to set the matter aside for now, as it was not something she could easily inquire about. Such queries were often shrouded in ambiguity, and she would ponder over it gradually in due course. Tomorrow. You must come over. Preparations at home must also be made, my grandfather stated. The impudent boy spends his days incessantly chatting with that parrot, neglecting his homework. Has he grown weary of discipline? If he continues to misbehave, mother will roast the parrot. From the second floor, Bai and Bai Caicai can hear mother's thunderous roar from the third floor. Are you still watching television? You've gone too far. Teacher Zhou continued to shout, followed by the sharp sound of the television being turned off. Mother, sister has said that you are a teacher and must not physically punish students. Mao mimicked his sister's tone. Bai Caicai and Bai Ba exchanged glances. It was evident that Teacher Zhou had once again lost his temper. Chapter 45, Bai Ba's Dilemma. Sister, mother has punished a student again. Upon seeing Bai Caicai, Mao rushed forward to report the incident. The siblings had astutely gauged Teacher Zhou's temperament. As the children of the teacher, they had no say, they were expected to obey. However, as students, their rights and responsibilities were clearly defined. Thus, the siblings learned to be clever. When opinions diverged, they identified as students and invoked the teacher's authority over Zhou Ping. Consequently, no matter how Teacher Zhou acted, punishing students was invariably wrong, leaving Teacher Zhou in a state of bemusement. At times, it even provoked her to grind her teeth in frustration. Are you feeling rebellious? Teacher Zhou brandished a bamboo stick, glaring at Mao. Only when she truly became furious did Mao feel fear, slowly retreating to his room while clutching his little backpack. Keep an eye on him, Caicai. If Mao tries to slack off, you must question him, Zhou Ping instructed. Indeed, listen to your mother and finish your homework promptly to avoid trouble, Bai Ba chimed in. Carrying hot water and preparing for a bath. Bai Caicai protested. Mother, this is collective punishment. You child, how can you speak like that? Both Teacher Zhou and Bai's father chuckled. She sat to the side, studying the stonemason's notes while practicing her knife skills on a piece of stone. The precious jade from Professor Gu was of great value, and she knew she had to be thoroughly prepared, leaving no room for error. Sister, Xiaohei can talk now. Mao exclaimed, multitasking as she completed her homework while excitedly sharing the recent developments with her sister. After speaking, she poked the mina bird perched on its stand with her pencil, saying, Xiaohei, say Mao. To her delight, Xiaohei promptly responded, its voice surprisingly clear, albeit echoing Teacher Zhou's tone, particularly when she was irate. Bai Caicai couldn't help but laugh, realizing that the mother and son shared a lively rapport. Yet, she was quite astonished that the mina bird had finally learned to speak. Setting aside her stone carving, she mimicked Mao and poked Xiaohei's claw, saying, Xiaohei, say Caicai. However, Xiaohei merely glared at Bai Caicai with its beady eyes, then shook its crest and resumed its drooping posture. Sister. Xiaohei only knows how to say Mao said, feeling somewhat dejected. Yet, she quickly perked up, adding, but I'm going to transfer to the county soon. I heard my classmate would say that many people keep minas in the county park. I will take Xiaohei to learn from them. And I'm sure it will pick up many more words. Mao, has mother also been transferred to the county? Bai Caicai inquired. Not particularly concerned about Xiaohei's newfound ability to speak. What truly captured her attention was Mao's mention of transferring to the county, which evidently indicated that their mother had successfully secured a position at the 4th primary school several months earlier than in her previous life. As the gentle smile illuminated his face, Mao nodded. At that moment, outside, Bai Ba had finished his bath and was conversing with Teacher Zhou. How is Ping Kong's mother? Teacher Zhou inquired. She is recovering well. Aside from some difficulty in walking, there are no other issues. This truly brings a sense of relief, Bai Ping Kong replied. That is good to hear, Zhou Ping remarked. However, our finances have run dry. I still owe Zhou 3,000 yuan, and with my imminent transfer to the county, we will inevitably have to move, which incurs additional expenses. Moving seems to only lead to greater poverty, Zhou Ping lamented, her brow furrowed with worry. The substantial illness of Grandma Bai had depleted the resources of all 3 brothers' families. Fortunately, the eldest and youngest brothers operated businesses that provided daily income, while the second brother's family clung to a meager salary, barely enough for monthly expenses. Zhou Ping was particularly troubled by their financial situation. Although there were dividends from the eldest brother's venture, they had previously agreed to postpone any distribution for the first 2 years of the startup phase. Hence, despite the considerable figures reported by Bai Caicai, they were of little solace in their immediate predicament. Perhaps we could sell the piece of land we exchanged for the Water Buffalo Ridge, Bai Caicai suggested, pondering aloud. Previously, he had converted 2 acres of farmland beneath Water Buffalo Ridge into residential land, but due to its location along the provincial road, it had been requisitioned. Instead of seeking compensation, Bai Caicai opted for a land exchange. Though the location may be somewhat off, it is indeed larger than the previous 2 acres. Coupled with the burgeoning development in the entire Water Buffalo Ridge area, some astute individuals have approached Bai Dad with offers. However, drawing from his past experiences in the stock market, Bai Dad perceives that the development of Water Buffalo Ridge is merely in its infancy, with immense prospects ahead. Consequently, he has chosen to hold on to the land, keen to observe the future momentum and perhaps even consider its personal utility. Bai Caicai poked her head out from the house, reflecting on the historical developments, realizing that the site of their land is quite favorable, especially post-2000, when the agritourism trend took off, placing it at the heart of this burgeoning industry, adjacent to scenic spots. She had already devised a plan to save money over the next few years to erect a house, anticipating that even without other ventures, the rental income would be substantial. At this moment, however, Bai Dad's expression darkened. Next month, I can only draw my living expenses. How could this happen? Zhou Ping asked in astonishment. In her previous life, after 2 years of idleness, her father had been laid off. I have long advised you not to interfere. The matter of the sugar orange seedlings was entirely managed by Director Yuan. Yet you insisted on voicing your opinions, causing him frustration, which naturally led to repercussions for you. Teacher Zhou remarked. One cannot bend an arm against a thigh. Everyone in the farm knows that Director Yuan has benefited from this situation. Yet no one dares to speak up. Only Bai Caicai had the audacity to confront Director Yuan in a meeting. But that did nothing to avert the outcome and ultimately ensnared him instead. Living on a meager allowance of merely a few dozen coins, how are we to sustain ourselves? How can you be a teacher? Bai Caicai exclaimed irritably. I cannot simply stand by and watch them wreak havoc in the fields. This concerns hundreds of people. Indeed. I am a teacher and perhaps I should not voice such sentiments. But we must sustain our livelihoods, responded Teacher Zhou, equally discontent, having just attained her official position. Her salary was meager, and Bai Caicai had been reassigned, leaving her uncertain of when he might be reinstated. Consequently, their household income had diminished compared to before, deepening Teacher Zhou's despondency. Bai Caicai, concealed within the confines of their home, felt anxious for her father. Although she had numerous ideas for generating income, they all required capital, which the family could not currently afford. Smaller ventures, such as fast food or hot pot restaurants, were unsuitable for her father, who, after all, held a minor official position. It was unrealistic to expect him to abandon everything to pursue such endeavors. It would compromise his dignity. The reality could not be molded to one's desires. If only horticulture were viable, Bai Caicai thought, as she had been contemplating this for some time. However, horticulture demanded initial investment and would not yield immediate returns. A skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Perhaps, she mused, she could procure a few talismans and have Master Su sell them on her behalf. Those within the realm of mystics and geomancers are likely to recognize their value, although the stonemason's notes cautioned against seeking wealth through such means. They also suggested that talismans could sustain one another, hinting at a potential opportunity to exploit. Chapter 46. Chicken Plague. The following morning, the Bai family, accompanied by Master Su and Professor Gu, arrived early at Wufeng Village. Grandfather Bai had been waiting and promptly ushered them into the hall. In the center of the hall stood an octagonal table, upon which rested an incense burner resembling ancient stoneware. Flanking the burner were 2 stone hand-washing urns, accompanied by 2 circular rings, each adorned with a carving of a tiger's head. Behind the octagonal table hung a painting depicting Yuhua mending the heavens. The Jade Talisman Gate revered Yuhua as its progenitor. Professor Gu and Master Su cleansed their hands and lit incense, offering their reverence before placing the incense into the burner. Bai Caicai followed suit, cleansing her hands in the urn and mimicking the ritual. Subsequently, Professor Gu solemnly presented a piece of jade along with a box to Bai Caicai, who received it with a serious demeanor. Once the ceremony concluded, Bai Caicai exhaled deeply. The atmosphere was somewhat foreign to her. Yet Professor Gu believed that the efficacy of talismans relied on faith and respect. Only with sincere devotion could the Jade Talisman wield its true power. After the proceedings, Professor Gu and Master Su departed, agreeing to return in a week. Once they had left, Bai Caicai cradled the box and retreated to the courtyard, leaning against a hazel tree. She opened the box to reveal the jade, squinting as she examined it closely. Sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting speckled reflections upon the stone, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. She remained there for half a day. The jade piece resembled a jade tablet, and she needed only to etch the lines of fortune within it. However, this jade had been nurtured by Professor Gu for over 20 years, acquiring an essence akin to his own, as if it had developed its own unique character. Much like a person, this particular essence has already encompassed the quintessence of Professor Gu's temperament and elemental fortunes. However, Bai Caicai must be cautious not to disrupt the established essence while carving the auspicious jade, for this jade has forged a profound connection with Professor Gu's spirit. Should she disturb its essence, it may inadvertently bring adverse effects upon him. Thus, Bai Caicai must exercise utmost care. Bai Shui Wu nodded vigorously. Caicai accepted the task of sculpting the jade stone. This matter had been mentioned by his grandparents the previous evening, and he naturally understood it now. It's fine. I won't carve today. I am only drafting ideas, Bai Caicai stated with a smile as she stood up, having taken the jade. I am aware. Bai Caicai replied to her father. You, however, lack the talent, Uncle Bai interjected with a grunt, causing Aunt Bai to wear a disgruntled expression. Aunt. Although my younger aunt earns a higher salary, she is merely assisting others and must adhere to their arrangements, lacking freedom. Furthermore, that is merely a fixed wage. My second brother is now thriving. His shop at Shui Nyoling surpasses my younger aunt's earnings significantly. He is his own boss, free to manage as he pleases. In the future, you should assist my second brother and enjoy a life of luxury, Bai Caicai jested, winking at her second brother. Bai Shui listened with a proud smile. Upon hearing sight-sized words, Aunt Bai chuckled, realizing that their recent income had indeed been considerable, rendering her younger sister Bai Pingan's earnings insignificant by comparison. Meanwhile, Mao Mao approached and tugged at second brother Bai's sleeve, saying, Second brother, I will also follow you and enjoy a life of luxury. The family was all in laughter. Bai Caicai chided playfully, Is that all you aspire to? If you wish to indulge in the finer things, you must rely on your own efforts. Never mind. Disregard your sister's words. From now on, you shall partake in the delights alongside me, and I shall even assist you in finding a bride. Bai Shui Wu assured, thumping his chest with conviction. He was determined to take on the responsibility. Mao Mao grinned foolishly, nodding vigorously in agreement. By the way, I just heard from the villagers that there is a current outbreak of chicken disease. How are your chickens and ducks faring? At this moment, Bai Ba interjected with a query. He had overheard numerous discussions about the chicken plague while outside the village. Bai Shuiwu's third uncle, Zhao Jianjun, had lost a leg during the Vietnam War and is now 37 years old. A few years back, he married a mute woman from the village, and they have a 5-year-old son. Life has been quite challenging for them. Now that Bai Shuiwu has established this sizable enterprise, he and his parents decided to invite his third uncle to assist in managing the shop and taking care of the chickens and ducks. This arrangement would provide him with some income, thereby improving their living conditions. However, privately, Bai Caicai had heard from her second brother that he could not confine himself to the shop. Bai's second brother is currently brimming with enthusiasm. The family's chickens and ducks have begun to lay eggs, and the fish in the pond are growing rapidly. By the end of the year, selling the fish along with some chickens and ducks would not only allow them to repay their debts but also enable them to enjoy a prosperous new year. Consequently, Bai's second brother has been reaching out to buyers in the county, as there is no shortage of demand for these products nowadays. It is said that a buyer has already visited, and the market for their goods is virtually secured, merely awaiting the end of the year for collection. Bai has already set forth his grand aspirations. With 2 more years of diligent effort, he aims to construct a new house for his family and accumulate sufficient capital to expand the Bai family's fast food establishment into the county. As the saying goes, absence sharpens appreciation, and some individuals require merely a single opportunity, a pivotal moment, to transform their lives entirely. In any case, Bai Erge's current circumstances, bolstered by the rebirth of Bai Caicai, have provided him with the critical support of Xuanyo Ridge, leading him to a life markedly different from his previous existence. At this juncture, several individuals were engaged in conversation when the village head, Gao Nianshu, entered accompanied by a few others. The village chief has arrived. Please come in and take a seat, and he quickly urged. At that moment, a middle-aged man who had entered with the village chief spotted Bai Pingkong and exclaimed joyfully, "Director Bai, what brings you here? Your family is certainly filled with talented individuals. Your business acumen is commendable, and now you have produced an expert in poultry farming. We have come today to seek your guidance." As the group settled in, it became clear that they were in search of Bai Shuewu. The recent outbreak of avian influenza in Jingshan town had been particularly severe. Although they had enlisted the help of the county's livestock bureau technicians to contain the outbreak, there remained a lingering sense of uncertainty and concern regarding a potential resurgence. Hearing that the Bai family from Wufeng village had managed to sustain their poultry operations without any losses, they sought to inquire about any insights or secrets that might aid in their prevention efforts. Bai Shuewu, while smiling with pride, was somewhat at a loss for words when pressed for specifics. In truth, he followed the guidance of the agricultural technician from the town and adhered to proper sanitation practices, supplemented by diligent reading. The other poultry farmers were implementing similar methods, yet the reason behind their earlier infection with avian influenza remained elusive. After careful analysis by the last few individuals, it seems that the solitary poultry farm at Shui Noling belongs solely to the Bai family. The village's chickens are unable to wander there, and thanks to Bai Shuewu's commendable efforts earlier, the spread of pathogens has been effectively contained, ensuring their safety. Meanwhile, Bai Caicai sat quietly to the side, pondering whether it might be connected to the auspicious formation she had arranged. Just days prior, she had heard from Bai Erge that a prematurely deceased walnut tree in Shui Noling had begun to sprout anew. When the fortunes of a place flourish, vitality bursts forth with remarkable vigor. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Hushi for the delightful Christmas gift and to Dask for the generous rating. Wishing all fellow readers a Merry Christmas. Chapter 47. The Golden Mountain Distillery. During dinner, Grandpa Bai invited village head Gao and others to indulge in a couple of drinks. The Bai family has recently prospered, a fact well known among the villagers. Moreover, due to Grandpa Bai's prior discussions with the village head regarding the rerouting of the provincial road, they managed to secure several advantageous locations, thus sparing some homes from the fate of being sold at a loss. Consequently, the villagers harbored a greater fondness for both the village head and the Bai family. This newfound goodwill also led to village head Gao enjoying a more comfortable life, as he adeptly handled matters of compensation and relocation, earning respect and favors from the community. The town expressed great satisfaction with village head Gao's efforts, frequently commending him during meetings, which only enhanced his standing. Thus, village head Gao was more than pleased to foster a closer relationship with the Bai family. Indeed, more importantly, whether it be the Bai family, father, sons, and brothers, or the village chief Gao and director Wang, they all appreciate a good drink. Wine, when scarce, loses its charm, however. When a few gather together, the experience becomes truly delightful. By the way, my dear second son, could you fetch that bottle of 20-year-old Jinshan Xinyang from my room? With my grandmother in good spirits and my grandfather feeling cheerful, a few are indulging in revelry, waving their hands towards my father. As they spoke, they filled the cups one by one. This wine is now a rarity. Director Wang accepted the Jinshan Xinyang from Bai Pingkong's hands. This exquisite beverage is indeed a product of the Jinshan distillery in Jinshan town. Alas, what a pity for the distillery, back in its heyday. Sigh. Let us not dwell on that. The elder took a sip of the wine and sighed, reminiscing. The Jinshan distillery, established in the early 60s, was among the most esteemed enterprises in Jinshan town by the end of that decade. In those days, if a family's son worked at the Jinshan distillery, finding a spouse was hardly a concern. Matchmakers would practically wear out their shoes at their doorsteps. However, since the early 80s, the distillery has been on a downward trajectory, and now it stands nearly defunct. The factory has changed directors numerous times, and with each new town leader or party secretary, there was a singular goal: to revitalize the Jinshan distillery and restore its former glory, yet none have succeeded. No worries, for these are not the days of old. Everyone knows that had Master Liang still been around, such Jinshan Xinyang could still be brewed, and the distillery would not have fallen to its current state. Director Wang expressed his frustration, yet he understood that the challenges faced by the Jinshan distillery could not solely be attributed to the loss of brewing techniques. Over the years, the technicians at the factory have indeed exerted considerable effort. While the current Jinshan Baijiu may not rival the esteemed Jinshan aged liquor, it is nonetheless commendable. However, the perennial leaders of the factory have been superficial in their duties, engaging in power struggles and undermining one another, failing to earnestly develop the market. Coupled with the current economic landscape, where competition in the liquor industry has intensified, the market for Jinshan liquor has diminished significantly, which is the primary reason for the factory's plight. As the director of the Jinshan Town Enterprise Office, the distillery is a source of deep concern for him. Transitioning from a planned economy to a market economy has led many old factories and enterprises into dire straits, and our horticultural farm is also experiencing a downturn. Bai Caicai took a swig of liquor and lamented the deteriorating performance of the horticultural farm, compounded by his recent reassignment, leaving him feeling stifled. Indeed, it is increasingly difficult for these old factories to thrive. By the way, how is Section Chief Bai doing? I encountered your manager Feng at the end of last year, and he spoke highly of you. Have you received a promotion? Director Wang attempted to shift the conversation, wishing to steer clear of such heavy topics that might dampen the mood. Yet, inadvertently, he touched upon Bai Caicai's sensitive spot. Bai Caicai couldn't help but take another sip, his expression tinged with displeasure. It's nothing. Manager Feng has been reassigned, and a new manager has taken over. The situation in the factory is challenging. We can't always leave others on standby. A rotation system has been implemented in the factory, and I am also an employee here. Rotation is quite normal. In Bai Caicai's view, Director Wang, being a native of Jinshan Town, was cautious about the affairs of the horticultural farm. However, individuals like Director Wang, entrenched within governmental departments, were quite astute regarding certain intricacies. Upon hearing Bai Caicai mention the transfer of the former director and the appointment of a new one, he understood the adage of a new ruler brings new ministers. Those who had garnered the favor of the former director often found themselves at odds with the new leadership. Why not consider a position at the Jinshan distillery? I have faith in your capabilities. Should you be willing to join us, the role of director is yours. Director Wang proposed unexpectedly. The current director of the Jinshan distillery was contemplating retirement due to health issues, and Director Wang was troubled by this predicament. He recalled their trip to Shanghai last year, where he discovered Bai Caicai's commendable skills. If Bai Caicai could steer the distillery out of its troubles, it would reflect positively on Director Wang before the town mayor. Conversely, if he were unsuccessful, given the distillery's dire state, Bai Caicai would bear no significant blame. This opportunity would elevate Bai Caicai to a deputy-level position, thus marking his official status as a deputy cadre, which could hardly be worse than his current situation. The horticultural farm was a county-level entity, and Bai Caicai, as a section chief, was indeed qualified to assume the role of director at a town enterprise. The more Director Wang contemplated this prospect, the more feasible it seemed. What do you think? Are you willing to take a chance? He inquired, fixing his gaze on Bai Caicai. Well, I lack knowledge in brewing, Bai Caicai responded, caught off guard by the sudden proposal. What does it matter if you are unfamiliar with brewing? You would be the director, focusing on management, business expansion, and market penetration. You would guide the distillery. The brewing tasks would naturally be managed by workers and technicians, Director Wang asserted. Director Wang spoke with sincerity, and Bai Caicai found it difficult to outright refuse. Instead, he said, let me ponder this matter further, if you will. Indeed, it was wise to deliberate. Once he had made his decision, he would give me a call. Director Wang nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the conversation shifted to lighter topics, filled with food and drink. Meanwhile, Bai Caicai fidgeted restlessly, her impatience palpable. She wished fervently that her father would agree on the spot. In her past life, the Jingshan distillery had emerged triumphantly after 1995, quickly becoming the renowned spirit of the entire Shannon province and a celebrated enterprise in Ningxuan. Bai Caicai had studied economics and trade in her previous incarnation and had researched the development history of Jingshan liquor. The second individual of note was Liang Minghua, a native of Feng in Jingshan town. After emerging from obscurity, he revitalized the ancient mail-in liquor, rebranding it as Jingshan Mail-in. Following this, a series of Jingshan mail-in products were launched into the market, swiftly capturing the Ning County and ultimately establishing a formidable presence in Shannon province, rivaling two other distilleries in a dynamic triad. Bai Caicai had never imagined that her father would become entwined with Jingshan liquor. This was a golden opportunity. She contemplated how to subtly persuade her father to acquiesce to Director Wang's proposal. She was aware of the location of the cellar, having visited it in her previous life. However, she could not speak of it directly to her father. She would need to reference the county chronicles instead. As for Liang Minghua, at this point, he was still a farmer in Fengjiegu. Once the cellar was discovered, she could have her father invite him out of retirement. With these two elements in play, there would be no doubt that Jingshan liquor could navigate its way out of its current predicament. Chapter 48. The Nature of Fate after the banquet concluded. Director Wang and the others took their leave. Before departing, he earnestly reminded Bai Dad to contemplate the possibility of transferring to the distillery. Bai Pingkeng solemnly agreed and then escorted Director Wang and the others out. Upon returning to the town, Bai Pingkeng appeared burdened with thoughts. The young lad, Mao Mao, sensing the unusual atmosphere, had already retreated to bed, abandoning even his favorite television shows. This little fellow had finally learned to read the room. Caicai, go fetch me a pack of cigarettes, Bai Dad instructed, handing some money to Bai Caicai. Oh, she replied, accepting the money and descending the stairs. She instinctively understood her father's concerns. This was a pivotal moment in his life, stepping away from the horticultural system and into the entirely foreign realm of the distillery. It was only natural for anyone to feel uncertain. At the entrance of the courtyard, as night fell, a small side gate was opened, directly facing the window of the guard's room. As Bai Caicai passed by, she noticed Uncle Feng sweeping the floor inside the duty room and greeted him. Good evening. Uncle Feng. Buying cigarettes, are you? Yes, your father seems troubled. Hurry along. Uncle Feng sighed, adjusting his glasses with a hand before resuming his sweeping. His tone conveyed a mix of resignation and frustration. Oh. Bai Caicai responded promptly and hurried outside, unable to bear the expression on Uncle Feng's face, which stirred a sense of sorrow within her. Uncle Feng, Feng Yuehua, was nearing 50 years of age, a graduate of an agricultural university, possessing exceptional skills in nurturing various new fruit tree varieties and seedlings. He was also adept at pest and disease control, having always been a technical cornerstone of the farm. Earlier this year, due to a technical report that did not align with Director Yuan's expectations, he was reassigned from the technical department to a gatekeeper position, under the pretext of job rotation. Despite the discontent many felt towards the newly appointed Director Yuan, the farm was undergoing a transitional phase, and the workers feared being sidelined. The job rotation had become a sword in Director Yuan's hands. Anyone who defied him would feel its sharp edge. Consequently, the employees either clung to Director Yuan for favor or silently endured their circumstances, suppressing their anger. It could be said that the enterprise was rife with chaos during this period of transformation. As Bai Caicai walked toward the small shop, she pondered what reasons she could muster to persuade her father to visit the distillery. Her father remained oblivious to the situation, still entrenched in his own views. The distillery, however, was now in a worse state than the horticultural farm, and her father was profoundly nostalgic, making it difficult for him to arrive at such a decision. Are you still gambling? Do you even care about this family anymore? Can you continue living like this? Upon arriving at the small shop, she was met with a commotion outside. The town's small shops typically featured storefronts in front, with gambling dens at the back, places where patrons could try their luck. The ruckus at the entrance was caused by the Xiaodohua family. Damn it, I wondered why today felt so unlucky. It turns out it's all your fault. You sickly wretch. Get lost, or I swear I'll beat you up. The father of Xiaodohua was evidently blinded by rage from gambling, his fierce demeanor prompting him to push aside Xiaodohua's mother. She fell to the ground. Mother! Mother! Xiaodohua and her two younger siblings rushed forward to assist her, while Bai Caicai also came to help, muttering incessantly about scoundrels. How can you be like this? Not only have you squandered the family's money, but you also take your frustrations out on your wife and children. Are you even a man? Beside them, Bai Xiaoling, incensed, stepped forward. She had come for a home visit that afternoon, intending to have a serious discussion with Xiaodohua's father. However, after waiting all afternoon without seeing him, she was resolute and unwilling to give up easily. Thus, she returned that evening, only to witness the troubling scene before her, causing her to seethe with anger. Am I not a man? Would you care to test that? Xiaodohua's father retorted with a smirk, exhibiting a defiant attitude. Laughter erupted from a group of gamblers nearby. What is there to laugh about? Bai Xiaoling glared at the jesters, then pointed at Xiaodohua's father. Let me tell you, this is domestic violence. And you're behaving like a rogue. I will report you to the Women's Federation. You little wretch, daring to speak to me like that. Let me tell you, even a wise judge cannot resolve family matters. Go ahead and report me. Not only will I hit them, but I will also strike you. Xiaodohua's father growled menacingly, taking a few steps forward and raising his fist to strike Bai Xiaoling, but Xiaodohua's mother quickly grabbed him, causing Bai Xiaoling to stumble back in fear. Bai Caicai watched anxiously from the side as Xiaodohua's father was notorious in town for being a scoundrel and a heavy gambler. Fearing that her cousin might truly suffer consequences, her mind raced. Without hesitation, she dashed towards the nearby police station. Upon reaching the duty room, she shouted, "There are people gambling in Feng's convenience store again." After delivering her message, Bai Caicai sprinted away. She had no doubt the police would respond swiftly, for they were diligent in cracking down on gambling, as it served as a source of revenue for the station. She also was not concerned about the police doubting her, as Uncle Li, the station chief, had inadvertently revealed during a drunken conversation with her father that Feng's store was indeed a gambling den. The officers were well aware of it but had consistently turned a blind eye, employing a strategy akin to fishing, knowing full well that as long as the den existed, they would always catch their quarry. As anticipated, Bai Caicai had barely taken a few steps when several officers emerged from the station, striding purposefully towards the convenience store. Although she ran with great speed, she could not outpace the police and soon found herself far behind. By the time she arrived at the store, chaos reigned within. The atmosphere was frenzied, with remnants of the gambling scene still visible on the table, as the gamblers, including Xiaodohua's father, sat with their heads clutched in their hands, utterly despondent. Xiaodohua's mother was wiping away her tears, while her cousin, Bai Xiaoling, assisted a young man seated on a small stool, whose head was tilted back, revealing bloodstains on his nose and mouth. Bai Xiaoling, her face etched with concern, busily dabbed at the blood with a napkin. Unbeknownst to her, fate proved to be remarkably resilient. After a winding journey, those who were meant to meet inevitably crossed paths, Bai Caicai mused, as she stepped forward to tug at Bai Xiaoling's sleeve. And Xiaoling, who is he? How did he get hurt? Perhaps we should go to my home to tend to his wounds and apply some red flower oil. Very well, let us go to your house, Bai Xiaoling replied, assisting the injured man. Come, let us head to my cousin's home to apply some red flower oil. I'm fine, it's merely a minor injury. Sunan mumbled, his voice muffled by nasal congestion. How can it be nothing? Your face is covered in bruises if you don't apply some red flower oil. When will it fade? Bai Xiaoling asserted bluntly, pulling Sunan along, who had no choice but to follow her lead. Why not come to my house for treatment? I also have red flower oil, suggested the mother of little Dohua, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Bai Laoshi was her child's teacher, and she had initially come for a home visit. She had not anticipated that her husband would nearly confront the teacher, and she felt fortunate that it had been averted. Otherwise, she would have been too ashamed to face Bai Laoshi. Bai Caicai internally chuckled, aware that her aunt had originally intended to discuss divorce. However, given the nature of the matter at hand, it was a delicate situation. In this world, one often advises reconciliation rather than separation. If she were to mention divorce, it might imply a suggestion of instigating the separation of a couple. Thus, she chose to speak of a quarrel instead. After all, in rural areas, divorces are rare, while disputes, even those escalating to violence, are not uncommon. Coughing discreetly, Sunan could not suppress a smile, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. In the chapter titled Another Wing of the Butterfly, the following unfolds. The next day, Bai Caicai arrived late to school once more. Of course, if one were to adhere to the schedule meticulously arranged by Teacher Zhou, the timing would have been impeccable, akin to the precision of a stopwatch. However, ever since Bai Caicai had encountered the Jade Talisman and frequently exchanged insights with Master Su, she had, regrettably, adopted a certain languid demeanor reminiscent of him. Nevertheless, Bai Caicai continued to be herself, for the art of talismans and feng shui requires a tranquil heart for genuine contemplation. Yet, the eyes serve as windows to the soul. Upon opening them, the clamor of the world floods the mind, disrupting its tranquility. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Caicai developed a habit of squinting. Gradually, she cultivated a leisurely approach to everything, and by the time she meandered into the classroom, the class bell had already rung, though it was merely a preparatory chime. Nonetheless, the duty student, Ching Ying, with a demeanor reminiscent of a spring and autumn pen, recorded by sight-sized tardiness, not forgetting to raise her chin in a somewhat arrogant manner. Ching Ying possessed a sharp chin and a slender face. Bai Caicai had heard from Master Su that women with such facial features often harbor narrow-mindedness and a caustic disposition, potentially facing unfortunate fates in later years or suffering from fleeting beauty. Of course, these beliefs are subjective. Yet it was indeed true that Ching Ying was later deceived by a man, losing both wealth and love, and was ultimately confronted by the man's wife, leaving her in a state of disarray, leading her to venture northward in solitude to carve out her existence. Reflecting on these occurrences and observing the present, Bai Caicai found it all rather uninteresting. Let them take note, if they wish. A grain of rice clung to her chin. As Bai Caicai passed by, she cast a glance at Ching Ying's chin and leaned in to whisper softly, "What did you say? I didn't catch that. Please repeat it, but louder." Ching Ying was feeling a sense of smugness, yet Bai Caicai's voice was particularly faint, leaving her genuinely unable to hear. However, she surmised that this country bumpkin was undoubtedly speaking ill of her, so she insisted that Bai Caicai speak up. Wanting to expose her folly, students from the countryside simply lacked refinement. Bai Caicai, with good intentions, found herself undeterred as Ching Ying persisted, halting her steps to confirm. "Do you truly want me to say it loudly? What, are you afraid?" Ching Ying continued to elevate her chin with an air of arrogance. Observing her pompous demeanor, Bai Caicai felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. After all, she was not destined to be the virtuous one in this scenario. What is there to fear? With resolve, Bai Caicai inhaled deeply, embodying the spirit of a warrior ready to sever ties, and declared loudly, "I said you have a grain of rice on your chin." The classmates were keenly watching the unfolding spectacle. As Bai Caicai's voice rang out, all eyes converged on Ching Ying's chin, revealing indeed 2 grains of rice, glistening with a hint of yellow grease. "Ching Ying, you must have had fried rice for breakfast this morning, and you couldn't resist leaving behind a couple of morsels for later," teased Gao Yueli, seated in front of Ching Ying, who was now laughing uncontrollably, bending over the desk in exaggerated mirth, utterly devoid of composure. Gao Yueli and Ching Ying were classmates in elementary school, and they were also fierce rivals. Their mothers both worked in department stores, perhaps leading to some professional conflicts, which caused a long-standing animosity between them. Consequently, Gao Yueli and Ching Ying regarded each other with disdain, engaging in petty skirmishes on a regular basis. Initially, their rivalry did not seem particularly noteworthy, but when Gao Yueli caused a commotion, the entire class erupted in laughter. Ching Ying's face flushed crimson as she vigorously rubbed her chin, turning it a bright red, while her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Bai Caicai, we are far from finished," she declared. At that moment, Bai Caicai was leisurely seated at the back of the classroom. Since the previous year, she had experienced a remarkable growth spurt, now towering over her classmates and relegated to the rear of the room, where she occupied a desk all to herself. This arrangement afforded her ample opportunity to engage in clandestine activities. In truth, Bai Caicai had matured early, and her growth plateaued later on. Ultimately, she reached a height of merely 162 meters. While this stature was acceptable in her hometown, it felt somewhat inadequate upon her arrival in the capital. Despite the laughter from her classmates, Bai Caicai calmly opened her book, as if the commotion bore no relevance to her. However, deep down, she did feel it was indeed pertinent, as it was Qing Ying who had insisted she speak loudly. Nevertheless, she privately engaged in self-reflection and critique, acknowledging that, in the words of her mentor, she still had much to learn in managing her temper. The school bell rang once more, signaling the end of their antics. Although Bai Caicai has consistently performed well in her studies in both her past and present lives, her solitary nature has prevented her from becoming a favored student in the eyes of her teachers. Each year, her evaluations are marred by negative remarks such as being unsociable, overly opinionated, and resistant to the perspectives of others. Nonetheless, over the course of 3 years, her homeroom teacher has proven to be a responsible and diligent figure. However, today, Bai Caicai was taken aback when her teacher entered the classroom accompanied by Yang Huaqian. The sudden transfer of Yang Huaqian into her class left Bai Caicai perplexed, as the fluttering wings of fate seemed to be in motion. Yang Huaqian, tall and charismatic, effortlessly found a vacant seat beside Bai Caicai, thus becoming her desk mate. "Why did you transfer to our class?" Bai Caicai could hardly contain her curiosity during the break. Instantly, classmates from nearby seats gathered around, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Having spent over 2 months in her class, Bai Caicai was accustomed to the quiet solitude of her surroundings, often remaining an inconspicuous presence. The sudden excitement was somewhat overwhelming for her. Nevertheless, Yang Huaqian had always been a focal point, her vivacious personality allowing her to quickly amass a circle of friends. With Yang Huaqian as her desk mate, Bai Caicai was certain that her once quiet space would soon be filled with lively chatter. "Hey, this morning on my way to school, I ran into Xiao Dohua, and she was covered in injuries again." After finishing the pine nuts, the surrounding classmates finally dispersed. Yang Huaqian, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, leaned in to whisper to Bai Caicai, as if the words gossip were about to be inscribed above her head. Yet, amidst the intrigue, her indignation was palpable, and a certain chivalrous spirit emanated from her demeanor. "How can this be tolerated? I shall have my father bring people to capture him and teach him a lesson," Yang Huaqian declared with a fierce grin, revealing a hint of entitlement. Bai Caicai rolled her eyes. "Is your father a police officer or part of the underworld?" She was well aware of what Yang Huaqian's father was capable of concerning the punishment of a certain individual. "Of course, my father is a police officer. You mustn't speak ill of him, not even as a friend," Yang Huaqian retorted, glaring at Bai Caicai. "I did not speak ill of your father. Rather, your words were ambiguous. Surely, your father cannot arbitrarily detain and punish people," Bai Caicai replied, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the corridor outside the window. "Indeed," Yang Huaqian nodded, following Bai Caicai's gaze. In the corridor, a man and a woman passed by. The man exuded a gentle yet capable demeanor, though the bruise on his forehead slightly tarnished his image. The woman, bright and lively, carried a hint of delicacy. She was Su Nan, along with her cousin. Bai Caicai hurriedly dashed to the window, wide-eyed and straining to listen. "I'll return these reference materials to you." "Thank you. I've been searching for them for quite a while," Su Nan called out, waving to Bai Shaoling. "Not a problem. Take your time reading. I want to need them immediately," Bai Shaoling replied, standing in the corridor and waving back. Shortly after, Teacher Bai appeared to pass by, though his eyes were scanning the interior through the window, his expression a blend of embarrassment and annoyance. It was Bai Caicai and Yang Huaqian who had been conversing moments ago. Qing Ying was seated by the window, speaking loudly and gesturing with her chin towards Bai Caicai and Yang Huaqian. It seems that having poor relations with classmates necessitates constant vigilance against betrayal. Bai Caicai lifted her head and flashed a grin at Aunt Shaoling outside the window. Teacher Bai shot her a sharp glance before turning away. Yet that look carried the weight of future retribution. "What kind of person is this? I detest those who report on others," Yang Huaqian declared vehemently. Chang Ying rose to retort, but the school bell rang, signaling the arrival of the math teacher, forcing her to suppress her anger and glare in silence. After school, Bai Caicai tugged at Yang Huaqian. "I heard your uncle works at the county library?" she inquired. "Yes, why? What's the matter?" Yang Huaqian replied. "I wish to consult the county annals of Ning County. Do you know if the library has them?" Bai Caicai explained. "The archives must have them. But those materials are not available for loan. Come, let me take you to inquire. At this hour, my uncle should still be at work," Yang Huaqian said, pulling Bai Caicai along, her usual spirited self. Chapter 50. A glimpse of hostility. The county library is located adjacent to Baishan Park, housed in a modest 3-story building erected in the 1980s. Initially, the ground floor served as the reading hall, but to generate revenue, it was transformed into several rental shops. The second floor was divided into reading rooms, a materials room, a newspaper reading room, and even a table tennis room. The third floor contained the director's office, the library management office, the editorial office, and the archives. Yang Huaqian's uncle worked on the third floor, serving as the director of the library management office, positioned at the outermost edge of the second floor, adjacent to Baishan Park. In Baishan Park, the early morning is bustling with activity, particularly among leisurely elderly individuals, who often stroll through the woods with birds such as the 8-spotted or the thrush in hand. Bai Caicai has already selected a prime location, eagerly awaiting Mao Mao's arrival in the county, planning to practice together each morning while also indulging in the pleasure of birdwalking. Uncle Yang Huaqian guided Caicai with familiarity into the library, stealthily entering his uncle's office. "Hello, Uncle Yang," Bai Caicai chimed in, knowing that a sweetened approach was beneficial when seeking favors. At that moment, Yang Jiancai was seated, massaging his temples, his expression weary from recent adversities. He was beset by challenges both from above and below, leaving him in a state of frustration. However, upon seeing his niece enter, a faint smile graced his face as he inquired, "What brings you here, Xiaoqian?" "My classmate wishes to borrow the county annals, so I came to see if you have a copy," Yang Huaqian replied cheerfully, gesturing toward Bai Caicai. "Thank you, Uncle Yang," Bai Caicai added, slightly embarrassed. "Don't mention it. This is a county library, after all. What would it be if we didn't have the county annals?" Yang Jiancai responded playfully, always doting on his niece. He then remarked to Bai Caicai, "It wouldn't be a bother at all. If my little Qian possessed your fervor for studying, her parents would surely be offering thanks to the heavens." Yang's words left Bai Caicai feeling somewhat bashful. To be honest, her current academic dedication seemed a far cry from the relentless drive she possessed in her past life. Yet, owing to her familiarity from that existence, combined with the potential health benefits from nurturing Jade, her performance remained commendable. "Uncle, there is no need to belittle one's own kin," she replied. Yang Huaqian protested, asserting that she had always been diligent in her studies and possessed a strong sense of self-discipline. While she acknowledged that Xiaoqian was indeed commendable, she believed there was still room for improvement. Yang Jiancai encouraged her, reflecting on his niece's commendable qualities, noting that her parents were often preoccupied and had little time to guide her, which had fostered her independence and strong opinions from a young age. As he spoke, he rose and walked to the corridor, calling out to a young woman leaning against the wall, munching on sunflower seeds, "Xiao Feng, could you please fetch the county chronicle from the second reading room?" "The director," she replied, "the books in the second reading room are ancient, and no one has borrowed them for years. It's a mess in there. I can't find anything in a hurry." Xiao Feng stood there, visibly displeased. "The collection is disorganized. What have you all been doing? The general locations shouldn't be too far off. Books like the County Chronicle are typically found on shelves A3 to A6. It shouldn't be that difficult to locate." Yang Jiancai's irritation flared, and he glared at Xiao Feng, feeling a surge of frustration and helplessness. Lately, his subordinates seemed increasingly disobedient, paying lip service while undermining him. Meanwhile, the director seemed to find fault with him at every turn, leaving him feeling beset by difficulties. "Very well," Xiao Feng replied coolly, muttering under her breath. "In this day and age, who still reads county chronicles? It's absurd." With that, she sashayed away, leaving Yang Huaqian seething in her wake. Bai Caicai observed Xiao Feng's rather flamboyant departure, skeptical of whether she would indeed manage to locate the county chronicle. fearing it would remain unfound by the end of the day. Uncle Yang, I am uncertain whether we can conveniently access the library. If we can, let's go together. The more people there are, the quicker we can find what we seek, Bai Caicai suggested. Very well, let us proceed together. Yang Jiankai contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, upon entering the second library, they found no sign of the small feng, and Uncle Yang's expression darkened like a black pot. Yang Huaqian wrinkled her nose, while Caicai felt somewhat embarrassed. In her pursuit of a book, she inadvertently caused discomfort to Uncle Yang. However, it was evident that Uncle Yang was struggling with some underlying issues that hindered his work. The second library was indeed quite antiquated, with dust accumulating several inches thick, and a musty odor permeated the air. The group rummaged through the shelves labeled A3 to A6, inhaling a cloud of dust. Ah, found it. It seems no one has perused this in ages. It is covered in dust. Let's take it to my office for a thorough cleaning, Yang Jiankai exclaimed as he swiftly located the county annals. Yang Huaqian promptly pulled Bai Caicai outside, feigning deep breaths, eliciting laughter from Bai Caicai. After wiping away the dust with a cloth and using a small brush to clean the edges of the book, he finally handed it over to Bai Caicai. Thank you, Uncle. Bai Caicai expressed her gratitude towards Uncle Yang, who sat behind the desk. As the sun began to set, a sliver of twilight streamed through the window, and under its illumination, Bai Caicai felt a palpable heaviness in the air. She instinctively squinted and employed her observational skills. Noticing that behind Uncle Yang's position, the window stood ajar, allowing a wisp of ominous energy to seep inside, enveloping him. Bai Caicai pondered thoughtfully, noting that behind Uncle Yang lay Baoshan Park. According to the principles of feng shui, having a mountain at one's back is considered an auspicious arrangement. Yet, she wondered why there seemed to be negative energy present. Reflecting on her earlier observations, she suspected that Uncle Yang's misfortunes might be closely linked to this malevolent aura. What are you looking at? Inquired Yang Huaqian, intrigued as she nudged Bai Caicai. Nothing much. But it is peculiar how the mountains behind us are entirely composed of rocky outcrops, Bai Caicai remarked, her curiosity piqued. She had noticed that the negative energy seemed to emanate from these very stones. Recalling the words of Master Su, she remembered that a mountain with clear waters and lush greenery signifies a favorable position, while barren cliffs and rocks indicated detrimental feng shui. Although Baoshan Park boasts a pleasant environment, the side adjacent to the library appeared to have been deliberately cleaved, exposing the rocky terrain, thus corrupting the feng shui and generating negative energy. Oh, a road was recently constructed nearby, which must have severed this side of Baoshan, leaving nothing but rocks. Uncle Yang explained. Ah, Bai Caicai nodded in understanding. It seemed that the act of road construction had indeed disrupted the feng shui. With this revelation, she opened her backpack and retrieved a stone gourd, roughly the size of a teacup, placing it on Uncle Yang's desk. Uncle, if you could help me borrow a book, I shall gift you this stone gourd. I cannot accept this, dear uncle, Yang Jiankai quickly declined. Please keep it. This stone was collected from the mountain, and I carved the gourd myself. Accepting it would be an acknowledgement of my stone carving skills, Bai Caicai insisted, her expression conveying that his refusal would imply a lack of appreciation for her artistry. Uncle, please accept this gift. The Kai family has a long-standing tradition of stone carving, passed down from her grandfather to her. Even her pencil case is carved from stone. According to Caicai, she and her grandfather are both enthusiasts of stone, one a young stone aficionado and the other an elderly stone connoisseur. You should take note of her backpack. Half of its weight consists of stone. It's quite heavy. Yang Huaqian encouraged her while struggling to lift Bai Caicai's backpack. Indeed, Bai Caicai's bag is remarkably weighty. Very well, I shall accept it. Thank you, Caicai. Yang Jiankai responded, no longer hesitant, and he praised Bai Caicai's stone carving skills. Remember to place it on this desk. My gourd has been blessed by Master Su from Baoling Town, and it is said to aid in promotion and wealth. Bai Caicai squinted her eyes and chuckled, somewhat mischievously invoking the Master's name, unbothered by the superstitions associated with him. What nonsense! Off you go. Yang Huaqian nudged Caicai and then waved her hand, saying, Goodbye, uncle. Goodbye, uncle, Bai Caicai said, holding on to the thick county chronicle, unable to wave her hand, merely nodding in response as Yang Huaqian departed. These young girls nowadays, Yang Jinkai mused, shaking his head. He turned back to his desk, intending to put away the gourd but paused, reflecting on Bai Caicai's final words. Master Su from Baoling Town is indeed quite renowned in Ning County, and besides, this gourd is beautifully carved, lending an artistic flair to the desk. Perhaps it is best to leave it there. Many thanks to book friend 09012621512490 for the talisman. Haha. Chapter 51. Moving and good fortune. 2 days later, Teacher Zhou's transfer and Mao Mao's enrollment were both finalized. Mao Mao had successfully transferred to the 4th primary school, where she was now in the 2nd grade. Bai Caicai also moved out of her uncle's home and took residence in the staff dormitory of the 4th primary school. The old courtyard from the 1950s remained a single-story structure, reminiscent of the layout of a traditional courtyard. As Bai Caicai stood at the entrance, an indescribable sensation enveloped her, an amalgamation of excitement and melancholy, with a slight sting in her nose. In her previous life, her mother had been transferred to the 4th primary school and had resided in the very same house, albeit at that time only 2 rooms were allocated. Now, due to Bai's father and Mao Mao, the school had generously provided 2 additional rooms and a separate small kitchen. Caicai, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry. Go and tidy up your room, Teacher Zhou called out, bending over and wearing arm sleeves as he cleared the clutter from the doorway. Bai's father was busy arranging his bonsai collection, which included a red maple, fragrant osmanthus, and a tea camellia, along with a pot of bamboo that drew the attention of several retired teachers in the yard who were admiring his work. Mother, this house is quite old, Bai Caicai remarked, setting down her backpack and choosing not to rush indoors. Instead, she squatted beside her mother, assisting her in dusting off the surfaces. It's quite fortunate that you have so many rooms since you just moved here. Why complain? Teacher Zhou teased, his dusty hand playfully marking 2 smudges on Bai Caicai's forehead. I suspect this house will soon be demolished, Bai Caicai mused, glancing around her surroundings. I heard from Principal Song that the school has proposed several times to tear it down and rebuild, but due to a lack of funds, the authorities have not approved it. It seems it will not happen anytime soon. Zhou Ping remarked that her daughter was quite sensible, often engaging in casual conversations, which she found delightful. However, time was of the essence, as a resolution loomed in the near future. Bai Caicai recalled that in her previous life, in just 2 years, their residence would be demolished as the school teachers pooled resources to construct new buildings. Pondering this, Bai Caicai inquired, "Where's Mao Mao?" This spirited child, accompanied by the little black bird, seemed to have vanished. When Bai Caicai asked, Teacher Zhou, in a somewhat irritable manner, stood up and called out loudly, "Mao Mao." Bai Caicai instinctively rubbed her ears. Indeed, her mother's voice was remarkably loud. Yet, a sense of joy welled up within her. In her past life, familial upheaval and divorce had weighed heavily on her mother, rendering her speech imbued with a sense of oppression. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Bai Caicai found herself glaring at Teacher Feng, who was engaged in conversation with her father. Teacher Feng, now retired, was a kind-hearted man. Yet his wife was notorious for her sharp tongue, and in her previous life, Bai Caicai's mother had endured much from her. "I'm leaving, my mother is calling me," Mao Mao exclaimed as he dashed out from a house on the east side, the little black bird fluttering above his head. "Hurry, we're going to get in trouble." The black bird flapped its wings, its cries resonating with both a sense of schadenfreude and a rallying cry against adversity. "Your mina bird is quite impressive," remarked the retired Teacher Feng, gazing at the bird soaring above Mao Mao's head with admiration. Bai Dad brushed the dirt off his hands, saying, "It's a wild one. I don't know who injured it, but it was on the brink of death. These 2 children managed to nurse it back to health. Little Black demonstrates loyalty. We never confine it, yet it never chooses to leave us." "Do not speak," remarked Teacher Feng. "The spirituality of wild animals is profound." He then proceeded to share some tales of animals repaying kindness or seeking vengeance, which quickly drew a group of children around him, all of whom listened with wide-eyed astonishment. As Bai Caicai pondered her thoughts, a discarded can of Jian Libo was inadvertently kicked to her feet, causing a sharp pain in her toes. Soon after, Aunt Feng, Teacher Feng's wife, approached with a stern expression, as if everyone owed her a considerable sum of money. As she walked away, she loudly chastised, "Who is responsible for this? Littering is simply disgraceful. What a lack of civility." Indeed, the quality of people's behavior seems to be deteriorating. When confronted with trash, instead of addressing it with dignity, they resort to kicking it about, demonstrating appalling manners. Bai Caicai muttered her agreement. "You little girl, who are you referring to?" Aunt Feng's voice rose indignantly. "I was talking about those who kick litter, not you. Why are you shouting at me? Am I mistaken? You just said that those who litter lack civility. Does that not apply to those who indiscriminately kick trash as well?" Bai Caicai gazed at Aunt Feng with an inquisitive expression. Bai Caicai understood why Aunt Feng was irked. In a previous life, the two adjacent houses had been allocated to Aunt Feng, but now they belonged to her family, leaving Aunt Feng's plans in disarray. Naturally, she was in a foul mood and looking for a reason to vent her frustration. "Well, I am only speaking of those who kick trash. If you acknowledge that you kick the litter, then you cannot contest my statement. If you deny it, then clearly I am not referring to you," Bai Caicai retorted. Pouting slightly, the onlookers stifled their laughter, while Aunt Feng's face darkened with displeasure. After dinner, Bai Caicai and Mao Mao sat at the table, diligently working on their homework. Bai Caicai gazed at the thick volumes of local chronicles beside her, filled with intricate traditional characters. To extract the sentences detailing the locations of the wine cellars from these tomes was indeed a monumental task. Skimming through them was utterly futile. One must examine every word meticulously. Had she known it would come to this, she would have consulted the chronicles during her investigation into the development history of Jinshan Winery, thus avoiding the present state of being a headless fly. Bai Caicai murmured to herself, lamenting that foresight is a treasure beyond measure. "I will not yield. This is a matter of principle," Bai Pingong declared fiercely. After a pause, he added, "Furthermore, Director Yuan is quite unscrupulous and harbors a vengeful spirit. Even if I were to acquiesce this time, he would not spare me. Does that mean we can only transfer to the distillery?" Teacher Zhou inquired. Bai Ba remained silent, evidently still undecided about the distillery. Knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Bai Caicai rose to open it, revealing the elder from the school duty room. Bai Pingong hurried out, expressing his gratitude while offering a cigarette. "Don't mention it. I was just taking a stroll," the elder replied with a hearty laugh, accepting the cigarette before turning to leave. The director of the office, Mr. Qian, was the foremost lieutenant of Director Yuan and his spokesperson. His words carried the weight of Yuan's authority. "Father, I wholeheartedly support you," Bai Caicai exclaimed as she poked her head into the room, raising both hands in approval. "Father, I too wholeheartedly support you. You can do this," Mao Mao chimed in, echoing the sentiment. The final words of encouragement came from Xiao He. Zhou Ping and Bai Ba exchanged glances, unable to stifle a chuckle. Once a decision was made, it seemed that they were all in, ready to face the challenges ahead. Subsequently, Father Bai stepped outside to make a call to Director Wang, entrusting the ensuing matters to his capable management. "Father, was the ancient name of Jingshan town not Meilin?" The sun shone brilliantly on that rare Sunday, casting warmth reminiscent of early spring in the initial chill of winter, creating a delightful ambience. The Bai family, engrossed in their stacks of books, had their roles defined. Teacher Zhou diligently prepared his lessons, while Bai Caicai and Mama studied as students, and Father Bai continued to gather knowledge in anticipation of his new role at the distillery. Just 2 days prior, Director Wang had inquired and informed that Father Bai's appointment as the factory manager had been approved within the town, instructing him to report on Monday. Mayor Yuxia was indeed the mother of Yang Huaqian. Is the Meilin distillery mentioned in the county records the same as the current Jingshan distillery? Bai Caicai inquired, placing the county records before her father and pointing to a line of text. "Meilin distillery? I haven't heard of it." Father Bai responded as he leaned over to examine the records and suddenly exclaimed, bringing the document closer. "Indeed, there is a mention of Meilin distillery, and wait. There are also references to the cellar. This location must correspond to the current address of Jingshan Distillery. Why have I never heard of it before?" At that moment, Zhou Ping also approached, peering at the county records, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, Old Bai, if we can locate this cellar, regardless of its utility. The mere revelation of this history could greatly enhance the prestige of Jingshan Distillery. Uncovering this historical narrative holds immense potential. Perhaps Jingshan Distillery could experience a revival through it. This is splendid. Bai Caicai beamed with enthusiasm. Setting aside other considerations, this historical find alone could serve as a remarkable leverage to elevate the distillery's renown. Bai Caicai truly was her father's lucky star. Bai Caicai cheerfully patted Bai Caicai's head. Thank you for the Christmas gift from Luo Yin's leisurely abode. Chapter 52. Turmoil on Monday. Bai Caicai strode into the Jingshan Distillery in Jingshan Town with an air of determination, bolstered by the unwavering support of his family. His presence was reminiscent of a formidable force, one that would vanquish any obstacle in its path. Meanwhile, Bai Caicai continued her tranquil and unassuming life at school. Only Mao, burdened with misfortune, found himself under the watchful gaze of teacher Zhou, unable to escape her scrutiny at home or school. He could only furrow his little brow and feign compliance, inadvertently endearing himself to all his teachers. Indeed, the charm of youth is unmatched. As the weather grew colder, a chilling front had settled in, casting a gloomy pall over the sky, hinting at impending snow. With the New Year holiday approaching, I plan to visit my mother in Jingshan Town. Will you join me? Yang Huaqian asked, playfully nudging Bai Caicai's arm during the break. Bai Caicai sat there, rubbing her hands together, her fingers reddened by the cold. In her past life, she suffered from frostbite every year. But in this new existence, perhaps due to her rebirth or the influence of the Jade Talisman, her hands, though cold and rosy, were not as severely affected. That sounds wonderful. Let us go together, Yang Huaqian replied with delight. By the way, my uncle mentioned that you are a harbinger of good fortune. How so? Bai Caicai feigned ignorance. Although she had a faint understanding, the transformation of the gourd had surely brought about significant progress for Yang Huaqian's uncle. I was just joking, and you actually believed me? It seems that my uncle's attempts to secure a transfer have been ongoing for quite some time, remarked Bai Caicai with a chuckle. Life, fate, and feng shui are paramount. Her gourd can indeed dispel malevolent energies, but whether a transfer occurs is likely a matter of chance. Indeed, I recall hearing my uncle searching for someone earlier this year. Yang Huaqian nodded in agreement. As students raised under a materialistic ideology, they inherently dismiss such beliefs. Bai Caicai smiled and brushed it off. Father, please let go of me. At that moment, the wailing of Xiao Dohua echoed from the corridor outside. The students of Class 1 rushed to the window to catch a glimpse. Yang Huaqian squeezed into a spot, pulling Bai Caicai to the doorway, just in time to see Xiao Dohua's father emerging from Class 3. One hand grasping Xiao Dohua's backpack while the other was tugging at her. Father, you cannot take that money. It is meant for mother-esh treatment. You must stop gambling. Xiao Dohua implored, her hands gripping the corridor tightly as she gritted her teeth. Bai Caicai, standing nearby, suddenly shouted, "Don't push me." Then, feigning a lack of balance, she stumbled and collided with Xiao Dohua's father, who, oblivious, allowed Bai Caicai to bounce away. Yang Huaqian, understanding the underlying intention, also raised her voice. What are you all pushing for at the back? With that, she dashed forward, positioning herself between Xiao Dohua and her father. The students, astute and quick-witted, inspired by Bai Caicai and Yang Huaqian, began to echo cries of ouch, ouch, and surged forward, completely separating Xiao Dohua from her father. Step aside, you little rascals. Make way, don't block the path. Little Dohua's father, with an air of fury, bellowed at the crowd, his fierce demeanor causing the first-year students to instinctively retreat a few steps as he pushed aside those in his way. At that moment, Bai Caicai's cousin, Bai Xiaoling, rushed over and tightly embraced little Dohua, exclaiming, "How can you, as a parent, behave this way? Every time I see you, you are beating your child. You even neglect your wife's medical expenses for gambling. Are you even human?" Bai Xiaoling, harboring her own frustration towards little Dohua's father, unleashed a torrent of words. "You meddlesome woman. Just wait until I teach you a lesson today." Little Dohua's father raged, believing it was a natural right for a father to discipline his child, who dared intervene. "Who do you think you are? This is a school, not a place for your nonsense." At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Old Ban, pushed through the students, fixing a stern gaze upon little Dohua's father. With his large stature and bushy beard, he resembled a formidable warrior, exuding an overwhelming presence that instantly diminished Little Do-hwa's father's bravado. "We are poor and cannot afford education," Little Do-hwa's father muttered, seeking an excuse. As he had no intention of allowing Little Do-hwa to return to school next semester due to their inability to pay tuition. "You've squandered all the family's money, yet you still dare claim you can't afford to educate your child. If I were you, I would rather end it all than bring misfortune upon my family." Old Ban, with a grim expression, made it clear that the teachers were well aware of Chung Shaoqing's family circumstances, and thus did not hold back in his rebuke towards her father. Little Do-hwa's father, known as Old Ban, wore a grim expression. However, upon comparing their physiques, he realized he stood no chance and could only glare fiercely at Little Do-hwa before turning away. Old Ban exuded an aura of authority, while Bai Caicai laughed heartily, inciting cheers from the crowd. "Old Ban is indeed formidable," the onlookers exclaimed. Consequently, the students dispersed like startled birds, each returning to their respective places, with a stern countenance. Old Ban tugged at his beard as he departed. In the afternoon, after school, Bai Caicai called Little Do-hwa out of the dormitory. "Little Do-hwa, do you wish for your father to change?" "I dream of it, but can my father really change?" Little Do-hwa replied, her eyes reddened, her teeth clenched, evidently filled with resentment towards her father. "There might be a way, though I cannot guarantee success, and your father must endure some hardship," Bai Caicai suggested. In a previous life, after Little Do-hwa's father had suffered a hand injury, he indeed transformed, but it was too late. He possessed neither skills nor knowledge, and with one hand lost, he struggled to find work. The only means of income left was scavenging on the streets. Any glimmer of hope must be pursued. As long as one lives, enduring hardship is essential, Little Do-hwa thought, gritting her teeth. Bai Caicai observed that Little Do-hwa exhibited a maturity beyond that of many her peers, a reflection of the age-old adage that the children of the impoverished mature early. The circumstances of Little Do-hwa's family had compelled her to grow up swiftly. "Is your father superstitious?" Bai Caicai inquired further. Through talismans and incantations, one can convey numerous meanings. Bai Caicai had woven the later fate of Little Do-hwa's family from her previous life into several specific images within the talismans, hoping they would serve as a warning for Little Do-hwa's father. "Why does my father have nightmares?" Do-hwa asked, puzzled. Bai Caicai expressed disdain towards him, deeming him disrespectful for having extorted numerous pieces of fortune or longevity stone carvings from her. Determined, Do-hwa resolved to take action. "I've already mentioned that he will endure some hardships, but he will be fine," Bai Caicai stated. The small sword she carved could only sustain the nightmares for a maximum of 5 days. Within a week, all the spiritual energy would dissipate, causing no substantial harm beyond the psychological stress inflicted on Do-hwa's father. Of course, there would be some sleep deprivation, but Bai Caicai dismissed that as insignificant. It is said that during the late Qing dynasty, all the houses on this street belonged to a single individual, the renowned Hui merchant Dong Chiu of Ning County, who established this very street. Unfortunately, with the passage of time, the Dong family has long since vanished, and the houses have since changed ownership, leaving Dong Chiu's legacy only a vibrant ink blot in the county annals. Today, the old street appears dilapidated, with the setting sun casting elongated shadows through the curved eaves. And every time Bai Caicai stands here, she feels as though time has regressed by at least 50 years. Now, the place is littered with scraps and refuse. This is also where Master Su frequently sets up his stall. In the profession of divination, familiarity reigns in Baoling Town, making it difficult to operate. Thus, the old street in the county town has become his favored spot for practice. "Hey, old Su, could you shift over a bit? Haven't you heard that fortune tellers shouldn't face each other? Two diviners must never be positioned face to face, or it will invite conflict." An old man, whose origins were a mystery, settled himself on a small stool opposite Master Su, clutching a white cloth emblazoned with 4 black characters, "My fortune teller." It was absurd. Your fortune telling and my feng shui are worlds apart. Besides, if there is to be a shift, it should be your responsibility. After all, everything has its order. Does it not? Master Su leisurely sipped his tea and remarked, "How about this? Let us compete. The victor remains." The old Mai fortune teller proposed. Suit yourself. Master Su replied nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance his way before picking up a book on the ground and engrossing himself in its stories, indifferent to the old man's ire, which was evident as he puffed and glared, peering left and right. Just then, a young female student approached, and the old fortune teller exclaimed, "Let us each read her fortune and see who is more accurate. The winner stays, the loser must depart." His bravado suggested he possessed some skill, after all. A true master wouldn't dare challenge without confidence. Master Su, noticing the approaching young lady, directed a sidelong glance at the old fortune teller, choosing to remain noncommittal. An elderly woman nearby, managing a waste collection station, interjected, "You, my fortune teller, are being rather deceitful. You read fortunes while Master Su practices feng shui. Comparing the two is exceedingly unfair. What do you know, madam? What fortune teller does not understand feng shui? What feng shui master lacks knowledge of fortune telling?" The old fortune teller retorted, flustered. "Then why not challenge Master Su on feng shui instead?" The elderly woman seized upon the old man's words, countering sharply. "What do you understand? There is no definitive conclusion regarding feng shui, and the debates surrounding its principles are extensive, lacking a standardized measure for assessment. The practice of fortune telling, however, is markedly different. Its accuracy can be promptly revealed, provided that the predictions do not pertain to the future. What do you think? Is it not a more reliable endeavor?" The old fortune teller, known as the Bai Caicai, was rendered speechless by the discourse, a testament to the contentious nature of feng shui, where each party asserts their perspective with equal conviction. How can one determine superiority in such a case? The clarity of fortune telling, in contrast, allows for immediate validation of accuracy. The conversation reached a stalemate. "What say you? Are you brave enough to compare?" The Bai Caicai turned to Su Shigong. "If you wish to compare, then let us." Su Shigong replied, exuding calmness. At that moment, Bai Caicai approached the two. Having gleaned the essence of the earlier debate between the old woman at the recycling station and the fortune teller. Upon hearing Su Shigong's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes in private, pondering whether this was a touch shameless. Nonetheless, she found it amusing, and so she assumed the demeanor of a mere onlooker, aligning herself with the two elderly gentlemen. "Come closer, young lady, let us take a look," beckoned the Bai Caicai to Bai Caicai. She stepped forward, and a throng of curious spectators quickly gathered around. Among them, she spotted her neighbor, Teacher Liu, who had a penchant for scavenging through antiques and often frequented this recycling station. "Well then, Su Lao-tu, let us first assess her fortune, and then we shall each record our conclusions on paper to unveil them simultaneously," suggested the Bai Caicai with confidence after examining Bai Caicai's features. Su Shigong squinted slightly, nodding in full agreement. Everyone craned their necks in anticipation of the revelations to come. Bai Caicai gazed silently at the elderly fortune teller, who was fervently scribbling away. In her heart, she thought to herself, "This old man is indeed a tragic figure. Why did he choose to seek her out of all people?" She was well aware of her own circumstances, and no matter the situation, Su Shigong remained invulnerable. This was undeniably a great injustice, and Bai Caicai felt a profound disdain for her own complicity in this matter. Before long, both individuals had completed their writings. "Allow me to read," Lu Laoshi, with a hint of gossip in his demeanor, stepped forward to act as the notary. "Very well, I shall read mine first," declared the elderly fortune teller, his face beaming with satisfaction as he handed his answer to Lu Laoshi. Lu Laoshi accepted it with a few coughs, putting on a grandiose display, then opened the paper and began to read. "This young lady, judging by her facial features, has a tumultuous relationship with her parents. They are likely divorced. She has a strong connection to her mother and should follow her. She had a younger brother, who unfortunately passed away early. Her life will be filled with toil, and in her 20s, she will face a calamity, but once she overcomes this tribulation, a smooth path will open before her, leading to a life of comfort and eventual joy." "How dare you, old man? If you lack the ability, do not utter such nonsense." Lu Laoshi's anger surged before he had even finished reading. Bai Caicai, however, was momentarily transfixed by the elderly fortune teller. Remarkably, everything he had stated about her past life was accurate, yet his fate seemed woefully misaligned, as he had encountered her in this lifetime. The odds of such a coincidence were likely slimmer than that of a comet colliding with Earth. Yet here was this fortune-teller, striking such an improbable match. Bai Caicai was certain that the old man's fortune was indeed at its nadir. "Teacher Lu, do you recognize this little girl?" inquired the curious aunt from the recycling station. "Of course I do. Her mother is a newly appointed teacher at our school, and they reside right next door to my home. Her parents share a wonderful bond. And her little brother is a delightful second grader at the primary school. It's truly lamentable that one would curse another simply for a miscalculation," Teacher Lu stated, prompting a wave of condemnation from the onlookers. Indeed, if one cannot predict accurately, it is still inexcusable to cast a curse upon someone. Bai Caicai lowered her head, and those unaware might have assumed she was angry. In truth, she was silently mourning the misfortunes of the old fortune-teller. Simultaneously, she rationalized that this predicament was not her fault. Why must she be the chosen one in such circumstances? Now, she felt like a pariah. The old fortune-teller's face fluctuated between shades of green and white as he stammered, "Do not rush. Let us see what Master Su has to say." At that moment, Teacher Lu and the others remembered Master Su's predictions and eagerly unwrapped the scroll to read aloud. "Parents are affectionate, siblings live in harmony, blessed with fortune. All affairs proceed smoothly." "Wow, this girl is truly fortunate," the aunt from the recycling station exclaimed. "Indeed, this is what fortune-telling is about. Master Su possesses remarkable skills. Come, Master Su, please offer me your insights." Someone from the crowd squeezed forward to stand beside Master Su. The fortune-teller's business was thriving. Indeed, those who read fortunes must choose their words with care. Therein lies the truth. Observe the old fortune-teller, a practitioner of physiognomy, whose skill in reading faces alone does not constitute true mastery. One must also possess the art of eloquence, and ideally, a touch of psychology to cater to people's preferences. This is the very essence of fortune-telling. Your losses are not entirely unjust, Bai Caicai mused. Look at Su Shigong's interpretations. Regardless of their authenticity, they are pleasing to the ear. When others seek fortune-telling, they are, after all, hoping for uplifting words. If you candidly convey unpleasant truths, even if accurate, it leaves the fortune seeker discontented, which is akin to a financial loss. Chapter 54. Idle talk. The old fortune-teller appeared pale, retreating in haste. As the onlookers dispersed, Bai Caicai assisted Su Shigong in gathering his belongings. "Is there something you need my assistance with?" Su Shigong inquired cheerfully. "You truly possess an uncanny ability. Nothing escapes your notice," Bai Caicai replied. "It is not that I am particularly insightful. Rather, my dear girl, your thoughts are clearly written upon your face." Su Shigong chuckled. Bai Caicai could not help but pat her cheek, acknowledging her inability to conceal her emotions in this life or the previous one. Joy brought forth laughter, while displeasure manifested as a frown. Her face was a veritable barometer of her feelings. As she squatted beside Su Shigong, helping him roll up the divination charts spread upon the ground, she recounted the troubles of little Dohua's father, suggesting, "When little Dohua's father seeks you out, frighten him a bit. Tell him that if he continues to gamble, he risks losing everything. His dreams serve as omens and warnings. Then, gently persuade him. Perhaps he will heed your words. You have learned to dig your own pits." "Haven't you?" Su Shigong remarked, puffing in mock indignation. "Isn't this what I've learned from you, master? You dig pits every day, and just now you dug a particularly deep one." Bai Caicai, with an innocent expression, revealed the truth and casually picked up 3 copper coins from the ground, tossing them into the air. "The 8th hexagram of the I Ching. With the favorable winds, we set sail, and heaven grants us a gust to effortlessly drift along, enjoying the freedom to wander and revel in abundance. It's a favorable omen, a delightful collaboration," she said with a cheerful smile. "You little rascal." Su Shigong playfully tapped Bai Caicai on the head. "All right, I shall bear this burden. Your father, little Dohua, is truly excessive." With a serious demeanor, Su Shigong continued, "However, Kai girl, let me impart one more piece of wisdom. In the future, do not easily employ charms that interfere with human thought. No one can predict the whims of that capricious deity. Ordinary people are governed by laws, which, though flawed, can be navigated. Yet we, as practitioners, are under the dominion of heavenly principles which offer no rationale. You would even know where to seek loopholes. Thank you, Master. I understand, Bai Caicai replied earnestly, knowing well that disregarding the words of the elders leads to immediate consequences. It's all right, keep it. The old man has many affairs. He will come once he has finished. Su Shigong reassured her. Indeed, Bai Caicai nodded. I say, do you two know each other? At that moment, an ant from the scrap recycling station leaned against the door, pointing at Su Shigong and Bai Caicai. She had been pondering for a while, observing the lively conversation between the elder and the younger, as if they were familiar acquaintances. Bai Caicai and Su Shigong exchanged glances and nodded at the woman, both of them chuckling. Good heavens, it turns out you are also a fraud, they mused. Clearly, one cannot trust these fortune-tellers. They are all charlatans. From now on, if anyone dares to mention fortune-telling or palmistry to me, I shall react with indignation. The woman from the recycling station dramatically patted her forehead, revealing the truth. Su Shigong, come to my home for dinner, Bai Caicai suggested, observing him as he rolled up his belongings and carried a small stool. Internally, Bai Caicai scoffed, thinking the elderly man was merely putting on an act. Upon entering the courtyard, they overheard Teacher Lu discussing the recent fortune-telling competition. Do not be misled into thinking Su Shigong truly emerged victorious or possesses genuine skills in fortune-telling. It is all an illusion. His words are merely empty compliments that can be applied to nearly everyone, akin to a universal remedy. Thus, this practice is nothing but superstition and futile nonsense. One should never place faith in it, for those who do only squander their money. Indeed, this old man has a heart as clear as a mirror. Lu Dama interjected. Enough talk about others' affairs. What is it to you? Your youngest son is soon to be married. With all this idle time, you ought to be sending out invitations. Have all the invitations not already been sent? Teacher Lu frowned, his previously jubilant demeanor dampened as if doused with cold water. It is truly disheartening. Have you not checked again to ensure no one was overlooked? If someone is missed, it would surely leave them feeling slighted and offended. Lu Dama continued, urging her elderly partner. I have checked multiple times. Do I need to check again? Friends will not be overlooked. For acquaintances, some refer to wedding invitations as debt reminders. They would be pleased if someone were omitted, she replied. Teacher Lu murmured, inciting Aunt Lu to glare in frustration. Bai Caicai, who had been listening nearby, stifled a laugh, but was caught by Aunt Lu's fierce gaze, forcing her to retreat into the house with a reluctant smile. The guests have arrived. Dinner is served. Upon entering, the unmistakable call of the parrot, Xiao Hei, echoed through the air. Indeed, this feathered creature had recently exhibited a remarkable aptitude for speech. As Bai Caicai stepped inside, she spotted her father seated at the table, sipping his drink leisurely. I searched high and low, but found nothing. Besides, I didn't want to dig aimlessly. I devised a plan. With New Year's approaching, we will initiate a tree planting activity. Tomorrow, I intend to visit the garden center to purchase some plum trees and rally all the employees to plant them. I refuse to believe that together we cannot uncover the hidden cellar, Bai Pinkong declared. Yes, father, that is an excellent idea, Bai Caicai responded, eager to please. Do not indulge too much in drink. Dinner is ready. At that moment, Zhou Ping served the rice. As you wish, my dear wife. I must say, there is nothing quite like a home-cooked meal, Bai Pinkong chuckled. Hurry and eat. Food one tea silence your chatter, Zhou Ping remarked, her cheeks blooming with a hint of bashfulness. Indeed, the warmth of a brief separation rekindled their affection. Bai Caicai observed silently, while Mao Mao glanced around, then candidly stated, I still think the food from the restaurant is better. Hurry up. Food one tea stifle conversation, Bai Caicai shot back at Mao Mao, who was too young to grasp the subtleties of adult relationships. Ahem. Simultaneously, Director Bai and Teacher Zhou cleared their throats. The day after tomorrow marks New Year's Day, and Bai Caicai has invited Yang Huaqian to accompany her to Jinshan Town. Just before they set off, they are unexpectedly joined by Mao Mao, a little boy who insists on coming along. After enduring a series of reminders from Teacher Zhou, they finally leave. Your little brother is quite adorable, Yang Huaqian exclaimed upon seeing Mao Mao, reaching out to pinch his chubby cheeks. She quickly rummaged through her backpack to extract a handful of snacks, including pine nut candies. Grasping the treats tightly in his hands, Mao Mao declared with earnestness, "You are a girl, and I am a boy. Please keep your hands to yourself." He added, "When I sit at the same table as a female classmate, there must be a clear boundary." Bai Caicai, noticing Yang Huaqian's fluster, couldn't help but tease her. Yang Huaqian, playfully annoyed, tapped Mao Mao on the forehead, exclaiming, "You little rascal." Mao Mao responded with a silly grin. Soon, the trio boarded the bus to Jinshan Town. Fortunately, they arrived early enough to secure seats. However, by the time the bus departed, it was packed to the brim, undoubtedly exceeding its capacity. "Why are there so many people heading to Jinshan Town today?" Yang Huaqian muttered, recalling her previous Sunday visits to see her mother, which had never drawn such a crowd. "The annual fair in Jinshan Town is today," Bai Caicai explained. "It's quite famous in the surrounding areas, though not many from the county are aware of it." "Oh, that sounds wonderful. We can explore the fair later." Yang Huaqian replied enthusiastically. "Yes, there will be cotton candy at the fair." Mao Mao chimed in, reminiscing about his last visit to the annual fair, where he had indulged in the sugary treat, leaving a sticky mess all over his face. "Summer Aunt, are you here for the fair as well?" The vehicle set off, filled with familiar faces from the surrounding villages. A group of women began to engage in lively conversation. "Indeed, I have come to procure goods for the new year," remarked Aunt Xia, her tone brimming with pride. Bai Caicai, recognizing the voice, turned around to discover it was none other than her own aunt-in-law, the mother of Xia Damo. "I heard your son Dama has made quite a name for himself in the capital, earning a substantial income. You are truly fortunate," the woman who spoke earlier commented. "Ah, it's all right, just getting by and earning a little money, but Damu is dutiful. He sends me funds so I can prepare ample provisions for the new year, ensuring a bountiful celebration," Aunt Xia replied, feigning modesty yet unable to conceal the underlying pride in her words, even patting her wallet in delight. "I've also heard your daughter-in-law is working in the capital and earning quite well. The Bai family stone carvings are quite renowned," the woman continued. "Uft, she hardly makes any money, just a wasteful person, relying entirely on my Damo. Back then, I was truly blind to choose such a wife for him. Pretty, yet useless. At home, she constantly wears a long face and shows disdain. Honestly, if it weren't for the child, I would have sent her packing long ago," Aunt Xia said disdainfully. "Hiki." The woman chuckled awkwardly, finding it difficult to respond to Aunt Xia's remarks. Bai Caicai, unable to contain her fury, stood up and glared at Aunt Xia, exclaiming, "Even if my aunt has her shortcomings, she has consistently remitted money to you each month. In the capital. Do you truly believe that relying solely on my uncle's income is sufficient for his needs? My aunt is a jade sculptor, earning a significantly higher salary than my uncle. Do you think the money in your pocket is magically conjured? I genuinely pity Grandma Xia, surrounded by her children and grandchildren. She has reached her twilight years without a proper place to reside, living instead in a makeshift hut. With the new year approaching, one can only speculate on her dire circumstances. It baffles me how she chose her daughters-in-law." Bai Caicai's outburst was aimed at Grandma Xia, who was none other than Aunt Xia's mother-in-law and her uncle's grandmother. In truth, Xia Dama's father was not the biological son of Grandma Xia. He was adopted. Xia Dama's father was, in fact, Grandma Xia's nephew. Years ago, when Grandma Xia and her husband had no children of their own, she adopted her nephew from her hometown, nurturing him with the hope of having someone to care for her in her old age. However, after Aunt Xia married into the family, the two could never find common ground, leading to years of quarrels that ultimately broke Grandma Xia's heart. In the end, she found herself living alone in a makeshift hut, while the villagers whispered behind Aunt Xia's back. While disputes between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law are not uncommon, for a mother-in-law to end up living in such squalor is indeed excessive. Thank you, Burning Wa, Feitong 368, and Frank Seraph, for your generous contributions. Chapter 55. The murderer, where did you come from, you little rascal? Spouting nonsense with such confidence, Aunt Xia exclaimed, springing up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her words spewing forth in a frothy spray that landed squarely on Bai Caicai's face. "Whether I spoke in error or not, Aunt, you know in your heart the truth. Please specify what my aunt has done wrong," Bai Caicai retorted, pouting as she took the practice book handed to her by Yang Huachen, using it as a shield against the verbal onslaught. What do you, a mere child, know of adult matters? You prattle on without understanding. I shall have to inquire with your grandparents one day about how they have raised you, Aunt Xia insisted, still unconvinced. Ah, they would undoubtedly ask. How could our little Caicai, usually so well-behaved, speak so rudely? Why would she say such things? Bai Caicai mimicked her grandfather's tone perfectly, even capturing his cough, which elicited suppressed laughter from the gathered crowd. In this village and the neighboring ones, who was unaware of everyone else's affairs, they delighted in the unfolding spectacle. Yang Huachen, without restraint, collapsed into her chair, laughing heartily. Meanwhile, Mao Mao nodded vigorously, affirming that her grandfather would indeed pose such a question. Aunt Xia's expression faltered. Perhaps, indeed. The old man from the Bai family would inquire just as Bai Caicai had suggested. If that old man were to learn of such remarks about his daughter, the madman would certainly fly into a rage, and Aunt Xia felt a twinge of fear. After all, the Bai family is numerous, with many brothers. If a dispute were to arise, who would dare intervene? Bai Caicai cast her a sidelong glance, choosing silence as she turned away to sit down, dismissing her entirely. She couldn't be bothered to engage in such discussions, for words would not alter reality and might only incite displeasure among family members. What was the point? Just look at that attitude. She's spoiled by being called mother and father. Aunt Xia remarked with a sour expression. Nowadays, children are all like this. The apple of their parents' eyes. Which family does not indulge them? My child, for instance, if I utter a single word, she can retort with 10 or 20. It's futile to keep count. A nearby woman interjected to ease the tension. A few well-behaved guests laughed, sharing tales of their own mischievous children and their defiance of authority, transforming the quarrel into a light-hearted diversion, adding to their conversation. The old minibus rattled forward, and Bai Caicai gazed out at the retreating green mountains as if time were slipping away like a shuttle. In the distance, the mountain peaks still bore patches of unmelted snow. She exhaled warm breath into her hands, stamping her feet in an attempt to warm herself, feeling the chill seep into her bones. It had snowed a few days ago, but how could there still be snow on the mountains? Yang Huachen exclaimed in surprise. Young lady, the snow in the mountains is far heavier than that on the plains, and since the mountains are higher, this area is shaded, making the snow reluctant to melt, an old farmer explained. An hour later, the bus arrived in Jinshan town. The roads are poor now, but once the villages are connected, the journey from the county to Jinshan town will take no more than 40 minutes. As Bai Caicai, Yang Huachen, and Mao Mao disembarked from the vehicle, Yang Huachen and Bai Caicai each took hold of Mao Mao's hand, making their way toward the town government. The Jinshan town government was housed in a 2.5-story building from the 1970s, its entrance adorned with rust. An elderly gentleman sat in the reception area, perusing a newspaper. Uncle, is my mother in? Yang Huachen inquired, leaning her head inside. She casually tossed a handful of sunflower seeds onto the table by the window. Oh, it's Qianqian. Your mother is in the office. You may go in, the elderly man replied warmly upon recognizing Yang Huachen, his eyes crinkling into a joyful crescent. He then recalled. By the way, your father has also arrived. Really? My father is here? I thought he was in the city handling a case. Why didn't he mention he was coming? Yang Huachen murmured, waving goodbye to the elderly man as she, along with Bai Caicai and Mao Mao, ascended to the second-floor office of the town mayor. Qianqian, what brings you here? Mayor Yu Xia expressed her surprise upon seeing her daughter, while a man in his 30s, clad in a police uniform, presumably Yang Huachen's father, was engrossed in studying a map, his brow furrowed in concentration. You all seem busy. I just came to visit. Yang Huachen playfully crinkled her nose as she introduced her companions. This is my dear friend Caicai and her younger brother, Mao Mao. Hello, Auntie, Uncle, Bai Caicai greeted politely, leading Mao Mao. In a slightly disgruntled tone, Mao Mao added, I am Bai Yang. Clearly, he was not pleased with the nickname Mao Mao. You are Caicai? I've heard plenty about you from Qianqian. Yu Xia smiled warmly. Higi, Bai Caicai chuckled foolishly, and Mao Mao followed her sister's laughter. Upon hearing his words, Yang Huachen felt displeased and pouted. I came to see mother, not you. Qianqian, You're being disobedient again. With so many people at the market. Be careful not to get abducted, Yang Jianjia bellowed. Humph. Yang Hua let out a heavy huff, firmly stomping her feet as she pulled Bai Caicai out. Bai Caicai and Mao Mao exchanged glances, then lowered their heads, pretending not to see. However, they internally criticized Yang Huaqian's father's parenting methods, deeming them rather brusque. Mao Mao thought to herself, ignorance is bliss. My father is much better, never scolding anyone. Ultimately, she decided not to provoke Chan further. Yu Xia intervened to halt Yang Jianjia's shouting, merely advising the three, stay at the winery and don't venture outside. The market is too crowded. And you three children should not create a commotion. Yang Huaqian tugged at Bai Caicai, who, in turn, gripped Mao Mao tightly, forming a trio as they dashed down the narrow street. Huaqian, where are you running? The path to the winery is this way. Observing Yang Huaqian floundering like a headless chicken, Bai Caicai quickly pulled her back, realizing her sister had lost her direction. Humph, one is always focused on work, while the other is consumed by cases. Do they even see me, their daughter? I came to visit them, yet they scold me. Caicai, what if we run away from home? Yang Huaqian turned to glare at Bai Caicai, conveying that if she did not leave home, they could hardly be called sisters. Bai Caicai felt a wave of unease wash over her, as she was taken aback by the unexpected side of Yang Huaqian, who had once been so straightforward and cheerful in her memories. Observing the redness around her eyes, Bai Caicai instinctively stepped into the role of a confidant. All right, if you're running away from home, come to my place. Mao Mao and I will welcome you with open arms. As long as you don't pinch my face. I too shall extend a warm welcome, and so will Xiaoong. Mao Mao added earnestly. Yang Huaqian couldn't help but smile through her tears, wrinkling her nose as she replied. Going to your house hardly counts as running away from home. Why not? If you come to my house, doesn't that mean you've left yours? Stepping outside your door. You're technically on your own. Bai Caicai explained with utmost seriousness, counting on her fingers. Forget it, I was merely speaking in anger. Let us go help your father plant trees. Yang Huaqian clung to Bai Caicai's arm, leaning against her. Your parents care for you too. Today's market is simply too crowded, Bai Caicai pointed out, gesturing towards the bustling throng outside, where a mere swing of a shoulder pole could knock several people down. Even if it is concern, why can't they express it nicely? Yang Huaqian still seemed somewhat displeased, tossing her head. Enough of this, let us hurry to the distillery. With that, she abruptly pulled Bai Caicai around, but to her dismay, they collided heavily with a stranger. Bai Caicai, taken along by Yang Huaqian and Mao Mao, who was holding on to Bai Caicai, all stumbled and fell in a heap. Little ones, are you hurt? How could you be so careless while walking? A man quickly rushed to assist them, picking up a plastic bag that had fallen to the ground. Its contents spilled out. Uncle, we're fine. Bai Caicai responded promptly, noticing the object that had fallen to the ground, and hurried to pick it up. It appeared to be a water bottle, and she couldn't help but wonder why anyone would carry such a thing on a frigid day. As she glanced at him, she was taken aback, not because of his appearance, which was rather unremarkable for a man in his 30s, exuding an air of honesty. Rather, it was the ominous aura of blood that seemed to envelop him. This sinister energy was something Bai Caicai had previously observed on her uncle, Xia Demu, albeit in a less intense form. While her uncle was a butcher, she couldn't help but question the nature of this man's profession. Did he, perhaps, take lives? Unbidden, images of 3 murderers flickered through her mind, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. As she discreetly scrutinized his figure as he bent to retrieve his belongings, she suddenly noticed a suspicious bulge at his waist, accentuated by the tautness of his clothing. Could it be a firearm? Uncle, I apologize. I wasn't paying attention to the road, she exclaimed, with Yang Huaqian echoing her apology nearby. Caicai, let's go. What are you doing? Yang Huaqian waved in front of Bai Caicai's eyes. In that moment, Bai Caicai was reminded of her past life, recalling a rumor that circulated among her classmates shortly after the new year, just before winter break. They had mentioned that a murderer had been apprehended in a neighboring county, and that a police officer had died in the line of duty. For reasons she couldn't quite fathom, Bai Caicai drew a connection between these events. Chapter 56. Director Bai is quite remarkable. Do you think that man might have come to Jingshan town? It is difficult to articulate, yet based on his escape route, I surmise that he is likely to head towards Jinshan town. Crossing over Jinshan leads to the neighboring county, where the southern railway line is located. He presumably intends to clandestinely cross the southern coastline to flee abroad. Yang Jianxi estimated. Today marks the annual fair, and the crowd is dense. You must exercise utmost caution in your actions. If we inadvertently alert him, I fear it may result in harm, for he is a fugitive with blood on his hands. Yu Xia added. Rest assured, I am well aware of this aspect, Yang Jianxi assured her. Sister, why aren't you going in? Bai Caicai, engrossed in the conversation, felt a gentle push from Mao Mao behind her. Who? The door swung open with remarkable swiftness, revealing Yang Huqian's father. Caicai said she was looking for you. Yang Huqian rubbed her foot against the ground, tilting her head towards her father. What does Caicai want with me? Yang Jianxi inquired with curiosity. Bai Caicai scratched her head. Having been caught eavesdropping, being just a child, she felt no pressure. Yet she pondered how to articulate the matter without bluntly revealing that she was providing information about a murderer. After a moment of thought, she said, earlier, while at the fair, Yang Huqian and I encountered a man who, as he bent down to pick something up, revealed a handgun at his waist. A few days ago, I read in a newspaper that a gunman was heading towards our city. He wasn't in police uniform and had a firearm. I found him quite suspicious. So I came to report to Uncle Yang. The newspaper mentioned that there would be a reward for providing information, correct? Bai Caicai displayed a mix of curiosity and a hint of fear, while simultaneously exhibiting the expression of a child eager for a reward. Bai Caicai expressed her suspicion of the individual as a fugitive through an ominous air, resorting to the pretext of a newspaper article. In truth, such matters are seldom reported by the press. After all, the escape of a murderer could provoke widespread panic among ordinary citizens, which is undesirable. How could I have missed that he was armed? Yang Huachen exclaimed in astonishment. I didn't notice either, Mao Mao chimed in. You may not have been paying attention, but I caught a glimpse of him. Only his head was visible, yet the shape appeared to be that of a handgun. I've seen enough on television, Bai Caicai remarked. At that moment, Yu Xia and Yang Jianxi exchanged solemn glances. Naturally, a person bearing arms is not necessarily a fugitive. They could just as easily be an undercover police officer, much like a knight on a white horse is not invariably a prince but could instead be a monk. Nevertheless, the presence of a firearm was sufficient to capture Yang Jianxi's attention. He then produced several photographs from his pocket and spread them out before Bai Caicai and Yang Huachen. Is this the individual you encountered? He inquired. Indeed, that's him. Yang Huachen exclaimed in surprise before Bai Caicai could respond. Both Bai Caicai and Mao Mao nodded in agreement. Old Yang, Yu Xia tugged at Yang Jianxi's sleeve. He acknowledged her with a nod. Please tell me, in which direction did you see that person depart? Yang Jianxi asked. Towards Jingshui Bridge, Yang Huachen replied. That's right. He dropped something on the ground, and I helped him pick it up. It appeared to be a rather heavy leather bag. In this frigid weather, is anyone really practicing diving? Bai Caicai feigned curiosity as she questioned. In truth, she believed that the person from the past managed to escape to the neighboring county, likely by traversing the Jingshui River and then crossing over Jinshan town into the adjacent area, where he ultimately met his demise. Her suggestion at this moment was intended to alert Yang Huajuan's father to the possibility that the murderer might have walked directly from the water, thereby expanding their line of thought. I stepped out to arrange some matters. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yang Jianxi immediately considered the possibility and set about reorganizing the plans. Be cautious, Yu Xia urged, a hint of concern in her voice. It's nothing, Yang Jianxi reassured her with a pat on the hand before hastily departing. Bai Caicai felt relieved that the matter no longer concerned her and clapped her hands, saying, Goodbye, Auntie. I'm off to find my father. Allow me to accompany you. Yu Xia offered. Bai Changzhong, a man of horticultural background, was relentless even during holidays, motivating the factory workers to plant trees and beautify their surroundings. Such dedication is commendable, Yu Xia remarked. Bai Caicai remained silent, sensing that the comment did not quite sound like praise, as if her father were somewhat negligent in his duties. Hiki. Before long, the group arrived at the Jinshan distillery. You all go inside, mother, the town leader stated. I have matters to attend to in town and won't accompany you. Stay within the distillery and don't wander off. I will come to fetch you once I have completed my tasks. At the entrance of the distillery, the town leader did not enter, but instead addressed Yang Huawan and Bai Caicai before waving goodbye. This time, as a leader of the town, she needed to remain in town to coordinate the operation. Never mind. Who knows when you will finish your work? Besides, Bai Caicai's father is here. You needn't worry. Yang Huawan rolled her eyes at her mother. You little rascal, now you're complaining about your mother, she responded, with a light tap. Yu Xia struck Yang Huaqian before turning to leave. Hey, what are those three little brats doing? The gatekeeper bellowed as Bai Caicai and her companions entered the distillery. I'm here to find my father, Mao Mao replied, lifting her chin defiantly. Who is your father? The gatekeeper inquired. Bai Pingkong, Mao Mao replied with an air of maturity. Bai Pingkong? Who is that? Oh, the factory director Bai. The gatekeeper muttered, then suddenly remembered, bending down to ask Mao Mao. You are the director Bai's child. Yes. That's my sister. We've come to see my father, Mao Mao nodded emphatically. All right, Director Bai is out planting trees. Do you see that path over there? It leads straight to the backyard of the factory. Go ahead, and it's no surprise that Director Bai, coming from a horticultural background, immediately starts planting trees. The gatekeeper indicated the direction to the trio. Bai Caicai fell silent once more. It seemed that regardless of how well her father's tree-planting efforts would be received, this act certainly left a lasting impression. Following the path pointed out by the gatekeeper, Bai Caicai and her friends walked along, encountering many people wielding hoes and shovels. Really? What kind of trees are they planting? I heard this batch was purchased from the horticultural farm. Director Bai used to work there. Could he be gaining some sort of benefit from this? A woman with a shovel speculated maliciously. Jean Dajia, don't speak carelessly. This batch of trees was procured by a few of us from the department, and it was at a very low price, a young woman beside her interjected. Even if the price is low, it does not imply the absence of ulterior motives. Given the factory's dismal performance, allocating funds to purchase trees seems rather counterproductive. The woman, referred to as Sister Jean, expressed her dissatisfaction. Bai Caicai, perceiving her tone, appeared to be quite convinced of her father's stance. I say, Xiao Xiao. As a newly assigned university graduate, what do you know of personal relationships? Spare me the cultural rhetoric. We only care about who can sell the liquor from our factory and ensure the payment of our wages and bonuses. That is who we respect. We have no interest in superficial appearances, Sister Jean retorted disdainfully. Who claims that Director Bai is merely about appearances? The day before yesterday, a vehicle from the city arrived, transporting a load of the aged Jinshan Chun liquor that had languished in the warehouse for over a decade. They paid in cash. Didn't you collect the payment, Accountant Chun? Xiao Zhao interjected. The Jinshan Chun liquor in the warehouse was a replica from the initial production, yet it failed to find its market and ultimately ended up as unsold stock. Indeed, the young woman affirmed, evidently Accountant Chung. So, was that business secured by Director Bai? Sister Jean inquired, astonished. Over the years, the leadership of the distillery had changed frequently, with most merely using the position to gain a promotion or secure a transfer, leaving Sister Jean, like many of her colleagues, feeling disillusioned. Indeed, I once accompanied Director Bai on a business trip. In the eyes of many, that wine was merely excess stock, languishing unsold for over a decade. Yet, in Director Bai's eloquent discourse, it transformed into a rare vintage, aged for over 10 years. A treasure that could scarcely be purchased even with wealth. His words compelled one to rush and acquire it, fearing the loss of an opportunity. It is clear that the perspectives of Director Bai and ourselves differ profoundly. Consequently, the wine was sold. Yang Zhao remarked, concluding, I believe that under Director Bai's stewardship, the winery might indeed experience a remarkable turnaround. Well, if that is the case, I shall plant several more trees today, Sister Jean exclaimed, clapping her hands. Bai Caicai, listening from the side, found amusement in Yang Zhao's admiration for her father. It seems that our father is quite adept in his role as director. Of course, one must acknowledge one's own contributions. The idea of leveraging cultural appeal was indeed her suggestion, a small credit she silently bestowed upon herself. Your father is well regarded, teased Yang Huaqian, nudging Bai Caicai playfully. Naturally, Bai Caicai replied, puffing with pride, while Mao Mao also stood tall, brimming with pride for their father. Soon, the trio arrived at the backyard, a vast expanse bustling with activity, some hoeing weeds, others planting trees, truly a vibrant scene of industrious labor. Caicai, Mao Mao. What brings you here? Bai Caicai was shoveling soil, perspiration glistening on his forehead despite the chill in the air. Upon seeing his children, he promptly halted his work. Uncle, we have come to plant trees as well. On one side, Yang Huqian spoke, while Bai Caicai quietly surveyed her surroundings. In a future time, this area would be adorned with 2 grand edifices, and a spacious workshop would be erected in between, with the cellar nestled within it. Just as Bai's father was about to utter something, he was called by another. He picked up 2 smaller hoes and a shovel, handing them to Bai Caicai, instructing her to dig a pit to the side, emphasizing that it should be deep and large enough for planting. After issuing this directive, he moved towards the other end. Thank you. I am the talisman of peace in the fleeting world. Chapter 57. The Burden of the Fortune Teller. Basking in the warm winter sun, Bai Caicai stood aside, her gaze wandering until it fixated on the 3 ancient plum trees at the center. In her previous life, she recalled visiting the cellar, where the entrance was marked by 3 old tree stumps. She remembered the distillery staff mentioning that the cellar was discovered only after the plum trees had been felled. Thus, the cellar lay adjacent to these plum trees. As she observed the trees, Bai Caicai noted an intriguing phenomenon. The area encircled by the 3 plum trees exuded a misty aura, causing all who passed by to instinctively steer clear of that space. Employing her stone-gazing technique, she swiftly located the auspicious spot. Caicai, do not be idle, Yang Huqian exclaimed, breathless from shoveling dirt with her iron spade. Meanwhile, Mao Mao swung his hoe, attempting to cultivate the earth, though it was merely for show. After a few strikes, only a shallow depression appeared. Hearing Yang Huqian's words, he pouted and declared, indeed, if sister is slacking off, I shall not dig either. Mao Mao, exclaiming, set aside the hoe and hopped about. His little toes slightly afflicted by frostbite, itching unbearably as warmth enveloped him. Leaning against an ancient plum tree, he energetically bounced on his feet. Bai Caicai and Yang Huqian observed, chuckling heartily. Sister, do not laugh, Mao Mao retorted, pouting as he scampered to the old plum tree, climbing its trunk and perching upon a branch, swinging his legs. Yang Huqian, let us change our digging spot. This ground is too hard and too close to the adjacent pit, Bai Caicai suggested, her primary intention clearly aimed at the heart of the plum tree formation. Bai Caicai possessed an abundance of jade talismans, which, in the words of Master Su, each served as a magical artifact, although not specifically designed to dismantle ghostly barriers. The plum tree formation had weathered many years, its landscape altered by the passage of time, rendering its original configuration incomplete. Nevertheless, her jade talismans were still quite capable. From her pocket, Bai Caicai retrieved a stone-carved lotus cup and, taking up the hoe, made her way toward the center of the 3 plum trees. She placed the lotus cup at the designated spot, and soon, a delicate mist unfurled, akin to sunlight shimmering dust, as the formation was silently disrupted. The lotus cup shattered into small fragments, blending seamlessly into the earth, indistinguishable from ordinary stones. Why does it smell of wine? How delightful, and not spicy at all. Mao Mao, perched on the tree, exclaimed in astonishment, vigorously sniffing the air. This little one, much like his father, would surely become a little wine enthusiast. After more than a century, the formation's dissolution allowed the fragrant essence from the cellar to escape. Indeed, it is quite aromatic, rich in fragrance, remarked Yang Huqian. What is so peculiar about it? It would be strange if the distillery lacked a scent of alcohol, Bai Caicai interjected, diverting the conversation. She then picked up a shard of stone from the ground and traced a circle in the earth. Let us dig a deep pit here, and subsequently, we shall plant 3 varieties of plum trees, yellow, white, and red, 1 for each of us, suggested Bai Caicai. Very well, agreed Mao Mao, as he deftly slid down the tree trunk, seizing his small hoe to commence the task. Thus, the trio diligently began to excavate the pit. Caicai, is this pit sufficiently deep and spacious? It should suffice. After a brief interval, Yang Huqian, hands on her hips, expressed her fatigue. No, We need to plant 3 saplings. Didn't my father mention just now that it should be deeper and larger for the trees to thrive? Bai Caicai declared, taking her father's words as a directive. Observing the pit, which had indeed become quite deep and ample, she found herself pondering just how profound this cellar might be. Hey, you 3 little rascals. What on earth are you digging such a large hole for? To bury someone. At that moment, a man approached, eyeing the pit, which was deep enough to entomb a person, and clicked his tongue, bemused by the apparent folly of the children. Bai Caicai and young Huqian exchanged glances, a hint of embarrassment flitting across their faces. Under normal circumstances, they might indeed have appeared somewhat foolish. Ah, I've struck a stone. With a clang, Mau Mau dropped his shovel, shaking his hand in frustration. There is a way. Bai Caicai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hastily picked up the shovel from the ground, clearing away the earth, revealing 2 slabs of blue stone beneath, while the aroma of alcohol intensified. This scent emanates from the stone slabs, asserted young Huqian with certainty. Why is there a scent of wine beneath this stone slab? Could it be that wine is buried below? It is truly fragrant and rich, aged at least 50 years. At that moment, the elder who had spoken earlier remarked, the workers at the distillery are a group of warriors seasoned in the art of alcohol. They can discern the details of any wine merely by scent. With that, the elder leaped into the pit and leaned over the stone slab to take a whiff, then waved to the people in the distance, exclaiming, "Everyone, come here. The director's daughter has discovered a treasure. Father, come quickly." Upon hearing the word treasure, Mau Mau joined in the commotion. Bai Ba, who was overseeing the entire operation, hurriedly approached, feeling an instinctive sense of anticipation. This could very well be the discovery of the cellar he had aimed for when he enlisted the entire workforce to plant trees. Quickly, bring the iron bars and shovels, Bai Ba instructed, pulling Caicai, Mau Mau, and young Huqian aside while directing several male workers to remove the stone slab. Meanwhile, he discreetly gave Caicai and Mau Mau a thumbs up from behind. Bai Caicai chuckled and, sensing her success, decided to step back. She then patted her stomach and said, "Father, we are hungry." Having hastily consumed a light breakfast, endured a bumpy hour-long ride, strolled through the market, and even uncovered clues about a criminal, they had arrived at the distillery and worked tirelessly for most of the day. With their youthful appetites, it was no wonder that by noon, the 3 children were famished. Realizing they would soon be out of the loop, Bai Caicai felt it necessary to satisfy their hunger. "Accountant Ching, could you please take them to the cafeteria for a bite to eat?" Bai Ba instructed, as he needed to remain at the site, calling upon Accountant Ching, whom they had encountered earlier on the road, to escort Bai Caicai and her companions. "Rest assured, Factory Director, I am here with you." With that, Accountant Chung beckoned Bai Caicai and the others, and together they made their way to the cafeteria. After their meal, Bai Caicai observed her father diligently at work and chose not to disturb him. She greeted him briefly before deciding to explore the annual market. Rumor had it that the county's cultural and historical office, along with reporters from the county television station, were rushing to this location following the sudden discovery of a century-old cellar. This revelation constituted an excellent piece of news for both the distillery and the television station. The personnel from the cultural and historical office, feeling rather restless, seized this opportunity to delve into the history of Jingshan Town. In summary, each party had its own motives. Meanwhile, the town government collaborated with the county's criminal police team to strategize the capture of fugitives, while Jingshan Distillery was abuzz with excitement over the cellar's discovery. As a figure entwined in both affairs, Bai Caicai was currently wandering the annual market with young Huqian and Mau Mau. With limited funds in their pockets, they decided to purchase some snacks. Mau Mau savored a large cotton candy, his face smeared with its sticky residue. Upon inquiring about fish prices, they learned that small fish fry were 1 yuan for 2, larger ones were 1 yuan each, and the even bigger ones, resembling lion heads, cost 10 yuan apiece. After collectively assessing their funds, they realized that while they could afford a decent quantity of fish, it was insufficient as they also needed to buy an aquarium. This led to a swift realization of their financial constraints. "I will ask my mother for some money," young Huqian suggested. "Children without money cannot afford to be frivolous." "Never mind, let us just spend this amount." Oh, and we must save some for transportation, Bai Caicai added. Which type should we buy? Yang Huqian inquired. Overwhelmed by the options. Let us get goldfish. They are also known as fortune fish, believed to bring prosperity when placed in the home. Bai Caicai, the self-proclaimed fortune teller, remarked. Indeed, this girl speaks the truth. Goldfish are indeed auspicious, attracting wealth. The vendor, eager to affirm her words, turned to a few onlookers and encouraged them to make a purchase. The spectators, already inclined to buy, promptly reached for their wallets. Much to the delight of the fish seller. Hey, boss, I've just helped you attract customers. Shouldn't you offer me a discount? Bai Caicai chimed with a cheerful grin directed at the proprietor. Oh dear, young lady, it's not easy running this modest business. These fish are not solely my own breeding. Some perished on their way here, and at this price, I'm barely breaking even, the seller lamented, his face a picture of woe. Every vendor tends to claim a loss while selling, yet everyone understands that no one engages in a genuinely unprofitable venture. Is it truly that easy for these fish to die? Yang Huaqian interjected, her voice rising in disbelief. Upon hearing her words, the fish seller felt an urge to chastise himself and quickly countered. No, they are quite hardy. I merely exaggerated. Since you are all students, I shall offer a buy one get one free deal. Purchase one larger fish, and I shall gift you a smaller one. However, the fish tanks remain at their original price. I rely on this income to support my family, with elders and children depending on me. With each word, the seller's lament grew more pitiful, prompting Bai Caicai to lose interest in haggling further. Meanwhile, Yang Huaqian seemed swayed by the seller's plight, her sympathy evident as she ceased her negotiations. Mao Mao had already crouched down, beginning to select fish with a net. They ultimately decided on 6 larger fish along with 6 complimentary fry, plus 2 glass aquariums. All for just under 20 yuan. Ah, is that not Teacher Su from the school? Just after making a payment, Bai Caicai spotted the physical education teacher, renowned at the first high school for his streak of misfortune. One wonders what calamity might befall him today. Yang Huaqian, clutching a fishbowl, followed by Cai Cai's pointing finger and remarked, what is so unusual about that? Teacher Su must be here to peruse the annual fair. While Teacher Su himself was not particularly remarkable, the individual tugging at his sleeve was indeed curious. It was the old fortune teller who had previously returned in disarray before Master Su. Bai Caicai quickly urged Yang Huaqian and Mao Mao to stealthily follow. The fair was bustling with people, and after much effort, the trio finally navigated through the crowd to find themselves behind Teacher Su and the old fortune teller. My good sir, you are truly favored by the stars of misfortune, the old man exclaimed. Heed my words, purchase this talisman. Behold, this obsidian pendant I've consecrated. Wear it, and within 3 days, your misfortune shall surely dissipate. Teacher Su paused, visibly intrigued. After all, one can grow accustomed to bad luck. Yet it remains preferable to avoid it altogether. Is it truly effective? He inquired. Indeed, I am a hereditary fortune teller, with generations of expertise backing my claims. The old man asserted, producing the obsidian pendant and a string of 7-star beads. It's quite affordable, merely 80 yuan. 80 yuan. My monthly salary is just over 200 yuan, that's nearly half my wage. It's far too expensive, Teacher Su promptly declined. How can this be justified? Just consider the unfortunate events that often befall you. Spending a mere 80 yuan to resolve everything is truly a remarkable bargain. The old fortune teller remarked with his eloquent tongue. Is it genuinely effective? Teacher Su inquired once more. Upon hearing Teacher Su's words, Bai Caicai realized that this venture of the fortune teller was nearly certain to succeed, and she felt a pang of urgency. However, the primary concern for Teacher Su wasn't merely bad luck, but rather the concealed romantic misfortune lurking beneath it. If this bad luck were to be dispelled, the ensuing romantic calamity would undoubtedly cause him great distress. While a fortunate romantic fate is something everyone yearns for, the misfortunes associated with love could impose even greater burdens atop the existing misfortune. Teacher Su, are you also visiting the annual market? Bai Caicai rushed forward from behind, greeting the two individuals. Hello, Teacher Su, Yang Huaqian chimed in, and Mao Mao followed suit, also greeting Teacher Su. Bai Caicai nodded earnestly, then tugged at Teacher Su's sleeve. whispering, "Teacher Sue, fortune tellers are merely charlatans. Do not be deceived." "You impudent girl, do not speak such nonsense. I am no charlatan," the old fortune teller retorted sternly. "How can you deny it? You claimed my parents are divorced and that my younger brother passed away young, yet my parents are perfectly fine. And my brother is full of life. Look, it is he." Bai Caicai pointed at Mao Mao as she spoke. At that moment, the fortune teller recognized Bai Caicai. And though he opened his mouth to respond, he found himself at a loss for words. Seeing her demeanor, Teacher Sue undoubtedly realized that Bai Caicai was not speaking frivolously. And she couldn't help but feel a sense of relief for not having spent any money. The fortune teller, tugging at his beard, furrowed his brows in contemplation. Chapter 58. Precautions against fire, theft, and malicious neighbors. Upon returning to the county, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The winter sun sets early, leaving only the remnants of daylight in the western sky, casting a vibrant red hue across the horizon. The journey back to town was a rattling hour of travel. As soon as she disembarked, Bai Caicai spotted her mother standing on the platform of the bus station, the fading sunlight stretching her silhouette long against the backdrop. Her mother paced back and forth, straining her neck to search the crowd. This scene remained etched in her mind, even with the chance of rebirth. She could never forget it for a moment. A child's journey of 1,000 miles is a mother's worry. In her childhood, she had heard her grandmother say that wherever children are, a mother's heart will always follow. At that moment, Zhou Ping noticed Bai Caicai and Mao Mao, and quickly wove her way through the crowd, taking one by each hand to lead them away from the throngs of people. "Your father is worried about you and called the school, so your mother came to check on you," Zhou Ping said with a smile. However, noticing Bai Caicai's silence, she felt a twinge of concern. "What's wrong, Caicai? Have you caused trouble?" "Mother, your daughter is both sensible and obedient. How could she possibly cause any trouble?" Bai Caicai replied, one hand clutching the fish tank while the other clung tightly to her mother's arm, playfully shaking Zhou Ping's arm. "Sister, please refrain from shaking. You might disorient the fish in the aquarium." Concerned for his aquatic companions, Mao Mao hurriedly approached and seized the fish tank from Bai Caicai, clutching it tightly. He then promptly reported to Teacher Zhou. "When we arrived, Sister was arguing with someone in the car." Upon hearing Mao Mao's words, Bai Caicai could not help but roll her eyes. Aunt Xia was fearful of her own words being disclosed, yet she had forgotten about Mao Mao, who had unwittingly implicated both of them. Given the circumstances, Bai Caicai relayed the details of her quarrel with Aunt Xia, as well as Aunt Xia's disparaging remarks about her own aunt. "She did not harm you, did she?" Teacher Zhou inquired hastily, as every mother tends to defend her own. "No, there were so many people in the car. Would she dare to do anything to me?" "She still has her pride," Bai Caicai replied, a hint of pride evident in her voice. "It is important to speak up when necessary. Your aunt has endured considerable hardship," continued Teacher Zhou, pausing momentarily. "However, Aunt Xia, despite her faults, is still an elder. Engaging in a confrontation with her can provide her with ammunition against you. It is essential to approach matters with discretion. If Aunt Xia speaks ill of your aunt, you could feign a conversation with your classmates to defend her. Outsiders would grasp the situation, and Aunt Xia would be unable to counter openly, which is far preferable to a direct confrontation." What a clever strategy. When mother intervenes, "It's akin to having double the support," Bai Caicai exclaimed, giving her mother a thumbs up, which left Teacher Zhou feeling somewhat vexed. "You impudent girl. Mother is merely looking out for your best interests. Your temperament resembles mine. At times, you can be overly impulsive, often disregarding the broader context, which may lead to unfavorable outcomes. I worry that you may suffer because of this," Teacher Zhou sighed. "Mother, I understand now and will certainly be more attentive in the future," Bai Caicai assured, noticing that her mother still appeared somewhat despondent. She deftly shifted the conversation, saying, "Mother, the discovery of the cellar has been made. Journalists from both the county and the town have visited. The distillery, under Father's stewardship, is bound to achieve a remarkable turnaround. I am aware, your father mentioned it during his phone call. He also noted that it was your discovery and intends to commend you for it." Teacher Zhou's expression shifted from gloomy to partly cloudy and finally to sunny, a smile illuminating her face. "Indeed, Father's news travels swiftly, she remarked. Clearly, it was my effort that unearthed it, Mau Mau interjected. Feeling the need for clarification, lest all the accolades be claimed by his sister. It should be entirely meat-filling, he insisted, showcasing his carnivorous preferences. The more meat, the better. Very well, whatever Mau Mau says goes, Teacher Zhou agreed with a nod. Mau Mau beamed proudly at his mother, while Bai Caicai rolled her eyes at the little one's hubris. The trio exchanged laughter and banter, and before long, they arrived at the 4th elementary school, where they fortuitously encountered Principal Song, who was emerging from the school. Principal Song, Song Meiying, in her 40s, maintained a cordial relationship with their mother. Hello, Aunt Song. Bai Caicai and Mau Mau greeted eagerly. Such good children, Principal Song remarked, affectionately patting their heads. No, I've already gone to the wedding of a colleague's child. And now I must be on my way, she explained. Then, turning her gaze to Zhou Ping, she added, by the way, Teacher Wang, the homeroom teacher for Class 1, has been reassigned, and I would like you to take over as the homeroom teacher for Class 1. What do you think? Is it appropriate for me to assume a homeroom role right after arriving? Zhou Ping inquired. What harm could there be? You have been a teacher for over a decade and have even received commendations for your excellence. There should be no issue, Principal Song remarked. Very well. I shall ensure that my students are well taken care of, Zhou Ping nodded in agreement. The Bai family held deep gratitude towards Principal Song without his intervention. Given their limited connections, transferring to the county would have been nearly impossible. After discussing the circumstances of Class 3 for a short while, Principal Song took his leave. Zhou Ping proceeded with Caicai and Mau Mau into the dormitory courtyard behind. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted Aunt Lu next door, busily placing honeycomb coal by the wall beneath their window. Aunt Lu, why are you putting the honeycomb coal under my window? Zhou Ping inquired, her expression one of confusion. Well, we are about to celebrate a joyous occasion at home, and there is no space for it. I thought I might borrow a spot from your place. Aunt Lu replied nonchalantly. Even if you are borrowing space, you ought to discuss it with your family first. You cannot simply decide without prior notice, Zhou Ping responded. Noting that their neighbors remained silent, allowing the situation to unfold. Caicai, however, glared disapprovingly from the side. Aunt Lu, being rather cunning, had a knack for taking advantage of situations. In a previous instance, she had made similar claims, and ultimately, the pile of honeycomb coal had grown so tall that it obstructed the opening of Bai Caicai's window, despite repeated requests for her to relocate it. Aunt Lu would merely say, "Oh, come and move it when you have time," without taking any actual action. In the end, Zhou Ping had to take matters into her own hands, helping to move the coal, only for Aunt Lu to later accuse her of stealing from her supply. A grand scene unfolded, leaving Zhou Ping and Bai Caicai utterly exasperated. Bai Caicai noticed her mother weeping quietly during the night. At this moment, gazing at the pile of coal beneath her window, she pressed her lips together, resolute in her determination to prevent Aunt Lu from executing her underhanded schemes once more. With this thought in mind, she glanced at a plastic bucket situated under the eaves. Following a recent snowfall, the snow had been steadily melting, and droplets were falling from the tiles into the bucket, filling it to the brim with water. Bai Caicai blinked and, feigning nonchalance, approached the bucket. However, she misstepped, stumbling forward and colliding with the edge of the plastic bucket. The bucket couldn't withstand the force and toppled over, spilling most of its contents onto the ground, transforming the area into a puddle-laden landscape. Zhou Ping, walking ahead, was startled and quickly rushed to support Caicai. Child, why don't you watch where you're going? Let me see if you've hurt yourself, she exclaimed, examining Bai Caicai from head to toe. I'm fine, mother, it's just the coal. Bai Caicai pointed at the rows of honeycomb coal stacked beneath the window, her voice rising in alarm. Oh dear, Aunt Lu, hurry and move the coal, or it will all fall apart, she urged. Please, help me move it quickly. On the other side, Aunt Lu hurried over, angrily slapping her thigh. Oh, you little rascal. How am I supposed to burn this honeycomb coal now that it's soaked? What nonsense is this? She scolded as she hastily shifted the coal, casting a disdainful glare at Teacher Zhao's wife. I detest such cryptic remarks, like a specter from the underworld, Aunt Lu murmured to herself as she departed. Meanwhile, Several individuals collaborated to clear the coal briquettes from beneath the Bai family's window. Zhou Ping busily offered her apologies to Aunt Lu. In Chapter 59, titled Reporters Arrive, Bai Caicai felt a surge of amusement as she watched Aunt Lu leave. Sometimes, she thought her tendency to find joy in the simplest moments was rather silly. Nevertheless, resolving certain troubles promptly was undoubtedly a positive outcome. However, the puddles on the ground, coupled with the circular imprints of the coal briquettes, would keep her occupied for some time. Thus, she entered the house to fetch a mop and diligently cleaned the floor. Once finished, she called for Mau Mau. And together they placed a pot of asparagus cetaceous and a pot of podocarpus under the window, enhancing the environment while averting future issues. Did you do that on purpose? Zhou Ping inquired, pulling her daughter aside with a hint of suspicion as she observed Bai Caicai's actions. There was an inexplicable feeling that gnawed at her. Mother. How could a mother suspect her daughter like that? It was merely a bit slippery on the ground, Bai Caicai retorted, adamantly denying any intent. Really, it was not deliberate? Zhou Ping thought her daughter was becoming increasingly clever. Truly, Bai Caicai feigned innocence. Zhou Ping, lacking concrete evidence, could only harbor doubts while she resumed making dumplings. Dumplings are ready, Mau Mau exclaimed, already clamoring for food. As they began to eat, the clamor grew, with loud exclamations of delight. Actually, these dumplings are and tea nearly as delicious as the ones Grandma makes. Zhou Ping gazed at Mau Mau, who was indulging in his meal, a smile gracing her face while her thoughts wandered. In her childhood, consuming dumplings crafted by their grandmother, her mother would often feel as though she might swallow her own tongue in delight. At that time, dumplings seemed the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Mother. I have yet to meet my grandparents, she mused. Mau Mau lifted his head, a mouthful of dumplings still present, mumbling indistinctly, yet his eyes sparkled with hope. Perhaps we shall meet again someday, Zhou Ping replied, her expression tinged with melancholy. You silly girl, the dumplings in your bowl are no different from those in mine, Zhou Ping remarked with amusement. Hee, Bai Caicai chuckled foolishly, yet her mind wandered, recalling that her uncle would be visiting their mother this year. And she resolved to discuss and resolve this matter with him. That evening, as Bai Caicai rose to use the restroom, she noticed the light in her mother's room was still on. Curiosity piqued, she quietly peered inside, only to find her mother seated at the desk, surrounded by a stack of letter paper. It was evident that she was once again writing to her parents, this father and daughter pair. It seemed that the burden of concern fell to her, the granddaughter. Bai Caicai sighed inwardly, pondering how certain matters are too delicate for adults to address, while children remain unburdened. After returning to her room, she fell into a quiet slumber. The following morning, as Bai Caicai squatted on the doorstep brushing her teeth, she noticed Xiao Douhua rushing in from the courtyard, a look of urgency etched upon his face. He hurried over to Caicai, exclaiming, Caicai, my father truly has been plagued by nightmares. For the past few mornings, he has woken up, clutching his hand and asking us if it is still there. Only after we repeatedly assured him that his hand is perfectly fine could he regain his composure. Have you asked Master Su to help him? Bai Caicai inquired. That's good. She continued, her mouth frothy with bubbles as she spoke indistinctly, pouring hot water to wash her face. Deep down, she understood that after 2 consecutive days of nightmares, little Douhua's father must be feeling apprehensive and would likely be affected. If coupled with Master Su's insights, there was a possibility that little Douhua's father could amend his ways without having to pay the price of losing a hand. Bai Caicai felt a sense of joy in her heart. At that moment, little Douhua suddenly began to fidget. What is the matter? Bai Caicai asked curiously, wiping her face dry with a towel. Caicai, little Douhua said, over the past couple of days, my mother and I have observed the changes in my father. Which brings us joy. We believe that with Master Su's persuasion, my father might truly turn his life around. However, I worry that over time, there is no guarantee you won't gamble again. My mother suggested it would be best to find him a job, so even if he wishes to gamble, he won't have the time. The problem is, as you know, all of my father's friends are gamblers, and my mother doesn't want him associating with them, fearing they will lead him back to gambling. Unfortunately, we have no viable options. I heard your uncle's shop is looking for someone. And my mother thought it would be a good idea if you could help me see if my father could find work at the restaurant in Water Buffalo Ridge owned by your uncle. Little Dohua spoke somewhat shyly. Indeed, this is not an issue I cannot discuss. However, I believe that your father assisting my uncle is merely a temporary solution. Moreover, your father still resides in town, frequently encountering his old gambling companions. If they were to visit our home, would he be able to evade them? I think it would be more prudent to rent a room in the county, as you are studying there, and it would allow for mutual support, Bai Caicai suggested. That is unfeasible. My family does not possess the financial means to rent a place in the county. Shadowa fervently shook her head. Furthermore, it would be even more challenging for my father to find work there. Why not consider starting a business instead? There are numerous fast food establishments opening near Shui Nyoling. Yet none exist in the county, Bai Caicai remarked. That is impossible. My family lacks the capital to establish a fast food restaurant, Shadowa insisted, shaking her head once more. There is no need to open a formal restaurant. We could set up a mobile stall instead. We could borrow a tricycle, prepare the fast food at home, and package it for sale at the bus station. If we could manage to sell inside the train station, many travelers would be inclined to purchase, especially during the spring festival travel season when business would flourish, Bai Caicai added. She then supplemented, this is merely my suggestion. If your father is not inclined to venture into entrepreneurship, he could seek assistance from my acquaintance, Shui Wuge. In my opinion, Shui Wuge would be willing to help. At home, Xiaoqin was having breakfast when Teacher Zhou emerged from the kitchen with a tray of food. No, thank you, Teacher Zhou. I have already eaten, she replied. Little Dohua waved at Zhou Ping and then quietly said to Bai Caicai, I will go see my father first. I am still unsure if Master Su has arrived. All right, you go ahead. I will join you shortly, Bai Caicai nodded, offering no further persuasion. Although little Dohua's family was impoverished, her sense of pride was remarkably strong, and she never accepted charity from others. She waved goodbye and departed. Bai Caicai quickly drank a bowl of porridge and devoured 2 pan-fried dumplings before patting her stomach and turning back inside. She grabbed a plastic bag and filled it with an assortment of stone carvings. Though these sculptures were not adorned with jade symbols, the original stone, having been nurtured and preserved by Bai Caicai over time, appeared smooth and lustrous. The natural patterns on the stones were also becoming distinct, transforming them into quite exquisite pieces of craftsmanship. Seizing the day, she resolved to practice her stall setup today. Mother, what happened to the light blue tablecloth we used before? Bai Caicai inquired as she hefted the bag of stone carvings. What do you need that for? Zhou Ping, seated at her desk poring over some materials for the first grade class, replied. With the New Year holiday plus Sunday, I have a 2-day break. Yesterday, I went to Jinshan town, and today I intend to practice my stall, Bai Caicai giggled. Practice what stall? Do you think you are one of those vendors from the capital? The final exams are approaching. You should be studying at home, Zhou Ping retorted, exasperated. Just a bit of practice. If you fail, just wait and see how I will scold you. Zhou Ping shot a disapproving glance at her daughter. Bai Caicai's playful banter was met with a resigned acceptance from her mother. Thank you, mother, she said cheerfully. I will go too. Mao Mao was protesting loudly from the side, insisting that she was not allowed to go and should stay home to study, as their mother would soon conduct a surprise check. Zhou Ping shot a glare at Mao Mao, her demeanor leaving no room for negotiation. Alas, Mao Mao dragged out a long sigh, revealing his deep discontent and reluctance, yet he could not withstand the pressure exerted by Teacher Zhou. He could only cast a resentful glance at his older sister, who, appearing oblivious, carried a bag of stone carvings and a light blue tablecloth that Zhou Ping had found, along with a small stool, and set off to set up her stall. Upon exiting the alley, a turn brought them to the Old Streets recycling station. Master Su had already arrived, sitting on a small stool while little Dohua's father squatted before him, nodding attentively as he listened to Master Su speak, embodying a demeanor of eager learning. Bai Caicai observed little Dohua's father, and in the mere span of 2 or 3 days since they last met, he appeared to have shed the intimidating presence he once had at school. His expression was somewhat haggard, yet his eyes gleamed with newfound clarity, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving for correction is indeed a noble endeavor, Master Su proclaimed with an air of wisdom. Thank you. Master Su, may I inquire how much this divination will cost? Little Dohua's father asked, nervously patting his pocket, his countenance revealing a hint of trepidation. It was evident that his finances were somewhat strained, and in the realm of fortune-telling and feng shui, the costs are notoriously unpredictable. Master Su caught a glimpse of the amused Bai Caicai and could not help but cast her a subtle glare. He understood well the laughter she stifled, undoubtedly mocking his pretentious facade. Bai Caicai pursed her lips and, placing her small stool beside Master Su, spread out the tablecloth and arranged the stone carvings meticulously. Caicai, you are setting up a stall as well? Little Dohua inquired, his curiosity piqued. How delightful indeed, Bai Caicai remarked. Once winter break arrives, I shall assist my parents with their tasks, Shadohua added. Very well, at that time, you should set up a stall here. We can keep each other company, Bai Caicai suggested. Shadohua nodded emphatically. The transformation of Shadohua's father had evidently brought a newfound brightness to her demeanor. A reporter? Are they here to interview us? Bai Caicai expressed her astonishment, pointing at herself and then at Mao Mao. Yes. The reporter mentioned that we were the first to discover the cellar, hence the interview. Mao Mao affirmed with a vigorous nod. Hiki, the little girl is quite something. Soon to be on television and gain fame, Su Shigong teased from the side. Gratitude to 006-555-6598 and Mwang for the pink vote. Chapter 60. Mao Mao is heard upon returning home. They found the entire teacher's compound bustling with people, all gathered outside Bai Caicai's house. Mao Mao tugged Bai Caicai through the crowd and into the house, where she stood somewhat shyly beside Bai Ba. So, this must be Caicai and Mao Mao? Inquired a young female reporter in her mid-20s, surnamed Jiang, named Jiang Yueying, accompanied by a cameraman. Yes, Bai Caicai and Mao Mao both nodded in affirmation. Allow me to introduce. She continued, this is Sister Jiang Yueying. Caicai is remarkably lovely, and Mao Mao will undoubtedly grow into a handsome young man. As Jiang Yueying began, she offered a few compliments before swiftly transitioning to the topic at hand. I heard from your father that the cellar of the Jinshan distillery was discovered by you and another classmate. She continued, I have a question that piques my curiosity. Why did you dig such a large hole for planting trees? This inquiry had long intrigued her. Regardless of whether the three children were being industrious or not, the sheer size of the hole was truly unexpected. It was my sister's instruction, Mao Mao replied matter-of-factly. Then turned to look at his sister. Jiang Yueying promptly directed the microphone towards Bai Caicai. Our father said the hole needs to be deep and large for the trees to thrive. Furthermore, the three of us plan to plant 3 trees. So it must be even bigger. We were utterly exhausted from digging. Bai Caicai lamented, feigning innocence while discreetly exchanging a knowing glance with her father, suggesting that her statement was acceptable. Bai Pinkong subtly nodded in agreement, indicating his approval of her words. Both father and daughter understood the rationale behind digging a deep and spacious hole. However, while Bai Pinkong had unearthed information regarding the cellar in the county records, he remained uncertain of its authenticity. Thus, he refrained from disclosing this knowledge openly and instead initiated the tree planting activity. Once the cellar was discovered, it would be awkward to admit he had already found it in the records, as it would detract from the allure of the narrative. Hence, they opted to treat it as a fortunate coincidence. It was precisely due to this serendipity that journalist Jiang, upon hearing that the cellar had been unearthed by the 3 children, expressed a desire to conduct an interview, prompting Bai Pinkong to bring them along. After engaging in a bit more casual conversation, journalist Jiang departed with the interviewees. Sister, your name is not good, Bai Caicai suddenly remarked. Why? Is weighing not pleasant? The journalist Jiang paused, casting a puzzled glance at Bai Caicai, thinking to herself how remarkably oblivious this child was to the implications of naming conventions. At that moment, Bai Caicai was fixated on the journalist Jiang, and when she uttered the name Yueying, an ominous aura indeed surged forth from her, precisely as Bai Caicai had anticipated. This journalist Jiang had many admirable qualities, yet her choice of name was unfortunate. Should she ascend to the pinnacle of her career, calamity might befall her, as suggested by the foreboding energy that had just manifested. Yueying is melodious, but I once heard Master Su from Baling Town say that Yueying signifies decline, Bai Caicai continued. He mentioned that this term should not be adopted as a name, lest misfortune strike when one's career reaches its zenith. I believe it would be prudent for you to consider a name change. Bai Caicai chuckled lightly. In truth, it was not entirely forbidden to use the name Yueying. It depended on the interplay of the 5 elements and one's birth chart, topics that Bai Caicai did not fully grasp. Nevertheless, it was evident from the earlier ominous energy that this journalist Jiang was ill-suited for such a name. As she spoke, Bai Caicai smacked her forehead and retrieved a qilin pendant from the bag she had been holding. She pressed the charm into Jiang Weiying's hands, saying, "Journalist Jiang, this pendant is for you. Please assist my father in promoting the distillery. He has stated that the success of Jinshan Distillery hinges on this opportunity." Bai Caicai then made a face and pulled Mao Mao into the house. Jiang Weiying stood there, uncertain whether to accept the pendant or not, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Reporter Jiang, do not pay heed to this child. She is often captivated by the nonsensical tales spun by the town's master storyteller. You needn't take it to heart. However, please accept this pendant. It is of little consequence, as it was crafted by that girl herself. Much like her grandfather, she possesses a peculiar passion for carving stones and delights in gifting her own creations, finding joy in the appreciation of others. Teacher Zhou remarked, with Bai's father nodding in agreement. Thank you. This qilin carving is truly exquisite. Caicai possesses remarkable skill, reported Jiang. My daughter does indeed have a modicum of talent in this regard, Bai Pingkong replied, a hint of pride in his voice. In the realm of stone carving, she has surpassed even her own father. Afterward, reporter Jiang and his companions took their leave once more, with Bai's parents escorting them to the door. Meanwhile, Bai Caicai spun around the family's square table, prompting teacher Zhou to chase after her, out of breath, yet powerless to restrain her. Mother, I'm already in middle school. Must you still discipline me? Bai Caicai protested, her eyes wide with indignation. In the meantime, little Hay fluttered about the room, shrieking, Someone has been hit. Someone has been hit. Teacher Zhou has punished a student again. This outcry sent Bai's father and Mao Mao into fits of laughter, while Bai Caicai glared at them, feeling betrayed by their lack of solidarity. Enough, Zhou Ping. You know Caicai is not a child of unreasonable temperament. She must have overheard Master Su mention the term Yueying and was merely trying to offer a kind reminder. Truth be told, since Caicai brought it up, I too find that name rather ominous. Yueying signifies loss, and water overflowing does not bode well. Bai's father remarked as he took the feather duster from Zhou Ping and hung it behind the door. Just indulge her, he added. Teacher Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ba, who responded with a sheepish grin while discreetly grasping Teacher Zhou's hand. After lunch, Bai Caicai once again invited Mao Mao to join her in reading. However, Mao Mao appeared disinterested in the book, sitting as if her seat had sprouted thorns. Unable to find a moment's comfort. Sister, I heard from Dad that what we filmed today will be broadcast on television tonight, Mao Mao said with a hint of excitement. Let it be broadcast, Bai Caicai replied with remarkable composure. Why aren't you the least bit happy? Mao Mao retorted, feeling somewhat displeased by her sister's indifferent demeanor. What is there to be happy about? Whether it gets aired is still uncertain. Stop worrying about it and focus on your reading, Bai Caicai chided, lightly tapping Mao Mao's forehead. Setting aside the question of whether their footage would be shown, even if it were, they would merely be in the background, devoid of any pressure. It will definitely be aired, Mao Mao pouted, resembling a sulky child. After dinner, Mao Mao positioned herself on a small stool in front of the television, firmly fixated on the county's broadcasting screen, unwilling to let anyone change the channel. Mao Mao, what good does your fixation do now? The county news will air after the national broadcast. Bai Caicai tugged at Mao Mao's collar, attempting to pull her back. Not necessarily. Perhaps it will be shown early today, Mao Mao insisted, twisting her body in defiance. After a seemingly interminable half-hour of national news, they finally reached the Ning County segment. Mao Mao stared at the television screen, her eyes unblinking, as the report on the discovery of the cellar at Jinshan Pond Factory unfolded. The first to appear were representatives from the county's Cultural and Historical Office, followed by the town government, and then by Ba, but after that, it was over. Mao Mao's face was taut as she remained fixated on the television. Mao Mao, it's over, Bai Caicai remarked from the side. Yet, even after the 20-minute news segment from Ningxia County concluded, The screen still bore no trace of the two siblings, Caicai and Mao Mao. "Sister, why aren't we on? Didn't they film us?" "I saw them shoot," Mao Mao said, her small face scrunched up in disappointment. "It's too brief. They must have cut our footage," Bai Caicai replied. "But why would they cut us? If they weren't going to broadcast it, why bother filming and interviewing us?" Mao Mao pressed, her eyes reddening with unshed tears, feeling deeply wronged. The three, Bai Ba, Teacher Zhou, and Bai Caicai, exchanged glances, at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Caicai, noticing a textbook nearby, had a sudden epiphany. "Mao Mao, you're about to take an exam, and you'll review many materials. Aren't some of those things likely to appear on the test?" "Of course not. Some will appear, and some won't," Mao Mao replied. "Precisely. The reporter's visit was also a form of preparation. When we finally make it on television, some of it will be useful, while other parts won't," Bai Caicai inquired, bending down to meet Mao Mao's gaze. Mao Mao sniffled, tilting her head in contemplation before raising her hand to wipe away her tears with her sleeve. "Oh, I see now. We are just the material that gets reviewed but won't appear on the exam." "Exactly," Bai Caicai nodded, amused by Mao Mao's words. "Indeed, they were just the material that would be reviewed but never tested." Mao Mao chuckled shyly, while Bai Ba and Bai Ma finally breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Ba discreetly gave a thumbs up to Caicai. Chapter 61. The altercation the following day marked the return to school, heralding a week of intense preparation for the upcoming final examinations. Class 1 of the first year was a prestigious class, and the atmosphere of diligent study was palpable. Even during breaks, students could be seen engrossed in their books, taking notes, or quizzing one another on key concepts, forming clusters of scholarly pursuit. At this moment, the social circles among the students were distinctly apparent. Bai Caicai and Yang Huaqian were no exceptions to this norm. They were equally committed to their studies. Recognizing the importance of last-minute efforts before the exams, Bai Caicai come out. At that moment, someone called from outside the classroom window. Bai Caicai lifted her head and saw Feng Xiaobei and two male classmates leaning against the railing outside, exuding an air of defiance. Feng Xiaobei waved at her from the window. "Is there something you need?" Bai Caicai remained seated, merely shouting back, projecting an attitude of unfamiliarity. "I heard your second brother has become quite the figure now. Please send him a message from me. I have settled my accounts with him. During the winter break, I plan to bring someone to find him and settle things." Feng Xiaobei replied with a resentful expression. Moreover, in Wufeng village, the Bai family held significant influence. And if this fellow intended to confront her second brother there, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Feng Xiaobei, I recall that you were once vanquished by the second son of the Bai family, and now you dare to stir trouble with him. I trust your scar is healed. But it seems you have forgotten the pain that accompanied it." Gao Fei, basking in the sun by the entrance of Class 5, mocked him. Feng Xiaobei originally hailed from Baoling Town, yet due to the madness of his mother during his youth, he suffered torment from his peers there. Upon leaving Baoling, he bore the air of Su San, who had departed from Red Lantern County, where no virtuous souls reside. He found himself in constant opposition to the students from Baoling Town. Gao Fei happened to be in the first middle school and being in the same grade. Feng Xiaobei had no intention of letting him be. He often gathered his companions to confront Gao Fei, taunting him and sometimes extorting cigarettes from him. Initially, Gao Fei had planned to avoid conflict, but Feng Xiaobei's relentless provocation stirred his ire. His father and uncle had partnered to operate a passenger transport line, accumulating considerable wealth. With his parents preoccupied, they often compensated with money, allowing Gao Fei to indulge in generosity, frequently treating his close classmates to food and drinks. Consequently, under the guise of Gao Fei's charm, a few like-minded friends gathered around him, gradually establishing his prominent status in the middle school. Now, upon hearing that Feng Xiaobei had come to the first grade to boast, Gao Fei seized the opportunity to reopen old wounds. "What is this? A few days without a lesson, and you're itching for a fight? Shall I have someone give you a good scraping?" Upon hearing Gao Fei's taunt, Feng Xiaobei's anger flared. He placed his hands on his hips and glared back. "Hey, who is to scrape whom remains uncertain?" Gao Fei was unfazed. "You little brat. Looking for a beating?" Feng Xiaobei stepped forward, delivering a punch to Gao Fei's shoulder. Gao Fei, undeterred, raised his leg, preparing to strike Feng Zhao's abdomen, escalating the conflict. A fierce brawl ensued. Bai Caicai watched in astonishment from the classroom as students from several classes leaned eagerly against the windowsill, some even cheering for Gao Fei. United in their disdain for the third-year student Feng Xiaobei, a group of unruly youths had turned the school into a battleground. Meanwhile, the head teacher, alerted to the commotion, rushed over with eyes wide as saucers, his imposing figure charging forward like a tank. Grasping one student by the nape of the neck, he forcefully separated the two combatants. "Don't nitpick," the head teacher asserted, merely underscoring the severity of their actions. Bai Caicai retorted, "You heartless soul, Gao Fei is standing up for you, and here you are, merely spectating." Yang Huaqian shot back, her words laced with sarcasm. Bai Caicai was momentarily speechless. "That Feng Xiaobei from the third year is bullying us first years. We must rise to the occasion." The boys from several first-year classes rarely united, but they were now rallying to defend Bai Caicai. Amidst their rallying cries, a discordant female voice broke through. Resigned to her misfortune, Bai Caicai stood up and exited the classroom, only to find her cousin glaring at her from the hallway. Bai Caicai pondered that the complexity of events often lies not in the actions themselves, but in the intricacies of human thought. Simple thoughts yield simplicity, while complex thoughts create chaos. In the office of Old Class, a few individuals engaged in a conversation that, despite its apparent simplicity, was convoluted by the intricate thoughts of both Old Class and his cousin. The underlying insinuation was clear. Why did others refrain from stepping forward, yet Gao Fei did? The implication was that there must be something more than mere friendship between her and Gao Fei. "If you dare to indulge in early romance, I shall inform your mother," remarked Bai Shaoling, playfully tapping Bai Caicai on the forehead as they exited Old Class's office. "Aunt Shaoling, your thoughts are excessively intricate. We students cannot bear such burdens," Bai Caicai lamented, feeling both exasperated and contemplative. After school, to Bai Caicai's surprise, Bai Shaoling awaited her at the classroom door. "Aunt Shaoling, must you persist? I have already told you there is nothing to discuss." Bai Caicai felt a sense of frustration, realizing that early romance was indeed a formidable beast. "If there is indeed nothing, why do you fret?" Bai Shaoling chuckled, before adding, "Your mother called me, inviting me to dinner at your home tonight. Are you not welcoming?" "How could I not welcome you?" "You are warmly invited," Bai Caicai responded with a hint of obsequiousness, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Mom, I was just looking for a place to park," Bai Shaoling quickly interjected with a smile. Observing her aunt's distressed expression, Bai Caicai felt a rush of exhilaration, akin to sipping a bowl of chilled sour plum soup on a sweltering day, as her earlier gloom dissipated entirely. Upon entering the house, she noticed Aunt Xiaoxia was also present. Aunt Xiaoxia, the elder sister of Aunt Shaoling, worked at the credit union, securing a position there under the guise of being a family member, despite being technically unemployed. Bai Caicai greeted her Aunt Xiaoxia, then set down her backpack and dashed into the kitchen to assist her mother with washing the dishes and trimming the vegetable leaves. Zhou Ping took a few eggs from a bowl nearby, cracked their shells, and beat them into another bowl before handing it to Caicai. "Beat the eggs," she instructed. Bai Caicai accepted the bowl, wielding a pair of chopsticks, and swiftly whipped the contents into a frothy mixture. "Mom, why is Aunt San so upset?" "Why? Didn't you hear at school? The news has spread throughout the village. They say your Aunt Shaoling is in love. And her partner is a Chinese teacher from Wanshan Township Middle School. I believe his surname is Su," Zhou Ping replied while stir-frying the vegetables. "His name is Su Nan," Bai Caicai responded. Upon hearing her mother's words, Bai Caicai was taken aback. How could Aunt Sin disapprove? Comrade Su Nan is quite a respectable individual. In her previous life, there was never any indication of Aunt Sin's disapproval. As Bai Caicai pondered, she realized that in her past life, Aunt Shaoling was assigned to Wanshan Township, where they were at the same school and in the same grade, which in Aunt Sin's eyes made them a good match. However, now that Aunt Shaoling is at County No. 1 High School, Aunt Sin's standards have evidently risen. She likely wishes for Aunt Shaoling to find a suitable partner from a well-to-do family in the county, which casts Comrade Su Nan in an unfavorable light. "Mom, I can't help but feel that you are playing a rather dubious role in this," colluding with Aunt San to deceive Aunt Xiaoling, Bai Caicai teased. Casting a sly glance at her mother while eavesdropping on the ongoing interrogation of Aunt Xiaoling by Aunt San and Aunt Stasia outside, she mused that her meddling might inadvertently complicate Aunt Xiaoling's romantic journey. "You mischievous girl, how impertinent." Teacher Zhou presented a chestnut to Caicai, then leaned forward to peek outside the hall before lowering his voice to say, "When I made the call, your great-aunt was eavesdropping, fearful that I might inform your Aunt Xiaoling." He chuckled. "Indeed, your great-aunt's counter-surveillance efforts were quite commendable." Initially amused, Bai Caicai soon felt a twinge of concern, as she firmly aligned herself with Aunt Xiaoling and teacher Su Nan. What a delightful aroma! What delicacies is Aunt preparing? As the mother and daughter conversed, Bai Xuewu entered, drawn in by the enticing scent, carrying a plastic bag filled with winter bamboo shoots. Outside, the voices of her father and uncle echoed. "We'll prepare some diced chicken and pan-fried river fish, and soon, your uncle will join your father for a drink," Zhou Ping remarked, noticing the winter bamboo shoots Bai Xuewu had brought. "You are too kind. Typically, when you bring over chicken, duck, or fish, your uncle and I feel quite embarrassed. There aren't many winter bamboo shoots to spare, so why bring them?" "Ah, and you are unaware. Previously, there weren't many shoots in the bamboo grove at Shuanyo Ridge, but this year, they are flourishing. In a rather small grove, I managed to dig out over 200 pounds of winter bamboo shoots, an unprecedented yield. The villagers are all saying that our Bai family is particularly fortunate this year." Bai Xuewu declared proudly as he placed the bamboo shoots into a basket on the ground. "Mother, please, there is no need for formality. We are family." Bai Caicai giggled from the side, secretly pondering, "Of course we are fortunate. We have an abundance of blessings surrounding us. How could we not be?" Nodding in agreement, Bai Caicai opened the plastic bag brought by her second brother and began to peel a shoot. Recalling the words spoken by Feng Xiaobei at school today, "I intended to share them with my elder brother, but upon reflection, I deemed it more prudent to confide in him privately. By the way, have all the chickens, ducks, and fish been sold?" Teacher Zhou inquired of Bai Xuewu. "Indeed, they have all been sold. I did not even need to make a visit. Several vendors from the city came directly to collect them, and the prices are significantly higher than in previous years," Bai Xuewu replied, as he moved a small stool to sit beside Bai Caicai, taking a kitchen knife to assist her in trimming the old parts of the bamboo shoots. Naturally, with the outbreak of chicken plague affecting villages today, many chickens and ducks have perished. How could prices not rise? Zhou Ping chuckled, then focused intently on stir-frying the dishes. "Caicai, with exams approaching, strive for excellent results. During the new year, my elder brother shall bestow upon you a generous red envelope," Bai urge boasted to Bai Caicai. Bai Caicai seized the bamboo shoots from her brother's hands, placing them in water to wash, and said, "Then, dear brother, you should prepare that grand red envelope in advance." "Ah, quite confident," Bai Xuewu remarked with a grin, for he knew well that in their family he was the least academically inclined. "And what about me? What about me?" Mao Mao exclaimed, bringing over a fish tank to change the water for the goldfish. "The same applies to you. If you manage to achieve a perfect score, not only will I prepare a lavish red envelope for you, but I will also purchase a large porcelain fish tank adorned with lotus leaves and flowers. For your glass tank is far too small, causing the fish distress," Bai Xuewu assured. "This child, he does not seem to care about the present moment." Bai Caicai muttered as she moved aside to change the water for the fish tank. Once finished, just as she was about to head to the living room, she was called by Teacher Zhou. "Caicai, please place it on the kitchen table. There are many diners outside today, and we have no space to accommodate it." "Then I'll place it on the stool outside. This fish must not be placed on the kitchen table," Bai Caicai asserted. "Why?" Bai Urge inquired with curiosity. "This goldfish is a feng shui fish. It must not face the stove, or it will create a clash between water and fire, leading to financial ruin," Bai Caicai explained. "Haha, Caicai has turned into a fortune teller," Bai Xuewu teased, learning all sorts of nonsense. Teacher Zhou shot a sidelong glance at them. "Haha, that's quite amusing," Bai Caicai replied, shrugging her nose as she carried the fishbowl outside, greeting her uncle on the way. The meal was prepared swiftly. There were 3 women from Sanshup's family, along with 2 men from Uncle Bai's family, and 4 from Bai Caicai's household, adults at one table and children at another. However, this year Bai Shuwu had achieved remarkable feats and was granted the privilege of dining with the adults, sharing a couple of drinks with his father. In contrast, Bai Shaoling, caught between her mother and sister's relentless teasing, lost all her vigor and opted not to sit at the table. Instead, she took her bowl and squeezed in with Bai Caicai and Mao Mao, choosing to ignore San Shup and Bai Xiaoxia. Teacher Shou remarked that Bai Pingong had entered the distillery, resembling a mouse that had fallen into a rice vat. Indeed, one of the jars had already been distributed, and as the factory manager, I was left with merely this small bottle, Bai Pingong said, waving a half-pound jar resembling a type of bayberry wine in front of Uncle Bai. In recent days, he has been plagued by headaches over this wine matter. Figures from both the county and the town have approached him, but ultimately, it was Mayor Yu Xia who stepped forward to make a decision. One jar would be distributed, while another would be kept aside to seek out a master brewer, in hopes of restoring the craft of Malin wine. If they could successfully produce Malin wine, it would be difficult for Jingshan Distillery not to soar to new heights. Let us each have a small taste today, and keep the rest for the new year to share with the old gentleman, Bai Pingong suggested, as he produced 3 small cups, each weighing 3 qian, and arranged them neatly. As for Shuiwu, he need not partake, he knows nothing of wine, and to offer it to him would be a waste. With that, Uncle Bai took away the small cup in front of Shuiwu. How do you know I don't understand? Shuiwu retorted, feeling quite vexed. When I say you don't understand, that is simply the case, Uncle Bai shot back, causing Shuiwu to fall silent. Truly, it seemed unjust, the tyranny of parental authority. With a long sigh, Shuiwu amused the gathering, prompting laughter from Bai Caicai and Mao Mao, who were nearby chuckling heartily. Bai Pa carefully poured the wine, while Uncle Bai guarded the cup even more cautiously, fearing the slightest spill. Forget about those 2 wine aficionados. Let us enjoy our dishes and sip some beverages, Teacher Zhou called out. The other women, none of whom drank alcohol, were relishing their meals and sipping on energy drinks, praising Teacher Zhou's culinary skills. Cough, cough. Shuiwu continued to cough insistently from the side. No matter how much you cough, it won't change anything. As I said, there is none for you. Uncle Bai replied curtly. Shuiwu could only roll his eyes in response. If I can't have it, then so be it. I have money and can buy some from others tomorrow. Currently, the speculation surrounding Matai is somewhat unclear to Bai Caicai. However, she recalls that in the early years following 2000, the value of Matai from the 1950s and 1960s soared year after year, reaching astonishing figures of tens to hundreds of thousands, enough to startle anyone. Bai Caicai believes that if the remaining jar of Malin wine is handled adeptly, it could rapidly elevate the reputation of the Jinshan distillery. Moreover, if a similar brewing process for Malin wine can be replicated, the rising tide will inevitably open up swift avenues for the new Malin wine. This contemplation leads Bai Caicai to remember a certain master Liang Minghua, a brewing artisan from her past life, who was responsible for developing the ancient Malin wine. Yet, the century-old Malin age brew seems to have been lost to history, likely consumed in secrecy at that time. Master Liang hails from Fangjiegu, and during the winter break, she must devise a plan to have her father invite him out of retirement. Is that really true? Bai Urge, upon hearing Bai Caicai's words, is momentarily rendered speechless. It's just wine. Is it worth such a hefty price? He questions in bewilderment. Perhaps rarity begets value. Bai Shaoling interjects in agreement. Upon hearing this, Bai Dabo is uncertain of the veracity, but knows one thing for sure. This wine commands a high price, exclaiming, if what Caicai says is true, wouldn't we be sitting on a fortune? Meanwhile, Bai Pingong ponders his daughter's words, sensing a business opportunity. At the same time, San Shupa shakes her head in disbelief, remarking, this is not merely drinking wine. It's akin to consuming liquid gold. Mother, one cannot drink liquid gold. That would be fatal. Bai Shaoling counters her mother's assertion. Please, I know that. I was merely using a metaphor. And San shot a disgruntled glare at Bai Shaoling, her frustration still simmering. She then exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Xiaoxia. I finished my meal. I need to step outside for a moment, Bai Xiaoxia remarked as she rose to leave. The courtyard structure was traditional, lacking an indoor restroom, with the toilets situated outside. In gratitude for the protective talisman from Luoyan's tranquil abode and the pink ticket for Erbao's house, a light-hearted chuckle escaped her lips. Chapter 63, Blind Date by 6 o'clock. The sky had succumbed to darkness, the streetlights casting a dim glow. The Bai family had finished their meal, with Aunt Xiaoling and teacher Zhou tidying up in the kitchen, while the others gathered in the living room, basking in the warmth of the fire, engaging in conversation over tea. As the new year approached, such rare moments of togetherness were cherished. She called my factory a few days ago, planning to come home soon, but with the spring festival travel rush, obtaining tickets has become quite challenging. It's uncertain on which exact day she will arrive, Bai Caicai explained. This year, they can enjoy a prosperous new year, Uncle Bai remarked. Aunt San spoke passionately, her words flowing freely. Well, who could blame her for treating Aunt Xia so poorly? Bai Shuewu listened intently, visibly pleased, his spirits high. Bai Dad and Uncle Bai remained silent, yet their expressions hinted at a shared amusement, clearly devoid of sympathy for Aunt Xia. Ping Jian, Ping Kong, Zhou Ping. I've finished my meal and will take my leave. Some colleagues of Shuyu invited me for tea, and Xiaoling will accompany me. We'll head over first. Bai Xiaoxia cheerfully bid farewell. Attend to your matters. There's no need for formality among family. Do visit again when you have the time. Travel is much more convenient now that we are all in the county, Bai Pingkong replied. Very well, Bai Xiaoxia said, beckoning Xiaoling to join her outside. I'm not going. Your brother-in-law's colleagues are gathering for tea. What purpose would my presence serve? Xiaoling replied, turning her face away. Reluctantly, she turned her back. What performance are you putting on, third aunt? Bai Debeo inquired curiously from the side. Need you ask? It's a matchmaking affair, Bai Shuewu remarked, though not particularly academically inclined. His quick-wittedness allowed him to grasp the situation from mere fragments of conversation. He wore a look of amusement, prompting a frustrated slap from Xiaoling. Since we are family, I shall not conceal the truth. A classmate of Xiao Ding's works at the Agricultural Bank. He is 27 years old and serves as the director of the Guangming Road branch. His character and demeanor are commendable, and he is quite sincere. I took the liberty of agreeing to let Xiaoling meet him. If they find mutual interest, it could indeed lead to a promising union, third aunt stated. I have a boyfriend, Xiaoling replied somewhat awkwardly, although rumors circulated in the village about her relationship with Su Nan. Their connection thus far consisted merely of mutual affection and interaction, lacking any substantial development. At this moment, her declaration of having a boyfriend served merely as an excuse. She was reluctant to engage in matchmaking. Is it that fellow with the surname Su? How long have you known each other? How often do you meet each month? Have you introduced each other to your families? Third aunt bombarded her with questions, leaving Xiaoling momentarily speechless. You are like flesh from my own body. I know you well enough. It is merely a matter of some fondness. What's the harm in meeting someone new for comparison? You are just being superficial. Now, go to your second sister-in-law's room and freshen up a bit. Apply some lipstick. Third aunt waved her hand dismissively. All right, mother, even if we must go. There is no need for excessive embellishment. We wouldn't want to be the subject of ridicule. Bai Xiaoling understood that there was no escaping today's affair. Very well then. She thought, I shall attend and observe. Although she harbored a slight fondness for Su Nan, one could never truly fathom another's intentions. However, applying lipstick was absolutely out of the question. She had never cultivated the habit of wearing makeup. Aunt San, what is the need for makeup? There are no unattractive women in the bloom of youth, interjected Uncle Bai. I believe Xiaoling looks quite splendid as she is. As a teacher, her natural demeanor exudes elegance. Enough, enough. We shall proceed as is. Time is of the essence, and we cannot keep them waiting, declared Aunt San. Caicai, accompany me. Bai Xiaoling realized there was no evading this, so she took Caicai along for company. Caicai has an impending examination as a teacher. You must be aware that she ought to be studying at home, correct? Aunt San glared at Bai Xiaoling. Not to worry, I have nearly completed my revisions. A brief respite won't hinder my progress. Besides, as the exams approach, it is essential to relax. Otherwise, one may become overly anxious and falter when it matters most. Bai Caicai hastily replied, eager to join the outing. Very well, let us go together, Aunt San nodded in agreement. I shall join as well. To keep an eye on Aunt Xiaoling, Bai Shuiwu quipped lightheartedly. Aunt Dajia exchanged glances with Aunt San. With Caicai in attendance and Bai Shuiwu joining, it mattered little. The rendezvous was set at the Lucian Tea House, located in the heart of the county, where Uncle Shuyu had reserved a private room. Upon entering, Bai Caicai and the other three discovered a trio seated inside, partaking in tea. Among them was Uncle Shuyu, alongside an older gentleman, presumably a classmate of Uncle's from the agricultural bank, and a young man clad in a suit, likely the suitor of Aunt Xiaoling. He possessed an average appearance and stature. Yet his tailored suit, complemented by a meticulously styled 7-point haircut secured with mousse, presented him as quite dapper. Bai Shuiwu whispered to Caicai that the young man's hair was so slick that a fly would likely slip and fall upon landing. Seated with poise, Bai Caicai nearly erupted in laughter at her brother's remark, casting him a disapproving glance for his unkindness. Bai Shuiwu, ever the chatterbox, doodled in tea upon the table, resonating with Bai Caicai's sentiments. Your savings institution performed admirably on last year's savings targets, Uncle Shuyu remarked. I heard that on December 31st, you secured a major client, 1 million. No less. He then seemed to recollect something, turning to Uncle Shuyu's husband. Brother Ding, I've heard your nephew is quite capable. This year he has ventured into poultry, aquaculture, and even opened a fast food restaurant, earning quite a tidy sum. Would you introduce me? I could use some deposits from him. Bai Shuiwu replied. I cannot make such decisions. It is my father and mother who will determine that. His expression was one of bemusement, as it appeared they were at a matchmaking event. The outcome still uncertain, yet they were already discussing familial ties. Exiting the tea house, they noticed the clock nearing 9. The streetlights illuminated the bustling thoroughfare. Although it was a winter evening, this part of the city center remained vibrantly alive. Sister, there is simply no common ground between us. Bai Xiaoling spread her hands in exasperation. Can common language fill our bellies? Spare me your romantic notions. After living together for a while, common ground will naturally emerge. This person is quite decent, exceptionally clever, and resourceful. Just consider, if he had no connections, how could he have raised 1 million last year to meet his obligations? I even heard from Shuyu that he partnered with others to speculate in real estate in Hainan. Just last December, within a month, he earned 80,000. Such a man, and yet you still find fault. Bai Xiaoxia expressed her dissatisfaction to her sister. Sister, there are plenty of good men in this world. I merely seek one who is suited to me. Bai Laoshi remained unmoved. Well, it is your choice to make. I have fulfilled my duty, Bai Xiaoxia stated, for she had accomplished the task entrusted to her by their mother, leaving the outcome beyond her control. On the side, Bai Caicai listened to her aunt's words with astonishment. Speculating in real estate, if it were a long-term venture, it could yield substantial profits, however, in the short term. Especially considering the real estate market in Hainan over the past 2 years, it would result in significant losses. It seems that in June of '93, the Hainan property market experienced a complete collapse, which would be this year. Auntie, have you also joined in the real estate speculation? Bai Caicai tentatively inquired, recalling that in her previous life, she had heard her mother mention that Aunt Xiaoxia's family had suffered considerable financial losses in business. Yet in this life, there were no signs of her aunt's family engaging in any business ventures, thus her curiosity upon seeing her aunt's spirited demeanor when discussing real estate. Not yet. Why do you ask, Caicai? Aunt Xiaoxia chuckled. It is nothing much, merely a recounting of what one of my classmates' mothers mentioned regarding the real estate bubble in Hainan, suggesting that it might soon burst. Bai Caicai remarked, a collapse? That seems implausible. Such a vast market could hardly fail. Aunt Xiaoxia expressed her skepticism. I am not entirely certain either, yet my classmate's mother works in a governmental department, so I presume her words are not without basis. Bai Caicai continued. Oh, I see. Aunt Xiaoxia pondered for a moment before waving her hand with a smile, regardless of whether it collapses or not. It is of no concern to us. Observing Aunt Xiaoxia's demeanor, Bai Caicai surmised that Aunt Xiaoxia might have already invested and was reluctant to disclose this to others. After consuming a considerable amount of tea, Bai Shuiwu exclaimed, I am quite hungry. Caicai, feeling a slight pang of hunger herself, reminisced about the vibrant food stalls by the riverside, which offered a variety of delectable snacks from Ningxia County. Chapter 64, setting up a stall, and the Schwanda furnace. The snacks at the food stalls are characterized by their spiciness. Bai Caicai ordered a small bowl of wontons, the broth adorned with a layer of crimson chili oil. A few sips of the soup brought forth beads of sweat, warming her entire being, and she relished every moment. Bai Shuiwu opted for spicy sausage and shrimp tofu, yearning for a drink, yet Bai Laoshi denied him this indulgence, leaving him to gaze longingly. Bai Laoshi chose a bowl of vermicelli soup, and soon enough, he too was sweating profusely. The final bill came to merely a little over 10 yuan. Yet the meal was immensely satisfying. In the end, Bai Caicai packed 2 yuan worth of shrimp tofu to take home, as it was Mao Mao's favorite snack. After settling the bill, the three were about to leave when they unexpectedly bumped into someone emerging from the adjacent eatery. Upon recognizing the individual, Bai Caicai exclaimed, "Teacher Su." She mused internally about the uncanny ability of this person to appear just when mentioned. "Hello, Kai Yatu," Bai Laoshi greeted Su Nan, who had been looking down but quickly raised his head upon hearing Bai Caicai's call. His face lit up with surprise as he glanced at the trio, then pointed at Bai Shuiwu and asked, "And who might this be?" Upon hearing Bai Caicai refer to Su Nan as teacher, Bai Shuiwu, ever the lively character, could not help but tease his Aunt Xiaoling, saying, "I am Xiaoling's boyfriend." Bai Caicai chuckled, finding his remark utterly lacking in decorum. Given that he had just addressed Xiaoling as aunt, the notion of being her boyfriend seemed ludicrous. Bai Xiaoling, standing nearby, also found amusement in Bai Shuiwu's words. "Strangely enough, I haven't had a drop of alcohol today. How did such an unrefined comment slip out?" Bai Shuiwu eventually realized his slip of tongue and regrettably slapped his thigh, vexed by his own impulsiveness. "I see. You must be Bai Shuiwu from Wufeng Village," Su Nan remarked, chuckling. "How did you know I am Bai Shuiwu?" "My Aunt Xiaoling has many nephews," Bai Shuiwu inquired, puzzled. Xiaoling was the youngest daughter of his third uncle, and his elder cousin had 2 sons, one of whom was in his senior year of high school, while the younger was in junior high. It was curious how this Su could so effortlessly guess the identity of this distant nephew. "I have heard from Teacher Bai that she has a particularly talented nephew who established a fast food restaurant, invigorating the culinary industry in the Water Buffalo Ridge area. Simultaneously, he is engaged in agricultural practices, implementing scientific farming methods, always staying ahead of others. He is regarded as the foremost individual in Wufeng Village, making it difficult for anyone to dispute his prowess." In the dim light of the street lamp, Su Nan's eyes appeared particularly bright. When Bai Shuiwu praised Teacher Su, he felt somewhat disoriented with joy and soon began to address Teacher Su as a brother. Bai Caicai observed with a smirk, with just a few words from Teacher Su, Bai Urge had already been won over, and it seemed likely that Bai Urge would willingly serve as his informant in the future. "What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal?" Aunt Xiaoling glared in annoyance at Bai Shuiwu, yet found herself powerless against him. Her relationship with Su Nan was rather neutral. They merely exchanged reference materials occasionally and had developed a slight fondness for each other, nothing more. However, after Bai Urge's remark, it felt as if something had been solidified, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward. Su Nan, maintaining a gentle demeanor, noticed Bai Xiaoling's discomfort and decided to change the subject. He retrieved a letter from his briefcase and handed it to Bai Xiaoling. "Well, what is this? A love letter?" Bai Shuiwu exclaimed exaggeratedly, causing Bai Xiaoling to momentarily forget her ladylike composure and kick him in frustration. Bai Caicai tugged at her brother to move aside, suggesting that it was best to turn off the lights and keep the third wheel at a distance. Nevertheless, the siblings' curiosity got the better of them, and after taking a few steps away, they crept closer again, straining their ears to listen. "What is it?" Teacher Bai inquired. "These are my reflections on teaching that I have written over the past few days. I thought you might find them beneficial for your own teaching," Su Nan replied. "You have read it. If you have any insights or reflections, or if there are any experiences from your teaching that you would like to share, please write to me. Together, we can learn from one another and complement each other's strengths," inquired Teacher Su. Naturally, Teacher Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was impressive. Bai Caicai observed that Su Nan often employed the simplest methods to draw people closer. Initially, by lending books, he connected 2 individuals separated by distance. Subsequently, through exchanging letters about their teaching experiences, he ultimately facilitated a heartfelt connection. Although telephone communication was convenient, this exchange of letters stirred deeper emotions. Bai Caicai's aunt Xiaoling was particularly fond of such nuances, and it must be said that teacher Su had an uncanny knack for understanding these subtleties. As it was rather late, Bai Xiaoling did not hesitate to settle down. That evening, Bai Caicai snuggled under the covers with Aunt Xiaoling. She playfully nestled closer and teased, "Aunt Xiaoling, what do you think of teacher Su?" "Well, he is quite commendable. More importantly, he is dedicated and responsible in his teaching," replied teacher Bai, who was at that moment perusing a letter from teacher Su regarding his teaching reflections. "Ah, Aunt Xiaoling." The quick hand captures the moment, while the slow hand misses it. Bai Caicai chuckled mischievously, and with a swift motion, she dove under the covers, pulling the blanket over her head to drift into slumber. "That girl." Teacher Bai playfully tapped Bai Caicai through the thick quilt, then turned off the light to sleep. In the darkness, Bai Caicai gazed at the faint, rosy aura floating above Aunt Xiaoling's head, realizing that the red star of romance was in motion for her aunt. Recently, with the economic development, the old street had seen a few scattered stalls emerging. With the rise of the antique craze, even the street vendors have begun to peddle their assortment of antiquities, each proclaiming their wares to be genuine treasures. However, should one fall prey to such claims and purchase these items, the likelihood of acquiring mere replicas is an overwhelming 99.9%. Yet, on occasion, when Bai Caicai is in high spirits, she would carve a couple of jade talismans to nestle among the stone sculptures. Unfortunately, it often transpires that as soon as she completes her carving and sets it down, the nearby Master Su snatches it away, tossing her a mere 10 yuan, leaving Bai Caicai quite exasperated. Her intention in placing the jade talisman among the stone sculptures was for amusement, to see who would be fortunate enough to select the jade piece. However, Master Su, well versed in his own jade talismans, could easily identify them and would directly take his pick. "Is this not akin to cheating?" she protested, shaking her fist in discontent. Master Su, however, remained unfazed. For a feng shui master, possessing numerous talismans is advantageous, and he could not let such an opportunity slip by. Repairs may be possible, but dismantling is out of the question, he asserted confidently. "Why is that?" inquired an elderly lady. Rumors of the impending reconstruction of the old street had circulated for several months, and they seemed credible. Despite the street's dilapidated appearance, it harmonized with the flow of feng shui energy. If the energy were not diminishing, how could it possibly be demolished? Master Su explained. Bai Caicai stifled a chuckle, for she knew that this street would remain intact. In a few years, it would transform into a veritable antique street, delineated by the scrap collection station, with a front street primarily hosting a pet market for flowers, birds, insects, and fish, while the back street would be lined with antique and jade shops, contributing significantly to the tourism revenue of Ning County. "Su, your time is up. No one believes your tales anymore." Seated opposite Su Shigong on a small stool, the fortune teller in a patched cloak observed Su's discomfort with a sense of satisfaction. Su cast a glance at him, choosing to ignore his comment, which caused the fortune teller's face to flush with irritation. Bai Caicai felt that the fortune teller's temperament was overly impulsive, easily igniting with provocation. At that moment, a middle-aged man, clad in a military yellow cotton jacket and carrying an oilcloth bag, approached with a sense of urgency. He selected a spot haphazardly and set down his oilcloth bundle. Su, intrigued, raised his chin and inquired, "Brother, what treasures do you possess?" "This incense burner," the man replied, slightly sheepish, his words stumbling forth. "What kind of incense burner?" "It's wrapped so tightly." At that moment, Mr. Liu, who had been fruitlessly searching for valuable items, joined in, while Bai Caicai curiously leaned in to catch a glimpse. "A Schwanda furnace," the middle-aged man stuttered. "Ah, a Schwanda furnace. That is indeed a rare treasure." "My fellow villager, you are about to strike it rich," exclaimed several nearby vendors of antiquities, who erupted in cheers. Others chimed in. "Is it from the third year of Schwanda? That one fetches a high price." Laughter and banter filled the air. "Truly, it is real. My ancestors were soldiers of the King of the North, and this was taken from the palace of Chongzhen." The middle-aged man's speech faltered further under the collective scrutiny. Very well, he nodded, unwrapping the oilcloth bag, while Mr. Liu eagerly leaned in for a closer look. The base mark indicates it was crafted during the Ming Dynasty, in the Xuande era. However, many fakes exist, so I cannot ascertain its authenticity, though the craftsmanship remains quite exquisite and meticulous. Upon his utterance, the nearby street vendors were invigorated, although they were not true experts. Their routine of buying and selling had granted them a semblance of familiarity with the realm of collectibles. One by one, they scrutinized the object before them, ultimately concluding that it appeared genuine, albeit lacking absolute certainty. Bai Caicai stood at a distance, unable to navigate through the throng. She opted to elevate her position slightly and, through the gaps between the crowd, observed the so-called Xuande furnace. However, this furnace was not a ritualistic instrument. It bore no auspicious lines nor exuded any aura. Lacking expertise in antiques, her interest waned after a brief contemplation, prompting her to return to her stone carving. Over the past 2 years of nurturing jade and sculpting, her sensitivity to stone had sharpened considerably. Every texture was perceptible to her touch. She could even infer the overall quality of the stone through its patterns. She firmly believed that as her experience with jade deepened, her intuition would only grow stronger. At that moment, the nearby vendors, driven by a better safe than sorry mentality, began to make their bids. 80, 100, 200. They clamored, creating a lively cacophony. You lot, do you not understand the rules? I was the first to inspect the goods, and I have yet to make my offer. Why are you interjecting? Su Shigong expressed his displeasure. Come on now, Su Shigong. Be straightforward and spare us the anxious waiting, one young man retorted. This individual was known in the area for his dealings in antiques, earning him a modest reputation due to the 6 fingers on his right hand, leading everyone to call him Tan Liuji. Su Shigong, please, make a prompt offer. I am in need of funds. With the new year approaching, I have yet to prepare any festive goods, and I am relying on this money to celebrate properly. A middle-aged man lamented. Very well then, 300 it is. If you wish to sell, then sell. If not, it matters not. Su Shigong pondered for a moment. Comparing the prices offered by others previously, he resolutely stated his price. Recently, having assisted the Li family in feng shui consultations, he had earned a tidy sum, and his confidence was soaring. 300? The middle-aged man's expression grew even more forlorn. Seeing that Su Shigong remained unmoved, he finally gritted his teeth and said, Very well. I shall sell it to you. My children at home are eagerly awaiting their sweets. Thus, the transaction was completed with money exchanged for goods, and the man hurried off to procure his New Year's supplies. Gratitude to Mrs. Hong for the talisman. Chapter 65. Notification. Chapter 66. A glimpse into antiquity. Su Shigong was meticulously examining the Xuande furnace when the old fortune teller opposite him wore a rather lewd grin, looking quite pleased with himself. What is it that amuses you? Su Shigong felt a touch uneasy under the old man's gaze. Day in and day out, hunting geese only teaches the geese to peck. Even you, a charlatan, will eventually fall into someone else's trap. The old fortune teller chuckled, clearly enjoying the moment. Are you suggesting the Xuande furnace is a counterfeit? Su Shigong's expression shifted as he scrutinized the furnace from every angle, yet he could discern no discrepancies. After all, a feng shui master might not necessarily be well-versed in antiques. With a hint of suspicion, he inquired, Are you attempting to deceive me? Deceive you? Am I so base as to stoop so low? I have no desire for your wretched Xuande furnace, replied the old man, as he cautiously extended a finger towards the furnace's belly, suggesting, gently, carefully, see if you can feel a hidden character. The elderly diviner, with a gentle smile, remarked. Master Su glanced at him, while Teacher Liu produced a small flashlight, a gadget he always carried from his online shopping ventures. He extended it into the furnace's belly, inspecting thoroughly, yet found no trace of the character 7. There's nothing, Liu stated. It can only be sensed by touch, the elderly diviner casually added. Curiously, Bai Caicai reached into the Xuande furnace, feeling around its interior, and indeed discovered a protrusion. Following its contours, she confirmed it was the character 7. Although she had identified its location, discernment by sight proved exceedingly challenging. This technique was truly remarkable. Is there truly a 7? Master Su inquired, his eyes wide with intrigue. Master, indeed there is. It is an obscure inscription, Bai Caicai affirmed, gesturing for Su to feel the spot. Upon doing so, he too confirmed the presence of the character 7. The art of imitation had its own nuances. Seasoned craftsmen often etched such hidden markings on replicas as both a signature and a means of distinguishing them from genuine articles. Of course, the ability to discern depended greatly on one's keen eyesight. Master Su was momentarily taken aback, then settled down, calculating intently. After a considerable pause, he slapped his thigh in realization. It turns out today I am destined for a small windfall. This must be its manifestation, regardless of whether it is a Schwanda furnace. As long as it can burn incense, that suffices. Having said this, he appeared remarkably composed, though internally he felt a pang of regret, as several meals' worth of expenses had seemingly vanished. Nevertheless, Su, possessing a strong-willed nature, was reluctant to lose face in front of the elderly diviner. Mao Mao, come. Let us engage in a game of Go. Su Shigong called out to Mao Mao, who was engrossed in his winter vacation homework at the waste recycling station's table. With a joyful cheer, Mao Mao abandoned his assignment and brought over his Go game, engaging in a spirited match with the elder. Meanwhile, Bai Caicai rested her chin on her hand, pondering how the old fortune teller had discerned that the Schwanda furnace was counterfeit without even examining it closely. How did you know that furnace was fake? Bai Caicai inquired of the fortune teller. Of course I know. It was crafted by old Chi from the copper shop at the station's intersection, the old man replied, somewhat huffily. But how could you possibly know? You didn't even look at the incense burner. Bai Caicai pressed on, her curiosity piqued. He is my son. How could I not know? Humph. I can identify it merely by scent, the old fortune teller retorted with irritation, muttering under his breath, that rascal. I warned him long ago to refrain from the antiquities trade. Yet he still indulges in it. Fortunately, he remembered to mark it. Otherwise, I would have broken his hands. Although Su Shigong was engaged in a game with Mao Mao, his ears perked up upon hearing that the creator of the incense burner was the old man's son. Excitedly, he declared, Old fortune teller. A son's debt is a father's obligation. I shall seek you out for the incense burner and the payment owed. Ah, so you two are skilled in the art of antiquing? Bai Caicai, with her insatiable curiosity, inquired about the world of jade, noting that many indulge in antiques. In her previous life, the jade shop she frequented was situated opposite a store specializing in antiquities, which flourished with business. Numerous collectors had discovered remarkable treasures there, while some even sought the assistance of the antiquities shop to craft replicas for display. After all, genuine artifacts were treasures to be cherished, seldom shown to the public eye. Consequently, Bai Caicai found herself intrigued by the art of aging items. Of course, that lad is a product of my teachings. The master of divination replied with a sense of pride. You know nothing, he continued, his voice tinged with caution. The traditions handed down by our ancestors dictate that the craft of aging can be perilously exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, leading to devastating consequences, even ruin. I cannot bear to harm others. I have long since withdrawn from that practice. His demeanor shifted, revealing an underlying sorrow, suggesting a deeper story. Then why does your son still engage in this? Su Shigong interjected, irate. If it weren't for that rascal's son, he wouldn't have found himself in such a predicament today. What's more infuriating is that this old fool, fully aware that it was a counterfeit, chose to wait until I fell for it before revealing the truth. Isn't that blatant revenge? Don't speak of him, that ungrateful wretch, the old man muttered through clenched teeth. Observing his expression, Bai Caicai surmised that the father and son were not on good terms. Old sir, would you demonstrate your aging technique for us? Suggested Tan Lu, edging closer, joined by several others eager to witness the spectacle. Initially reluctant to reveal his secrets, the old master's ire flared upon seeing Su Shigong's disdainful expression. Very well. I shall show you a glimpse of my craft, so you may witness the artistry of an experienced hand. The old man in the patchwork robe casually produced a sheet of white rice paper and retrieved several coconut shells from his bag. He ignited the coconut shells and wafted the smoke over the entire sheet of rice paper. Then, holding tea in his mouth, he sprayed it onto the yellowed paper. After that, he laid the damp paper on a flatboard. Next, he collected some yellow clay from a nearby tree, mixed it with tea to form a sticky lump, and pressed it into squares the size of the paper, adhering them onto the surface. Finally, he used gentle heat to dry the paper through the clay, and when he removed it, a piece of antiqued, smoke-stained paper lay before the onlookers, exuding an aura of antiquity. If adorned with a painting, it could easily be mistaken for an antique. Your technique is commendable, but your divination skills leave much to be desired, Su Shigong interjected, dousing the moment with cold water. Just wait. I shall prove that my divination skills are no less adept than your antiquing methods. The old man in the patchwork robe erupted once more, rising in indignation as he took his small stool and departed. Bai Caicai watched his retreating figure, pondering what scheme the old man would devise next to validate himself. Observing the duel of wits between the two elderly men was indeed quite amusing. Suddenly, a sound broke through the air, arousing Bai Caicai's curiosity. Su Shigong initially appeared taken aback, then slapped his forehead and retrieved a brick-sized object from his bag at his feet. Surprisingly, it was a mobile phone. Su Shigong held it aloft, as if it were a precious treasure. The young men nearby gazed at it with eyes wide as saucers. In this day and age, anyone possessing such a device was undoubtedly a person of significance. Bai Caicai gave Su Shigong a thumbs up, acknowledging that he was ahead of the trend. Reflecting upon a past life, the era when mobile phones were ubiquitous, I mused that I must ensure Master Su preserves the treasured brick phone. In a few years, it will undoubtedly be an antique. Hello? What did you say? Oh, you're coming? Splendid. Kai Girl is eagerly awaiting your arrival to collect the jade. Master Su bellowed at the brick phone, his voice resounding like thunder, causing Bai Caicai and Mao Mao to cover their ears. The brick phone, though impressive in stature, proved to be rather ineffective, its signal woefully inadequate. Is Professor Gu coming? Bai Caicai inquired, observing as Master Su stowed away the brick phone. Indeed. Every year after the New Year, there is a clandestine gathering in the archaeological and antique circles. Old Gu must be hoping to unearth some treasures in our countryside before the festivities commence. That old chap, despite his age, still attempts to emulate the youth in unearthing gems, Master Su murmured. When will he arrive? Bai Caicai pressed further. Tomorrow. He is spending tonight in the city. Master Su replied. Thanks to the discovery of the cellar, the sales of the Jinshan series of liquor have shown a notable improvement compared to previous years. Tomorrow, Professor Gu will come to collect the jade. I overheard Master Su mention that there will be a private collection exchange meeting after the New Year. Father wishes to elevate the reputation of the century-old Malin liquor. If we can garner the professor's endorsement, it would lend credibility to our century-old Malin liquor. With some strategic promotion, its fame could certainly flourish. Bai Caicai remarked, currently, the century-old Malin liquor is quite the talk of the county. You impudent girl. Where did you hear such nonsense? Be careful, or your father might take offense at your words. Teacher Zhou, with a hint of irritation, gave Bai Caicai a light tap. Moreover, your uncle mentioned that as soon as spring arrives and the farming is finished, we shall commence the construction of the new house. That would be splendid, Bai Caicai chuckled. It seems my uncle's family has prospered this year. If it weren't for grandmother falling ill for a while, perhaps the house would have already been completed by now. The next morning, Bai Caicai remained cozily nestled in her blankets, relishing her slumber, until the voices of Professor Gu and Master Su drifted in from the courtyard. Reluctantly, she bit the bullet and rose from her warm cocoon. Indeed, the winter bedding was exceedingly difficult to abandon. After donning her shoes and jumping in place a few times to shake off the drowsiness, she finally entered the kitchen, washed her face, and brushed her teeth before venturing outside. In the yard, Bai's father was engrossed in conversation with Professor Gu about their factory and the century-old Malin wine. It seemed that whenever guests visited, Father's discussions invariably revolved around his winery. Rest assured, entrust the wine to me. Such exquisite liquor, and exclusive at that, will undoubtedly entice those old comrades, Professor Gu assured him. Upon seeing Caicai emerge, he jovially remarked, Your elder sister has indeed set a standard that leaves her younger brother in the dust. Mao Mao has already taken the little black dog for a stroll this morning. Bai Caicai felt a tinge of embarrassment. She was simply indulging in the ideal realm of sleep, a concept often lost on the average person. To divert the conversation, she handed over a red velvet pouch containing jade to Professor Gu, saying, "Grandpa Gu, this is your jade." "Oh, thank you, dear Caicai. I also have a small gift for you, which I consider a token of appreciation for the jade carving," he replied with a smile. Professor Gu carefully put away the jade talisman and took out a wooden box from his bag. Upon opening it, he revealed a piece of jadeite, slightly larger than a fist. Although it was unrefined, the jade had already been mostly revealed. With her prior experience working in a jade shop, Bai Caicai could instantly discern that this was a piece of ice-grade jade, crystalline and translucent, exuding a cool aura. However, the green hue that floated upon it added a vibrant charm to the entire piece. "No, I cannot accept this. It is far too precious," Bai Caicai insisted, shaking her head fervently. Although jade is not as valuable in the present day as it will be in the future, this particular piece, while not high ice grade, would still be worth at least several tens of thousands. How could she possibly accept such a gift? On the side, Zhou Ping and Bai Pingkeng hurriedly urged, "Professor, you must insist on accepting it. Is it not true that if Caicai carves the jade for me, I need not pay her?" Professor Gu feigned anger, maintaining a stern expression. "That cannot be the case. This carving does not require significant effort, and besides, given the considerable assistance Professor Gu has provided for my mother's illness, how could we possibly accept payment? It is absolutely out of the question," Bai Ba resolutely refused. As a result, both parties found themselves at an impasse. However, it was ultimately agreed upon to accept Su Shigong's proposal, bringing about a harmonious resolution. Bai Caicai genuinely cherished this piece of jade, while the jade talisman was indeed splendid. It also required quality material. The talismans carved from ordinary stones always seemed to lack a certain spark. Every jade enthusiast must nurture a piece of jade that belongs solely to them. The journey from nurturing, protecting, to ultimately transforming the jade requires not only exceptional material but also a dedication of nearly several decades to achieve even modest success. To accomplish a feat akin to that described in the texts, transforming a desert into a verdant oasis, one would need to devote a lifetime of effort. After exchanging a few more words, Professor Gu and Master Su took their leave, as Professor Gu had plans to venture into the countryside to gather some items. Naturally, Bai Ba and Zhou Ping accompanied them to the door, with Bai Caicai trailing behind. Little He, perched on Mao Mao's shoulder, exclaimed excitedly, "Guest her here! Guest her here!" Bai Caicai, however, stood frozen in astonishment upon seeing the visitor. "Uncle," she murmured, recognizing her mother's youngest brother. How did he find his way here? Indeed, it was during this time of year, in the previous life, that her uncle had come to collect antiques, arriving at their home. The Panjiayuan antique market had just begun to take shape, igniting a fervor for antiques in the capital, and her uncle had joined the ranks of eager collectors. "This is my mother, Zhou Ping," Teacher Zhou, Mao Mao stated, leading the visitors forward and gesturing towards his mother. The man raised his eyes to Zhou Ping, his expression brimming with excitement. You are Xiao Yong." Zhou Ping's voice quivered with emotion, sharp and tremulous. "Xiao Yong, it is you. My, how you've grown." Tears welled up in Zhou Ping's eyes. When she had left home, Xiao Wei had only been 7 or 8 years old, and now, over a decade had swiftly passed. "Let us speak inside. Xiao Yong is still carrying his belongings," Bai Ba gently encouraged, patting Zhou Ping's shoulder. "What is the matter?" Bai Ba inquired, puzzled. "Mother has seen uncle in many years. They surely have much to discuss," Bai Caicai remarked. "Ah, indeed," Bai Ba replied. Bai Ba nodded, preoccupied with greeting his brother-in-law, inadvertently neglecting to provide the two with a moment for conversation. Curiously, he inquired, "How did you know he was your uncle? It seems there was no introduction earlier." Bai Caicai stammered, realizing she had let something slip. She quickly replied, "Didn't he just call your mother fourth sister? Is he not the uncle?" Bai Ba fell silent, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and beginning to smoke. Although Bai Ba had a significant penchant for alcohol, his craving for cigarettes was minimal, indulging in merely a pack a week. He typically smoked only when his thoughts were in turmoil. It was evident that while Bai Caicai and her brother were more than sufficient to handle the situation, Their rustic brother-in-law had yet to earn the family's approval. Thus, the uncle was the first to cross the threshold. Bai's emotions were undoubtedly stirred. "Father, are you not a little excited?" Bai Caicai surmised her father's feelings at that moment. "What is there to be excited about? I am merely concerned for your mother." Fearing her excitement may not be good for her health, Bai retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Caicai. He then patted his pocket, glanced towards the door, and instructed, "You and Mama stay put at home. Don't wander about. I'll go buy some groceries and have a good drink with your uncle tonight." It was clear that Bai's craving for alcohol had surfaced, using his brother-in-law as a pretext. Mao quietly teased Bai Caicai about their father. A mix of excitement and pretext filled Bai's heart, illustrating the complexity of his emotions. After Bai departed, Bai Caicai and Mao settled on small stools by the door, resembling two sentinels. Before long, the sound of their mother's quiet sobs drifted from within the house. "Caicai, Mao, have your parents quarreled? One is running outside while the other is hiding in the house, crying. Neither of you can go out or return. So you simply remain at the doorway." At that moment, Aunt Lou from next door approached with a curious expression, her mind conjuring vivid images of the Bai couple's argument. "Who told you that crying equates to quarreling?" Mao retorted, his face reflecting indignation. "Oh dear, such a small child with a rather big temper. What is there to cry about if it's not a quarrel?" Aunt Lou scoffed. "I'm crying? When did I cry? Don't speak nonsense," Aunt Lou insisted. "You cried while watching television yesterday," Bai Caicai replied. Only then did Aunt Lou recall that the episode they watched was profoundly sorrowful, and she had unknowingly shed tears. "Oh, your mother cried while watching television? Which show is so heart-wrenching?" As she spoke, Aunt Lou lifted her leg, intending to enter the house. Whether out of genuine curiosity about the television show or some other motive was unclear. This old woman ought to waste more money on trash. Thinking I wouldn't give her a piece of my mind. Just as Aunt Lou was about to step inside, upon hearing this, she turned on her heel and headed towards the old street. What a clever tactic to divert attention. Bai Caicai gestured to Mao, indicating that although this boy appeared obedient, he often played the fool to deceive others. Mao grinned proudly. At that moment, Teacher Zhou emerged with reddened eyes. Taking hold of Bai Caicai and Mao, addressing Zhou Wei, "Xiaoyong, this is your niece and nephew. The elder is Caicai, and the younger is Mao." Then, turning to the siblings, she added, "This is your little uncle." "Hello, little uncle," Bai Caicai and Mao chorused. At this point, Mao felt somewhat shy, retreating behind Caicai. "Hello, Caicai." "Hello, Mao." Zhou Yong hastily exclaimed, then began to rummage through his belongings. Failing to find anything, he opened the bag he had brought. Extracting 2 pieces of silver jewelry, he handed the silver lock to Mao and slipped the silver bracelet onto Caicai's wrist. "These are hard-earned treasures. Why are you giving them away?" "They do not comprehend their value," Zhou Ping interjected. The jade pipe belonging to their father was from the Ming dynasty, as was their uncle's. Thus, the depth of their aura was equally profound. This realization struck Bai Caicai with astonishment. Yet she soon understood that she had been overly presumptuous. The existence of such an aura merely allowed her a rough assessment of the item's age. Beyond that, she was utterly ignorant. For instance, if someone crafted a chair from Ming dynasty timber, she would be unable to discern its authenticity. Likewise, if someone forged an ancient porcelain fragment, she would remain oblivious, potentially misled by the aura into deeming it genuine when it was, in fact, a counterfeit. Hence, this phenomenon was not entirely reliable. However, it could serve as a means of authentication. With a light chuckle, Bai Caicai felt a pang of regret. Had she understood this sooner, she would have warned Su Shigong the previous day. That evening, Bai accompanied their uncle for a few more drinks, who jovially referred to him as fourth brother-in-law, much to Bai's delight. "Is everyone at home well?" After a few glasses, Bai began to open up. "Mother's health remains robust, yet my father has a fiery temper, and his lifestyle habits are poor. Smoking and drinking have taken their toll on him these past couple of years," their uncle remarked. "Encourage him to quit smoking and limit his alcohol intake. The elderly should be mindful of their health," Bai Caicai suggested. After much persuasion, my father, with a temperament akin to that of a wild bull, remained unyielding. My uncle raised his glass in a toast, and as the evening unfolded, they engaged in casual conversation over drinks, gradually becoming inebriated. They did not retire until the late hours of the night. That evening, the bedside lamp in Professor Zhou's room burned brightly until the early hours, indicating to Bai Caicai that he was suffering from insomnia. In that moment, Bai Caicai perceived the ancient professor as somewhat reminiscent of the big bad wolf. While she harbored no objections to studying archaeology, she was acutely aware that such aspirations would undoubtedly be dismissed by Professor Zhou. Moreover, she felt a sense of trepidation. In her previous life, she had aspired to enter Tsinghua University, yet in this life, devoid of familial motivation and with her focus divided, she was uncertain if she could replicate her past academic excellence. In middle school, she managed reasonably well, but as she approached high school, the possibility of achieving similar results was indeed questionable. Circumstances had shifted, and with them, the outcomes might also alter. In her previous life, she had come perilously close to despair. Contemplating this, Bai Caicai pondered whether she should create a feng shui arrangement featuring a Wuchang pagoda, which is associated with the One Kuei star and is believed to enhance academic success. However, there was no rush. She was merely in the first year of middle school, with ample time ahead of her. Chapter 68. Ancestral worship. The scene was one of auspicious snow, heralding a bountiful year. As the two families entered the home, they were met with the aroma of freshly prepared pork, enjoying a steaming meal. Grandma Bai, filled with joy, busily fussed over various things, ultimately embracing the youngest of the Bai family, Mao Mao, and showering her with endearing affection. The younger generation of the Bai family, particularly Mao Mao, was the most cherished. Meanwhile, Binbin stood to the side with a wide grin, ultimately wandering off to play with a toy car. Throughout the journey, Binbin's enthusiasm had been notably lacking. According to Xiaonan, Binbin performed poorly in his final exams, receiving a stern reprimand from his mother. During the winter break, he went to his grandfather's house, where he was similarly admonished by his maternal uncle, resulting in a gloomy demeanor that persisted throughout the holiday, making him irritable in the presence of others. "Let me play with it for a while," he heard Mama say, her eyes filled with envy. "That's not possible. This was purchased by my uncle in the city. If it gets damaged, there's no place to replace it in the county," Binbin replied with a firm tone, leaving no room for negotiation. Meanwhile, Grandma Bai sat by the fire bucket, her eyes squinting with a smile as she listened to the little one's converse. Upon hearing mention of her uncle, she expressed her surprise and straightened up, lightly tapping Caicai, who was massaging her shoulders. "Caicai, has your uncle been here?" "Yes, it was my little uncle. He came here to collect antiques and visited us the day before yesterday," Caicai responded, turning towards her grandmother. After many years, their mother was no longer as impulsive as she once was. "That's only right. Tell your father to buy more gifts for your mother to bring along," Grandma Bai advised. "I'll remember that," Caicai replied. Just then, Bai Shu entered with enthusiasm. "Binbin, Mao Mao, quickly tidy up and change your clothes. We are going to the ancestral hall to pay our respects." This year, the Bai family in Wufeng village was bustling with activity, with gatherings at Uncle's house, Sanshu's home, and Grandpa Bai's, bringing together three brothers and their numerous descendants. The Bai family is a prominent clan in Wufeng village, with their ancestral hall having been established since the late Qing dynasty. Currently, the head of the Bai clan is Bai Caicai's uncle, though the title of clan leader has become little more than a formality, as no one truly pays it any heed. Today, coincidentally, we are slaughtering pigs. With a pig's head at hand and other offerings prepared, the three brothers conspired to honor our ancestors and pray for blessings in the coming year. Thus, throughout the morning, the men in the household busied themselves with ancestral rites, while the women toiled in the kitchen, cooking dishes, frying dumplings, and twisting donuts, all in a cheerful frenzy. The ancestral hall and the rituals piqued the curiosity of the children. Binbin, shedding his earlier gloom, became animated and called out to Mao Mao, chasing after Bai Shuwu. "Hey, you guys, wait for me," protested Xiaonan, her voice tinged with urgency. "Girls don't participate in the ancestral rites. You should stay at home," Bai Shuwu shouted back, quickly disappearing from sight. Xiaonan, indignant, stamped her feet and exclaimed, "Grandma, Why aren't girls allowed to honor the ancestors? The grandmother, uncertain herself, replied. It's just an old tradition passed down from our ancestors. With a gentle smile, she pulled Xiaonan close, adding, we must heed the words of our forebears. Humph, it's male preference. Xiaonan sulked, sitting there, fuming. Turning to Caicai, she said, the snow outside is so thick. Let's build a snowman. Looking out at the relentless snowfall since morning. Bai Caicai longed to snuggle by the warm fire, indulging in a cozy nap like Grandma does. Now that would be a heavenly day. Yet, unable to resist Xiaonan's persistent tugging, she followed her outside. In the yard, the snow lay more than 10 centimeters deep, and it showed no signs of stopping. Xiaonan stretched her neck to peer into the room, observing her grandmother dozing off. Convinced that she would not be noticed, she whispered to Bai Caicai, let us quietly go to the ancestral hall and take a look. Is that wise? Bai Caicai shook her head, though her tone lacked conviction. Curiosity stirred within her. After all, in her previous life, the Bai family seldom gathered due to their constant busyness, and with her parents' divorce, they had never held such a grand ancestral worship event. It would indeed be quite delightful to witness it in this life. Stop pretending, Xiaonan said disdainfully, nudging Bai Caicai with her elbow and playfully winking at her. She did not believe for a moment that Bai Caicai was not intrigued. Bai Caicai fell silent, realizing that her thoughts had been uncovered, and returned the wink. The two quickly grabbed a bamboo hat left in the yard and, huddled together, walked through the snow towards the Bai ancestral hall. Before long, they arrived at the ancient structure, its walls adorned with weathered green bricks, exuding an air of deep history. The heavy snowfall blanketed the roof in white, enhancing its somber and timeless atmosphere. We cannot enter through the front door. We would surely be chased away, Bai Caicai said. Peering into the hall, she saw adults seated in an orderly manner while a few children, oblivious, frolicked about in wonder. I know. There is a dog hole over there, Xiaonan exclaimed, pulling Bai Caicai around to the back of the courtyard. Indeed, they found a dog hole, though it had been significantly widened, with a mound of snow piled beside its entrance. Are we really going to crawl through that? Bai Caicai asked, her expression a mix of hesitation and curiosity. Crawling through a dog hole felt rather absurd. Let's go, Xiaonan urged. As Xiaonan spoke, she was the first to dive in. Fortunately, the opening was wide enough. She merely had to bend slightly and duck her head to squeeze through. Upon reaching the other side, she waved eagerly, urging, hurry, hurry. Naturally, Caicai could not resist, so she followed suit. However, as she lowered her head, a flake of snow tumbled down the back of her collar, sending a chilling wave down her neck. Unable to contain herself, she lifted her head, only to have it collide forcefully with the top of the opening. More snow cascaded down, transforming Caicai into a snowman. Xiaonan doubled over in laughter, nearly collapsing to the ground. Why aren't you quick to help brush off the snow? She teased. Caicai glared in frustration, realizing she was not cut out for such antics. After a considerable effort, the two finally discovered the optimal vantage point, a half-open window. Oh my, look at that, Xiaonan exclaimed. Uncle Bingxing is at the forefront. And he certainly carries an imposing presence, much like the patriarchs of those grand families on television. I never noticed this side of him before. Xiaonan, a self-proclaimed television enthusiast, often visited Caicai's home on Sundays when she couldn't watch her favorite shows at her own place. Caicai fell silent, recognizing that Xiaonan was merely seeking the thrill of television. By the way, is that the cousin Feng standing behind Uncle Bingxing? The one with glasses? Xiaonan remarked. Caicai leaned in for a closer look and nodded. Yes, that's cousin Feng. This year, he, like cousin Xiaonan, is preparing for the college entrance examination. Although Uncle Bingxing is the eldest of Caicai's father's generation, he had spent many years studying and working away from home, thus marrying later than Bai Pingjian. Coincidentally, Bai Feng was the same age as Bai Xueqiao, the eldest grandson of the third uncle's family, and both were facing the college entrance examination this year. A few days ago, Bai Caicai overheard Aunt Xiaoling mentioning that her elder brother, Bai Pinglei, had become quite resolute. He had previously implored Bai Xueqiao to ensure he secured a place in a university. If not, at the very least, he must attend a vocational college. This was, in essence, a quiet competition with Uncle Bingxing. Among the cousins, it was undeniable that cousin Xiefeng was the most handsome, while cousin Xueqiao was decent-looking, albeit a tad darker in complexion. Cousin Xueda had yet to mature, presently falling short of expectations with his diminutive stature, and cousin Xuewu was nothing more than a ruffian. A nouveau riche. What of cousin Xuan? Bai Caicai inquired, stifling a laugh. Xiaonan, with her sharp tongue, quipped that if their second brother heard such remarks, he might very well seek out a block of tofu to meet his end. Bai Caicai replied, I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps it will take a few more years. In truth, according to the length of military service, cousin Xiwan would complete 3 years by the latter half of this year and ought to be discharged. However, in her previous life, Bai Caicai recalled that cousin Xiwan later opted to become a volunteer soldier, ultimately serving as a non-commissioned officer, prolonging his tenure for several more years before his discharge. Who was that by the window? Bai Caicai and Xiaonan, engrossed in their conversation, had raised their voices, drawing the attention of those inside. Uncle S' thunderous reprimand startled them into a panic, and they fled, darting through the dog hole and around a corner, finally hiding behind the wall of a nearby house. They exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Still laughing? I knew it was you too. Bai Shuowu emerged from an unexpected corner, grinning at the pair. Bai Caicai and Xiaonan chuckled in response. Not good. Caicai, I feel dizzy, Xiaonan suddenly said, leaning against the wall. Still putting on an act, came the retort. Rest assured, my dear, that the second brother will not betray you. Bai Shuowu, with a sense of loyalty, patted his chest and reassured them. Bai Caicai chuckled, initially believing that Xiaonan was merely pretending, but upon closer inspection, she noticed a pallor on Xiaonan's face, as if she were possessed by an unseen force. Her teeth clenched tightly. Chapter 69. New Year's Eve Second Brother. It's not an act. She's truly fainted. At this moment, Caicai, disregarding everything else, hastily retrieved a piece of fortune stone she wore and gently rubbed it on Xiaonan's forehead. She pondered to herself, considering Xiaonan's constitution, that she might attract malevolent spirits and unclean entities more easily in the future. It seemed necessary to procure a better talisman for her. Oh, how could this happen? Xiaonan's health is too frail, Bai Shuewu exclaimed anxiously. Just then, Xiaonan opened her eyes, prompting Bai Caicai to breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had not lingered for long. Xiaonan glanced at Caicai and Shuewu, weakly inquiring, what happened to me? It feels like I was pressed down by a ghost, just like last time. In the past, Bai Shuewu had been synonymous with trouble in the Bai family, the third aunt particularly disliking him and often using him as a negative example before Xiaonan and Binbin. This led to a certain disdain from Xiaonan and Binbin towards their second brother. Likewise, Bai Shuowu was not fond of the little flaws exhibited by Xiaonan and Binbin. Whenever they met, minor conflicts would arise, yet when it truly mattered, Bai Shuowu still embodied the role of a protective elder brother. Xiaonan had previously experienced a bout of sleep paralysis, and once again she found herself in a similar predicament. Her heart gripped by fear as she obediently clung to Shuewu's back, henceforth designating the ancestral hall as a forbidden zone. Upon returning home, Xiaonan appeared quite unwell, alarming her Aunt San to the point of jumping in fright. She hastily prepared 2 hot water bottles and tucked Xiaonan snugly into bed, anxious about the haunting experience. Xiaonan insisted on having Caicai by her side for comfort. In fact, today I realized that Ergu is rather decent, Xiaonan suddenly remarked. Indeed. You previously referred to him as a rogue and a nouveau riche, Caicai teased. Very well, I shall refrain from calling him a rogue and a nouveau riche henceforth, Xiaonan replied. Just then, outside, the exuberant voice of Bai Shuewu echoed. Shui Feng, Shui Zhao, Shueda, I have money now. During the spring festival, I shall take you all to the town for some fun, ice skating, dancing, with food and drink provided. Hearing this boastful proclamation, Bai Caicai and Xiaonan exchanged amused glances. Indeed, Ergu still carried the airs of a nouveau riche. As Grandpa would say, this lad will only learn to behave once he finds a wife to manage him. The following day was New Year's Eve, and Bai Ba produced a treasured bottle of century-old Malin liquor. Upon seeing the bottle, Bai Erji's eyes sparkled with envy, exclaiming, Shu, on this festive occasion, Surely there is some for me? Indeed, there is enough for everyone today, Bai Ba replied cheerfully, handing the bottle to Bai Shuiwu to pour. Of course. The younger ones, Caicai, Xiaonan, Bin Bin, and Mao Mao, were not included. Once the liquor was poured, Bai Shuiwu eagerly offered a toast to Grandpa. And after doing so, he gulped down a generous sip, smacking his lips and commenting, aside from its fragrance, it doesn't seem to feel particularly special after all. It's just liquor. The sentence brought laughter to everyone. Uncle Bai pointed at his son and exclaimed, "What a waste." Bai Caicai interjected, "Second brother, you resemble Zhu Beiji indulging in the fruit of life." Bai grandmother nodded in agreement. The crowd erupted in laughter, nearly collapsing with mirth, which infuriated Bai Shuiwu, who shot a glare at Bai Caicai. After the family joyfully finished their reunion dinner, Bai Shuiwu gestured for Bin Bin and Mao Mao to come inside to fetch fireworks. Bai Caicai, holding a lighter, was soon surrounded by the others in the courtyard. The sounds of firecrackers echoed throughout the village, with fireworks occasionally soaring into the night sky, sparkling brilliantly against the stars. "Second brother, let me light it. Let me light it." Bin Bin shouted excitedly, snatching the lighter from Cai Cai's hand, while Mao Mao hopped around him like a little monkey. "Go, go, go. With second brother here, there's no place for you. Step aside. Be careful not to blow off your hand." Bai Shuiwu pushed the two younger ones to the side under the eaves. He then took out a pack of 20 firecrackers, clutched them in his hand, and with a resounding bang, the noise was deafening. Following that, he pulled down a string of 100 sons and 1,000 grandsons firecrackers, which crackled and popped, filling the courtyard with the pungent scent of gunpowder. "Second brother, let's set off the fireworks. Save the firecrackers for midnight." As soon as the firecrackers were ignited, the essence of the new year filled the air. Bai Caicai eagerly joined in, rushing forward with a sparker in hand. "Second brother, light it." "All right," he replied, lighting the firework for Caicai before leaping aside. Instantly, a cascade of delicate sparks erupted from the firework tube in her hand, soaring gracefully before vanishing into the night air. In a carefree manner, Bai Caicai joyfully twirled around the yard with a firecracker in hand. "I want to join too," exclaimed Xiaonan, unwilling to be outdone, as she grabbed a firecracker of her own and followed suit. The two sisters were reveling in their play when Bai Urge ignited an electric mouse firework nearby. This particular firework spun wildly across the ground, emitting a series of crackling sounds. Xiaonan shrieked and dashed about, seemingly pursued by the electric mouse, which followed her wherever she went, much to the amusement of Bai Caicai and the others who erupted in laughter at her antics. "Don't go overboard. Be mindful of safety," cautioned Uncle Bai and Bai Pinkong, who, having enjoyed their drinks, stood by the door smoking. "Caicai, keep an eye on Mao Mao. Don't let him get into mischief," urged by Dad. The third brother, motivated by the prospect of dividends he was to receive, considered cashing out his shares from the eldest brother to avoid prolonged familial tensions. "What are you thinking? Business at the store is thriving. Wouldn't it be a pity to bring this up now?" Uncle Bai responded, taken aback. "We have no choice. Zhouping School is raising funds for housing, and the place we currently reside is slated for demolition. I was contemplating investing a bit more for a 3-bedroom apartment." Bai Dad explained. "Indeed, there are numerous demands for funds in the county now. I believe we shouldn't wait for a more convenient time. It's imperative to withdraw the second brother's share for his urgent needs. This housing matter is significant and should be addressed promptly, lest the prices escalate further. I heard from San Auntie that real estate prices in Hainan are skyrocketing," chimed in Bai Deseo. Bai Deseo is a rural woman who has devoted her entire life to her husband and children. She lacks comprehension of the principle of making money work for oneself. All she knows is that the initial investment from the second family was merely around 20,000 yuan. Why then? Do they receive nearly 10,000 yuan in dividends each year? This wealth is entirely derived from her son's tireless labor. The family is busily engaged in this venture, akin to spinning tops, and it feels deeply unjust. Moreover, during her leisure moments, she had inquired with Shui Wu about the prospects for the coming year, which promised even greater earnings. The development zone is now complete, and just recently, She overheard the village chief mentioning that the county intends to expand the boundaries of Baoling Town and reconstruct a portion of the Wufeng Mountains. It is anticipated that the town government will relocate to the development area, heralding a promising future for the Shui-Nyoling region. Contemplating the ease with which the second family would acquire even more wealth, she felt a twinge of resentment. Nevertheless, she understood that the second family had initially acted out of consideration for her son, Shui Wu, and thus she hesitated to voice her concerns. Now that the second family had brought it up themselves, it was indeed an opportune moment. Although parting with a substantial sum all at once was somewhat painful, she recognized that enduring prolonged suffering was far worse. Of course, if I do not speak to my elder brother, who else could I confide in? Bai Caicai replied with a cheerful demeanor. You rascal, you've made quite a name for yourself now. The distillery is thriving, and many in the village sing your praises. The other day, I ran into Director Yuan from the horticultural farm in town, who bitterly remarked that you stumbled upon luck, claiming that even planting a tree could yield a century's worth of good fortune. Bai Dabo, observing that the second family was not treating him with any distance, felt a sense of joy. Bai Caicai chuckled. Indeed, if it weren't for that Yuan fellow pressuring me back then, I might never have mustered the resolve to venture into the distillery. If the one surnamed Yuan were to hear your words, he would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. The current factory director is far more formidable than he ever was. Many of the horticultural workers are now unable to receive their wages. What use is his former prowess when there are no funds to distribute? Wouldn't the people rise and protest against him? Uncle Bai inhaled deeply from his cigarette. He deserves it. In my opinion, the disturbances are minor. He ought to be sued. This man is excessively self-serving, engaging in actions that benefit himself at the expense of the public. Uncle Bai gritted his teeth. Bai Caicai squinted at the sky filled with fireworks, listening to the conversation between her uncle and father, suddenly realizing how beautiful this moment was. In a past life, the 30 evenings spent with her mother would never be replicated. The Spring Festival Gala must not be missed. Come, Caicai, Xiaonan, sit over here. It's too slanted over there. Be careful not to squint, or you won't be able to marry in the future. Bai Shuo waved to the two, and Bai Caicai and Xiaonan exchanged eye rolls. Oh, Bai urged in his incessant chatter, he always manages to add a touch of gloom to a perfectly good statement. Meanwhile, Grandpa Bai's smoking pipe tapped against Bai Urge's head. We're talking about the new year. Why bring up anything ominous? At this moment, Bai Caicai sat in front of the television, gazing at the familiar faces that seemed much younger. Suddenly, she recalled a poignant phrase from the internet in her past life. Brother is not eating noodles. He is consuming loneliness. Translated to this moment, it means that what we are watching is not the Spring Festival Gala, but rather a wave of nostalgia. Indeed, it is nostalgia. Outside, the sound of firecrackers resounds. A new year has arrived once more. Chapter 70. The bamboo partridge. For a moment, the Bai household felt rather desolate. Bai Caicai spent the entire day by her grandmother's side, assisting her with leg massages. Bai grandma's legs were recovering swiftly, and now she could walk without the aid of a cane, albeit at a leisurely pace. Caicai, where has Mao Mao run off to? That boy only knows how to frolic about all day, remarked Zhou Ping, who appeared somewhat agitated today, moving about like a headless fly. Second brother took Mao Mao to uncle's house for some fun, replied Bai Caicai. It's the second day of the new year. Your mother must be missing home again, as she does every year, Bai grandma sighed, watching teacher Zhou's retreating figure. I'll go have a look, said Bai Caicai. Go ahead, spend some quality time with your mother. Bai grandma waved her hand and rose to head into the kitchen to busy herself. I'll accompany you, Bai father offered. No need, with my father's temperament. It's hard to say what the situation is, teacher Zhou said, her voice betraying her concern and unease. It is precisely because the situation is uncertain that I wish to accompany you. Should your father cast you out, at least you would not be alone on the streets. Bai father jested. And what about mom and dad? Zhou Ping inquired. Came teacher Zhou's soft reply from within the room. Bai Caicai, hiding outside, peered through the crack of the door and beheld her father embracing her mother as they sat by the window. The warmth and tender affection between them speaking volumes in silence. She no longer needed to play the role of an unwanted guest. Armed with several books on feng shui that Su Shigong had lent her, she ascended to the small attic. This was a task entrusted to her by her grandfather, as the family planned to build a house. She was to consult Su Shigong to ascertain the feng shui and layout. Bai Caicai intended to conduct her own preliminary research. By noon, Bai Pingkong and teacher Zhou broached the subject of a trip to Beijing. Naturally, Bai Grandpa and Bai Grandma wholeheartedly approved, even sending Bai Uncle to the village to arrange transportation, which would convey Bai Dad and teacher Zhou to the county. That evening, the two embarked on a northbound train, the rhythmic clatter echoing as they journeyed forth. With teacher Zhou no longer present to exert his influence, Bai Caicai and her brother Mao Mao reveled in their newfound freedom. The two followed Bai urged throughout the day, indulging in food, drink, and play. The older boys initially found the duo a nuisance, but soon realized that Bai Caicai and her brother could serve as a form of camouflage, and thus they welcomed the two along. Especially since Bai Urge was the one footing the bill. Where shall we venture tomorrow? On this day, Bai Shueda, having just skated in town the previous day, early in the morning gathered his two brothers, Feng and Chao, along with Bai Shuwu, to conspire in the Bai family attic. Of course, Bai Caicai and Bai Yang were also present. I propose we explore Wufeng Mountain, Bai Shueda suggested. Yesterday, Uncle Xiao from the village spoke to my father about his hunting adventures in their youth, which sounded quite enchanting. Bai Feng's eyes sparkled behind his glasses. Splendid. Let us go hunting. We still have an old musket at home, Bai Shuwu chimed in eagerly. Wufeng Mountain. That one do. It's too deep within. Without an experienced hunter to guide us, we might very well get lost. Bai Chao possessed a profound understanding of Wufeng Mountain and expressed his concerns. Bai Caicai raised her hand, inwardly murmuring to herself, recalling her grandfather's warnings about the dense woods of Wufeng Mountain, pondering the naivety of these scholarly youths who might find themselves truly lost. Today, you two are out of the question, Bai Shuwu declared decisively, waving his hand. Bai Caicai turned to glance at Mao Mao, who immediately raised his hand as well, asserting, if I'm not included, I shall inform Grandpa. How could you be so inconsiderate? Bai Shuwu exclaimed in exasperation. He knew that if the adults were to discover their plans, their chance would be lost. The depths of Wufeng Mountain were treacherous and disorienting. Venturing there during the festive season could lead to dire consequences. However, he suggested, I believe we could head to Fengjiegu instead, where vast stretches of bamboo groves abound, home to numerous bamboo partridges. They are not only delectable but also of a fine breed, perfect for training as fighting birds. Bai Caicai chuckled. In her previous life, the fighting birds of Ning County were renowned nationwide. Although Fengjiegu belonged to Jishan Town, it was in close proximity to Wufeng Village and bordered Wufeng Mountain, known for its abundant bamboo, creating a strikingly majestic landscape. Indeed, capturing bamboo partridges would be splendid. They make for a delightful dish when prepared as beggar-esque chicken, Bai Shuwu said excitedly. With their hearts set on the adventure, they swiftly organized their plans, gathering the necessary tools for catching bamboo partridges. Once everything was set, they informed their families they were heading to the town for an outing, who paid them little heed. Then everyone rode their bicycles along the winding path beside the mountain. After traversing another ridge, they arrived at the boundary of Fangjia Valley. They parked their bicycles at the mountain's edge and ventured into the bamboo grove to find a suitable spot for setting traps. Bai Feng, having grown up in the city, was entirely unfamiliar with such endeavors. Fortunately, he had consumed a wealth of knowledge through television and magazines, frequently indulging in shows like The Animal World and Exploring Nature. With his hands clasped behind his back, he observed the other three brothers as they prepared their traps, occasionally offering astute suggestions that garnered their admiration. Indeed, a scholar need not leave his abode to know the affairs of the world, Bai Shuwu remarked with a look of approval. Bai Feng remained composed, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing extraordinary, merely a result of extensive viewing and reading. Bai Caicai, in silence, felt that despite his nonchalant demeanor, there was something distinctly reminiscent of their second brother in his tone, albeit more subtle, a true hallmark of the Bai family. Yes, our branch of the Bai family is settled in Ningxuan. We often feel a sense of solitude living away from home, especially as my grandparents age. My father. Being their only son is understandably concerned for them. Coincidentally, the city here is seeking personnel for the Architectural Design Institute, and my father has seized the opportunity. The transfer is nearly finalized, Bai Caicai explained. It seems he is transferring to the county. This year, the two of us will charge into the fray together. Bai Caicai chuckled. What are your chances? My father has issued a final directive to my brother that he must at least secure a diploma, Bai Caicai. A third-year junior high student interjected. Attending an ordinary university should pose no issue, but I aspire to enroll in Peking University, which presents a certain level of difficulty. Bai Caicai responded, plucking a bamboo leaf thoughtfully. It's all right. When the time comes, we will review together and strive together. We shall surely achieve a commendable outcome. Bai Caicai encouraged. Bai Caicai listened to her brother's conversation, reflecting on the past. Indeed, in her previous life, Bai Caicai had missed the chance to attend Kyoto University by a mere 10 points. While Bai Shuizhang barely managed to enroll in a junior college and later ventured south to seek his fortune alongside his classmates, Bai Shuizhang, on the other hand, failed to gain admission to high school and was subsequently sent by their father to learn masonry. However, with the rise of the real estate industry, he managed to do quite well for himself, engaging in decoration and taking on small projects, leading a rather carefree life. As Bai Shuwu listened to his brothers discussing their studies, a profound sense of loss suddenly enveloped him. If it weren't for his lackadaisical attitude, he too would be in his senior year of high school this year. His gaze drifted to the distant bamboo shoots, a rare moment of introspection overtaking him. Bai Caicai noticed the despondency in her second brother's expression and, sensing his thoughts, chuckled. Second brother, all roads lead to Rome, and every profession produces its own champions. Nowadays, in Wufan village, who doesn't he admire Bai Shuiwu? She raised her thumb in praise. Of course, have you seen who your second brother is? Bai Caicai's words brought a smirk to Bai Shuiwu's face. With a slight pout, he thought how their grandfather's foresight was indeed keen. He often remarked that Bai Shuiwu needed to find a woman capable of keeping him in check. Yet, in his previous life, due to his incarceration and lack of notable achievements, he had never married. What would this life hold for him? Bai Caicai wondered, suddenly filled with anticipation. With these thoughts, Bai Caicai stood up and pulled Mao Mao to wander through the woods, eager to discover which direction would lead them to the village for today. Her mission was to locate Liang Minghua. In a previous life, the Merlot was indeed developed by him. Just then, a sudden sound echoed from not far ahead, followed by a woman's desperate cry for help. The brothers of the Bai family exchanged glances and hurriedly decided to investigate. They dashed towards the source of the commotion, where they found themselves at the base of a slope revealing a deep pit, seemingly a trap for wild boars. Chapter 71. Liang Minghua, why are you here, sister? The group of them scrambled to help Jiang Yuang to her feet, and Bai Caicai curiously inquired, aren't you the girl from Director Bai's family? Jiang Yuang, having twisted her ankle, took a while to recognize Bai Caicai. Yes, Bai Caicai nodded. Meanwhile, Bai Shuwu and the others gazed down at the sharp bamboo stakes at the bottom of the pit, commenting, this lady is quite fortunate. Falling in here without being impaled by those stakes is remarkable. At that moment, the once intact stone qilin was now riddled with cracks, and it shattered in her hands. Jiang Yuang stared at the disintegrated qilin, then glanced at Caicai. Suddenly struck by a thought, was it possible that this girl had given her this object to help her avoid today's misfortune? The notion seemed absurd upon reflection. Perhaps she had merely landed on the qilin when she fell. Shaking her head, she turned to Bai Caicai and the others, saying, I truly appreciate your help today. Let us go to my home for a visit. The young men of the Bai family quickly shook their heads, expressing their intent to continue hunting bamboo partridges. But Caicai eagerly inquired, is your family also from Fengjiago? No, this is my grandmother's home. I came to visit her for the new year. Jiang Yuang remarked. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Fengjiago. I intended to explore the mountains, but unexpectedly fell into a pit. Fortunately, I encountered them. Jiang Yuang said, sister, it would be wise to change your name. Bai Caicai could not help but add, qilin has already shielded you from misfortune once. What will happen next? If you do not change your name, it may indeed lead to grave consequences. Is it truly this name that invites calamity? Jiang the reporter inquired uncertainly. Yes, it seems so. If you wish, provide me with your birth date and time, and I can calculate it for you. I have studied a bit with Master Su, and I can assist you with the calculations, Bai Caicai replied. Jiang the reporter shared her birth date, and Bai Caicai began to convert it to the lunar calendar. Unexpectedly, Jiang the reporter's grandmother immediately recited the lunar birth date, prompting Bai Caicai to start calculating. In reality, deducing the 5 elements from the birth date and subsequently determining the name's affiliation, as well as whether it conflicts or harmonizes, is an extensive endeavor. Bai Caicai barely had a superficial understanding of this. She was merely going through the motions. It was evident that Jiang the reporter truly needed to change her name. Even without mentioning it, Bai Caicai could sense a sharp malevolence emanating from her. The name? Indeed, it is the name. At that moment, Jiang the reporter's grandmother exclaimed, slapping her thigh. Grandmother, what is it? Jiang Weiying asked curiously. Child, do you still remember your name from when you were little? Jiang Jinwei, when you were born. Your grandfather went to Baoling Town to consult Master Su regarding your birth chart. It was Master Su who bestowed upon you the name Jinwei. And your grandfather once remarked that this name would ensure your future health and well-being. Alas, your grandfather departed this world too soon, and as you pursued your studies, your mother altered your name. I had forgotten all about this until just now, when that young girl mentioned Master Su, prompting your grandmother to recall the memory. With a heavy pat on her head, she exclaimed, Look at my old confusion. How could I have forgotten this detail? It was then that journalist Jiang vaguely remembered having been called Jiang Jinwei in her childhood. As the matter was settled, the grandmother busily filled the pockets of Bai Caicai and Mao Mao with candies. By the way, Grandma, is there someone in your village who is particularly skilled at brewing wine? Bai Caicai inquired, contemplating Liang Minghua's situation. Indeed, the Liang family at the end of the village brews wine every year, and the villagers often flock to their home for a drink. I must say, Liang Minghua's brewing skills are quite impressive, Jiang's grandmother replied. Kai, how did you know that someone in the village brews wine? Journalist Jiang asked curiously, wondering if this could also be divined. As soon as I entered the village, I caught a whiff of the wine. It was a rich and fragrant aroma, Bai Caicai chuckled. Jiang inhaled deeply, indeed detecting a subtle yet exquisite fragrance. Oh, there truly is, she remarked. I think I shall go over and purchase some wine. It smells delightful. Bai Caicai stood up, pulling Mao Mao along with her. Your father is the director of a winery. Do you really need to buy wine? Jiang teased. It's different. Each wine has its own unique flavor, Bai Caicai replied. Bai Caicai rose, pulling Mao Mao along. Come, Grandma will take you. As Grandma Jiang removed her waistcloth, she followed Bai Caicai out. And the trio headed towards the end of the village where Liang Minghua resided. Is Minghua home? During the new year, every household kept their doors wide open. Grandma stood outside, peering inside. It's Grandma Ning. Happy New Year. Come in. A middle-aged couple, around 40, welcomed her. Minghua, Hongying. This girl wants to buy some liquor from you. Do you still have any at home? Grandma, holding Bai Caicai and Mao Mao, entered the house, chuckling. Not much left. Just a bit I was saving for myself. But since Grandma Ning has brought guests, I must share some, Hongying replied with a smile. That's wonderful, thank you. Grandma Ning said, her eyes crinkling with joy. Come, have a seat, enjoy some sunflower seeds. I'll fetch 2 jin, is that enough? Hongying inquired. That will do. Bai Caicai replied. Hongying nodded and went to the backyard, while Liang Minghua sat quietly, sipping tea and smoking, appearing rather reticent compared to his lively wife, Hongying. Before long, Hongying returned with a pot of liquor, handing it to Bai Caicai. She paid and brought the wine to her nose, inhaling its fragrant aroma. It smells delightful, just like the century-old mail-in liquor from the Jingshan distillery. Jingshan distillery? When did they start producing century-old mail-in liquor? Liang Minghua, who had been quietly smoking, suddenly interjected. What? Did someone from Jingshan distillery find the cellar and discovered mail-in liquor? When did this happen? Appeared visibly agitated, repeatedly inquiring. It was discovered around this year's New Year. He remarked. By the way, the reporter from Jiang was at the Jingshan distillery for an interview at that time, Bai Caicai added. Grandma, has that girl, Yueying, come back? Liang Minghua asked her. Yes, at home. She fell in the mountains and twisted her ankle, so she can't walk, Grandma replied. Oh, by the way, my girl has changed her name. She will no longer be called Weiying but Jin Yue. That was her name in childhood, Grandma mumbled. Oh, I see. I will inquire about this matter with her, Liang Minghua stated, discarding his cigarette butt and striding away. Bai Caicai, along with Mao Mao, followed Grandma as they exited, while Honging locked the door behind them and headed towards Grandma's house. Such is fate. My father searched his entire life for something, only to have it unearthed inadvertently by a group of children, Bai Caicai reflected as they entered. Clearly, the reporter Zhang had already shared the details of the incident with Liang Minghua. As Liang Minghua spoke, he turned and dashed outside. Where are you going? Honging, sensing something amiss, called out to him. To the Jingshan distillery, he replied. Are you still planning to go there? Have you forgotten how our father met his demise? Hong Ying's eyes glistened with anger. But researching mail-in wine was our father's lifelong ambition. I must fulfill his wishes, Liang Minghua asserted. Very well. Even if it is your father's wish, at this juncture, who would recognize you at the distillery? Who would even pay you any heed? You are not an employee there. And they probably wouldn't even let you into the cellar, Honging urged, taking a step back. Not at all. I see that Uncle Liang's wine is exceptional. My father is currently seeking out brewers in hopes of reviving the ancient mail-in wine. I am certain he would be eager to discuss this with Uncle Liang. Bai Caicai interjected playfully, her true intention being to coax Liang Minghua out of retirement. And she certainly did not want his wife to dampen the spirit with a few words. Your father? Who is your father? Liang Minghua inquired, puzzled. My father is the director of the winery. I was the one who excavated the cellar, Mao Mao proudly proclaimed, still munching on his food. This little fellow hardly ever pausing during the New Year festivities. It was then that Liang Minghua realized that these two youngsters were indeed the very ones responsible for unearthing the cellar. Very well, let us go. Take me to meet your father, Liang Minghua said to Caicai and Mao Mao. Understood. I shall await you at the winery, Liang Minghua declared resolutely.